Hello everybody and welcome to today's game. My apologies for getting into this one a little bit late. Fnatic have just taken the pistol round here on Dust 2. We have had a heap of technical issues, but finally we are ready to roll with the match. My name is Mitch, alongside myself will be the beautiful Dean, and we are here on Dust 2. A surprising pick coming out from ENCE, in all honesty. We'll see what they'll be able to do with it as we roll on into round number 2. They're on Glock, so Dean, I don't think we're going to see a lot from them here.
Nah, not going to be a lot going on in this round, and I guess that could give us a little bit of time to touch on the veto. As you said, this is the pick of ENCE, and I don't really know where else they could have gone, because really recently ENCE have only been finding success on a couple of maps, being Train and Inferno mostly. Coming into this matchup against Fnatic, you see Train being banned pretty much instantly because it is one of the maps that Fnatic, sure, they played a little bit, but not very often. They're like, yeah, we get rid of that. Inferno then just being a very strong map for Fnatic, so that's another one that ENCE maybe could have risked picking just so that they could have a map that they would have felt really comfortable on as well. But they've gone for the Dust 2 picker, because when they did play each other like 5 months ago or something like that, they were able to get a win on it. Obviously, since then, Fnatic have picked up their level a little bit, and I do think that this is going to be just a very difficult series for ENCE in general. If they can bring it to Inferno, I think that maybe that could be a competitive one, but again, if Fnatic are playing like we know they can play on Inferno, then it'd just be a tough one in general. I think most people do expect Fnatic to be the ones coming out on top of this series, and right now against that eco, this round should be straightforward. 4 already, actually 3 at that point, 4 eventually for Flusha. And yeah, pretty simple. Not a single casualty coming through. Keeping everyone alive. They just have to reinvest into a bit of utility, and this is where ENCE get their guns. And if we want to see them doing too much in this series, in my opinion, they need to get going early. They need to pick up this open and gun round and show us what they're capable of. And this is their chance, obviously, with a few weaker weapons still being in play.
Yeah, for ENCE, I mean, for this whole veto, I'm quite surprised with how things went down. I expected ENCE to pick into Mirage to start it off, if anything. The amount of grounds they could have found that would have looked good for them were very minimal, but they had success there versus Fnatic. Yeah, you're talking 6 months ago, but, you know, it's the only thing you could really look at. Dust 2, though, it's all about aim. Maybe they think they can bridge the gap here, but we've seen Fnatic. I mean, even look back at Katowice. Na'Vi were one of the teams that were dominating on Dust 2, and Fnatic took them down in a pretty impressive feat. Their T-side especially. So it's important for ENCE to get off to a good start in this buy round, and they've managed to get the first kill, even with Sergey losing quite a bit of HP, and also force Flusha back from the short control. At this point, I'd be surprised if they decide not to go towards A, but Ariel is listening here to try and catch any rotates off moving through middle. But as they don't spot any, we'll see them now finish off and take that little bit of short control and see if they can work anything out from that point forward. But you can see Fnatic have nobody on the bomb site. They've got long control still, but ENCE are no strangers to going in for late long.
Yeah, definitely something they might be considering. A second player has been moved in that direction as well, but let's see what the goal is eventually going to be, because for now they are still just looking to make sure they can get this short control. They realize now that no one's up close. Smoke, I believe, going down just towards short here. Could give them the option if they want to try and drop into the CT spawn, but over on long, we do eventually see Prince actually getting one. Doesn't expect it to be followed up, so with that, Alu at least is able to trade. And now over towards the ramp, there's a player that's caught in a very difficult position, being Brolan. Not really able to do too much as he gets blinded and taken down. Golden then trying to rotate into the CT spawn. And as you said, no one on that bomb site initially. By the time they all rotated in, got in position on the bomb site, unfortunately already the T's had just closed in the distance. They were being surrounded in on, being pincered from both angles, and that's the issue with the A bomb site. If you lose both long and short control as the CTs, it becomes near impossible to hold and becomes pretty much impossible to retake as well.
Well, ENCE needed that round, like I said. Now they face off against just pistols, and so this should be a second on the board. I'm really worried about this T side of ENCE. If they don't get themselves up with a convincing barrel of rounds up to the 8 or 9 that they'll really need, then I think Fnatic are going to have their way with them when it comes to the attack. Like I said, back at Katowice, they were incredibly impressive up against Na'Vi on this map in particular. I was only going back and doing some analysis on that recently, and it was an impressive feat from them. Fnatic at the moment are stacked up on short with a couple pistols. The flash can go through from Flusha, and you'll see them then peek out afterwards and hopefully find a couple of frags. Strategy that could work for one, but as Crims gets shut down, it's increasingly likely that Fnatic walk away from this one with not a whole bunch done. They have still got 2 players stacked up on short, so Flusha and JW, a little bit of a chance with the Deagles, but ENCE have got plenty of utility to flush them off these angles and push into the bomb site cleanly.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea that they went for something there with the flash. They had Brolin try and peek the doors there as well. Once the short peek came in, see if he could catch the time, and just didn't work out. Still a small chance here, though, having 3 Deagles. If they can drop 1 or 2 players, maybe even steal away a rifle or 2 that they could save in this next round, it definitely could still be a relatively worthwhile round. It's not like they invested all that much into this. They'll get 1900 in the next. It'll give them enough to buy in a pretty good position on the majority of the players. Maybe JW will be a little bit low. Even then, we'll be able to get his rifle and a few nades behind it. But here we go. Eventually, this push does begin to come in. Nicely placed Molotov on the bomb site. That should flush JW out into a much harder position to hold from. Immediately back on the ramp. Still has a decent angle, to be fair, but that Molotov making it hard for Sunny to really see what's going on. Eventually, he decides to focus on flush it instead, and there it is. Aluid actually the entire time had just been creeping out of tunnels, so he comes through and cleans up from behind. But yeah, second round for ENCE. They only end up losing one player. They can be pretty happy with how that round went. But as I said, now Fnatic, they do come back onto this buy. They're going to have the rifles on everyone. If they wanted, they could have got like a glass cannon up on Golden, but I doubt that happened. Never mind. Okay, they go for it. I was doubting it, but they decided that they do actually want to give this a shot. What's the spawn like? It is actually pretty decent for mid, so we might see him try and find a pick early, just because they know, of course, that they're not actually up against an offer. Decides to play it safe, though. With this, he can solo B. So yeah, it's given them the opportunity to gamble stack long, which they kind of need with so little utility. But it might not work out, because right now, 3 players focused in tunnel.
ENCE putting the 4th in there as well. Heavy B control early, but they've left their doors open with Sergey looking at long doors. He's holding for any pushes and still giving them that opportunity to move in towards A a little bit later on if they want to, ensuring Fnatic don't get overly aggressive on any of these angles. But you can see Fnatic are pretty happy to play a super passive side. In fact, short is completely open, and at this point, ENCE could simply waltz on through to the A bomb side if they decided to. But we know, based on how ENCE have been playing so far, you'll expect utility to come through. They've heard the flash on short. Smoke's about to be thrown. This is where Fnatic should get a little bit afraid that they're going to leave that bomb side and have to go in for the retake through CT and long. But in fact, ENCE don't seem to want to take A. It looked to be selling that little bit of a fake, the smoke, to delay any further info from coming through on the A site. And later on, they'll be splitting in through middle where Crims has got a big task on hand.
Yeah, and unfortunately only able to get 1 kill before going down. Roland was nearby to give some assistance, but again, the trades are just available for Fnatic. They're slowing this down. They've dropped the bomb in mid, and Golden ends up coming out with a double on that AWP before falling. And the main thing being, as I said, that bomb getting dropped now in mid, that puts Sunny in a very awkward spot trying to actually retrieve it, working against the clock. And currently against that Molotov that Flush is thrown down to try and delay a little bit further, just using his utility, putting it down on the bomb itself, ensuring that it really is going to be cutting as close as possible for Sunny. And in the meantime, it's given time for JW to just wrap in behind on the B bomb site. Even if Sunny somehow was able to get that bomb and run back in time to start planting it, JW just does a free kill, and even then he doesn't make it in time. So indeed, Fnatic going to be able to snatch that one away. A great hold from Golden and just around mid in general.
Well, now that patches us up to a 3rd on the board. Fnatic not going to be in the best of positions economically, though, and we know ENCE have got the money in the bank to contest. And in fact, they end up walking into this round looking that little bit better. 2 SMGs making an appearance for the CT side. So despite losing the round, ENCE actually kind of end up in a better position overall. Looking for an early long push. Alu on his way in with the AWP. He's got a victim. And with Brolin falling, Fnatic are now at a bit of a disadvantage. They've stacked up heavy for that early long fight, but ENCE aren't looking for it anymore. They're happy to slow down the round, and so the CT side is pretty much in tatters here. The one benefit is that they weren't spotted as 4 players on long. Alu only saw the 1 player come around the corner, maybe the corner of the second, but that's only gives away the fact that it's a standard long hold, right? I think if they'd have seen those other players, they would have immediately hightailed it to the B bomb site, smoked off CT, and probably had the round over and done with by now.
Yeah, but knowing that there was still that long control coming in with at least a couple of players, they did make the decision to go and get that short control, which may just work out for them. I mean, JW does want to try and re-aggressor, which is going to be very dangerous. Doesn't hit his initial shot and decides to drop back down where he can get the help of Flusha, but still just trying to pick these up, not really been able to connect, and at this point, forced back into the spawn. Flusha going to be forced back over towards long. And with that, just going to have to concede this plant now. I mean, they're still in a pretty decent position in the 4-on-4. They have the op that can maybe try and pick someone off. They still have Flusha with that long control as well. It really comes down to these initial kills on short. And it's Sunny who's up close, who's able to find one. No immediate trades being found. JW, though, taking his time. Okay, gonna wait and see if anyone else will show themselves. Obviously, it's JW. He will go for the knife. Unfortunately, that's all he gets, though. I don't know. It's not like he could have done much better with the op once he shot off the first round anyway. Likely would have been traded on, but yeah, a little bit of extra money with the knife. Flusha, though, forced to just run away at this point. He's just been chilling on long pretty much the entire round.
I'm just going to be saving over there on long. The AK at least carried through to the next round, but like we were hinting at, that's a pretty big problem for Fnatic. Again, their money isn't going to be fantastic here. Flusha can probably drop one, but outside of that, I mean, you've got 2 players double eco. How do you want to approach this? You want to leave a weapon over to Brawl or Crims. Golden and JW force buy up. It looks like that's going to be the play. But still, again, it's going to be ENCE walking into this round with a huge economic advantage, and should they win this one, they're then up to 5. As Fnatic would have to take an eco. That's a huge play early on from them.
And something that they do need, as we said, coming into this VO in general, it has just gone a little bit of a tough way for them with Mirage and Inferno coming up next, 2 maps that, of course, Fnatic are very strong on. This 2 also being a map that they're definitely capable, so I do still think that this is going to be a relatively competitive map, but as you pointed out, this one, of course, just being the fairly weak force buy, 2 rifles are able to come out. A few nades, I mean, they're very, very limited, but they're trying to save what they can for a little bit later in the round at this point. And ENCE are taking their time because they know, obviously, they're not going to be up against the greatest of buys, but they are aware of the fact that they've reset the money, that Fnatic are going to string together whatever they can. And you never know what crazy sort of stuff they might be pulling out in this round, but already a little bit of contact now being taken around mid, Crims instantly being forced back off. That's really just given the room for ENCE to move forward and try and get that short control now for themselves. Just keeping a standard. I mean, we're not seeing anything too crazy from them early on. Just playing out these defaults, getting the control, and then using that to decide where they want to hit.
Well, so far it's working. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I like this from ENCE. They're not forced into taking any crazy plays like the B rushes. Although, I gotta say, with the exception of maybe G2, most teams just don't use those flashes above the B skybox. I think whenever you've got those faster plays, actually, that may be a lie, because I've seen a couple of teams recently, even when we were doing Pro League, trying it and missing some of the attempts. But it happens. It's going to be a split towards B in the end. They're already out on the bomb side here. This is a little bit risky. JW down below with the deagle in hand. He's good for 1. Picked up a rifle, but again, before he can get to use it, is dispatched with. And at this point, Fnatic should really be going for a save. There's 8 seconds, but it's quite likely the bomb gets planted. And Crims is the only one that can really stick around and look to force anything else out in the end. You're not going to want to retake in this situation. And those 2 rifles are valuable and unobtainable in the next round if you do lose them here. As we alluded to, Fnatic won't have any money.
Yeah, they're definitely backing away. Crims, I mean, he's low health, so I don't even think it's worthwhile for him to try and get any exits with the Deagle and Kevlar. I was going to say maybe he could have tried to steal away another weapon, but not really worthwhile. He likely would just go down without really being able to find anything. So he is going to also just try and bring the Deagle over alongside those rifles. And I mean, overall, that gives them a little bit to work with in this next round, especially if they decide they want to go for something maybe a little bit more aggressive, perhaps. So far, they've been getting kind of beat out on long a lot of the time. We already seen them try that short aggression once though with the pistol, so that's something maybe that they'd like to go back to. This time, obviously, having a couple of rifles as well. And before, they did only have actually Crims peek off the back of the flash. So there definitely is still a couple chances here for them to try and get something done in this weaker round. But overall, we are, of course, expecting, as you said before, ENCE to be able to get themselves that 5-3 lead, which is a great position for them to be putting themselves in so early here on this map, especially after, of course, going down by 2 rounds after dropping the pistol. And indeed, I think they are going to boost some players up towards short. Crims going over, Golden as well. Flusha actually entrusted over towards B with that AK, so he's going to be soloing on this side of the map. And it looks like we will find very quick contact here on short indeed. The head of aerial just about to pop up. And once it does, Golden should spot it. Has JW as well nearby, only having a USP though.
ENCE waiting for Fnatic to make a move this time. They know the kind of buy they're up against, and they know those 2 weapons were saved. It's about playing very cautiously and avoiding giving them any openings. They know the M4 now is over towards short, and so still looking to hit in towards the A bomb site. That's a bit of a curiosity for me. But I guess they suspect that maybe that AK is on B then. If they split the rifles a little bit, they'd certainly be right in that assumption. As Fnatic fall back to the bomb site, they've given up long control, allowing ENCE to claim that and look to move. Oh, I was going to say to move into pit, but Sergey's actually stuck out in the open. Talking about the open, Sunny just walks into B, which is now completely open. Flusha coming back in, spots the player, and sprays away to take him down and save the day. But sadly, Well, not actually that sad. He spots out no one else's B. That info then gives him the fact that it's probably going to be an A hit. Crims tries to push forward, can't get anything done. Golden caught out in the open in CT. Not a chance, and Flush is gone too. Well handled by ENCE. Losing one player there is pretty acceptable, especially as Sunny was trying to sell out a fake on the B bomb site and did so very successfully. That said, though, pushing around the smoke after shift walking through tunnels was probably a little bit of a heavy risk, right? When you know you're up against, at most, upgraded pistols for 3 players. I probably would have liked to see a more reserved push as a team, but I guess they also wanted to check out if it was maybe going to be an A stack or something like that. And losing the one player isn't going to hurt them much.
And it's just trying to go back to what was working for them earlier with this immediate long push, trying to get the control. This time actually sending the second player out to commit to it. And Aerial, with that assistance from Alu, finds a quick headshot. Sergey, if he can return this, should give them that full control. And in the meantime, Sunny has also just walked up short, so they've got this A bomb site already. Unless Golden from the spawn is able to pull off some sort of a miracle. And it does look like he wants the challenge quite heavily. The issue is just not expecting Sunny to be up close already. Brolin, he's just done. There's nothing that he can even try anymore in this 1-on-3. Without the bomb having even gone down already, he realizes that his only option is to just run away and save.
Yeah, absolutely. Brolin's got no real opportunities to get in for a 1v3. And again, the value of this M4 is to be called into question. You've got to bring it through to the next, because buying one up is going to be pretty damn hard, if not impossible. 6 rounds on the board for ENCE. They're certainly starting to allay any suspicions I might have had of them being at a disadvantage when it comes to Dust 2. Because I do want to see them up there. 7, 8, 9 rounds. 8 or 9, really, to be comfortable when they're up against Fnatic's T side. I think that's where these guys are going to shine and where ENCE could really face a big challenge. But the fact that they've gotten off to such a good early half, this is the foundations already built. And look at that money. I mean, bank accounts are in pretty poor, in disarray. For ENCE, look, Sergey's got 12.5 grand, 11 on Alu. There's so much cash right now over on the T side. It's going to be so difficult to beat them back now, right? Because ENCE, if they lose a round, yeah, no problem. They're buying up. Lose a second, still no worries. They're back with more. So Fnatic need to have consistent buy rounds. And on Dust 2, that can be really hard to do. Like winning consecutive rounds, you know, rifles versus rifles, 3 in a row before you break an economy. It's not the easiest of things.
Yeah, just in general, as you said on Dust 2, it can be difficult to just stop the momentum on the team, especially when they're on that T side once they get going. It's definitely tough, just because there's not a lot of different things you can try as the CT side, so if one thing isn't working, then it's a little bit tougher to swap up as it might be on some other maps, and maybe a little bit more limited in such in the actual CT aggression that you can go for, as already we've seen them attempted towards short a couple times. Right now, though, this is, of course, another round where Fnatic really don't have much to work with. As you said, ENCE are likely going to be going up to 7 rounds, which gives them that strong foundation, the ability to try and add a little bit more to it, even come out and potentially come out with a very strong half. But for now, we do need to see if they can overcome these pistols. I mean, 1M4, we've seen less do a lot more. And especially in the hands of Brolin, the man who was the MVP back at Pro League for Fnatic. A nice shot, a nice attempt, rather, nearly being found for Alu, as the player below him was blinded. It was a crazy flick, though, wasn't quite able to connect it. Fortunately, he does stay alive, that's the main thing, and gets a little bit of info about what was going over towards that A-bomb site, spotting 2 players, I believe.
And with 30 seconds left on the clock, ENCE have got no choice, really, but to finish on A. They're going to have to walk straight past the CZ that's up close. Flush it in the corner, looking to catch Sergey, but he comes out, trying to spot the info, and unfortunately he got it, but it came at a pretty heavy price. Crims has managed to pick up an AK here with the drop down by Aerial. That's a bit of a mistake. JW out on the Deagle, looking to catch them, but he can't. I'm being shut down now. The 3 players in CT look to do it, but tapping away. Sergey deals with, or with Brolin, excuse me. And the bomb plan comes through just in time. Crims has the AK, but he's stuck in the corner. Getting out of there is going to be pretty difficult. Luckily, Sergey's actually pulled back, so he's got a chance. He's running for it, hightailing it, and covered by Golden, he's made it away.
Yeah, Golden with this M4 probably also wants to retreat. I mean, it's still definitely recoverable from this point. 7 over to ENCE. If Fnatic can bring it back up to 7 or 8 themselves, I think at that point would still be feeling pretty comfortable. And being able to actually save over a couple rifles here, give themselves a as strong of a buy as possible in this next round. I mean, obviously with the full loss bonus, they probably wouldn't have been struggling anyway, but it still helps out, especially for Crims, as you said. You obviously can't get the AK yourself on the CT side. Having that one shot to the head ability is always nice. But ENCE again actually taking a relatively clean round. So that's one thing that probably isn't going to be an issue in this half, is the economy for ENCE. Because even if we do see Fnatic starting to take all the remaining rounds, by the time ENCE's economy was running down, they'd probably just have the loss bonus funding them anyway. So it's definitely a tough spot for Fnatic to be in. They really need to start picking up the momentum at this point. And we actually see a pause coming in from ENCE. A proactive one, I suppose. Knowing obviously that Fnatic are coming back onto the buy right now. They're just like, okay, this is an important round. Sure, we're leading 7-3. But if we take this, we could be leading way more convincingly. We could end this half potentially 12-3, and that is going to be their goal, because they know how important this map is. As we said, coming into this veto in general, most of the maps do look quite a bit better for Fnatic, on paper at least.
That's the thing. I mean, even moving on to Inferno, which is the better position for ENCE to play with, you've seen Fnatic play it 12 times and win 9, and that's against the best teams in the world. And considering ENCE's current form, there's not really there's no position in this veto I think could have went a whole lot better, unless ENCE maybe decided to leave Train and not ban it. But that was the only thing they were going to ban realistically, as Vertigo is taken out, obviously. So realistically, there's no way it could have went better. But I don't see a veto system that ENCE are happy with. Anything that switches our thoughts over towards thinking Fnatic are in trouble. But so far this start from ENCE has been pretty damn scary. Managing to pick up those 7 rounds. The opening's going 1 for 1, which obviously puts the T side at that little bit of an advantage. The weaker defense. Map's the same size, but he ain't got as many players to defend it. ENCE again looking down towards middle, having already made it out to get control. Their smokes are pretty low though, so they've got to be fairly selective with where they deploy these. Only 2 remaining. It looks like it will just be a smoke in towards CT and a push up B ramp. Not even sending any players through tunnels at the moment.
Yeah, this is an interesting approach. I mean, there's still a bit of utility towards B also to try and delay this. They have one smoke that they can put down towards the door. Allow them to focus maybe more so towards one of the choke points. As now they will begin to move forward indeed. I believe just being spotted there as well, so they caught it over. Golden ends up jumping up, taking down Sergey with a quick headshot. For the moment, though, they aren't really aware of the fact that everyone is coming in through mid, so you can see they're both kind of just hiding out. Golden was more so focused on the tunnel. At this point, realizes that there's at least one more player around that mid door, and actually lines them up as they try and come through. That's the bomb getting dropped, leaving it all on Alu, who they do know is back towards mid. Already taken one with the up, but I think he may be limited to that. Actually gets the leg on Golden, but he's just running out of time. There's 14 seconds left. He's pressured, of course, to just try and push in with his pistol out, and that is an easy frag for Golden. 4 for Fnatic. They're finally able to pull another one back for themselves, but as we said, 1 is not going to be enough. Ideally, they need to start getting... well, ideally, they want all of the rounds that remain in the half if they really want to be feeling happy going into that second half. But just in general, they need to get at least 1 more here before they drop one. Obviously, they can't really put a dent in the economy of ENCE, but they themselves not having really built up any money. If they were to lose this one again, would probably just be looking at an eco. And that's unfortunate. Roland's gone. Straight through the smoke, straight through the gap of the door. Alu is just like, yeah, you got 1 round, but that's it.
Where's Flusha with the opening onto Aerial, backing off immediately, looking for the site. Finally, an opening that's not answered back on. Fnatic, man advantage. And ENCE are going to have to claw this back. JW goes out for the peek, and he suffers. Sergey takes a bit of damage, but that's from his teammate. And down goes Flusha. Out of nowhere, Fnatic are now behind in the round, locked out of the site as the bomb makes its way over, and a plant comes through. Short and long control goes towards ENCE. Fnatic, I mean, this was working out so well for them, but JW getting taken down for free just left the bomb site player with his pants down, getting split in from short and long. And I mean, really, we should be looking at a save yet again. The money isn't great. These 2 rifles need to be dropped over to Flusha and JW later on, but these CTs are going forward. Fnatic don't want to give this one up.
Yeah, they want to. As you can see, Flash goes in to give them some sort of an opening. Sunny's the man who's holding off from long and is the one who takes that first point of contact, and actually does find the kill. Golden only able to return 1. At that point, he was already just backing away, though, trying to save what he could. That was an interesting round. I mean, Alu got the kill straight through the smoke on Brolan, who was crossing over, who unfortunately is not having a very good game so far, and definitely is a player that you look towards for Fnatic to be up towards the top of that scoreboard. But I think the kind of idea there from ENCE was when they just kept pushing A, I think they figured that maybe having actually killed Brolan while he was crossing over would potentially pull a second player towards that mid/B side of the map, which I don't think was exactly the case. Crims was still down there. There was one player that pushed up on short, one fighting aggressively towards long as well. So Fnatic were kind of just challenging everywhere that they could, and despite those couple of openings actually being pulled back, it does just collapse. And at this point now, ENCE, they want to switch it up. They're going for a straight up B rush, and they're not finding anything so far. Sunny gets one, and they are aware that there's another player on the bomb site. Unfortunately, though, Golden playing around that smoke snatches one away, and at this point, he's just trying to waste as much time as he can to let his teammates rotate in.
Sunny's got that bomb, and as soon as the smoke fades, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. 3 players all around him. He's going to go in towards CT. Didn't quite catch the angle down below, but he sees JW now, catches a play in the window, and he's looking for the second, but JW escapes just to get domed a second later. They know Golden was on the bomb site just a few moments ago, and so off to A. What a round by ENCE. What a turnaround. And as Golden starts to move down, he's flashed. He has no idea Alu's still waiting here at the tunnels. As the bomb makes it onto the site, steps being made by Golden. Alu should be hearing them. And going out the doors in just a moment. Sunny knows he's there. Move back towards short where the bomb is planted for him. Again, Fnatic off to a decent start. Well, a fantastic start, really, but one individual play later, and they're behind. Golden spotted Sunny, but here comes the swing from Alu. Can't be expected to be in that position that late on. And 9 on the board for ENCE. They've already done it. They've won my favor for this map. They certainly look like they can bring it across the line, even despite Fnatic's solid T side. And again, look at the money. The CTs have got nothing to play with, and a pause comes through. Long has it been awaited?
Yeah, I mean, the issue is that they can't really focus on this round anyway. They're most likely going to be, okay, we buy a little bit in this one, we try and put up a fight, but most likely ENCE do get to 10, we come in with the guns in the next round, and try and salvage a 5-round half at that point, which wouldn't be the worst CT side. They definitely still could recover from it, especially with a pistol win. Suddenly they could bring it back up to 8 rounds or so. But just right now, I mean, I'm surprised by how strong ENCE have been playing. Fnatic have been just looking great in general online lately. Obviously, being able to win out Pro League, also then during the European closed minor qualifier, also doing fantastic. If I remember correctly, I don't think dropping a map throughout that. So I'm kind of surprised at how flat they are looking so far here on Dust 2. Definitely not getting the individual performances that we expect. I mean, Brolan, as I said in that last round, at one point was 1 kill and 9 deaths, was able to redeem himself there with a couple eventually coming in, but we need to see it obviously in these rounds now where it matters. Fnatic looking to try and salvage a little bit on the CT side, and this could be a chance. I mean, X7 pinned in that corner, will be naded. Fortunately, it's Counter-Strike. Loads of other little nades don't come out with that nade, so he just survived.
A little bit of a dig. And not the biggest fan of Reyes, Dean, are you? Although you play her a lot.
It's because you steal my characters.
They took her characters. JW with an opening. Alu's down. The molly to try and stop them from taking that AWP, but Ariel knows there's going to be some players close. Bit of pressure on lower as well, and JW's made it in and out as quick as can be. JWP back towards the bomb site where he looks to hold down. Blocked off by the smoke, but he might catch Sunny coming up the ramp now. He decides to bail off the angle. Moves in towards the CT spawn. Saving this off in the next round would actually be huge for them, but another kill comes through. Now the game plan changes. It's time to go in for this potentially in a 4v3 with an AK in hand. It's definitely winnable, and it looks like long control is what they're going for, but X7 hears them. He knows there's at least 2 out. Catches a bit of damage, and he can just wait here and get a crossfire. With his teammates, no, he challenges again, even on low HP. ENCE might just be throwing this one away.
As you say that, though, I do realize Sergey has a fairly confident position. Unfortunately, not able to actually get that lineup like it looked like it was possible, and now it's all on Sunny. Everyone's tagged up heavily, but there's still a decent amount of time at this point, and Brolan just runs in with that AK, gets the headshot, and I believe does just about have this defuse. It's going to be extremely close, though. I'm slightly clenching. Oh, he doesn't have it. It was so close. I couldn't tell. I actually just couldn't tell it was that close. That is very unfortunate, and kind of fortunate for ENCE, because, I mean, they nearly let an eco slip away.
Yeah, well, by 0.001 of a second, they just about managed to win it. I wouldn't call that a win on a normal day, but at least they've managed to get double digits, and they've still got the cash to invest here. Fnatic only managed to save forward the AWP as well, so some pretty big impact coming through by the CD side, but a shame they didn't manage to get their 5th on the board. I mean, that should have been theirs. And ENCE, double digits, 8Ks and up. They move down through middle immediately and open that up, leaving Brawlin to hold down on B by himself. He's being split. 4 players coming in through the CT spawn. And as he looks up above in window, he, oopsie daisies, catches Alu, but is immediately traded out. And although normally they would be saving this, Fnatic have to go for it. It's the last round, and look at X7's position. This could be dirty.
Yeah, at the moment, just really trying to hold off this rotation as long as he can. And with this is here, and I believe all of the footsteps at this point. So he's allowed for his entire team to just focus in. A flash comes through. It allows for Sergey to get that initial frag on the up. Follows up with a second. The next 7 did pounce there in the middle as well. 11-4 for ENCE. I mean, there's a few fairly close rounds in there, but overall, they were pretty dominant on those gun rounds. Especially the ones that they did win. I mean, even the ones that they dropped to Fnatic, as you have a look back at the scoreboard, normally Fnatic only surviving with a couple of players or so. So we never really got to actually see Fnatic get going. And a reminder, Fnatic at one point were up 2-0. They won the pistol. They were able to take the round off the back of it. Once the guns came out, it was just all ENCE.
Yeah, I was saying towards the start of this, I wanted to see a good T side from them because Fnatic looked pretty dominant when they swap over to the attack. But at the same time, man, this is a little bit exaggerated from ENCE. It's insane. 11 rounds on the board. They're having their way with Fnatic. And again, we were wondering about map picks when it came into it. Dust 2 seemed like, you know, it's a map ENCE play, at least. It's certainly one that Fnatic play. ENCE have yet to get their win on it, but I think, what was it, 16-4 they lost to Godsent a month ago? I think it was exactly 1 month ago. And that's obviously a pretty grim finish for them. But still, being able to bring things over to this position where they are just dominating, I don't think many people would have predicted it.
No, I definitely wouldn't have. Just from what we've seen from them lately, more so what we've seen from Fnatic, just because they've been looking very, very good, especially with the online stuff that we've been seeing lately. But yeah, I mean, I was thinking ENCE, okay, we'll probably get their normal selves. I'm looking forward, obviously, to seeing what they can do once they do have Yampy in what tournaments, whatever he's going to be playing with them. But at the moment, this 5-man here is looking very, very cohesive. I mean, they just slapped Fnatic around in that first half, pretty much, if I'm going to be honest with my words. Not meaning, though, Fnatic can't come back and do the same. I mean, it is the T side of Dust 2. As I said, once a team gets momentum going, it can be pretty difficult to stop it. So there's nothing to say that Fnatic can't come through with just as strong of a T side, potentially even stronger themselves. So I am looking forward to seeing if they're going to be able to redeem themselves a bit here. If not, I do still think that we're going to be seeing that 3-map series at least.
Yeah, the thing for Fnatic that concerns me is the fact that we saw them get ahead in so many rounds. You know, the 4v3s where they were getting at least a 1-for-1 on long, grabbing the opening pick on short, and then all of a sudden, ENCE just waltz in, big plays being made by the likes of X7, by Sergey, and things just fell apart. The Fnatic with man advantages, with solid holds. I mean, look at the round that happened over towards B, where they had Sunny, I think it was, with the bomb trapped in the doors. That round was pretty much a foregone conclusion, and all of a sudden, he pulls off a 2K, sneaking through the doors, an angle they should have been aware of, and pulling the round completely back. It's concerning to see them just let go of so many leads, and hopefully we don't see that coming through from them on the T side where they get to dictate the pace of the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, there was that one. There was the one with the very, very near defuse that was maybe a couple milliseconds off. Just all around, there was a few chances for Fnatic that they definitely did let go. Not all of them being their fault, such as the defuse, but right now they're actually just going to straight up rush B. I mean, not wanting to go at anything too crazy, keeping it simple and just looking to try and hit their shots. And so far, they are actually managing to do so. Brolan, Flusha, and Crims all joining in. It was actually Flusha, I believe, finding one around short there. May have been in mid as he was holding off the rotation, but leaving just 2 players now for ENCE. Sunny and Alu trying to come in. They do have a kit. They have a flash. Thrown both of them over, but unfortunately not finding any openings off the back of it. So Sunny already being dinked up, looks to fade away, but that's not going to be allowed. They don't let him run away and save that defuse kit. A convincing pistol round comes through from Fnatic, and that's what you need from them. The issue is, though, that we even seen them pick up the pistol back on the first half, get the second round as well off the back of it, and they still weren't really able to do much then. As soon as the weapons actually came out was when they started to fall flat. So I'm hoping that we see a little bit more from them. If they can take this round convincingly, if they can come into that first gun round and show us something good, then perhaps that's when I could start believing that the comeback could be a reality.
Yeah, I don't think winning this round is going to really puff us up with confidence, right? ENCE just on USPs. They 5-man stacked on B. A lot of danger here for Flusha. He's got the Mac 10, so some money-making potential, but no kills found. Immediately, though, they're going to start pushing A. They realize there's at least 3 players there in tunnels. Brawlin's a bit late, throwing the molly down, but he's spraying them through, and almost the ace to come through. Still, a second kill for ENCE. I mean, overall, this is a pretty damn good round. They invested nothing, and they walk away with 2 kills. I'll take those odds.
Yeah, no, I don't think they're going to be upset. And so far, JW is not connecting the scout shots like he's been trying to. Eventually, we'll get it. I mean, Brolin was very, very close to being able to pick up the ace right there, which, I mean, even Brolin being able to get the 4K there for himself, just as a little bit of a confidence builder, is definitely something you need to see. Because as I said, at one point, he was 1-9, now 11-12. So getting his own score up, maybe now he can start feeling himself a little bit more. And also, since he's on the T side, obviously, with a little bit more freedom, this is perhaps where he can step up and be what Fnatic do actually need to make that comeback a reality. As we said, though, this is the round that we're looking towards to actually see if it's going to be possible or not. If they can get this first gun round, I think that's when a lot of people can start believing, okay, yeah, they definitely can make this happen. So far, though, just taking things slowly, nothing too crazy coming in. I mean, we've seen ENCE many times just rushing straight out towards long. Fnatic not really going for anything quite as quick, instead just splitting up, waiting to see what they can find across the map, feel out the defense, and also see if ENCE were going to try something maybe a little bit riskier coming into this round. Not too likely, though, obviously. They do know that the utility obviously going to be an issue also, so I guess trying to run down what they can.
And that little bit of control for Fnatic down towards short, something they seek quite a lot. Spreading into defaults and then late hitting this is very common for them. That's a much more aggressive molly than what we normally see. You're usually going to see them start to move down, throw their smokes out on short, and then spread out into taking the later control. But because they've given up long at this point, it's probably not going to be an A hit. Usually we see from them, if they don't have that control towards long, at least one player lurking outside of it within the first 50 seconds or so, they're going to be hitting over towards the B side or just single committing through short, which is far less common for them. And immediately there, they're opening it onto Sunny. That's a brave push by Sergey. Another player swinging out. ENCE are taking this defense very proactively, and it's working for them. X7 in there with one, looking for the second on the side itself, but couldn't get it done. And so a 2v2, but the bomb is still left to be planted. Alu catches the kill, in fact, as Brawlin trades, but look where Aerial is. He's already on the side, and I don't know if they're fully aware of this. Looks like the suspicion was in, and Brawlin with the headshot to close it out just in time. Sub 10 seconds left on the clock. 11-7. And Fnatic keep it rolling. Again, the CT struggle for cash.
Yeah, Brawlin's actually managed to go ahead and boost himself into the top fragger role right now. Nothing too crazy considering no one's really fragging like a madman over on the side, but a strong gun round, strong 3K there, and the clutch from Brolin. Nice attempt though. Alu actually been able to deny that player jumping over, and then of course having the quick flank through tunnels. Could have been the end of that round. Fortunately, Brolin did expect it. A nice flash was placed over, and as you said, this round here, probably not going to be too much of a fight from ENCE. They have a few pistols being upgraded a little bit more than we've seen from them earlier on, to be fair, when they did actually get some damage with just the USPs. So you can never count them out. This time, though, not really going for anything as crazy. Instead of going for any sort of aggression, instead just stacking up towards that B bomb site and hoping that they will have a couple people push in. And I mean, Flusha, he does go scouting. The thing is, though, he spots 3 players. So at this point, as you said before, as soon as that stack is spotted, we're going to see the T's just immediately rush it towards the other bomb site. And they've gone ahead and taken both long and short control again, which makes it quite difficult for the CTs to try and attempt that retake. Although I don't know if they want to hold short. Yeah, it looks like Roland is going to stick around. Needs to be careful. He's actually got spammed through the smoke.
Prims is tucked in a pretty good position. The only problem is if he falls at that point, ENCE managed to pick up an AK long control and the possibility to really get back in there, but no kits. Now they've lost those two, so it's just going to be playing exits here realistically. Alu moving forward with the Mac 10 in hand. He sees nobody on long, but he's not checking his close corner. Oh, Crims, not another one for Fnatic. He's got the patience, the discipline to not go for it as he swings through for the kill. Ariel's just going to hold outside of doors, and I doubt they exit here completely. It looks like JW's thinking about it. I mean, he just cleared close with the AWP as well. That's not really the weapon I'd want to be committing. If he had died, if Ariel was stacked up close on that box, that could have been an AWP saved over. No one could have traded. That was very, very risky.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it definitely would have helped them out because they're actually going for a double op setup. I was going to say Alu gets his op all right, but it is a bit limited without the helmet, which isn't really a necessity when you're on the CT side, but also nades could be a little bit better. They could have some kits. So it definitely would have helped them out, but it's still a decent buy here for ENCE. They are looking, of course, to try and get something going here on the CT side before it really does begin to get out of hand. One positive being, though, Fnatic really aren't building up quite as dominant of an economy or as strong of an economy as we've seen from ENCE in their early rounds, so there is still definitely some chances here for ENCE if they do pick up a round to immediately put a dent in that economy. Right now, though, good damage already being found by that op initially, and then Golden trying to creep out mid ends up getting caught by X7, who I believe is just playing around a smoke. So this is looking much, much better. Indeed, ENCE with those ops, not only finding a kill, but also tagging down 2 players relatively heavily. JW is just actually going to walk straight up mid. Right now, Fnatic just trying some wild things, realizing they are in a very difficult spot. JW somehow not able to connect that shot there in the CT spawn, and it's actually the flank that I wasn't even paying attention to that comes in and just immediately cleans up. Roland being so low, can't even afford to try and trade it. He's just left hiding in the corner, and by the time he does peek, Alu is ready to come in and help his teammate out.
What a huge flank coming through from Sunny. The double kill essentially leading to the third. Flusha catches Sunny continuing to aggress though. Looking into T spawn, poking the beast. The Flusha is eventually taken down by the long range AWP shot from Alu. And with that, ENCE finally get back on the board. A really, really solid aggression coming through from ENCE. You could see that they were being conscious of it, right? I think this is something you can read into. If you see a team on their T side being aware of certain pushes, whether it's on train and they're over committing towards holding Ivy at certain points. ENCE here on the T side, they always had a man. Even when they were going to hit B through a mid split, they would leave Sergey outside of long doors on A. This is the kind of aggression they like to push for. And there's the flash going above B. I like it, but the molly slowed them down, unfortunately. Yeah, once you focus on defending a certain part of the map more actively than maybe most do on your attack, it probably means on your defense, that's where you like to get aggressive. I think that's certainly played through for ENCE there.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it looks like it definitely, of course, is going to be that B commitment. I was going to say, the thing is, are ENCE going to give them many openings? And yeah, both of them just kind of swing on the tunnels. That's a very peculiar thing to go for. Sunny right now playing around the smoke, unfortunately not going to be given any chances either. Brolin just spams them down to find another opening yet again towards this B bomb site. The round is over. I was very surprised that they all just decided to swing right there. All 5 players were ready, just holding the tunnels. They didn't really have any info about what was going on elsewhere, so I guess the goal was try and maybe push into tunnels, see if there's anything going on. But obviously, as soon as those B players go down, then no one's able to rotate over quickly enough. At that point, you've definitely lost the bomb site. It was only the one man who could really do anything, and even then, ideally, you didn't want him pushing in the 3-on-5 on his own, but he had to try and make a play happen, and once it doesn't, the round is immediately over. For surviving as well for Fnatic, looking a little bit better in this one. 9th round going to be found, and obviously ENCE again with the loss bonus being at least 2,900. They will still have a pretty decent economy here, so they will be able to buy, especially with the 2 weapons being saved over. If they want, Alu can drop another secondary op as well if they want to rock it again on Sergey. So it's still going to be a decent enough investment here, but Fnatic slowly but surely are building their way back into this map. And as we did say, this is the map choice of ENCE. Coming up next being Mirage. It could be a little bit of a struggle for them.
In the past, at least, ENCE managed to take Mirage, as we were saying earlier on. That was 6 months ago. But Fnatic, I think it's fair to argue, are a different team now than they were 6 months ago, just by a tad.
Online as well. Fnatic online have been looking great.
Oh, look at this push coming out early on from Fnatic. Sergey makes it around the corner, goes out to try and answer back, but he can't find a kill. They've lost long control. But it isn't the worst. At least they've already managed to aggress up here with Alu on the other AWP, looking to catch a bit of short aggression from Fnatic, stealing away that bit of control. But Fnatic leaving Brolin down in the pit. He's just holding down there as the rest of the team looks to retake mid. I think Alu might be under a little bit of pressure here, especially as he's used so much utility. That's a very nice nade. Does 30 damage to JW. It could have been a little bit better, especially when you're dealing up against the Opper. 30 HP off isn't going to make that much of a difference.
Yeah, it's certainly not the end of the world. It may stifle the aggression just a little bit, especially wanting to avoid any sort of utility that's been thrown in. But overall, it definitely does leave Fnatic in an overall better spot right now in terms of the health. Sergey just chilling around on mid, so nothing crazy right now in terms of the hold going two towards either side of the map. They actually have 2 players pushing in through tunnels, so that should find them quite a bit of info quickly here to work with. The question is, how quickly can they actually react to it now? Because already this commission is getting ready to come in from both short and long. Golden finds Aerial up close. Actually, Flusha being left to hold the lurk is going to be able to get one as well. And now it's all onto just one man around this bomb site. And even then, he's been forced back down into the CT spawn. Unfortunately, not able to get any vision over the smoke either, but they will still look to try and work in together from short. X7 finding one gives a bit of an opening. And to be fair, only now has the bomb managed to go down. Issue being they only have a single flash in terms of the nades, so that's all they really have to try and create some space as they move forward here on short, and it's unlikely Fnatic are going to give them any opportunities to find these openings. I mean, they have one player on Goose, one on the ramp, who can just hold the crossfire with each other for once the push did actually come in close. They also then have a player over on the long corner who can help out too. So they just weren't given any opportunities. ENCE realizing that are like, okay, we have to just back away and save again. Full loss bonus in the next round. With that, we can manage to scrape out a buy. Sunny can buy for himself. We can drop Aerial and Alu. But it's 10 for Fnatic, slowly but surely. I mean, they definitely have begun to look a lot better on this D side, and they're kind of flipping the script at this point. Not implying there is a script, because people on Twitch chat will take that wrong. I love that. I'm always like, that's not what the script says. Hang on.
It's just our own little interpretation of how things should be going.
People.
But definitely, this again feeds back into what I was saying earlier on about ENCE and their CT side. Well, not necessarily their CT side, more so Fnatic on the aggression on Dust 2. This is where we saw them make that, bridge the gap up against Navi and Katowice, as I was saying. An incredibly dominant series against one of the best teams in the world as well. So for Fnatic, this is definitely their strong suit. And a fast push out B. Hello, Flusha. Jumping up in the air and taking X7 out. Jumps again to avoid the shot of the op. And that will be the plant coming down on B. There's utility absolutely everywhere. This is the problem for ENCE. They've got to go save, really. Unless they get offered an opening very, very quickly. When you push into a round that quickly, Fnatic have got a lot of util. They have 2 mollies. They have 2 smokes left. They can keep you out of B for a long time. And they have an op, which is just fragging onto Alu. If they lose the site, maybe a minute in to a push coming through, maybe a split, then you can try and retake in a 4v5. I have no quandary with that at all. The issue is when it happens in the first 10 seconds, what have they wasted? 2 smokes at most, really? Few flashes. They still have mollies. They still have smokes to keep you out, to run that clock down and make sure you don't get a lot of advantages. Playing exits here for ENCE was probably the best opportunity, but even still, there's so much money for Fnatic. Even though they've lost 2 players, buying back up will cost them practically nothing. And another round on the board brings them closer to equalizing, and again cements the fact that their T side is a huge, huge hurdle for ENCE to overcome. One that so far that CT side hasn't been able to do. And now I think this is the ideal time to call a pause, because they can talk about the strat for this round, how they want to run it out. And in the next, their money isn't going to be fantastic, but with the loss bonus, they will still get a buy up. But I think that's then when things end. Fnatic win this one and the next, then there's no money for ENCE, and all of a sudden the T side are running away with the game. So better to call it here and be safe.
Yeah, you don't want to let it get out of control. I mean, the only pause we'd seen from ENCE so far was when they were up 7-3, I think was the score at the time. So, I mean, it definitely makes sense for them to call one now that their lead is actually beginning to kind of slip away from them. Only having that single round so far kind of in the middle of what we've had from Fnatic so far here, which is a very strong T side. And again, the only positive at the moment being that they do at least have that full loss bonus gone. So with the fact that they've been able to save for these last few rounds, they've always been able to bring over a couple players, continue to get these buys. So at least they're not being bounced back and forth between the half buys and the full buys. But I mean, that doesn't matter if they're not able to actually do anything with these weapons. As you said, though, that previous round was a little bit unfortunate. I mean, as soon as they lost one player on B without having anyone else nearby to rotate in, it was pretty much over. And you can see in this round, that's kind of forced ENCE to stack up a little bit more towards that side of the map. They have 2 players in mid, 2 in the B bomb site already. And it might be the correct decision, because for now, Fnatic, again, are pretty much fully focused towards these tunnels, apart from 1 player back in the spawn.
I'm curious to see where Fnatic's endgame is here. Stacking up early in the tunnels and not getting a whole lot done. They spread out. Nobody spotted on short either. ENCE are playing this one super tight to their chest, which again shows how important of a round this is. Leaving short completely open, knowing Fnatic are not the kind of team that are going to just shift walk up through short. If anything, especially without long control, they're going to be going in for executes. They're going to be smoking on the corners and then actually moving forward, making a lot of noise as they do. But it looks like it's going to be B in the end. They've got their smokes for door already thrown through the roof of the B skybox, and the spray's coming in. X7 finds a kill, but they refocus. Fnatic starting to move in towards middle as they take down Alu, and now they're going to come up for a split a little bit later on.
Oh.
This is dangerous, but there's 3 CTs on the side. What is the push through from Sergey, though?
Yeah, that was a very dangerous push. I mean, they had a chance there to try and hold off the choke points together. They had the smokes down, I guess, feeling like they needed a kill before the T's begun to actually swarm the bomb site itself, but it did kind of end up costing them. Good work by Crims. They're closing that out with a quick headshot on the up. But yeah, honestly, I was really worried for Fnatic there because there was 3 players still on the bomb site, which I didn't think Fnatic were going to be expecting at all. There were smokes down towards window and door. I think tunnel was smoked off as well. They have 3 players. They can all focus on a choke point each. And of course, a bit of utility coming over could have destroyed them. So I think that's maybe why ENCE were feeling pressured. They were like, okay, we send Sergey out. If he can get 1 or 2 kills quickly, then there's still 2 players left on the bomb site. They'll probably only expect 1 more at that point. We have a good chance to hold it down. But it backfired. Sergey fell immediately. Fnatic, they take themselves a 12th round. And hence this time, having the fully buy up, it's not really going to be quite as strong as we've seen before, having actually not saved over any of the weapons. Instead, the 2 ops coming in, Sergey already being tagged down. There's a FAMAS in terms of the weaker weapons. Very little utility, no defuse kit if it does come down to a retake. Lots of weaknesses right now for ENCE in this buy. It looks like there definitely is a chance for Fnatic to go ahead and try and get themselves back into the lead for the first time since round number 3.
In quite a while. But for ENCE, I think there's a lot of pressure mounting. I think they're starting to get that little bit scared. At 12 to 12, they're not getting any access on the CT side. And again, if they lose this one, you're on 14. Fnatic are bombing ahead, looking to do the same old strat again. Like we said on the ENCE side, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it's going to be a push in towards B with a split through CT. Molly lands a little shy, but it's not too bad. A big hold has to come through now over towards this site where Sergey is already lit to 2 HP, and very quickly both players fall. That was a bit of a lightning round. Brolin continues to aggress through the smoke to eliminate Sunny, ensuring that they save even less. And with ENCE having no cash, this is so valuable for Fnatic. They can afford to lose all the rifles they have, but if they take them out of the hands of ENCE, that is a worthwhile trade at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the economy there. Brolin has just been ridiculously confident and aggressive throughout this entire T-side. I mean, in the early rounds, rather, he was just willing to rush straight out long, was swinging past the smoke to peek straight up towards the A-bomb site and everything. And just now, I mean, just willing to run through smokes time and time again, just chasing people down, no fear. And as you said, they are indeed trying to see if they can take away these 2 remaining weapons. I don't think they'll really be able to do too much, though, unless they continue to peek on the ENCE side. Although, as I say that, there is still a couple of seconds for them to close in the distance, so indeed Alu has to face up initially. Okay, managed to get himself the second. We'll see Aerial as well being able to actually shut down the long doors push, so with that, they do manage to survive over and retrieve a second op to give themselves now in this round. So, a good opportunity. I mean, ENCE, unfortunately, not going to have the greatest money, of course, behind these 2 weapons, so we do see, again, a pretty limited buy, and they are, as you said, actually most likely just going to be conceding over the 14th, or that would have been the case, at least, if they hadn't got 2 ops to work with in this one. So, I mean, there's definitely still some chances here. The question is, what are they going to go for? Are they going to keep it standard, or are we maybe going to see them take some sort of a gamble, perhaps push somewhere together, stack up one of the bomb sites, as we've seen before? Or is it just going to be what we're seeing now? Nothing really too crazy. Couple players up close long, 1 player pushed up on short, and then kind of just standard with one player towards mid and 1 up close on the tunnels actually at the moment. Oh, that shot is connected. Unfortunately, not getting the kill. JW though being tagged up heavily, very early in the round.
Could help the pistols to close it out, or indeed Aerial, who's holding down with the UMP on short. The up spread out here. Sergey is looking to move forward. The nade pulled. He might just make a move on the back of that. Flusha could be in trouble, but Sergey's a little slow. He's being spotted, and the spam almost finishes him off. Flusha got the discipline not to overpeak, and as a nade lands on top of Brolin, the health of some of these Fnatic players is definitely going to be a big play or a big factor to come into play as they push through to short. If Alu finds this first kill, the remaining players are both very low, and that could be easy for Aerial. There it is. 2 kills coming through. Sunny with another on the P250. JW's got low HP, and he's the last alive in a 1v5. And Fnatic, this was their round. It was for free, Dean. Pistols for the most part, and yet here they are. The Ops not even playing that huge of a role. They lost it to the UMP for the most part. JW's got to pull off a 25-second 1v5. He's been flanked out on long as well, and now he's mollied out. So that should be the end of the round, and Alu seals it with a nade. That is one that ENCE had no right to win, and even if they were going to have some heavy impact, you would have imagined Alu and Sergey with the Ops would be the ones finding the kills, but in fact, an Op only accounted for 1 frag that was found.
Even then, though, I think the fact that Alu was able to do that initial damage onto JW, putting him down to 20 health, just making them feel like, okay, we do have to be a bit cautious in this round, I think that was very, very impactful. Den also, of course, finding 1 kill for himself. So, I mean, yeah, you are still correct, though, that it is very surprising that the Pistols are able to get so much done in that round, considering how much ENCE have been struggling even on the full buys. But we do see that a lot of the time. I mean, when you have those Pistols, obviously you can feel a little bit more free. There's less pressure on you. You're not expecting as much to come of the round, and perhaps you kind of just do something a little bit more risky. Obviously, risks, they sometimes backfire, sometimes they pay off. But this is now a round that ENCE do need to continue trying to actually build up some rounds with. Haven't got that previous one, great. But Fnatic, they had a pretty strong economy, so they're able to rebuy back in, and they're looking to try and just shut ENCE down here before they can really get any sort of momentum going. If they're able to just immediately pull them back onto another potentially weak buy in the next round, wouldn't be quite the case because of their money. But it's still not really a position that ENCE can afford to be in. Taking a slow though right now, Fnatic looking like they will just approach up through short. And I think ENCE, having lost B so many times already, have actually decided to go for a little bit of a stack in this round, expecting Fnatic, I guess, to go back to what was working so well for them early on in the half. For the moment though, not really the case. Just getting that short control, holding to wait and see if any aggression comes in around long or around tunnels. And it does seem like eventually they probably will commit this towards A.
Fnatic definitely looking to barrel on forward. Guessing we're seeing this is a similar smoke execute to what we've seen before. That last one's a little bit late, so it delays them moving forward. Golden, the first man in, looking for contact on site, can't find it. Alu picks off one with the op, but he's forced back to long afterwards. We've seen Fnatic do this quite a bit, but usually they're going to have a little bit of a long split later on with Crims and Flusha, but they decide against it this time, just fully committing in with such low time. Oh my god, Flusha. What was that on the drop down in CT? He's just taking down Sergey and Sunny. But yeah, this time, because there was so little time, they don't want to be pushing in through long late and risking the short players falling, losing the bomb, and leave the round. JW with a double as well. Man, X7 sat here wondering what the hell went on. Fnatic with a very convincing 14th on the board, provided X7 doesn't have a spin bot.
I don't think so.
You never know.
Not that I know of. I mean, maybe he really wants that 5th spot. Who knows? Crims, though, comes in, gets the final kill. That was heartbreaking. I said exactly what ENCE needed. They needed that round. It doesn't completely destroy their economy just because of the fact that, of course, they had won out a weaker buy just before that. So obviously that allowed them to get some weapons, minimize the investment in that round. But it's not a good position to be in. Sure, they win this one. They have a chance then to still come back, try and get a 16-14. But Fnatic will still have enough money for one more buy in the reserve. So it's going to have to be a couple in a row for ENCE, which, as I said, we are yet to see from them. And at this point, ideally, they can't drop another round if they want to get that win in regulation. And right now, Fnatic, as always, just feeling so confident. Crims actually being the man to try and lead that charge out long. Unfortunately, he will get caught. Ariel slowing him down during his B-hop, able to make it a very easy target indeed. And that is ENCE finding themselves the 5-on-4 very early into this round. Fnatic at least been able to get some short control for their efforts. They are still on the back foot for the moment, and you can see because of that, they are taking some gambles. Brolin actually trying to challenge towards A, ends up getting dinked up. And that's the risk. I mean, if it worked out, they'd be back in a 4-on-4. They'd have probably a favorable position. Instead, Brolin gets dinked, and now they're in an even worse position than they were before. That is the nature of the game. Brolin, he does at least take the up. Bogdan. Now they're going to bring it towards B. Especially with a player heavily tagged up, I do feel like this could end relatively poorly. They are going to leave Brolin around mid, though. I guess just scoped in so we can try and pick off one as they rotate.
Well, that means you got a lot of pressure on those players pushing out of the tunnels. Up above, easily done by Sergey. Spraying them down, almost taking a 3K. And with that, ENCE quickly deal with them. I mean, that late push through tunnels, it's a bit of a gamble. As you saw, sometimes gambles don't pay off. Now, Fnatic coming into this one, they've got to buy, but this is going to be the end of the road, really, for them. If they lose this, ENCE probably take the map. Going on to Mirage, where ENCE have won in the past, considering a pretty dominant T side from them here as well, you would definitely not be feeling too confident being Fnatic in this position.
No, I don't think either team is going to be feeling very confident at this point. Just ENCE, especially because they haven't chained any rounds together. Fnatic, though, just because it is 14-14. I mean, it happens all the time where you get so close on these comebacks and do fall short. Not the Fnatic in general, but just in CS, it is a thing that can happen. And it's always going to be there slightly in the back of your mind. But for now, I mean, as I said, they do still have that buy. But it's, if they lose this one, really, where they're out of money, ENCE could be in a similar situation in the next round. So this could be the round that decides it. I mean, the loser of this one going to be fighting for an overtime with a very, very weak buy. Or at least a lot weaker than they would want it to be. Right now, though, Fnatic taking their time. I think they did maybe want to try and see what they could find on towards B initially as the round begun, but not really been able to do too much apart from a little bit of damage onto X7. So for now, they are going to be taking a little bit of time to advance through lower tunnels, try and get that short control for themselves. And for the moment, we're not really seeing any aggression from ENCE. So they should be able to find it relatively easy.
Problem is that yet again Fnatic have to go in pretty much blind, having not played very aggressive themselves. I love this though, the bomb going long, the smoke down in CT, that's going to keep the three-man stack towards the B bomb site and make it so much easier for these guys. Golden carefully giving the bomb to his teammate so as not to make a sound cue, but the nade comes in anyways, and it does a lot of damage. Back turn, Golden goes out too early, the flash timing was horrible, and Fnatic have lost the bomb on long. Sunny cautious in crossing over on middle. He knows they could be lurking around. Flush is gone. And with that, the round. 12 seconds left. 1v5 again for JW without his AWP this time. And he just hasn't got the time on the board. ENCE taking themselves a 15th. And that was so messy as well. At least he doesn't die after time, but that's about the only positive for Fnatic. I mean, the flash was so late. The player going through the smoke with his back turned. So much went wrong for them.
Yeah, that's the issue. I mean, obviously splitting your forces, trying to get both the control on both sides is ideal, because you do want to be getting the control so that you can pincer in on the bomb site in case there is anyone in there in a spot that they can hide off. But the issue is then, obviously, you're splitting up your force a little bit. You're relying on two different groups to have success. And obviously, if one of them doesn't, then the plan is very likely ruined. And that is what happened. So ENCE, they do manage to find 15. They managed to get themselves map point finally. I mean, it took them forever to get these 4 rounds on the CT side. But now they have a really good chance to actually try and close it out. I mean, Fnatic aren't going to have the worst play we've ever seen. But as I said, coming into this round, whichever team lost that previous one, they would be definitely limited. They'd be scraping it together, trying to get whatever they can. It's given Fnatic 2 scouts, a Tech 9. Golden, does he have a weapon on the ground? Currently rocking a Glock. Is there... Yeah, I think there's a Deagle there on the ground under his feet. Yeah, eventually we'll pick that up. So, as I said, not the worst, but this is the chance. ENCE, they should be able to close this one out and take their map choice.
The possibility is certainly there. Indeed, the probability. Ariel almost gets taken out on long early on, but dodges the scout shot. You could hear it whistle past his ears. As ENCE maintain that control, you can now see the rotate coming in to stack up on short that little bit more, play on the bomb site. Fnatic have got a lot to do, still in spawn, looking to catch something with the scouts, but ENCE know they don't need to go aggressive. They know the kind of buy that they're up against, and realistically, you're not going to allow the attackers to grab that opening duel. There's no need to overextend. And Aid's not netting them as much as previously in towards mid. That Molotov's going to disrupt them, actually, quite a bit. Can't even cross over towards short safely enough. 1 minute on the clock. Fnatic not really spotted anything out just yet. Scouts still seen on the bottom of middle. Looks like they'll be grouping up and again looking to move into short. They've still got 3 smokes to play with. Plenty of flashes and 2 mollies. So crossing over, let's take a look at the A site defense. Alu should be pushed back in the second by the flashes that come over the smokes, certainly, but he almost gets an opening for it. Usually when Fnatic set up for those smokes, they've already got one down at the close box. This time they decide not to do it, and you see why that's not really the best of ideas. They realize that the CTs are onto them as Golden falls to a nade. The rest of the team split up to B. X7 holding down, and Sergey, they've got to stop them here.
Yeah, Well, X7's ready. Already getting one. Follows up at a second. Sergey going to be able to help out. And it's JW, who didn't have a weapon for a moment. Trades out to that M4, but left with 14 seconds. 4 opponents. And at this point, having the reload as well now as they're all pushing them down. It is just impossible. 16-14 for ENCE. They are eventually able to get the victory here for themselves on Dust 2. But very shaky.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to map number 2. ENCE taking on Fnatic on Mirage. We are ready to rumble with what could be the final map. ENCE on the verge of victory if they can just take this one here. If not, we'll be heading over to Inferno. My name is Mitch. Alongside myself for this wonderful series is none other than the beautiful Dean Brown. And Dean, what do you make of ENCE's chances coming into this one?
I mean, if they can get off to a good start, who knows? It's definitely possible. We've seen them get that previous map despite losing both pistols, but I do think this is definitely going to be one that favors Fnatic. Right now, though, ENCE, I like that they've gone for this aggression. They've pushed one player straight through ramp. That's Aerial, who's already flanking behind the top of mid very, very early on in the round. The question is, will he make it in time to actually get a lot of impact? I believe that's the bomb he was tapping away at. Actually, indeed, dropping the bomb around. Delpan, Sunny going to be able to pop out and take JW under the window. And with a couple of kills having come in elsewhere in the meantime as well, suddenly it's all on Flusha. He's left lurking over towards A. I believe he was just chilling in Palace, waiting to see what he could find. I think they were trying to get maybe one up in the window and split on towards the A bomb site. But as I said, that flank just completely decimating them. As soon as the bomb was dropped, the other players all had to try and turn their attention, go back and retrieve it. And everyone from ENCE just swung in through mid. Oh, and Flusha. He had a nice chance there to maybe try and catch one off guard, but gets absolutely wrecked by Sergey.
ENCE being off to a good start here is going to boost up that morale a little bit. Remember, the previous map was close, but at the end of the day, Fnatic choked in it towards the end. We saw them with certainly a poor first half. 4 rounds on the board by the end of their CT side. And now coming into the attack here, we want to see them with the same flourish that they had on Dust 2 for at least the majority of that second half. ENCE, though, should be shutting them down in their tracks here. Just a few pistols for Fnatic. They've got a Deagle, everyone else on Glocks. And so realistically, especially with 4 M4s, ENCE have even future-proofed themselves here. X7 is the only one I'd expect to go super aggressive. They shut down that mid attempt very, very quickly.
I mean, that's pretty much as expected. We didn't think anything was going to be found there from Fnatic. They didn't have any investment. It's only now that they actually pull out the rifles. And this is where you need to see them getting going early on. Because as I said, back on the previous map, we actually seen them win both of the pistol rounds. With that, we've seen them getting off to a relatively decent start in both halves. Obviously, not really the first one. I mean, they went up 2-0 and then kind of got the stride for a little while. But ENCE, of course, now having actually the chance to get the economy going early, not be the ones who have to fight back in on the first gun round. They can just try and build up a very strong lead here in the beginning. But the rifles for Fnatic trying to work out towards mid. They have a bit of utility, and for the moment, I mean, ENCE can't really challenge this too aggressively. It's only Sunny who's trying to stick around towards window. Fortunately, gets dropped by JW, and with that, Alu, who was also considering having a little bit of a peek out at connectors, realized that he can't really afford to stick around. At this point, Fnatic getting themselves both a man advantage and also this mid control. They've set themselves up in a great position for this A split, which seems to be the goal.
Yeah, definitely. You can see the players in on the ramp and Palace as JW picks up a second opening. Brims gets challenged. Sergey had to try to seize a bit of map control. He couldn't stand out there in the open on Palace, but not a lot done. And with that, an MP9 to retake, not ideal, and that's going to be all they've got left to work with. X7 in a pretty difficult 1v5, arguably, despite the low HP of Prims and Flusha. And just sitting down in the kitchen, hoping he gets hunted a little bit. He'd love to pick up a kill, hopefully carry a rifle forward, but even that is going to be quite difficult to do. The players that are hunting... Actually, no, the players that are hunting him are low. Flusha is the one furthest aggressive up there moving into kitchen, and he's 34 HP, so X7 would shred him to pieces.
Yeah, most likely. I mean, Fnatic really don't want to be losing any of these weapons. It's not too worthwhile. Obviously, they don't know exactly what X7 has at this point. They don't know that it's just an MP9, not a rifle or whatever. But they're giving him a chance. Oh, he's going to go for the knife. Is he going to be spotted? Apparently not. Doesn't realize there's a player towards Van at this point. Yeah, Flusha had creep past, so unfortunately not able to save his weapon, but he gets a knife kill. I mean, it's a nice little boost of economy. Unfortunately, still not enough to give them the full buy in this round. So most likely we can see the half investment come in here, maybe some pistols and such, but okay, now they're going to go for it. I mean, X7 dropped an up over to Alu, takes a Mag 7 for himself. They have an MP9 again coming out as a little bit of a weakness, and then a couple of rifles. I mean, this could be a lot better. They have the one kit, at least nades are okay on a few players. But this is risky. If this one doesn't work out, then there is a chance for Fnatic to try and snatch away that lead. But Alu did find a quick opening. Despite going down quickly, at least the weapon, of course, being retrieved by Sergey as well, so the op is still in play. So that's not a bad find early on, considering, of course, I mean, they have the weaker weapons. Being able to trade it to a 4-on-4 just make it a little bit easier.
Look at Ariel's aggression and underpass. He's caught one. Crims goes down. B's now clear, and they're going to spot that out. Ariel continues to progress, and that info should be communicated now. Although we're not seeing anybody rotating too fast. X7 just continues to push forward, although having a Mag 7. He obviously wants a little bit of an upgrade. He'll hold down in the apartments while Ariel starts to rotate in towards at least Kitchen to be on a faster swing into the A-bomb site. Sunny, I think, has heard steps coming out of the ramp. And as the shot rings out, he looks to Palace, catches Golden, flushes low, and naded to death. JW in a 1v4. He's been pretty successful at opening up, but seems like again and again we're seeing him in this series in 1v4s or 1v5s. Yet to get one on the board successfully. And they've left the bomb in T-spawn, which obviously doesn't help a whole bunch.
Yeah, there's absolutely zero we can do unless serious mistakes are made by ENCE. They'll just kind of start rushing him and such. So he's just chilling in connector at this point. If he's not given a kill within the next couple of seconds, really, I guess the goal at that point would be to save. It's a little bit risky. I mean, he knows obviously ENCE don't have too much money themselves, so there's a good chance that they won't really try and expend too much time and effort actually trying to hunt them down, because they ideally want to try and keep the 4 alive that they have right now, just so they can start building up a little bit of money, so they can drop over to Alu. Obviously, he'll probably get the op off Sergey, and then Sergey will be able to reinvest himself into the rifle and nades. So indeed, JW will be able to carry on over with his AK. With that now, he can drop over to Crims or Golden, who are both a little bit low on money. You'd imagine it'll go to Crims. He could buy for himself again. Brolin and Flusha can also afford. Golden could go for maybe a Galil, get some utility out as well. So this can still be a very, very strong buy for Fnatic overall. But again, it does kind of give that opportunity back towards ENCE, where they are now the ones, of course, who can try and really start building up a very strong lead if they are able to get this round. With that, they'd be able to put Fnatic down onto an eco for sure, unless again some weapons are saved over. But it is pretty much the same vice versa, where ENCE obviously haven't really built up too much money themselves, because they had to buy all the nades in this round. As we said, they had like none in the last round, even in the beginning.
There's definitely some challenges coming. If ENCE manage to lose the round, then things do get shaky. The boost up in the apartments immediately doesn't spot anybody, so they know that, at least for now, B is clear. They push on forward to confirm that. We've seen in Palace by Sergey either. Fnatic just playing again, this one quite slowly. They like to run down that first minute or so, but at least for a moment they were favoring in towards A. I think Brolin just going back to throw over smoke, and then he'll go rejoin his teammates as they look to split out. They've had success here in the past, although the previous round, obviously they got slowed down a little bit. But they lost their mid and their B control. I think that was well, a huge issue for them. They're running into A players that know they're coming. The utility was used up. Now with 40 seconds left, they'll 4-man push out with a late underpass split. A lot of danger for the A players. There's still smokes in play for Fnatic, which should be coming over. Although they're just dry peeking all the angles. Flashes through. Sunny's away. He's away in the brain. Just staring out a connector and gets domed in the side.
Yeah, but I was going to say, Ariel had just been hiding in the back of the bomb site the entire time. How the hell is he able to get Golden? I have no idea how he didn't go down. Fortunately, Brolin eventually comes through with a nade to finish him off. But this is actually giving some hope to Alu. I mean, this is a 1-on-2, a much more winnable position than it was just a few moments ago. Unfortunately, not able to actually flush that connector player with the Molotov, who was up on the close left side rather than the right. We did also see one player in jungle who's now just dropped around into connector as well, so that they can play the time on the bomb. And Alu, realizing he doesn't have a kit, is like, okay, I can't do anything about this. But that was a nice effort from Ariel for sure. But overall, Fnatic taking the bomb site, taking the round, and probably forcing ENCE onto the eco in this next one. I mean, again, though, in a tough spot because they have X7 and Sergey, who kind of are on the double eco. They wouldn't really be able to buy in this next round either way, so they may consider the force buy just around the up here again. But it's not going to be all that great. I mean, wouldn't really have any rifles unless Sunny was maybe willing to drop one over to a teammate who could get Kevlar and perhaps take a pistol or something in return. So, I mean, it's one that they definitely are considering. And yeah, I think they're going to just go for the eco. I mean, they get 1900 in the next round. Sergey, as I said, and X7 both will be a little bit low, but maybe they could go for slightly weaker weapons, get the nades and such out anyway. But we should be seeing Fnatic off the back of this taking themselves a third round, unless Alu can pull off something miraculous. And he is being boosted up on short, so perhaps he can catch one off guard. But no, Brolin expects it. I'm not even sure if he could spot him. Either way, just spamming through and getting the headshot.
And the opposite lead's going to be carried over by Aerial to try and do some more damage later on in the round. Goes up into the apartments. They'll get a challenge on a JW in just a second. Good connection. There's a rifle to be picked up by his buddy X7. But I think we might just be saving those two, as ENCE are in a bit of trouble on the A site. Sergey all by himself with a USP. Maybe if he had an M4, he could have made it work for an epic play, but this time it's just going to be a bomb plant for Fnatic, and with an AWP, with an AK, no armor, no kits. I think it's probably time to save these. Just play that nice and safe. Aerial's got the idea, although X7 is sticking around to play some exits on middle.
Surprisingly. Very, very surprisingly, because as I said, I mean, there is two players who can't afford to buy perfectly in this next round, and X7 is one of them. So if he gets this AK, that is a massive help. I mean, rather than at that point being stuck on maybe a UMP or some sort of SMG, maybe a FAMAS, and just a few nades. Instead, you'll get the AK, you can add Kevlar to it. He has a flash there already, so we can probably get a full set of nades, maybe a kit behind it as well. And at that point, of course, only leave really one player on a weaker weapon in this next round. So indeed, oh, it was looking like he was going to save it. I didn't realize Flush It had just actually wrapped all the way around through spawn. Fortunately, they do at least save the up, so I mean, it gives them a little bit extra. Alu with that drops over a rifle to Sergey. X7 is like, oh, okay, I'll buy for myself. He was so close to having an AK, and now he's on an MP9. That must be sad.
Just seconds away as well.
I see people asking for the custom player crosshairs. I don't think that would be a good idea. Some of them probably have crazy crosshairs. Wouldn't look great on stream. Also, different resolutions. That's the thing with crosshairs. People use crosshairs, then they look different on different resolutions. Ooh.
Fnatic with an early push down mid. Look at the position Brolin's in. He almost got Aerial mollied out. No spray behind, though, so Aerial's safe to bail out, just losing a lick of HP.
I'm surprised Brolin didn't just run through the smoke. He's been loving that so far.
Yeah, maybe a little bit risky this time. Didn't want to take the chance. Especially not with the financial position of ENCE. Giving away this round is giving away a second as well, really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. I just meant by how he has been playing so far. We've seen on Dust 2, he was just running through smokes and killing everyone. It was crazy. Not implying it would have been a good idea. Definitely wouldn't have. But right now they're taking it slow. I mean, they've got this mid control, so they're not really pressured too much. They're waiting to see events, maybe try and take a peek around mid to see what's going on. Maybe they can capitalize on that finding and opening, and then with that commit towards a bomb site. For now, though, they definitely are focused on A, obviously, leaving just that one player who's pushed up a little bit towards the B apartments to maybe try and sell out a little bit of a fake. For now, though, JW isn't really making any noise, I don't believe. So I think his goal may be more so once some pressure shown towards A, perhaps try and peek out, see if he can kill that rotator and just make things a lot more difficult in general. But now, indeed, he is beginning to throw some Molotovs down, having been spotted by X7 and at this point mollied off as well. He really can't do too much anymore. I think they realize it is probably just that one player. They haven't pulled any rotations from that A bomb site, leaving still ENCE in a pretty decent position to hold this down. The issue is now it's actually all on Aerial, and he's been mollied off on the ramp as well. Brolin, though, tries to go forward, immediately being dropped. Alu gets one elsewhere, and suddenly it's all on Crims, and even then he's stuck out in the open, so nothing to be done.
Nice and cleanly done by ENCE, moving back in there. And Fnatic, like we said, not going to be happy giving that one away. This, especially with 4 players left alive, puts ENCE in a really good position to future-proof this economy. And the 4th on the board, the buy is going to be not that big of a hassle for them. And as Fnatic delve deep into their economy, they're still going to be left in a bit of a rough spot. They can grab an AWP. I think one player is going to be struggling for something. And yeah, JW down there on the Deagle. They've avoided the off this time.
It was a bit unfortunate. I mean, you could see the idea behind it there. They didn't have any control for the afterplant, so Brolin tried to peek in towards ramp. But as soon as he went down, then they were just screwed because Golden and Crims were just stuck on the bomb site. So that was, unfortunately, a kill that was necessary. Just the Molotov, obviously, he was standing close to it, so it's actually quite hard to see through it. Right now, though, we're seeing a little bit of a different approach. Yeah, X7 decided he wanted to try and push up on short. Ends up getting completely slapped by the Deagle of JW. This push also then trying to come in towards A now. Fnatic looking to try and pounce off the back of that opening that they did find around mid. And so far, not trading out too badly. Brolin actually catching the back of Sunny. That one surprised me a little bit. that gives them the chance now, if they wanted, I was going to say, to try and maybe bring it elsewhere. The issue was the bombs dropped back towards ramp. Brolin's now gone as well, and JW's actually decided to go in towards Palace. So at this point, he's playing, I guess, to see if he can try and get a couple, try and actually just get these couple kills that are required. Stepping out and retrieving a Galil, making quite a bit of noise. There's obviously a player under Palace who didn't really want to peek out immediately and risk being dropped. So they do indeed let him retrieve that bomb, but there's still probably not too much that he can do with it. They obviously heard him beginning to run back. They have a player already cutting in through underpass who'll be able to hold that apartments push. So Aerial indeed in a perfect position. JW not even taking his gun out, trying to sprint it there as quick as he could.
Yeah, he had spotted the player over towards jungle, but hadn't been seen by him, so I guess just didn't predict Alu to be underneath the wood. How could you? Ultimately, what cost him the opportunity of taking that round. With that, Fnatic end up in a position where they can't buy, where ENCE have built up a little bit of cash, and they're now looking to double that bankroll. If they survive here with all 5 players, things will look pretty damn good for them, although Sergey is on an SMG. But Fnatic coming in with just Eagles. Well, I say just Eagles. You saw what JW did with them last round. He was actually pushed into a pretty bad position. He went out mid with a bit of utility just to hold that control and maybe late push down towards connector, as we've seen him do in the past. A nade came in, then a molly that pushed him out of position, so he was forced into the fight that X7 was ready for and still managed to deagle him out of this planet. Now you got 5 deagles in play. Who knows? Maybe things go your way. Nice deep nade. Actually doesn't do that much as JW, who's been an animal with the deagle, starts to move on forward. Spots out X7. Or not just yet, actually. You might have seen him as he crossed over. You certainly heard him, but his teammates are skirmishing in towards middle, and JW's hoping that means that ENCE go for a little bit of apartments aggression. If X7 does budge forward, then that should be a pretty free kill. JW tucked in the corner.
I wouldn't imagine X7's really going to get aggressive right now, though. Right now, just because of the fact already that they, of course, do have a man advantage. They know Sergey's slightly tagged up also. They know that they're up against a weaker buy. It's not needed, although this is a little bit of a risky spot. He doesn't eventually take that peek in and spot out JW and Roland, and has a very easy time just taking down those Cavalarless opponents, as you would expect. I was going to say it's a little bit dangerous if you're playing a cluster. If he had a waited, if all 3 players would push in at the same time, if he gets the first kill, sure, but then, of course, there always is the chance, especially against Deagles, for them to try and get that quick trade, and at that point, maybe could have overrun the bomb site. But it does work out. X7 making it look easy, and with that 6-3, I mean, ENCE, they're in a good spot right now. They could definitely still make this a 2-0 game at this point, and I definitely wasn't expecting that on Mirage. Just 2 was kind of a map where I was like, okay, they've picked it. They're definitely going to be coming into this capable. We weren't expecting such a strong first half. They almost let it go in the second half, but they've come in here on Mirage and immediately got back into form despite actually struggling to close that previous map, so that's a good thing to see.
It absolutely is, keeping up that strong performance. To be honest, I very much count ENCE out of this series from the start. Even with the way the maps went, like we said, it didn't look... It's definitely not a good position for them overall, although there was no veto unless it included a train maybe that could have looked better for them moving into a map. But they certainly impressed us on Dust 2. That 11-4 half was undeniably dominant, and they're looking to make a very similar affair happen here on Mirage. Like we said, 6 months ago, they beat Fnatic here 16-7 on Mirage and DreamHack Malmo, but that was 6 months ago. A lot changes, and Fnatic are a very different team in the world standings than they were then. As we move in towards this buy round, number 10. Heavy stakes on the board. If ENCE can find this again, no money for Fnatic, but that isn't vice versa, as ENCE have got that bankroll built up. Alu with the opening. That helps them out a massive amount, and he's got a third, locking down short. And this is a disaster for Fnatic. So little cash in the bank, 30 seconds left, bomb down on short. In such an important round, it looks like it's going to go to ENCE. Despite Flush's kill, they've got to make a lot happen, and Alu's looking in towards the apartments. As the last player moves forward, Crims hits the floor, and 7 on the board for ENCE. What a start this has been for them. Not just in the early half, but in this half in general, they're already in a pretty good position. Now with what should be 8 on the board.
Yeah, and Alu's been performing really well. He went 23 to 15 back on map number 1, plus 8. He's up there towards the top as well right now alongside Ariel, who's also having a pretty good game. And I mean, for ENCE in general, just no one's playing bad. It was the same on the previous map. The disparity between the top and bottom fragger was only 7 kills actually looking here, but then there was 3 players ranging between 18 and 19 as well. So everyone was contributing. That's the case right now here as well on the CT side. And again, we do see one player actually having a very slow start for Fnatic, this time being Golden, who's 1-9. It was Brolin who went 1-9 back on Dust 2. So it's definitely not helping them out. I mean, yeah, it's an issue to having that one player who's always starting off slow. Obviously, Brolin did redeem himself then in that previous map we've seen once he got going was when they made it a competitive second half. But they need everyone to step up right now to push in towards B. Just the pistols, obviously, in the hands of Fnatic so far. Not really finding much success. It's one player up close on the bomb site, and he's been able to delay for a very long time. So pretty much the entire DCT force is here to try and hold this down. But hang on, the pistol's getting the dinks and the kills. It gives over a chance. Crim's expecting that Apps flank as well. Obviously, with Ariel already having gotten one, but unfortunately not able to connect the shots. That was winnable. I mean, they gave Crims the chance there to get the 1v1s in that 2-on-1. If he had got that quick headshot on Ariel in the apartments, the final player, then only at that point beginning to actually push out a kitchen. But ENCE do get the round, despite it being a lot closer than they would have hoped for.
Definitely on paper, that should have been a pretty convincing round for ENCE, but it does mean they take a little bit of a hit to their economy. The upside of it is they've got plenty of cash in the bank. Look at that, 12k still on Ariel after buying into this, 10.4 on Alu. They managed to save the op as well, which has obviously boosted that or minimized their losses a little bit. And with Fnatic moving on forward, they're looking for a fast A hit. 1 minute 35 left on the clock as the smoke start to move forward. Nice opening by Sunny, though. He's cut off JW, who's been predictably coming connector every round. Sergey there with another, as they now just look to hold down passively. We saw Ariel concede any control on the side. Alu, though, doesn't expect Brolin to already be up close. And that could be the opening they need. That's significant map control that Fnatic now have in towards the CT spawn, and despite a man disadvantage, they've also managed to retrieve an op in the hands of Brolin, looking to catch the connector players off as they move forward. Ariel shows himself, and he's down. Golden with another, and all of a sudden, Fnatic are in the lead. Bomb planted, Brolin ready for that peek, and just like that, it's all over, and Fnatic pulled themselves back up by their bootstraps to 4 rounds. Still, though, ENCE do have the money to buy, so it's not the end of the world for the CTs, and they are in a pretty good position. But they definitely wanted to do more damage there, Dean. I mean, look, Fnatic have still got a bit of cash in the bank. Had they have taken down an extra player or two, it would certainly look a lot more viable for them to end up on at least that double digits.
Yeah, I mean, this could still be a pretty good half for Fnatic. If they bring it back to even 6, if they could get 7 especially, at that point, then they're in a really good spot. So it's not over yet. Fnatic definitely still can recover. And that previous round was definitely down to Brolin. I mean, pushing into the spawn, having the man disadvantage, knowing that they needed some sort of control, they needed something to pull them back into the round. And as I said, he was the man on Dust 2 who was being incredibly aggressive and was finding them those openings constantly. So to see him being able to actually do it again here on Mirage now on the T side is a good thing to see. Can they replicate that performance, though? Because as you said, ENCE, they do still have a full buy. It's not over for Fnatic here yet. They need to try and get this one if they really want to start having an easier time picking up a few more rounds. And that is a big opening yet again. Sergey close ramp goes down. Now you can see Sunny, for the moment, being held off by smokes, just trying to see if maybe he can spot someone around this gap. But I don't think that's going to be possible. Molotov, though, down on Golden. Combining with the spam, maybe could have done some damage. Unfortunately, nothing really substantial at all being connected. So the bomb, it will go down. I was going to say in the 5-on-4, but Alu has managed to snatch away 1.
Brolin being sneaky. That flash doesn't fully blind him, but Sunny had his knife out trying to get over the stairs. Brolin gets a double, and Fnatic again miles ahead. Alu trying to get back out there, and despite their low HP, he's got the op. Can't really take advantage of it despite the first kill. Time is low, and as he moves on forward, he spots another. Has to go in for the defuse now. Smoke dropped. Flush has got to dive down there and try to shut him out. He missed the spray at the start, but eventually connects it. Despite it coming kind of close and Flush it dying in the end. Fnatic are up on 5 rounds.
Again, Brolin just doesn't care. He was, what, 9 health there? Got flashed in through the stairs, ran down, ended up catching the first player off guard, and somehow got a second. That was more so what surprised me. Nice try by Alu, though, as well on the retake. As I said, though, now with that, the economy of ENCE finally has been kind of run down into an awkward spot. They've still gone for the buy and got what they can here, but it's not great. I mean, they have 2 M4s, they have 2 MP9s, a scout in play, and it looks like they do want to go for something a little bit more crazy. Just going to push straight up mid, and again, Brolin just straight up short, so he's actually going to bypass a couple of them. Unfortunately, his teammate's not going to be able to do the same, so we do see ENCE actually finding some opening picks. They had no idea, I don't think, that Brolin was up short. What a shot! How the hell does Alu hit that? Gets another as well. Follows up for the second headshot on Flusha. Was he still mid-air when he got that first kill? It literally just swapped to him. Yeah, I wasn't sure because it swapped to him swapped to Alu while he was in mid-air. And I just seen the kill come up. I was very confused.
I think he just landed on the window ledge, but even still, that's just nasty. Using it in such a skirmish playstyle. 9 on the board, ENCE, Fnatic. Not a great buy. I talked about ENCE not looking likely to hit double digits, but it looks like they've got something else to say about it. No op to play with. At least that's an upside for Fnatic. They've got utility as well. Looking for the mid control with 4 players. Sunny might move above this smoke to try and help out on any sort of control here. That Molly's going to miss it as well. They're not going to check close right, not for now. Nades going through Molly's as well, but Sunny's completely undetected in such an aggressive position against this kind of a buy. This could be dangerous for him. He's got to find those kills as they move on through. Swinging out a little bit wider to try and, not leave, in fact. Forcing him even further, and he finds the kill, but it's time to leave. JW is going to push as soon as this smoke fades, but in comes Alu to save the day, and great mid control by ENCE. A 4 versus 2, and the bomb left on top mid with no way to really get down it. That's nasty by Sunny onto Flusha, spraying away with the pre-fire as he had to leave from the molly, and Crims, he's been on top mid this whole round, and he hasn't seen a single enemy.
Just chilling.
And not killing.
To see if anything will come his way. Yeah, not killing. Well, I wouldn't include killing in chilling. If you're killing, you're probably not chilling, you know?
That is true.
Here we go. Oh, almost managed to actually get that. Must have heard the little jump up on the ledge. But unfortunately, as we would expect in a 1-on-4 for Crims with just the Deagle, he isn't really able to get anything done. 10-5. You said ENCE weren't going to hit double digits. You definitely jinxed it, so they do hit double digits. All the Fnatic fans can go ahead and tweet at Mitchman and say thank you for jinxing it. But it's still doable. Fnatic, they had a poor first half back on the previous map as well. They were able to then bring it back relatively decently. That was actually when they only had 4 rounds as well. And that obviously was on the CT side of Dust 2, I believe, that they were only able to get the 4 rounds. They then started coming back on their T side. Now they're on the CT and Mirage. Maybe they can get going here as well. Shows a similar performance. My issue is, though, that Brolin right now is actually performing really well. He's 14-11. He was the man that we needed to step up in the last one because we did have other players, including Flushit and such, actually fragging relatively well. Now no one is apart from Brolin. So that is just not good enough. Crims has had his moments. I mean, Flush has had a couple of rounds as well, but overall, they're not really stepping up to the level that we expect of them, which is not the case for ENCE when we have Alu on 16, Sunny on 15, Ariel on 13, and then both X7 and Sergey also on 8 kills each, contributing when it's needed.
Having that nice tight performance is certainly going to help you when you move over towards the T side as well. If everybody's fragging, then here you come. We've already seen from ENCE that their terrorist side can be a little bit scary when it comes towards the more pug-orientated maps, and even one that Fnatic were very comfortable on. Mirage, I'm not saying that it's a bad map for them, but so far it's been a damn disappointment. And both of their first halves have as well. They've had it on CT and T now. 4 rounds on Dust 2, 5 rounds on Mirage. I mean, I know we say that each of these maps are like, if you're going to make a comeback happen, Dust 2, Mirage, they're probably the places that are going to be more forgiving to having a weaker start, especially if it is the CT side. You know, if you're playing a train and you get 4 rounds CT side, well, yeah, good luck. But at least here, it's a little bit more open as to how one-sided or defense or offense-sided it can be. There's different interpretations by different teams, very puggy. But, I mean, 5 just isn't enough. Realistically, it shouldn't be, certainly not with how we've seen ENCE play so far on the aggression.
Yeah, I mean, 5 is all right in itself, but as you said, with just how ENCE have been playing, it's definitely worrying. But yeah, no, I'd say a Mirage normally 6 rounds is kind of what you're aiming for on that T side. If you get that, you feel good enough. It's not like a great half. It's not a terrible half. That's normally where you feel relatively comfortable. A bit different the back on Dust 2, where I think it can kind of flip which side you kind of have favor, just because it is a bit of a more even map. It kind of depends on who really gets momentum going. As I said, there's not too many options for swapping things up. But here on Mirage, anyway, I don't think Fnatic's done too terrible of a job. I mean, ENCE getting 10 on their CT side, rather, something they can feel comfortable with. As I said, 9 on their CT side and 6 for Fnatic would have been kind of the middle ground where we're like, okay, both teams have a decent half here and it could go either way. So I don't think 5 is the worst. But of course, we do have to find out as we come into the second half now, as the pistol is about to go live. And if Fnatic don't pick up this pistol, that's when they're really in trouble.
That's it, really. You can't let it slip away. There's this small possibility that the second round could see a little bit of a bounce back, but that's more so when you're on the T side, right? And you're getting a bomb plant in the pistol. Then you can bounce back into round 2 and really dominate. But right here, if Fnatic lose the pistol, things kind of do start to fall apart for them slowly but surely. Not even slowly, quite quickly. In fact, with 5 rounds on the board, there's not a lot of room for error moving into this half. They want to start it with a little bit of dominance. Let's see if they can do it here on the defense. Their Dust 2 was underwhelming when it came to the CT side, but in just 10 seconds, we're going to get to see what they've got to work with. 0 utility, zilch for the CT side. More importantly, no kit. So they cannot allow this bomb to go down. They've got to be winning heads-up Angels, and so far that's been something that's kind of missing.
Yeah, I mean, there's been moments. We've seen it from Fnatic, as you do, of course, know all of these players are more than capable. But they need it right now in this pistol round if they want to start making that comeback a reality. And right now, at least, they do have a relatively decent setup around mid, with players pushed up around the ladder room, window, and connector. Unfortunately, though, Ultra and Face not really with each other either. It allows ENCE to just take some easy frags. A couple of headshots already being found. At this point, they've gone ahead and got a couple players up through short, and the B-bomb site is completely open. I believe they've sent the bomb actually back through under so that it wouldn't risk being taken down. And they even have a lurker. Sergey, we've seen him back on Dust 2 as well, always being the man who'd be probing around the opposite bomb site, just making sure that he's always a nuisance. The issue is they don't clear short at all. Flush it allowed to just tap away for ages with that USP and find 2. And how is this happening? Fnatic are recovering it. It's suddenly fallen all onto Sergey, and they know he's back towards that A bomb site, and Crims just wrecks him. What the hell?
Well, listen, you don't need a kid if you don't let them plant. Simple
It took way too long to react to Flusher, though.
Well, hey, look, maybe they were understanding of the series we've got here. They know it should be a tight, competitive one from start to finish. If it's not Fnatic 2-0ing, it should really be a nice, meaty best of 3. And I just want to give them a chance, you know? Put on a show. Why not? That's probably not it, but...
Yeah, no, probably
I
not.
want to give them an excuse, you know?
I don't know. I guess they just didn't realize where they were getting shot from. It was obviously a USB, but it just took a while for anyone to really look back towards short. I mean, the first 2 players he killed, I believe, neither of them looked at him, and I'm pretty sure he was shooting for a good while. So it was a bit of a strange round, but for this one anyway, we do expect it to be pretty straightforward for Fnatic. Up against only, at this point, 2 upgraded P250s and then 2 Glocks, with already 1 kill being found around mid. And it seems like ENCE already haven't actually lost that 1 player in mid. Just all going to group up back towards the A side of the map. They have 1 player in Palace, 3 of them towards ramp. And the goal here being to try and get the bomb down, maybe get a couple of kills if they can. But Mirage is a very difficult map to do that on, if you don't have any utility especially.
Oh, look at the spray coming in from Brawl, and it's just easy money, really. Yeah, you're only up against pistols, so it's not like Brawlin's the best player in the world because he made the play, but it's all about that cash dollar. And he's gotten a hell of a reward for the UMP he's bought. Winning up that round, closing in the gap on ENCE. The question is, how are they going to play this one? You're already seeing decent investment coming in. You've got an AWP in play. Do the SMGs upgrade, or at least does Brawlin? You're already investing on Crims, on JW, down to the point that they're not going to have cash, so... I think realistically, I would like to see Brawlin with a rifle just to ease over that gap, but okay.
As you said, yeah, Crims and JW would both be double eco, I guess, in the next round, though, so it would still allow them to get 1 or 2 rifles out on the other players. But yeah, I probably would have preferred if Brawlin maybe gave the UMP to Gold and went for an M4 himself, and then overall they just would have had a bit of a stronger buy. But this is still a very winnable investment they have here, especially if they do get it. At that point, then they're allowed to build up a lot of money, upgrade those players anyway, off of the weapons from the ENCE players, get some AKs. But always is an opportunity. But right now, it's actually just going to be a quick B play going in. Flush it again playing from short. This time, of course, having the M4 and Molotov underneath the window to make it a little bit harder for them to try and advance forward as they can't drop out the window itself. Instead, forced to go through balcony. But again, Sunny actually this time will be able to get the trade. At least the Molotov is perfect. He actually gets Brolin in the background. That was not the man he was aiming for. But he will take it. Now it is, again, a decent spot for ENCE to be in. But JW just holding has eventually gifted himself a kill. It's Crims and JW. The bomb, of course, yet to be planted. Both players just kind of hidden in towards the bench, waiting to see where Crims is coming from, because for the moment, they don't know his position.
It looks like they'll get a plant now after just poking forward a little bit. It's going to be nice and safe in the corner. This is really the only option when you've only got one guy backing you up. And you especially don't want to be extending out to try and find that control. Looks like we're going to be having both players coming in from over towards short. I don't know, with JW's movement for a second, I wasn't sure if he thought it was A or not, but they're now looking towards B. Two-man short push coming through, Op holding from far back. Crims has to skirmish up close and clear these angles. That smoke might even bait a peek to come through and a potential pick for JW. He knows there's probably someone around bench, but has to take the M4 for the closer range skirmish as they move forward. Crims spots one from behind, but he's taken down from bench, and Alu finishing off that round with the kill to put them on 11. They did suffer pretty significant losses, though, so you can see at the moment, even though they won the round, ENCE can't afford to fully buy up, at least not with AKs and utility and armor. And Fnatic, they've got a decision to make. I mean, they had that money stacked up on Brolin from before. He buys an AWP, and M4 comes through on both Flusha and Golden. And it is going to be a force buy from the CTs.
Yeah, this was kind of the positive, of course, of not investing into both Brolin and Golden in that previous round, instead letting them keep the SMGs. They get a little bit to work with in this round. Obviously, there's still some players who are stuck on the very weak weapons because of the double eco, but overall, it is a relatively decent investment, especially with how it stacks up to that of ENCE's. Theirs isn't perfect either. The issue is now for Fnatic that they have lost a player already. Flusha trying to see what he could find by getting aggressive up short in the beginning, gets taken down. Crims was smoked off towards connector, so he wasn't really able to help out. And ENCE, without even taking any damage, get themselves that advantage and are now beginning to set themselves up for what is going to be an A split. Although, at the moment, I believe that's JW who's pushed all the way through Palace. So if they try and send anyone here, he could maybe steal away a weapon. And at that point, just be a massive nuisance. There's two of them, though. Perfect. I was afraid they'd send one player Palace.
On fourth we go. Brolin's going to be the only one here to really stand the test of time. Once those smokes come over and block them off, you would hope. ENCE just barreling forward, taking fights. Fair enough. They know there's an AWP down now towards CT. Smoke's in play. He's going up above it. No one's checking for it. This could be dangerous. Hello and goodbye as Sergey falls. Brolin falls back. They can wait now. Let those smokes fade and go for the fights afterwards. I don't know if they know where Sunny is, though. I know they've spotted the player in Palace and the one on site, but Sunny, as of yet, I don't know if he's made noise, and that could be a very defining part of the round. He swings out, the player's already dead. At least he takes Brolin. And Crims has no way out. He was already pushed forward in CT to help Brolin with the AWPing aggression. Well handled by ENCE. I think Sunny, even being in connector, even if they don't win the fight onto jungle and they lose a player, he was really the contingency plan. Probably would have found the 2K with Brolin already being low. So it was fairly well secured.
This is the issue now. That's the problem with Fnatic having had such a poor half, despite being able to actually get the opening pistol round and get the anti-eco off the back of it as well. As soon as they lose that opening gun round, immediately the scoreline again begins to look a little bit ridiculous for ENCE. They have a 12-7 lead, probably going to be 13-7. I mean, let's be real, it's 1 P250 in this round for Crims. They have at least taken a little bit of a gamble with that stack over towards A, and in the meantime, I do believe that is JW who's pushing through under. Probably not going to find too much, though. If he decides to go forward, X7 is holding it. Maybe if he goes a little bit later, he could catch the time. And the issue is, already one player's walked out on the B. That's Ariel. He had a Mach 10. He was like, okay, I'll scout the bomb site. At this point, he has found out no one's there, and they've even found that player who was lurking in under. So this round's pretty much over. I don't think much can be done. Maybe they can set themselves up for a few exit frags to try to do some damage, and if possible, steal some weapons for this next round, because they're only getting $2,400 on the side of Fnatic. Their buy is still going to be pretty limited. And right now, Aerial is just looking to try and build up bank, and he may be given the chance to actually do so because there was another player in the CT spawn. As I say that, he decides to go back to window instead.
ENCE have really blown me away this series. I wasn't expecting such a strong contestation, never mind the fact that they're actually ahead. By a significant amount now, 13-7. Again, it's something I've said before, but their T side was really good on Dust, so I don't feel like this is just early game like we can see a lot of times. I mean, you and I have cast a lot of games, Dean, where a team maybe gets ahead, you know, 7-0, and it ends up 8-7. Because they're winning out the pistol, the force buy, then there's 2 ecos scattered in there, and really, they just won 2 full buys, and they're 7-0 up. But that doesn't feel like the situation we're in right now. Fnatic have been contesting, they've been finding opening duels, they've been putting themselves ahead, and then ENCE consistently across Dust 2 and this map are fighting out in the later stages, and that's really not what you want to be seeing. Well, I guess it depends which team you're a fan of.
Yeah, I mean, in general, you just want to see good CS. If you're not being biased towards a team anyway, you do always want to see the best quality CS. Well, yeah, well, mostly. Sometimes the crazy CS can be a little bit fun to watch as well. That CIS stuff.
Exactly, I was going to say.
But right now, it's just kind of slipping away from Fnatic. I like that at least this one they've gone for, again, a little bit of a gamble. Something different as well, actually. Putting the player in window 1 then up close to the short wall who's watching the underpass and who can then help towards top mid if needed. And it works out for them to find that 2-man advantage. They've restricted ENCE from getting that mid control, which so far has been a big issue. They've been using that to split onto the bomb sites to leave lurkers who can slow rotations. And as I said before, just be a nuisance, a thorn in the side. And this is looking like a very convincing round so far from Fnatic. Can any damage at least be done here by the remaining ENCE players is the question. Make it somewhat worthwhile. That is ballsy from Flush It, but it works out perfectly. And that's what you need. If you're gonna get your round back in to start building up, you do want all 5 players surviving. That gives them a perfect chance now. They'll have everything they need in this round.
Well, exactly. That's been the issue for Fnatic so far. Never really gaining control over their economy on their CT side, whether it's Dust 2 or whether it's here. Now they have the opportunity to have a little bit of a buffer, but it also does rely on them finding this one if they want to have some sort of safety net. ENCE are on 13. They cannot allow anything further to go towards them before they find a couple, and there's an opening duel by Alu to further cement ENCE's dominance in this series. Considering the fact that so far, Sunny is 6 for 2 in opening duels, I think. He's been insanely dominant in finding those early fights. We haven't actually seen Fnatic be able to challenge either Alu or Sunny. As we go towards middle, okay, Brawlin pulling that one back at least helps a little bit, but they're already out on the A-bomb side, and as Brawlin tries to come back up connector, he's got a welcoming party, but not the kind he was looking for. The bomb is down in top mid, and X7 has to go and get it. Those steps are heard by Golden, and in just a second, now he knows it's not actually up underpass to B. He knows they're committing A. He's holding the angle, but he misses the shot. Alu in with another. A flash down to just stop JW from pushing, get himself an angle towards jungle, and X7 will be in here in a flash. Sergey's got CT being held, so all they really have to worry about is stairs, but actually, JW might be in a decent position to put this bomb carrier off. He goes up on top. X7's there, but he misses the shot. How do you found that? Alu's low, can't really afford to trade. Time gets low as well. And maybe it works out for him. But with that failing, 14-8, Fnatic down to what could well be their final buy for this series. Then they'd be forced into a force buy for the final round. The timeout, I think, is amply timed.
Even then, this isn't going to be a perfect buy. Obviously, they're going to go for it. Can't really afford to take an eco at this point, but getting the rifles out, if they want to get rifles on everyone, they'll have very few nades, probably maybe like a smoke or two, maybe a couple of flashes as well. So they definitely need to go with some weaker weapons, and you can see Golden is the first man to be willing to actually sacrifice down, as is Brolin. That's an interesting one, because he's currently top fragging by a pretty decent margin. He's been the man having a lot of impact, more so back on the first half, but even then here on the CT side, he's still been having those rounds. We've seen him with the UMP spray downs and such earlier. But yeah, this just wasn't what I was expecting coming into the series. I was thinking we were probably going to see the 3-map series after just 2 went the way of ENCE, especially with Fnatic making it such a close game. It's surprising that ENCE have come in now on Fnatic's map pick and just being like, yeah, no, we're going to dominate you.
ENCE are looking to just push straight through to the A-bomb site, and this is so poorly timed for Fnatic. Brawlin's the only player here. Everyone else is focused towards that early mid control. Brawlin's already challenged, luckily not taken down. The nade dropped. Great opening duel for him. Low HP on Sunny, who's also taken down. He can't do more, but his teammates come in to save the day. X7 spraying away, but all of a sudden it's a 2v2. How have things flipped out of control for Fnatic? Brawlin with such a good A defense. Alu's holding on the op. Golden needs to be careful about peeking this. He can't afford to dry peek it, but he's got no utility, and his teammates nowhere nearby. Alu pushing slowly down towards CT. A move's going to have to be made eventually, and Alu's checking the corner. He's got the kill, and it's all down to Flusha. He has to go for this on 14-8. His chances of winning are quite low. The flash perfect as well. X7 doesn't really want to peek here on 18 health. Especially with Alu having that op in a 1v1, it's not ideal. Smoke goes down, and Flusha caught with a nade in hand. He makes it over, drops a flash, goes up on top. Oh, Alu, no, he's killed his teammate, but there's no time. There's none at all. Alu wants to knife him to death. He can't get it done and has given them an op. If Flusha makes it away, 55 HP? Yeah, just about. What a wild round. Alu team killing, trying to knife him to death. 15-8, a free op for Fnatic, but sadly they're going to have to use it to find 7 rounds in a row, which just doesn't seem too likely, Dean.
Yeah, that was a mad round all around. Conspiracy theory. Alu naded him on purpose so he could go for the knife. He was like, don't steal my kill.
Well, I can't blame them if they want revenge. JW's knife on Dust 2 has to be answered, and they're 1-for-1 right now.
True. Actually, I forgot about that one when he was trapped up on the short. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think ENCE care too much, though, considering they are just about to take the series for themselves. It's 15-8. We need Fnatic to take 7 rounds in a row so that they can fight for an overtime here on Mirage, and then they still need to bring it onto Inferno and get the win there if they want to get this series. So this is an extremely long road ahead of Fnatic that, unfortunately, I don't think is paved well enough for them to even really get going on it. They do have an op, at least. It's in the hands of Flusha right now.
And JW's not trusted. He's a knife expert. He has been doing very well in the Deagle, though, in all fairness. This is just a pretty damn rough situation to have to clutch it all the way back in. Nades out mid, don't yield a lot. Fnatic just backing off now, sitting down towards a 2-2 with 1 in middle. AKA the 2-1-2. I don't know why I said it in such a weird way. Look at this. And the first time I think we've seen them go for this just 4-man connector rush with only Sergey sitting down on A ramp to push out there a little bit later on.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice for it to be so heavily focused on mid. With that, it means, of course, they can still really bring it anywhere at this point. They are trying to feel out what exactly is going on with the defense, but now beginning again to approach a true connector. No nades at all, just playing off a contact, and Crims actually finds 3 with the FAMAS. Nearly able to do a little bit more damage onto Alu. It's JW instead on the flank who should finish that one off. And indeed, that is the case. It's all on Sergey as he's been somehow dropped into a 1-on-3. And despite getting that first kill, I don't expect much more. Flusha already posted up there from short with the op as well, ready to finish that one off. But it's still 6 more rounds that are needed. That's the start. Great round from Crims, obviously, as well. A little bit of perhaps confidence going over to Fnatic in general, especially as this round here should be a little bit more of an easy one. So we should reach them. We should see them reach double digits rather before we have ENCE again coming out with a full buy.
You know what's actually quite bad for ENCE here? If Alu hadn't have naded his teammate and then died and given them the op, Fnatic wouldn't have an op. Now, they only got the 1 kill from it, so let's maybe scrap that. But also, ENCE would have much more money because they wouldn't have had to invest onto those 2 players. Because if you remember the position, I can't remember who was with Alu, but he was up on... oh, X7, right? He was up on top of the box and had been completely ignored. So he would have found that kill from above. I would put 99% accuracy on that. And then those 2 players survive. So one little mistake and it cost them 10k.
Mistake? I mean, that's how some people see it. Again, Mitch, my conspiracy theory is that he just wanted the knife so he naded his teammate.
Again, equally possible.
Yeah, definitely. That's like 50-50. ENCE, though, I don't know how worried they're going to be quite yet. Overall, they've been looking really good, so I think kind of this round here, of course, having invested a decent amount. I'm surprised they invested so much because they still can't buy in the next round. This one, I guess their goal is just to get a few kills, keep the economy low for Fnatic, and then when they do eventually come back onto their guns, be able to just kind of hopefully go up against the Fnatic with a couple of weaker weapons in play. But that's not really going to be the case because still 3 players are going to survive here, so Fnatic can easily buy back up. Flush It and JW could buy for themselves. They'll likely just be given rifles so they can get nades, obviously. Although JW being given back the op as you would expect. But yeah, no, that was a weird round. I really don't know what the goal was. ENCE needed a bomb plant for that to be worthwhile, and even then, Sunny and Sergey still would have been a bit short on actually being able to invest into this round. So it leaves them in a spot where they just have to go ahead and take the eco here now. I guess they probably would have been a little bit short maybe on a couple players anyway coming into this round, but either way, tough spot. Full investment or no investment in my opinion. Yeah, they've left A.
Yeah, they've been doing this a lot, though. Fnatic, we've seen 4 rounds now in a row where they've been focused on mid control, which is good, unless it's not. When ENCE overwhelm the bomb site, okay, never mind. They get the bomb plants, at least 1 kill. Hey, it's not the worst in the world. But we saw
they
that...
didn't have smokes, that's the issue. If they had smokes, they could lock them out of the bomb site.
Absolutely. What I was going to say in the previous round, and at the end of it, and sadly, ENCE kind of beat me to it, was I wonder if at this point they start to get a read on the heavy control Fnatic were going for. Because as I said, 4 rounds in a row, we've seen them at least have a player deep connector and window with just the 1 player either towards tall box or CT holding by himself. Indeed, we even saw Brawlin under wood, completely isolated from his teammates. At that point, a smoke execute through with a molly going down in sandwich and a bench, and you're guaranteed a 5v1 when you push into the bomb site. At this time, though, Fnatic start to patch up that and realize that maybe it's not the best idea to be that readable. Have their 2 players on the A bomb site looking for early ramp aggression and continuing forward, giving Sergey a possible opportunity, in fact.
Yeah, he's not really going to be peeking in himself. As you said, just waiting to see if anyone from Fnatic will potentially push forward. But, I mean, eventually he may look to do a little bit. For the moment, though, ENCE their main focus being around mid, and indeed he actually does decide to take a little bit of a peek there, so Brodon has a free kill. I figured he would probably wait a little bit longer before trying to do anything, just because his teammates are only now towards the top of mid. He also had a teammate who was beginning to back off from Palace who maybe could have helped them. Instead, now Alu is on his own, trying to recover this control, if they do want to actually try and still bring this towards an A split, if that was the initial goal, which looked like it was the case. Probably no longer going to be too much of an option for them, considering they have fully lost that ramp control and they've been forced to just retreat away from it now. So I guess the goal is see what they can find around mid, see if Fnatic are going to give them any openings. And it's most likely going to be brought onto B. I like this. It's only actually golden on the bomb site itself right now.
Oh, he's found 1 at least. Ariel's low, so there's a second. Looking to window for more. And Golden with a quick triple to keep Fnatic alive. This is now starting to get a little bit spooky from a position where ENCE are confident enough to nade their teammates and look for knife kills. Fnatic, they've not really put their foot on the brakes at all. They're smashing that accelerator. Just like the people in chat should be smashing follow on the stream, ring that little bell, drop a sub, and whatever the other things are. Comment. You can't really comment, can you? You have to chat. I don't know. We've let it go too far now, Dean. Maybe ENCE have let this go too far as well. They've only got the pistols. And going
it's possible that.
I like the fast array approach again, but let's see how Fnatic deal with this. 2 players close ramp yet again, up against a fast pistol rush. This could go very bad.
Yeah, getting completely destroyed as they try and push out. Apologies, sorry. Family members coming in, always the horrible times. But X7, I was going to say, shouldn't really have too much hope here. Surprisingly, Flusha pushed forward. His other teammates obviously been held off by smoke, so they're not really able to do anything about helping him out on the trade. Initially, both players then trying to fight it as well. And X7, if he had a few more bullets in that M4, I think probably would have had that one, because he had JW pinned in the corner. Unfortunately, once you had to swap to the Tech 9, obviously not having the same range and the same lethal accuracy, as he does go down. Close round, though, considering ENCE only had pistols in that one. I think Fnatic are definitely going to be a little bit worried. Again, ENCE definitely know what way Fnatic are beginning to approach that A bomb site. In that round, almost being able to catch the players who were aggressive on ramp and then cut off the rotations with the smokes. It gave them that chance to take over the bomb site. Have I disconnected completely, or is it just my GoTV?
I think it's just your GoTV. I'm all good.
Okay, I'm good now. My GoTV is back.
Okay. A little bit of lag. It happens. Dean, this is it. I mean, ENCE, they've got their full buy, they've got their AWP, their utility, everything they could possibly hope to work with, and Fnatic looking to take this to an overtime, and it's very possible. I mean, ENCE were confident beyond belief, and now I think maybe starting to get a little bit of a shake. Good shot by JW with that same AWP. A man advantage now for the CT side, and they're not looking shaken at all. Happy to give up even window control. And bottom mid. Play towards the bomb sites. JW goes back in there, actually, just to take a little bit of a look, knowing the molly will stop them pushing. And ENCE looking to navigate their way in towards the A bomb site. JW has a decision to make on where he goes. Looks like he's sticking down in the window just to make sure jungle is secure. They've got connector, but they've just lost Crims. Connector control is gone, and on the bomb site now, Brawlin's getting a little bit scared. He's having to back off to CT, and if ENCE use their smokes here to get themselves out onto this bomb, or their smoke, excuse me, it's actually only Aerial that has one. They should be able to cross over fairly safely. JW on the pistol to open it. The bomb should make it to site. In fact, even further, Alu's got a second kill. Sergey pushed up close. It's free, and it's all down to Golden to find himself 3.
Yeah, I mean, he had this long flank. If his teammates maybe were able to survive a little bit longer, perhaps it could have been something that he could have actually done some work with, but being left alone immediately, you do see ENCE as well reacting. Okay, he's taking a while. Let's have a check around ramp, see if he's trying to flank us out. They get ready for the...
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the ESL1 Road to Rio. We're here on the B stream and we are straight into the action. Sergey has been taken out of the round instantly. My name is Hawker, joined by Dean, and Alu on the bomb site is trying to lock this one down. He's currently alone though. His teammates are all dying around him. Heretics just too quick in this round. X7 coming in from heaven, but he's only going to get the 1 kill, and that is a nice start for Heretics, Dean.
All right, that was quick. You didn't even have time to speak. You were like halfway through a sentence, and the Vera just tapped the head out straight out your door. Yeah, no, a quick start for Heretics, and I think that's what they do really need coming into this series. ENCE pretty recently have been looking good. We've seen them, of course, taking down Fnatic just a few days ago. We've seen them in their previous best of 3 that they actually played before that, being able to take down NiP as well. So there definitely has been a little bit of a resurgence in form. And with the way this veto's gone down, of course, Heretics picking Nuke Inferno, then being the choice of ENCE, and if needed, Dust 2 as the decider. I do think Heretics have probably gone towards the 3 of the better maps that they could have got in this situation, but I do still think it's going to be a tough game for them.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment of it. Even if they get good maps for them up against this ENCE squad, it's not going to be easy. But we've seen both these teams have some early success in this tournament, so definitely a chance for them to push on even further, keep on getting near that top spot. X7 currently holding the ramp room. This second round force buy for ENCE could definitely be dangerous. Alu's got the scout in his hands as well. That smoke's a little bit uncomfortable for X7, but he's okay as he actually takes a bit of full damage for fun.
Just for the laughs, like, it's the only reason. But yeah, there's still some hope definitely in this round here with the scout with a few pistols, and as you said, the SMG as well, that can contribute some damage. But for now, Heretics playing this relatively safe, taking their time clearing out up close around door here, ensuring there's no one hiding in behind the vents. Are they going to look to commit towards A is the question, though. They still have a couple players around the ramp area, and it would be a little bit dangerous at this point to go forward towards that A-bomb site because there is a little bit of a stack coming in. Okay, spotting one player wrapping around in true hell. At this point, I think they should have a good idea about what's possibly going to happen, and especially as X7 finds contact towards the ramp room, they are 100% aware of the fact that it is that B push. Aerial on that lobby flank is able to find himself a kill as well. I believe already retrieving a Galil, and Sunny's down on that B bomb site already. At the very least was wasting some time there. That was very awkward, but he did get the kill in the end and has given his team a real fighting chance as it's all left on Kiyoshima now. 32 health, he doesn't have the bomb. He's running up towards A to just get away with that AK because the time has already gone down to 7 seconds. And ENCE, they just absolutely destroyed them there in that round.
Quick flank coming in through lobby. Then there are loads of ENCE players ready to come in on the ramp flank, so they kind of just group up and make sure they can win those fights. And then even though Sunny took his time on that kill on the B-bomb site, he eventually lined it up with the Deagle. So ENCE come away with the round win, and now Heretics only really have the saved AK of Kyo. The rest of the players are going to be buying, but it's not going to be a great buy. You can already see pistols on most of the players. Maka saving a bit of extra money to try and get that AWP as soon as possible. So it's really down to Kyo to save this round for Heretics, and looks like he's going to look for some early fights over at Yard, but he's not been given any early fights in this one.
Nah, most of the players, though, for Heretics are focused out here, so they're going to try and, I guess, probe forward, see if there is any CT sticking around, and just in general, see if they can get themselves this outside control to work with, given the opportunities potentially to, if they wanted to split in towards A, or even just, of course, kind of hold away info from the CT side about what's going on. So far, a pretty slow approach to this round, and as you're kind of expecting, ENCE are not going to be doing too much themselves, kind of just waiting for Team Heretics to make the move. Not also knowing exactly what sort of buy they're up against yet, because this AK hasn't shown itself.
Always a little scared of some Deegs up against you as well if you are on the CT side in this sort of round. Sunny holding this passive position, but the flash is so well timed. 2 kills lined up. Sunny almost whiffs on the third man, but eventually he gets it. X7 there with a huge flashbang to set up Sunny beautifully. And even though the AK is still in the hands of Heretics, Maka is the man without the Kevlar, so that's a bit of a shame, but he gets a quick headshot, and we'll see if there's anything else for him to do here.
Honestly, in this position, if they can at least get another couple kills, that'd be a small positive for them to take out of this round. Make it one that they can at least have some impact in, rather. The bomb now being retrieved by Maka. XMS has actually backed off all the way into the spawn, and the issue being at the moment that they've also lost that lobby control, so they're pretty much restricted back in towards the spawn area at this point. Is the AK going to be carried over? It looks XMS is carrying over his P250 and Kevlar as well, I suppose. But it's going to put them in a very awkward spot now, where the economy on a couple players is obviously going to be off in comparison to the rest of the team, who would have been looking to buy in this next round. Most likely, I think they'll still just take the eco here, because Maka will get, what, 2,400 in this next round. That'll give him enough for the AK and the Kevlar if he wants. Would potentially need some kills, or at least a bomb plant to be able to actually pull utility out alongside it. And they have the 1 AK here that they can still try and put some damage through with, so I'm not really expecting any extra investment, and indeed that is the case. Nibiru just pulls out a P250.
Maka buys armor at the last second, though, so he's now down to 450.
That leaves him with 2 players now with weaker weapons, potentially in this next round. Yeah, no, I don't really agree with this.
Yeah, this is...
XMS at the Kevlar, they should have just traded.
Yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen. But this... Well, okay, it's worked out. Maka's got the opening kill and the follow-up, so maybe it's not going to matter, because if they get a bomb plant, any of those economy problems could be solved instantly, and the round win would make it even better for them. So there's an M4 in the hands of XMS. They've got themselves in with a chance here, and Maka's going straight down to this B side of the map.
I mean, it's X7 who's rotating in to see if he can actually manage to stop anything towards this B bomb site. Molotov on towards the silo itself is going to stop one player from really being able to stick around, so Maka forced back. But at this point, they have the 5-on-3. Most likely, Team Heretics are just going to slow this down, wait and see if they can try and group up then a little bit later in the round potentially, and just ensure that they move together, especially with having those few weaker weapons. I mean, there's still 2 players on Glocks, and the players with the rifles have been tagged up, especially Maka, of course, who was able to get 2 for himself but taken low. And here we go, another M4 now for Kiyoshima. Only 1 player, I believe, around this A bomb site. Sergey could rotate in quickly through heaven, but he's going to need Aerial to step it up if he wants to have any opportunity to help out. And unfortunately, only 1 from Aerial. It may not be enough, because it's the same there from Sergey, dropping out of heaven. Couldn't really do anything about staying alive, so that bomb will be planted. It's all on X7 now with the Mach 10. In a 1-on-3, that is definitely achievable, but he needed that kill up close on the vents against Kiyoshima to really give any hope. And there it is, Team Heretics. They come back and snatch it away themselves. I mean, it wasn't even a force buy. They just bought armor. That was the only thing they actually had to invest into, because they'd saved the AK and they'd saved the P250 over on XMS.
Yeah, that was definitely a scary situation for Heretics, because if they would have lost that round, like we were saying, the economy would have been called into question, but actually just winning the round completely alleviates any of those fears, and now it's ENCE who have some issues, with both Aerial and X7 down to pistol. So all of a sudden, the tides have turned. It's Heretics who've got the edge in the economy game, although there is an AWP in the hands of Alu on the CT side, which is something that Heretics haven't been able to pull out here in this 5th round. But a very back and forth start to this game, and if Heretics can get on top of the economy game, this could end up being a strong start to their T side.
100%, and this is their map choice, so it's what you want to be seeing from them. Obviously, as I said, I think all 3 maps in this series are actually pretty strong for them overall. Inferno coming up next is probably the one that's the most dodgy. I think that's one where I look, okay, yeah, ENCE most likely going to be coming through and getting that. But I think going on to Dust 2 then is another one that could be very competitive. So I'm hoping for a close series, and it's definitely been the case so far. Very back and forth in these opening rounds. But here in the 5th, it's a pretty slow one so far coming in from the T side. Barely any contact having been taken apart from Sergey, just taking a small bit of damage towards the A-bomb site. And ENCE, at this point, have just been tossing out a few nades that they had available. They have one smoke and one flash left to actually try and hold off a push once it does commence. And even then, that's down towards B, where at the moment it doesn't look like there's going to be any Heretics players going towards. They are all grouped up in that lobby.
Oh, here come the nades. Maka with a full set of utility being dumped onto this A-bomb site. Flash goes on in, and here comes the push off the back of it. XMS, the first man to fall, but in comes the quick refrag. And oh, the rotate up the vents is caught by Keo. Turned into a 3v3, and Keo keeps on going. It's 3 for Keo. Alu, the only man left, as he drops down to the bomb site. Quick kill onto the first and the follow-up. And now it's a 1v1 against Maka. Low time on the clock. Maka's got to close the distance here. Jumps on top of the silo. So well done by Maka, and Alu doesn't know what hits him from above. Great clutch from Maka, but Alu made that very close.
Extremely. Honestly, I was kind of surprised he didn't hear him jumping up on the silo, but overall a very nice attempt from Alu to be able to actually bring it down to that 1v1 and at least keep the damage on the economy, keep Heretics in a position where their economy isn't getting out of control. It is still modest, but obviously having now actually won out that previous round, they've gone ahead and chained through together. They've managed to come out on top of what was the back and forth exchange of force buys, and you can see because of that, ENCE are just left with 5 USPs, one nade, one actual flash here as well, so they might try and get aggressive somewhere together. For the moment, they are focusing with a little bit of a stack towards outside, but even then, I'm not expecting much with just these default weapons. We are seeing again Heretics realizing that they're not up against the greatest of investments, just taking their time, knowing that they don't have to push in towards these pistols and give those close range chances for perhaps some weapons to be snatched away.
I think these are the sorts of rounds that ENCE might benefit from the coaching rule that's in place for this tournament, where Sunny, who's just come in, has taken over as the in-game leader, kind of has the ability to talk with Twister, and they can maybe try and come up with something for this round when they have very little to work with. Because these are always the rounds that are hardest to call. Off the back of a really close round in the last one, you have basically nothing to work with, but you still want to do some damage, so we will see. It's not happening so far for them. The flashbang finally deployed, and they will try and get aggressive over it.
Not bad. Sergey has been able to get one. That gave Alu an AK to potentially try and deal some more damage. Unfortunately, not going to be the case. Taken down around the edge of that smoke, and then that outside flank coming in from behind there by Navira is going to end it off. So Heretics only taking one casualty there. It's Keo who went down. Not too big of a deal considering he's been fragging pretty well. So I don't think it's gonna leave him too sad. He's just like, all right, just drop me over an AK. We've still got money. We're gonna come in now. We know ENCE, of course, are gonna be on the rifles, and this is a great opportunity for Team Heretics if they find this open and gun round to already most likely get 6 rounds on that T side, which is a decent foundation, a very strong foundation to be able to build off of and try and add more to. And unfortunately, this time for ENCE, Alu actually doesn't have that AWP available. They don't even have a defuse kit if it comes down to a retake.
Definitely something to consider as this round goes on. But Heretics, well, slow start to the round, but ENCE are not slow in their aggression. They push through ramp room and it doesn't work out for them. Heretics just taking all the kills across the map right now. 3-man advantage for them as Sergey finally fires back for ENCE. But there is a lot more that's going to have to be done, and Sergey gets away with a 2nd kill before falling back. So this round isn't entirely over, as Sergey keeps on going. 3 for him on the round, and all of a sudden, ENCE have tied up the numbers in a 2v2.
Yeah, Heretics are letting this one get a bit out of hand. I was going to say both players separated at this point. Maka was holding for the lobby push, which did end up coming in by Sergey. Alu attempted to follow it up, but I guess was feeling a little bit too shy to try and attempt to actually get the trade frag. And with that sitting in towards it, just gets flanked out by Kiyoshima. 5-2, Heretics able to pick up the first proper gun round. And as I said, very likely already going to be able to put a 6th round onto their T side off the back of it. We're only seeing pistols, some Kevlar for ENCE. Most of all, they just need to ensure that they are going to be getting a proper buy now coming into this next round. Ideally, you want to have Alu on the op. You want to have the nades on everyone, kits in case they're needed, which they weren't in that round, to be fair. It didn't cost them.
Again, close rounds, but ENCE are not coming out on top. So the economy is going to continue to really allow Heretics to roll on this T side right now. Might see some damage, though. Alu's saving a bit of extra money. Hasn't got too much compared to his teammates, but the loss bonus is there, so he might be able to pick up the AWP in the next round if he wants it. Right now, though, a stack down secret from ENCE, and Sergey, again, is trying to be a nuisance in this hut position, and again, he gets away with a kill, and the AK recovered. That's a nice start to the round.
Yeah, you can see Team Heretics, they want to try and follow up because they don't want that AK staying in the hands of ENCE, and unfortunately, he's allowed to get himself a second off the back of it. Maka had snuck his way over towards Secret. With that, getting 1 kill back for Heretics to work with, but it's just Sergey who keeps fragging up to a 3k yet again. Similar to that previous round, this time he may be able to stay alive if he doesn't get aggressive, but no, he's just going straight into lobby again. He doesn't care. This time they're not expecting it though. Maka goes down, and right now he's looking for the ace. Kiyoshima though, he may be able to deny it. Low health, of course, on Sergey, so 1 bullet is plenty. He gets the headshot just to be sure. But he's not going to be surviving because he wasn't going forward alone. He had players ready to push through the door as well and trade it out. A 3rd round for ENCE, and it's off the back of pretty much nothing.
Yeah, they need to figure out how they can stop Sergey from getting aggressive and getting those plays through. Because
it's like a 1v1 at the moment. Yeah. Keo and Sergey.
Yeah, it honestly feels like it at this point. Sergey just getting so much work in that position. And it's also just that Heretics don't get the trade kill is the main thing, because he's able to just keep on ducking in and out and just keep on finding the frags. And Heretics, I think, have realized that's a problem. They've taken the tactical timeout ahead of this round. And unfortunately, Dean, you were saying that it's kind of Sergey against Keo. Well, Keo's only got a Galil while the rest of his teammates have AKs ahead of this round. So maybe it's someone else's turn to step up for Heretics. Mac has also been fragging, though.
Doesn't make the most sense to me, considering he's been the man who's been just picking up entries like a... I was going to say madman, but I already said man. But just in general, we've seen him picking up multiple entries throughout those first few opening rounds. So I'd like to see him on the AK, but not the biggest of deals. They have overall a very solid buy here, and they're actually just going to rush straight out through door, down the vents. The bomb was dropped for a sec. Fortunately, XMS does retrieve it. So, I mean, they should get on towards B, but already with that rotation having come in from X7, they could have some troubles. A few nades that could be thrown out potentially to do damage. Unfortunately, now trapped in that back corner with a nade in hand, though. XMS almost got caught off guard. Fortunately, Makader, to help him out when it's needed, actually follows up and helps with finishing off Alu as well, and just won't stop at this point. My auto-director not showing me these kills. But we do know they're coming in because Heretics have gotten themselves the B bomb site. ENCE know that they've come in as well because they've decided already that the 2 remaining players just need to save. With the save, at least they'll be able to get into their buy, but this is getting out of hand.
Oh, a bee has just flown into my room, Dean. So
I can actually hear that.
Yeah, it's
that
very
happened
close
to me
to
the other day when me and Mitch were doing something. I think it was when we were doing Pro League like a week or 2 ago.
It's a massive bee as well. I might have to try and get it out of my room.
I can take over for a minute, man. No worries.
Right. I will try and deal with the bee. You try and deal with the game.
You're a small dude. The bee is probably bigger.
No, I might lose this fight, Dean. You might never hear from me again.
Okay. All right, if Hawka doesn't clutch his 1v1, guys, I'll have to do this alone. But yeah, as I said, I mean, Heretics already reaching 6 rounds here, trading back and forth with ENCE being on the CT side. Obviously, ENCE are not going to be in an enjoyable position at this point. My thing muted, I think. But yeah, I mean, this is just such an awkward spot to be in. I tried to mute just my Discord because I can hear Hawk in the background trying to get rid of his B, but it also muted my mic, I believe, so that was a bit of an issue. So I'll just have to power through the background noise in my headphones at the moment. But slowing things down, Heretics, I mean, they have been struggling a little bit on some of those, up against some of those weaker buys just because of how aggressive Sergey had been around lobby. So I guess being a little bit more cautious of that position right now, instead trying to put the focus towards outside, get themselves that secret control again. And you can see already with the pressure having been shown, ENCE have been forced to make the rotation and actually adapt their setup to this. Sunny's the man who's gone down. They do have Alu as well towards credit card here, but he's not really going to be able to do a lot as the smoke's still in play. So it really is just Sunny at the moment. I guess that'll be playing for the time here. As soon as he spots them, drop that Molotov. With that, we'll be able to at least run some time down on the clock. But he's sticking around for now. Ended up getting spammed up a little bit through the corner of the wall and then also naded down a small bit. I like that. Putting a hole preemptively in the door so that he can try and fight through it later if needed. But yeah, he's definitely going to be tested at this point. All 5 players moving forward. The nade, unfortunately, going a little bit too deep. It's still done some pretty considerable damage, though. So at this point, I mean, the distance at least being closed in by Heretics, but there's been so much warning on the side of ENCE that they should know what's going on. And indeed, they've begun to rotate their players down, but it may not be enough. It's up to Alu now to try and actually pull something back before that bomb can be planted. Smokes and mollies as well towards ramp here, just really stopping them from being able to do anything, at least for a few seconds. So the bomb is planted, and again, with the money that's available for ENCE, I think a save is really their only option. It'll give them a buy in the next round. Otherwise, if they were to go for this and not win it out, at that point, of course, they'd have 2,900 loss bonus coming in, but it wouldn't be enough for most of the players to buy. You'd only see Ariel and Sergey being able to pull one out. So indeed, beginning to back away as you would expect, but Heretics already leading 7-3. I think Hawken may be back.
I've returned, Dean. I've dealt with the B. I didn't really catch much of that round, but the B is gone. And ENCE's chances are they're not gone, but they're going by these rounds, because Heretics are getting this going here on this T side. Again, on the B bomb site this time round. 3 guns saved, though, so ENCE will be all right to carry over into this next one. But right now, Heretics are getting away with quite a few rounds on this T side. And again, Keo having impact. Maka has been stepping up. I think Maka has really found a good level of form here on this Heretics team. We used to say in the past he was a bit inconsistent at times, but it looks like he's starting to find that consistency, which is great for this Heretics squad.
I'm very shocked by the performance that we're seeing. As you said, it's not what we've seen from ENCE the last couple of matchups that we've had from them. Kind of beginning to fall off in form for sure. This is a lot better, though. We see Heretics actually try and take up the pace. Overall, they've been playing these gun rounds a lot slower, just holding the defaults and working out from control. This time, they just tried to rush the A bomb site, and ENCE were completely ready for it. Utility down, just Sunny with that double kill. The op at Alu, given time to rotate in and pick up a kill as well. And that one was over before it really begun. Heretics just immediately calling the pause for themselves. They do have enough to buy, but XMS, I don't think he can even be dropped, so unfortunately he will have to go with something a little bit weaker.
Second timeout for Heretics now. So even though they have got a strong lead, a strong start here on their T side, they are using these timeouts, which might come into play if this ends up being a long game. Heretics will maybe be hoping that they can just come out to such a big lead that they're not going to need those timeouts, though. Maka now with the AWP can try and duel against Alu if he wants to, or he can just try and take a pick elsewhere. Good work from Sunny in that round, though. Considering he had the silenced M4 to get 2 kills on that spam through the smoke is very nice. And it's still got 25 bullets, that silenced M4. It's still capable of getting those spray downs onto multiple players. Sunny proving it in the fast aggression against him in that round. And Alu's going to be looking into Squeaky. I don't think he's going to find a pick, though. After the previous aggression did not work out for them, Heretics are taking a much slower start to this one. Oh, and there's the pick.
Yeah, it works out for them. Nading the door off, Alu wanted to try and peek off the back of it, but immediately shut down. This is the advantage that Team Heretics definitely needed, considering they do have that one player on a weaker weapon. You want to try and find something early on in the round to give you something to work with in terms of advantages. But what is the goal now? Smokes down towards outside. I don't think they're going to move too heavily towards it. They already have one player there. They're sending over a second. And the rest of them going to be grouping up in towards lobby. So, I mean, at this point, they could still go for the A split. It looks more likely, though, that they are going to try and, again, get the secret control. And potentially with that moving towards ramp as well and split that B bomb site. For the moment, though, the CT side, I believe, are stacking up a little bit over towards ramp. They do have 2 players in that position.
Oh, this is aggression again. Nivera's got to deal with this. Good headshot onto the first man, but the push keeps on coming. Sergey also dealt with. Nivera just locking this one down. 3 headshots with the AK as ENCE trying to aggress on his position, and he denies them completely. X7 also falling. Nivera just absolutely manhandled ENCE in that round. Gets all the kills by himself, and Heretics keep on going. And it seems like these slow rounds are really working out for them.
They do seem to be the ones that are a bit more effective, because we've seen from ENCE so far that they do want to be more aggressive themselves on that CT side, and when they are going forward, it's not working out for them. The more successful rounds we've had from them were, well, I guess when Sergey did step up when he pushed into lobby, we've seen that a couple times, and then, of course, that round where Heretics just rushed out towards A. Other than that, we haven't really seen a lot from ENCE, because 2 of those rounds that they've got out of 4 were actually towards the beginning, when they won the force buy, and then were able to just win up against the anti-eco. Okay, X7 having pushed all the way through ramp, already had 1 kill to his name. They did have Lucky pinned in on the corner, but somehow he gets himself 2 kills in return. making actually 3 in total for the round. And given Heretics now a 2-on-2 that they definitely can win, we see both of those remaining ENCE players in towards A, and Ariel should catch this time and to just go ahead and drop the bomb. Yeah, that's pretty much sealed the fate of this round. You see Lucky already being low, having to come back and try and retrieve it. They're impossible at this point.
The only thing on his side is the time remaining means the ENCE have to be aware of all possible angles. We also saw Maka missing some shots at Yard there with the AWP. I think that they lost the fights over at Outside, which obviously didn't help the Heretics roster. And now Lucky has to ace to win this round. CT's just holding their positions. Alu is having to look at both Heaven and Main, and the timing here could be everything. Lucky's about to move in on this angle. Alu is looking the right way, so Lucky's been spotted, and now ENCE have the information. They can just swing. One shot is all that was needed. Alu takes Lucky down, and ENCE do come away with the round win. And again, we keep seeing this aggression from ENCE, and sometimes it's working out for them, sometimes it's going against them, but they're happy to keep with their aggressive style, and this time they have caused a lot of problems for Heretics as the T-side economy is called into question ahead of this round.
Considering they have a pretty decent lead, though, they're not really too pressured to buy in this round. They are willing to take that one eco for themselves. Some pistols at least coming out. Kevlar, maybe they can go for a quicker round. And yeah, gonna just try and go straight back towards this A-rush, actually managing to catch Sunny up close. The weapon being retrieved there by one of the players for a moment. It didn't function to actually get a kill, but it did distract and actually allow for those pistols again to pick up a couple of frags. They know Alu is in towards the lot. At this point, it's Ariel that they also have to worry about sneaking through that smoke, but there we have it. Lucky manages to catch that one. And now it's all on Alu, already tagged up. The fact that this has come down to a 1-on-2 is insane for ENCE. This is just not a round that they can afford to let go. Unfortunately, Alu, he does have a Molotov. He also has a smoke to try and work with, to potentially give him room to try and see if he can defuse that bomb. But no, the second he taps it, Lucky had already popped out ahead of the Molotov. So there it is. Heretics off the back of just a few pistols. I think 2 players had Kevlar. They managed to get themselves that 9th round and potentially a 10th off the back of it, because it's just going to be the op for Alu. Other than that, we're just seeing pistols.
Yeah, very much going to have to be the hero AWP in this round from Alu. Full set of nades for him, but at this point in the half, ENCE are not going to be happy whatever the scoreline is. Heretics with at least 9 rounds, potentially a 10th here. You'd assume it is the likely outcome considering the weaponry available, but Kiyoshima taking some damage at Yard. Nevera just quickly taps off the head of Alu though. That's the AWP taken out of the round instantly.
It's in the genes, man. It is.
I know.
Kyo got tagged down somewhere else. I'm not sure where exactly that happened, but that is at least a small bit of damage back for ENCE. But as you said, yeah, the op being the weapon that's immediately dropped. They also don't have players who can go retrieve that straight up. The closest man being X7, who may move over soon. For the moment, though, I think happy enough to just keep 2 players stacked around Secret, one in towards main, and wait and see if they can potentially get themselves a kill once this push does come in towards outside, which they're expecting, but it's not actually happening. They've just left Kiyoshima around silo. The rest of them just moving straight in towards ramp and very likely down towards this B bomb site where it is going to be open for the taking.
Yeah, lots of work, or lots of room for Heretics to work with on this B side of the map. So the AWP can maybe be recovered, but the retake on B is not going to be likely. So ENCE are having a look to see if they can fight before the bomb is planted. That's not going to happen though. Bomb already on the ground, and now ENCE have just got to really take some gambles here, really got to find a way in. Sunny's sitting behind this smoke. 2 players ready to push, but a second smoke deployed. Now they might just have to flash through that. They have at least a couple of flashbangs to try and get something going. Smoke dropped, flash to follow, and here we go. The big gamble taken. X7 gets 1 kill. Sergey is desperately looking for fights, and he finds one. This is working out for them. The kill's coming through, but Lucky spams away. Back to the 1v1 as Sergey has not got much time left. He's got the kit in his hands, but as he taps the bomb, Kyo comes in from behind, and Sergey, I don't think, has time on the defuse. Heretics will take a 10-5 half by time at the end there. And overall, a very, very good T side from Heretics. Make sure to come back after the break to see if they can keep it going.
never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hearing none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. And you know the flow, got him coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aight.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move.
3, 2,
Bringing
1,
summer to
drop.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round. Yo, hold up. Let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone would show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide. And with the rhymes that make the dimes, I'll close their eyes and fantasize. Young divine calling their phone number. No, you know I love it. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats. On stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young black successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon.
Yeah.
You said that you want it, so I got it for
Got
you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move.
3, 2,
Bringing
1,
summer to
drop.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the ESL1 Road to Rio stream. We are into the action, and we are not having fun if we are ENCE fans, that's for sure. 2 kills from Lucky straight away. The bomb finally recovered. They may get down the vents, but Lucky's done a ton of damage, and he even takes the aerial down to half health.
Yeah, he was having a little bit of trouble making his way down the vent. Will eventually, as you said, get that bomb down there. And Sunny actually coming around in Tremaine has been able to pull back 1 kill. So giving a little bit more hope now towards ENCE, especially as they get that bomb planted. Despite having the man disadvantage, I was going to say still a decent spot to be in. But they all just start dropping. Woo, that was very quick. I didn't really get to build up any hype on the after plant, unfortunately. 11-5. I mean, Lucky getting those 2 instant opening kills there through the smoke, I believe, while blinded as well. So that was just already kind of sealing the fate of ENCE in that round. And this has just been a crazy game so far. We had that initial kind of back and forth after we did see, of course, Heretics pick up the pistol on the first half. We had ENCE then pick up the force by get themselves the second round. And in general, those first 4 or so rounds were very competitive. But since then, it's just been full control pretty much for Team Heretics. And very likely, we could see them here taking a 12-5, maybe 13-5 lead if they do come out on top of this force buy. But there's a couple of rifles in play, so I'm not going to count out ENCE. X7 and Aerial, 2 very capable players. Again, though, Sergey, considering he's sitting at 17-10, I would have liked to see him with a rifle.
I can't believe we're seeing a Bison. That's the biggest takeaway from me. Oh, hello, Lucky with the angle. That is a massive spray down. Another round from Lucky where he just shuts ENCE out at the start of the round. And the Bison might not even come into play here. Navarra's coming through with the MP9. Just Sunny left alive, and this force buy has been dealt with. And dealt with rather comfortably by Heretics. That was a very one-sided one.
Yeah, not quite what I expected. Yeah, I still haven't used the Bison myself since they actually buffed it a little bit. I know they put up the damage. I'm not sure what else they actually changed with it, but I'm the type of person who has buy-binds already, and I just have the MP9 on it for eco round, so I haven't bothered to change it and try it out. But yeah, this one's going to be the full eco. As I said, off the back of that now, Team Heretics will be leading 13-5. So we're going to see just maybe an attempt at the bomb plant here. I mean, it's 4 HGs. Where exactly are they going to be going with these? Straight outdoor, down towards B, or at least attempting to. Keo able to get one with the nade, and then also spam down a couple without even having to see them through that smoke. We will at least see that bomb, I believe. No, the bomb didn't make it down. Alu was the one man who I guess was trying to creep out of the hut and on towards A after potentially his teammates had actually pulled the rotations down towards B, but considering they didn't find any success, that just wasn't going to happen. So another very clean round coming in from Team Heretics.
Keo with the nearly 500 damage rounds. Gets away with the 4K. And wow, XMS is keeping the Bison into this gun round. This is wild. You don't normally see the Bison used whenever players have got AKs against you. If XMS even gets a single kill, I'll be surprised, because it's not going to be easy to use that Bison. At least with the MP9, you feel like you've got a chance if you're close range and double dink. And hello, Lucky again is just absolutely getting these opening kills in every single round. This time, though, Sergey spams him straight back through the hut. So finally, they've dealt with Lucky.
As you said, though, still an SMG in play, so I think ENCE are going to be quite happy with the fact that they have been able to get this 1v1 trade, especially. And I mean, there's also the MP9 and the Vera, so a few weaker weapons still being retained by Heretics. They haven't bothered to upgrade, considering they do still have so much money. So if they can at least make this a close round, then it's not that big of a deal if they were to lose on Team Heretics side, because they can buy back in, they could try and completely destroy the economy of ENCE at that point. So this round is just so important for the finish buys. And you can see that they are definitely approaching it that way, being very cautious, happy enough with that 1-for-1 trade that they were initially able to get, and I believe now looking to try and move back towards that outside control. Where Maka again is playing around with that AK up on top of the garage right now. This is a position you don't see too often.
Oh, that's an uncomfortable fight, but Mac is the one who wins it with the AK in hand. And now he decides to reposition, helping his teammates on the A-bomb site because the aggression's about to come in. XMS gets one with the Bison. That's all he needed to do because the AK is in the back lines and Maka taps them down with a 3K on the round. Heretics with a 14-5 lead at this point, and this game feels like it is all but over. And even though this is Heretics' map pick, this is still a very, very positive sign for them, considering how comfortable they're looking right now.
Yeah, this is looking insane. I mean, Inferno coming up next. As I said, I do expect ENCE to fare a lot better on, but it's still also a pretty strong map for Heretics. So if they continue playing like this, then I do think that there is the opportunity for them to potentially take that 2-0. But I mean, this map isn't quite over yet. There's always hope, even if it's quite far out of reach at this point. And of course, the first of the rounds here that ENCE are going to need to come out on top of is one with just a weaker investment. 2 AKs, a Galil, a couple of Mac 10s, and they need to make it work. Otherwise, as you said, this one is pretty much over at that point. And Maka already picking up that opening towards Silo. We will see most of the players there actually move over towards Secret, so some control at least being found for ENCE for their efforts towards this position. But it's already allowed Heretics to rotate down as well, because they've been given plenty of warning.
Lucky's the first man here, and he doesn't get the kill he was looking for. Incendiary has to be deployed defensively, but ENCE aren't going to focus on him. They're going to focus on the double doors, and Lucky has actually been dealt with. Nevera down on the rotate. The AK's in play as Maka gets a headshot of his own. Nade comes in, does a bit of damage in reply, but ENCE need more than damage at this point. They need some frags. And even though Sergey's got the AK in hand, they don't have the bomb right now. Sunny's in a position where this MAC-10 may be able to get something going, though. Sergey is going to try and get this bomb planted while Sunny plays close to this ramp room. And so the bomb is down safely. And Sunny's still biding his time in this position, waiting to see if he can take a close-range fight. Sergey's going to double up with him, so it's going to be the aggression here. Sunny goes in for the refrag, but there's another player he's got to deal with. Nevera's low on health, so there's a chance he can win this fight and then maybe get a better gun into his hands. And there it is, second kill found. AK into his hands, but the bomb is planted in a very awkward position here. Smoke for the cross, and now Sunny's got to go. He's got to get this spray through, but the smoke is in play. Sunny can't line it up, and it is Heretics who are going to hold on to the round win. Valiant effort from ENCE, but it's not enough for the round win.
Yeah, Sergey's really been doing what he can in this match. He's actually tied for the top fragger on the server at the moment, alongside Maka and Kiyoshima, which is incredible considering they're down 5-15. So if he can keep that up next map, if he can have a couple players join him in terms of actually stepping up their performance, then I do still believe we can have a competitive series overall. But at this point, I think I've kind of lost all faith in Nuke. ENCE would need 10 in a row just to be able to get themselves into an overtime, and then at that point, of course, they'll have to fight for the victory. So it's such a long road ahead of them. But let's see. right now taking things relatively slow. Alu was holding for that garage peak, but somehow didn't manage to hit the shot. And Maka was not going to miss that opportunity to get the opening that they wanted. Lucky though, he's finally being the one now that's being spammed down through the smoke. Some revenge being found. Kiyoshima was nearly tagged up a little bit as well, but elsewhere we do actually see the kill coming through from Heretics to again put it in their favor and extend it there, as that flash is absolutely perfect.
Sunny pushing out onto the A-bomb site might be able to make the difference, though. XMS is waiting on the other side of the silo, but his teammate's gone, so it's Sunny against 3. He seems aware that XMS is probably on the site, but XMS has managed to avoid him for so long. Finally, Sunny gets the headshot he was looking for on the bomb site. He might be able to get this bomb down, but can he win the round? Fake plant buys time, but what is that from Navera? He was on the ladder, I think, as he landed that shot. Maybe he pushed up, but either way, it's a 16-5 victory for Heretics. Huge win on their map. While Nuke may not have been ENCE's best friend, but they'll be hoping that Inferno is, as they head onto their own map choice. They'll be hoping that they can turn it around on this second one. My name is Hawker, joined by Dean, and we're into this second map, Dean. And let's see if ENCE can get off to a good start, because that would be nice for them after that first map.
I'm hoping that we're going to see a lot better from them here on Inferno. As you said, Nuke did not go well at all for ENCE. They had a little bit of a break, obviously, now between the maps to try and compose themselves. And, I mean, Sergey, he was playing insane. That's one little positive thing we can look towards. If we can have some other players, if we can have the likes of Alu, likes of Aerial, and also X7 stepping up. Sunny as well, obviously, incredibly capable. So he has so many players that can step up and help him on this map. And I don't think it's likely that he's going to be the only man fragging again. I do think we're going to have a much more competitive one here. And right now, it looks like they've made the correct decision. Initially, they were favoring towards B, where there is a little bit of a stack coming in. But now, bringing it back towards A, it's only going to be Maka and Kiyoshima to hold this down. But that is a decent start alongside the flash coming in. Maka gets a second. They're baited around the corner. Kiyoshima going to be able to get one as well, leaving Alu just unsure of what to do, because both players there had his I don't know what to put that. They both had his card pretty much. He was trapped out in the open. Absolutely screwed. Navera, the man who also shown through for Heretics back on that opening map, able to actually go ahead and finish that one off. That is convincing. Honestly, it looked perfect for ENCE. They had the correct decision to bring it up through mid. If they were able to get up short, even having only taken one casualty, then they probably would have just had the bomb site control. But they wanted to see if they could trade that long player after losing one, which was understandable.
And even though there are only 2 players on the A side of the map for Heretics, they're both just locking down the crossfire at A long. And even though Maka does most of the work, Kyo certainly helps out. And that is a real shame for ENCE, because like you were saying, it was looking good for them at least to get the bomb plant, which might have allowed them some options into this second round. But without the bomb having been planted, their money's too poor. They go for a full save across the board, and that means XMS is whipping out the Bison again, while a couple of other SMGs are in play. Heretics already taking away this banana control as well, so they should be very safe in this round.
Yeah, I mean, if they even lose one player here, they're probably not going to be extremely happy with how the round goes on the side of Heretics. They do have a lot of SMGs, though, so you can see already willing to be a little bit more aggressive with this. Ideally, you do want the players in the MP hands, and also with the Bison, they're actually managing to pick up the kills for themselves. So far, though, we actually see the opening coming through from X7, surprisingly catching that banana aggression, and they were almost able to take down Lucky as well. They got a little bit too close for comfort, but fortunately, it will be cleaned up then with just the one casualty overall from Team Heretics. There was a chance there for ENCE to get 1 or 2 more kills, and considering they had 0 investment, that would have been fantastic. Even the 1 frag, I think they can be pretty happy with, as they do now come onto the buy.
And not too bad for ENCE, and they will get the AKs out into this next round, like you were saying. So this is their chance. XMS has just dropped the Bison over to Kiyoshima while he takes the rifle. So it's Kiyo's turn to try and make the most of that weapon, while the rest of Heretics have got mostly rifles to work with, and they're going to take those rifles into Banana. Maka, the man who is looking most aggressive there. It doesn't look like ENCE are fighting for this too hard. They're trying to use some counter nades, but Maka has pushed all the way down. The smoke deployed, and it's just a 1-for-1 trade at the start of the round.
Yeah, did deal a lot of damage, though, because he was able to get that nade in before even taking the challenge onto the second player. So overall, Heretics, considering the weapons that they've come in with, being able to tag down a couple of players, this has put them in a pretty solid position. And that's actually a bomb. Sunny had it in his possession as he was moving up mid on his own. unfortunately not being dropped out in the mid itself, I don't believe, so they should be able to retrieve it at least. But Team Heretics, they're looking good, being able to just keep on increasing this advantage that they obtained early on. And so far, ENCE not really pulling anything back. Alu eventually gets one, but XMS again ready to return, leaving it all on Sergey now. 1 health, 1 kill already to his name, but he needs to go ahead and quadruple that if he wants to actually put this round on the board for ENCE, and it is very unlikely as he walks towards this crossfire on A.
He has a smoke in his back pocket, but he doesn't want to give away his position just yet, so he's going to look for the straight-up fight first. XMS, though, in a decent position. There is the smoke now being used as he approaches the site to try and cut down on some of the angles, but XMS lands the single shot necessary through the smoke. A triple kill for him on the round as he locks down that A short position. And ENCE, unfortunately, again, don't look too bad at the start of the round, but then just one moment, it feels like, makes all the difference. That bomb getting dropped causes a bit of chaos on the T side. They can't really ever get back into the round at that point. And this is another strong start for Heretics, which is worrying for ENCE. They're going to have to get their heads in the game here after that very one-sided nuke. Otherwise, this could start to get a bit out of hand early into Inferno.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're only going to get Swedish teams. This is just weird. Sunny, that was a decent kill, all things considered. Did get nade stacked a little bit, though, so wasn't able to live. And then we do see them, unfortunately, dropping one more player as they tried to move back down through Banana. It was the op peeking out mid. They're going to go ahead and actually commit up long, but Maka, again, as I said, with this up, he's going to just fell back position onto a new angle, looking to again, just rattle off a single shot and not give any opportunity for the pistols to close the distance. In the meantime, though, the auto-director didn't show me, but we did see Team Heretics actually cleaning up. Not too bad. I mean, ENCE getting a couple kills, again, keeping some damage on towards the economy of Heretics. That's one thing you can point out. It has not got out of control. There is obviously the majority of the players with some money in the reserve so that they could get one buy if needed. XMS, though, he's a little bit low, so there's an opportunity. ENCE take 2 rounds. Suddenly, they're in a position where they're probably going to be bringing it back up to maybe even tying the scoreline at that point. So it's not too late, still early on in the game. It's just worrying considering how map 1 went.
Banana control being fought for by ENCE here, and Lucky could be isolated, trapped at sandbags without support, and Sergey makes it a second kill. He's taking matters into his own hands, but finally Keo puts him down. So it is a man advantage for ENCE at the cost of Sergey's life, and this is a position that ENCE should be able to do some work from. The man advantage and plenty of nades here if they want to move into this B site, but there's only 2 Ts there, so they're going to keep it slow as Maka aggresses in the apartments, and he brings it back to a 3v3.
This has been a weird round. I'm not sure what happened to Navira with the jump earlier, but as you said, Maka pulling 1 back already, and now with the AWP ready for that long push that's coming in. It was again just one man who's moving forward. Sunny goes down. They're not ready to get the trade straight away. Maka given plenty of time to reposition and actually manages to hit that flick on Alu, playing around the pillar with Aerial as the no-scope comes in. What a massive round from Maka.
Yeah, Maka has been in such great form for Heretics. It's been him and Navera that have been the standout players for them. And that's the case again here. And these are great signs for Heretics, because in their win against Dignitas, it was Maka and Navera both at the top of the board. And the same again here. To lock down the A site there alone is so difficult, but he turns it into some 1v1 fights. The early aggression in the apartments gets the first pick. Then he repositions to get another 1v1 fight. And then those final shots are just fantastic. That's just raw aim at that point. And ENCE, again, shut out early on this map. They have to take the early timeout, and they are really probably getting a bit worried now, considering this is not the start they were hoping for.
Not at all. I mean, Sergey has 3 kills, Zalo has 2, we have 1 on X7, and Sunny early get the frag, which isn't that big of a deal considering we're only going into the 6th round, but it just shows you that really no one is able to get going so far in these first few rounds, and that overall they have been quite convincing for Team Heretics. Now they really are getting a chance to start building up money. They still haven't really done it, to be fair. So again, ENCE are keeping that pressure on at very least, so that they do have an opportunity once they get that. Once they do finally get a gun round, or if they finally get a gun round. I would imagine they will, but you have to be careful with your wording. But yeah, I mean, this time they've actually got some pistols, some Kevlar. They have nades, which we didn't really see on that previous round, where they were kind of just on the half investment, not quite as much anyway. So I'm not going to count them out completely. Again, if they can get a few kills, at least make this a round here that's costly for Heretics, and then get things going on that next gun round. It's definitely not over for them. Heretics still playing things a little bit safer in this round.
And deciding to smoke off Boiler even, maybe to take the longer fight at top mid. not wanting to get caught from that closer position. XMS playing this pit position that he was previously doing work in. And ENCE currently just holding back. Like you said, they've got plenty of nades, so they don't really need to go for any quick aggression here. They can set up a play with some smokes. Heretics are pretty ready for this, though. They've got a couple of players rotating onto this A bomb site, so as the flashes come in, the CTs should be ready.
Yeah, it does look like they are, especially Keo over towards Long. Leave the man in towards Arch, has a bit of help from the library as well, but so far not even needing it, managing to get that all done on his own and forcing ENCE now to just come up through one angle of attack. It's up through short, out through the apartments as well, at least for X7. He does eventually pull back 2 kills, but not before everyone else had unfortunately fallen from his team. So he's left alone, needing that ace clutch, a little bit of a gap in the long smoke for Lucky to peer through. And it's 6-0. Again, not a round we expected a lot from ENCE, getting a couple kills, at least keeping in a position again, as I said, where they've been dropping at least a couple players in these last 4 rounds. It's actually been the last 4 rounds that Heretics has survived with 3 players in all of them, so they haven't been incredibly clean, but they also haven't been it's not putting Heretics in a position where they're not allowed to save any money. So this is where ENCE do need to start getting some rounds going. No up, not too surprising. Alu happy enough with the rifle on the T side of Inferno. They have everything that they need though in this gun round, so if this doesn't work, I just don't know what to say.
Yeah, especially since we saw in one of the earlier gun rounds, for example, Sergey getting them into a good position to start with, and then they couldn't even close it out from there. So, got to see some more signs of success from ENCE sooner rather than later. Otherwise, this could be a very quick series, a much quicker series than I think we anticipated, especially considering it's Heretics who won the first map. This could be a huge win for the Heretics squad, and they already got that opening win against Dignitas. If they beat ENCE here, they can definitely put themselves in the running to make it through this group. So ENCE have got to be careful right now, as the early nades used into top mid, they have taken away the early map control from the CTs, but Heretics are hanging around here at A long.
Yeah, Mavera just hiding in the cubby at the moment, wanting Maka to take the opening contact with the op, then he'll probably fall back into Arch and look to try and play off of each other. Not really finding much though, instead rotating back around now so we can help out on the bomb site. And for the moment, as we can see, ENCE could still really bring this anywhere because the bomb is in between them. They have 3 players holding around mid. They have a couple players working over towards Banana initially there. They've now got that control, so the bomb will be retrieved. And for now, going to be favoring over towards that A-bomb site. So that's where they will have to commit it at this point. They've not got much time left. They have 25 seconds to get going forward. Fortunately for them, though, 2 players at the moment on this A-bomb site as the rotation was actually called for towards that B-bomb site for Team Heretics. Maka finding contact, but not able to connect the shot. And now he's pinned in towards Grave. He needs to hit some incredible shots with the op if he wants to live. And if he wants to give his team a chance in this round. Nearly lining them up on short in the Molotov and just can't manage to connect anything, unfortunately. XMS, though, he does recover a little bit. Gets the triple. How the hell was he able to do that? And there was no time anymore.
Oh, lockdown from XMS on the bomb site. Huge spray down from him. 3 kills on the hold. More importantly, just buying time for his team. I think ENCE there just got the timing slightly off on their push onto A. They maybe could have done with going 5 or 10 seconds sooner, because if they did actually draw the rotation earlier in the round, but by the time that Nevera actually was rotating back to the A site, ENCE, that's when they decided to push. So it ended up being a 3-man A hold from Heretics, and that's why XMS could go unchecked on the bomb site. That's why he could do so much damage. Unfortunately, at this point, ENCE, they've tried some fast aggression. It hasn't really panned out for them. They've tried the slow round. Heretics again were able to lock it down. They are trying different things, but nothing seems to be working for them right now. Oh, God.
Oh. Yeah, just kind of getting owned by Lucky over towards Banana there with that double spray down. He was one of the players who really was, especially on the CT side of Nuke as well for Team Heretics, finding lots of openings around that door area and such. So I guess looking for the same on this map with that aggression towards Banana. It works out, puts them in a decent position, but it does also let ENCE retrieve themselves a second rifle now with that M4. As I said, though, I obviously do jinx it. It gets dropped. Okay, Alu and X7 actually going to catch both of those players aggressing around Banana, and that is very risky. That just straight up wasn't needed from Team Heretics. That's given ENCE an opportunity back into this round.
They go for the deep CT smoke as well, and you can see Maka with the AWP is not very comfortable holding near that smoke. He doesn't want to get run down, he doesn't want to get pushed through that smoke, so he's gone all the way back, and he's going to approach from Banana alongside his teammate. So this is a bit more time bought by ENCE, but Maka is now arriving. He doesn't pick up the rifle there. There's another one available, I think. Oh, maybe not. He's currently only got the Tech 9. Okay, the M4's at top Banana, so Maka can get that into his hands, and the smoke has been lined up. So the retake attempt begins, but the time is so far gone. Heretics have got to get on the bomb. Fake defuse. ENCE have got to go for the peak, but they spot that there's no defuse coming in. Alu now going back for more, gets the headshot and the spray onto the second. Good work from Alu, and ENCE are finally on the board, but Alu goes down with the bomb, so the money concerns could come back to bite them in the future, but at least for now, they've got a round on the board.
As I had pointed out, though, the consistent damage that was being done does leave Heretics in the spot where they're actually having to kind of just scrape their bite together here. They'll get most of what they need. You see, obviously, the MP9 being a bit of an issue there for XMS, but it's Inferno. Plenty of close-range positions where that weapon can still be effective. Nades overall are decent. They have that one defuse kit for Kiyoshima. So there's still a chance for Heretics to take this round back, keep on building up this incredible lead. But this is a massive opening for ENCE now. If they manage to capitalize off the back of that one and manage to pick up this round as well, then they will start to pick up a little bit more on the D side. Probably at that point bring themselves up to 4 rounds, which was looking at a reach for a little while. But right now, we do again see Heretics looking to challenge somewhat over towards Banana, not peeking too aggressively, instead just sticking around this top corner. And with a little bit of a spam through the smoke on top of those nades, Kiyoshima actually goes ahead and opens things up in favor of Team Heretics.
There was that one round where Sergey was able to get some entries on Banana, but other than that, Heretics have done a good job at shutting down that position, and I think it was the nades combined with the few shots landing that get Sergey out of the round early. ENCE now have Banana control, but they're already a man down. CT smoke can be peered over by Lucky, while Kiyo takes the first contact from Coffins. And then Nevera's there on that fast rotate if necessary. And Kiyo is just jiggle peeking here. As soon as he spots them, he'll probably deploy this defensive smoke. And here comes the execute from ENCE.
Yeah, Kiyo's just going to be held off by that smoke, most likely. Lucky able to get one, unfortunately not able to survive and drop back off the boost, but it does still keep them with a man advantage, obviously. Good bit of damage having been also dealt out at this point. The bomb should now be planted for ENCE, but it has at least given a little bit of time for Team Heretics to begin to rotate in. They've already got Maka nearby in the CT spawn, XMS also now making his way over, so they're all going to be moving in together. That's one thing that you do have to point out. They've got one smoke at least, so they definitely could use that to block off X7 towards Banana, but they need to get a move on relatively soon.
Here comes the retake. Nevera following up XMS. The MP9 going in first, and Nevera will work off his teammate, but X7 sprays 2 down. X7 in with a 3K, and now Kiyoshima tries his best, but all the attention was focused on X7, and Sunny can get the easy kill from behind. Beautiful work by X7 there, though. That double spray down was already great, and then the fact he gets the headshot onto the man at CT basically seals the deal at that point. So ENCE have got themselves into this game. The 2-round wins are all they need to make sure that Heretics are battered back in terms of their economy. And now we might have the start of a game on our hands, Dean.
Perhaps. As I said off the back of that, we're at least going to be seeing the 3rd round now. Not a 4th, actually, because there is 2,400 loss bonus for Team Heretics going into the next round. But even then, I mean, on top of the current money that they actually have available, that won't give them a fantastic buy. So this is the opportunity for ENCE to really get going now on the T side. Forget about what the poor start that they actually did have coming into this map and really begin to recover things. Maka looking, I mean, they are still crossfiring here on mid. Unfortunately, though, this stack in general just hasn't worked out at all. Eventually, 1 kill comes in, which is okay. I mean, they were able to take down Alu, but obviously the op just being retrieved, it will be dropped back over. It's nothing really too crazy in terms of the damage. It does help them out maybe a little bit coming into these following rounds if they are able to return here with their own gun round quickly. But will they buy? I mean, I was going to say, considering the lead they have, they could have considered taking one more eco, maybe giving the 4 to ENCE and then just looking to try and work back and maybe even end it with 11 to 4. But they're going to go for what they can get here. It's M4s, it's a few nades, no kits unfortunately, so we may see them opting for maybe a little bit more of an aggressive approach.
It's also 3 silenced M4s, which allows them to get just a bit more utility across the board. An extra flashbang on a few of their players, which could end up making the difference. We will have to wait and see. Stack on short right now for the Heretics squad. It is a shame that Maka's not able to get the AWP in his hands, because he's had a lot of impact on that weapon. I'm sure he will be capable with the rifle as well, and the fight's coming in at top mid. Aerial could be wrapping around here. He's got the flank going. Quick headshot and a quick follow-up. 2 kills, and he almost burns in the molly, but he just about survives, and the kills are heavily favoring ENCE at this point. A quick burst onto the A bomb site pays off for them.
Yeah, and it was very close. I'm not sure who that was around mid, but they got into a challenge up against Sergey, I believe, and dinked them down. If that kill had gone in his direction, then it would have been a 2-on-2. They would have had a great spot to try to retake, but that one kill being so important then, just to go ahead and give them the round pretty much, because Kiyoshima at this point is forced to call for the save. As we said, the economy of Team Heretics still in a pretty tough spot. They only get 2,900 from this round as well, so it's obviously not enough for them to buy up. So around this M4, most likely we are just expecting some pistols, maybe a few nades, Kevlar and a couple players, but even then that'll be a little bit of a stretch with what they have. So we should see 5 for ENCE. And considering it was a 7-0 lead from Team Heretics, that is definitely a really good recovery for them on the T side. And if they can add a little bit more to this, I mean, if they even just bring it up to 6 in total, that's already a decent spot to be in. But if they can keep it going as they are right now, then they could definitely still manage to come out and even win the half potentially. Who knows?
And it was definitely, I think, important for ENCE to get a fair few of these rounds on the board and to string them together, because this will do wonders for their confidence just as individuals, because they should be able to probably have the edge in individuals against this Heretics roster. So far in this game, though, it felt like Heretics were making all the big plays. That might be about to change, but it's a team kill and a frag from XMS. A 2-man lead early into this round from Heretics, and ENCE have got to be careful here.
Sergey and Alu are both barely hanging on at this point. They've both been tagged up massively. This is a horrible spot for them to be in. An opportunity for Heretics, having invested very little into this round, to potentially steal it away. And you can see ENCE, they're feeling the pressure. They've been kind of forced to slow things down. At this point, considering they only have one player who's looking healthy, they are really opting on the fact that Heretics could maybe make some mistakes and continue aggressing like we have seen in the past, but I don't think they're going to be doing anything crazy like that. Instead, just going with a pretty standard setup. 3 towards A, rotating Lucky back towards B. And it does look like it's going to be the A hit, where, of course, we do have that M4.
XMS is always the man in these sneaky positions, this time playing in mini pit. I think his teammates will take first contact and then he'll just pop up and try and be the closer. But it comes down to the opening trades here, because if ENCE lose just one of the early fights as they try and take a bomb site, they could be in all sorts of trouble. A-long is currently open. That's something that Heretics have got to be aware of and got to be a little bit worried about maybe. Kiyoshima's holding it from pit though. This fight could be about to come through. Alu rounding the corner. He doesn't take damage though. X7 about to enter. X7 quick kill, but he's the last man surviving and he goes down. Heretics win with the weak buy, and ENCE there, they just lost those 2 fights early, and from there you always knew it was going to be a tough round for them, but the crossfire on A locks it down for Heretics.
They lost one. They conceded the other by just team killing before they could lose. That was just an awkward round in general. It hopefully won't cost ENCE too much. I mean, if they were to lose this round, then they're in trouble, because it could give Heretics the opportunity to maybe get 11 still. They'd probably at least get 10 off the back of it at that point, considering we would see ENCE looking at an eco. So it is certainly a bit of a problem for them, but if they can return straight away, it might not cost them too much. But as I say that, Maka, straight up through the apartments, actually manages to drop the bomb. The Molotov then plays perfectly on X7 as well. And the Vera just doesn't care, just facing down mid, tapping away, nearly adjusted there to get X7 as well. But not quite. Fortunately, for the sake of ENCE, they will be able to at least return 1 kill. But this round is already kind of running away from them at this point. You've even seen that aggression again coming through in towards the T apartments as Mac has actually gone forward, and I don't think this is going to be expected.
Yeah, that gives him a nice spot to watch the bomb from as well, if he decides to take that peek. But I think ENCE will be allowed to recover the bomb, at least for the time being. Can Maka get the timing right on this one, though? Oh, there's a player behind him. There's a player behind him, and he doesn't realize. Aerial gets the backstab, and that gives ENCE a chance in this round. They're slowly sneaking in through the apartments, and look at how spread Heretics are across the map. It's only XMS on A right now.
Yeah, which could be an issue if they do get this kill. Obviously, they'll have control of the bomb site. XMS, though, at least able to find 1 kill, do some damage as well to make Aerial that much easier for Lucky potentially to trade it out on. He's not going to be able to get the kill, though. Drop the 3 health. I mean, it's still a very awkward spot, a very difficult position for Uriel to be in. But as long as Heretics move forward together, ensure that they can get this trade, then it should be their round. That Molotov, though, actually kind of delays Kyoshima a little bit. He's going to swing out, so may spot him, and indeed, he does manage to indeed get the shot. Through the flames, not obstructing his vision too much. Plenty of time, obviously, for the defuse. And that's 9 for Heretics. That round is just heartbreaking now, because they have actually managed to have their economy broken off the back of it. I mean, they could buy up on 2 players if they wanted to, but I think most likely they're going to be taking that eco, maybe some pistols, and then trying to play for the 5-round half. As I say that, though, I'm completely wrong, because Uriel goes for the AK. I would imagine everyone else buys now as well, and indeed. So 2 rifles, a scout, a MAC-10, and a deagle. It gives them a chance to fight for this round, obviously, but if this doesn't work out, then they'll be on an even worse investment in the following round.
Yeah, if they don't win this one, like you said, it could definitely end up being an 11-4 half against them, which is not the position they would have wanted to be in. Quick aggression on Banana, but that would have been heard by Heretics. They reply with some counter nades of their own, just to make sure they don't get run over on this B bomb site. So let's get the early Banana control, and they've got nades if they want to execute onto this B bomb site. I think they were just looking to take Banana away, though, and then work from there. And it's already forced a rotation from Heretics. The AWP of Maka rotating over to the B bomb site. So they've left A pretty weak on the Heretics side here. We'll see if ENCE can figure that out, though, because there's still plenty of time left on the clock. And one smoke deployed into B, but the counter-aggression from Heretics, they're using their own flashbangs to take back Banana control. And Sunny has been left here. He's going to hear these steps, and he might look for this fight.
Which I don't think would work out too well, considering the number of CT players right now on the other side of this wall. They somehow managed to get lucky just up close on his own. Everyone else had begun to fall back, and the MAC-10 of Sunny is indeed fragged out. Hawka is apparently mystical. He knew what was going to happen. He had the prediction. And it's the B bomb site now that has fallen under the control of ENCE. So the bomb's going to be planted. Team Heretics, considering the money they have available, they seem to have already made the decision that they just want to save in this one, which is understandable. It'll give them a good buy in this next round. It'll give them the opportunity to still try and put 10 on the board and come out with a pretty fantastic half, all things considered. But it also gives hope to ENCE that they can potentially still recover up to 6 rounds, which is definitely a result that you can be happy with on the T side, especially when you were down 7-0 at one point.
Yeah, I think that round definitely looked like it was Sunny making the call there as the new in-game leader of this squad, because he heard the steps from the CTs pushing back onto Banana. He knew that they were taking that control, so he called for his teammates to quickly come assist him. They used a couple of nades. That flashbang was just where it needed to be to get that opening kill. And then from there, the Heretics hold falls apart. Even though Maki gets the 1 kill, he has to fall back, and they decide they can't retake in the 3v4. So ENCE get themselves a chance to at least come away with 6 rounds from this first half, which I think would be acceptable for them, especially considering how this game started. They'd be pretty happy with that. If they could get 6 rounds on the board, they could definitely get themselves back into this game. It's not going to be easy, though, against the full buy of Heretics, and again, that AWP of Maka that has been pretty impactful throughout this first half so far. He's going aggressive again, but the Molotov forces him away. He actually continues to stick around here, but no fight for Maka just yet.
Lucky also getting naded down over towards Banana, so some really good damage actually being connected in favor of ENCE towards the beginning of this round, weakening up a couple of players, making it perhaps easier later on in the round when they do actually want to approach a bomb site. But we're still seeing that aggression through the apartments. Right now, Team Heretics are not giving up on it, and it's going to be XMS who finds the back there exposed of 1 player. Unfortunately, towards B, though, they are not finding the same success for themselves. ENCE are sure taking their time to actually move in, but there is no one nearby to actually rotate quickly enough, so they will be able to get in towards the bomb site. They'll be able to get that bomb down most likely without Heretics really being able to do anything about the plant itself. But they are already in positions pretty quickly to get this retake going.
Yeah, I'm slightly surprised to see Heretics with such an aggressive stance on the B side of the map there, considering they pushed into second mid, but a 3v3 retake isn't out of the question. Sergey, though, makes sure it's not a 3v3 retake for much longer as he rips Nivera's head off. And now both players coming in from Banana have just got to go running in here. A couple of nades for them. Rifle recovered, but XMS, the last man left. Quick kill onto the first man, but he switches over to the AWP, and the time is too far against him. So ENCE salvaged the 6 rounds from the first half that they were looking for. Not bad, all things considered, but there's still more work to be done heading into their CT side after the break.
Trapped in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get off you. Day to day, you wanna stay out, you're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the light, chasing the light, chasing the light. Chasing the night.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night and never day. Even when I wash the floor, the dust still comes. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night, it's never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed.
ENCE definitely getting themselves back into this game at the end of that half. A 9-6 scoreline against them, but they can definitely do some damage here on the CT side. And this aggression is not something that Heretics are ready for. The push down mid, flanking Banana. Mac has let this happen, but they don't know he's here. He gets a free frag onto Sergey, and it's quickly turned into a 3v3 after some crazy aggression early. And X7 also caught. The kills just keep on coming. 2v2 now.
Yeah, and they do, of course, have the information about both of those final players coming down Banana. Quick headshot found from Macadar towards Aerial as he surprises yet another player, leaving it all on Alu, who has already been dinked up. He's on 10 health. He's in a 1-on-2, working now against the time as the bomb is already planted, and he doesn't currently have a defuse kit to work with either, unfortunately. So this is going to be extremely difficult. Does have a nade. I mean, if he positions that well, maybe he could get a kill even. Maka in towards the pit. Doesn't have armor, is on 69 health, so it could potentially take one out. But they are just going to play this alongside of each other. Not really looking to face unless they need to. Yeah, that nade very close to finishing him off. And as it doesn't, Alu realizes, yeah, he can't do anything anymore. He needed that nade to get a kill if he was to move forward. And even then, with how quick the bomb was already beginning to tick, it probably wouldn't have been possible. So, yeah, I mean, just saving his armor, not a bad decision. He may be cut off, though, because Marcus actually ran all the way around into the CT spawn. I think he's the man that got spotted, and Alu's like, nah, I'm out. Back to Banana.
Back to Banana. Saves the armor at the very least. Alu currently top fragging for the team, and he hasn't had too many chances with the AWP so far, obviously on that T side. So maybe here on CT he can start to take over even further. Again, XMS is still going for this Bison. He's the only guy that I see buying the Bison, but fair play to him. He wants his signature weapon, and he goes for it in this second round, which, against the Force Buy from ENCE, might be a bit scary. We'll see how that Bison can perform against the armored up ENCE opponents. They have got pistols and plenty of nades on the ENCE side, which is always nice to have on Inferno.
Maka overall pretty lucky to have actually survived that initial nade stack with 80 or so health. Also able to catch a player off guard because of the fact that they didn't expect them to be so close, thinking the nades would have held those players back for a little bit longer. And with a second kill instantly being followed up on, Team Heretics are just like, yeah, we can slow this down now. We have full banana control. We obviously need to be cautious because aggression could have already come in at this point, so they're holding for anyone who may be looking to flank. But that's not the case for now. ENCE have surprisingly kept this relatively static. I mean, they're only now beginning to actually rotate a second player over to B. And with that, of course, entrusting Aerial alone on the A-bomb site. Really, no matter where Heretics go, as long as they move together here, they should be all right. And it looks as they make the decision to bring it back towards A. That is probably the better of the two. Just leaving Kiyoshima to scout out a bit on B, actually deciding that they now want to commit off the back of that because he has found an opening, as well as being able to tag up Sergei in the spawn.
Yeah, taking their time, but eventually Heretics get that bomb down. I think they were just making sure that, like you said, they didn't run into a stack or anything. Kyo goes in and gets the information and the frag, and that leaves them in a good position. Aerial has his knife out. So does Maka. This is awkward, but Aerial's now got the CZ in his hand, and he might get this kill. No, not quite. So Maka holds on. Good thing he did, because he would have lost the AK, which might have been saved, which he wouldn't have wanted. So Heretics up to an 11-6 scoreline, and more importantly, ENCE down to the full save here. Some nades being bought, a flashbang from Sunny, but that's about it. So it's probably going to be a 12-6 scoreline, and at that point, there's not much room for error on the ENCE side here on this comeback. They're going to have a very good CT half.
For sure, and it's definitely possible. I mean, they had a great recovery back on their T side as well once they were actually... Oh, dropped my phone. We're all good. It was beside me and I hit off it. But yeah, they were actually able to get a really good recovery considering the beginning that they had once they got their own economy going, once they didn't have to worry about just constantly being broken back down onto the pistols, which did again become a little bit of an issue towards the end of that first half. So I still have faith. They can get that gun, if they can get into that gun round, if they can get the economy rolling and allow for Alu to have the up when he needs it, then I do still think we could potentially have a competitive map on our hands, but it does seem like Heretics are the slightly stronger of the two teams today. And obviously in this round, I didn't really point it out because there wasn't a lot going on, but it was the A stack. We've seen Heretics just walk into B, and the goal at this point for ENCE is to see if they can pick up a few exit frags, and there's one. They've actually been able to steal themselves away a kill. I think it was only an SMG though.
It was just the Mach 10 of Kyo, which struggled to spray at long range. They eventually find it. Not the best weapon to recover, but Heretics are trapped on banana here, so ENCE might just try and fly in. They've got that flashbang as well. If that's well placed, maybe they can run in and get some kills at the end. The potential downside of that, though, is you don't want to give too much money to these SMGs, so this is maybe a bit of a risk, but here comes the flash, and oh, XMS, oh no, look at the money. So much money for the SMGs. Alu gets one of his own, and X7 here also gets a kill before the end. After all said and done, though, Heretics hold on pretty comfortably there, get a fair amount of money on those SMG kills, and now they can buy up the AKs into this next one.
Obviously, though, this first gun round for them now being so important here on the CT side. If this one doesn't go in their favor, then again, they'd be looking at another half buy before being able to come back on and give it another go. Obviously, at that point, then we'd have a 14-6 lead for Heretics, so they are kind of in a do-or-die position at this point, and we are going to see Heretics looking to try and maybe bring up the pace a little bit. Nade stacks towards the top of Banana, not really doing too much damage apart from on towards Sunny, who does get finished off quite quickly there by Maka. It seems like they want to continue with this aggression towards B. A little bit risky. I mean, Maka's now taken down low, so I think at this point they're probably going to go, okay, we've got ourselves a man advantage at least. We've got that banana control. We can probably afford to slow this down for a moment. Although they may consider going through this mid-smoke, a little bit of a gap either way, giving Sergei the opportunity. The second player tries to follow up, and they just get wrecked. Sergei with actually 3. I thought it was 4. Either way, insane though.
Oh, Lucky still fighting for the Heretics side, though. They've got to deal with Sergey on the bomb site, however. He has repositioned and he's looking to lock this down. Lucky, oh no, doesn't have a clue. Sergey's in this position. It is now the 4K. Dean is a prophet and it's up to Keo. Quick kill onto the first man. Taps away, eventually gets the spray onto X7. But Keo's on 19 health in this clutch and he's not moving onto the bomb site. So Alu has got plenty of time to work with here in this 1v1. I think Keo's afraid that the other player could also be close by, so this time is really going to help Alu here, because for what it's worth, Alu had $900 at the start of this round and didn't buy the kit. That probably won't come into play now, though, because Keo's taking so much time. He finally gets the bomb in hand, and will try this plant, and Alu will take that time to move into the bomb site. Keo looking back around. Alu knows the player's trapped on the site somewhere. He's looking for this fight. He's looking for the angle. Keo behind this box. Alu still hasn't spotted him, and Keo with a quick headshot clutches it out for Heretics.
Heartbreaking. That is just heartbreaking for Sergey. Back on Nuke as well, he was the man who was stepping up time and time again, and the majority of the time it wasn't enough for them to actually get the rounds, and that's what happens here. And as I had pointed out before, that was just such an important round if ENCE wanted any chance to make this comeback happen. And Sergey gave everything to it, and it just wasn't enough in the end. 13-6, probably going to be 14-6 now unless ENCE come out on top of this kind of half buy, which I'm not expecting. So they're going to have to be near flawless on the CT side once they do actually get back onto the guns. They can't really afford to drop another round, or else the best they're doing is fighting for an overtime. And obviously in this position, you don't want to fight for an overtime from so far behind, because not only do you need to come back, get the overtime, you then need to go on and win map number 3 as well. So it is a tough task for sure. I was going to say a chance with the SMG there. Maybe could have caught Kiyoshima up close and potentially stolen away a weapon. Unfortunately though, Keo wins out the duel, and the second player who was nearby not quite able to follow up.
Vera also looking for action, and he has found his action. Kill on the B site, make it a second. Alu's going for the fight, but he will be dealt with. So nothing going in this round for ENCE. Sergey will just look to land some shots. And yeah, that last round really feels like it might have been the dagger, the shot through the heart that might just kill off ENCE's chances here, because Keo clutching that 1v3 is something that didn't look likely at the start of it, but he comes away with the round, and Sergey only gets 1 kill on the exit. 14-6 now, and as you were saying earlier, it really has to be a flawless CT half for ENCE to come back into this game. Sergey's picking up the AWP for what it's worth, not Alu.
Okay, maybe Alu just not feeling it. Although, obviously with him being on the T side prior, it's not really like he got too much of an opportunity to use it, so it wouldn't have been a bad idea to let him actually give it a go here, at least now that they're on the CT side. But yeah, I mean, with how Sergey's been playing, maybe he can still have a lot of impact, but it could perhaps be based off of the spawn as well, potentially, depending on where he is taking it. Over towards short, I believe, on the A side of things. Alu decides that he wants to peek in towards Banana alongside a teammate as they look for the control. But it's the op of Maka that shuts him down instantly, snatches the advantage. I don't think they realize another player has actually pushed down Banana, though. For now, the smoke is keeping them safe. But, being a little bit awkward. Okay, never mind. Spammed straight through, and Nade had just landed at his feet too. This is just not going well for ENCE at all. Everything is working against them.
Yeah, that is not the start they wanted. Obviously, the spam through the smoke is just bad timing, but 3v5 to come back from. There's a player still on Banana. X7 now backing away, though, after spotting a couple of players. Nade does a bit of damage to him. I think he wants to get a quick kill here before falling back, and he might find that. Nice frag onto the first man, but X7 only on 15 points of health, and the rotate is very far away from ENCE. They're currently only on the short side of A, so if Heretics commit to this A bomb site, or this B bomb site rather, the A rotate is going to take so long that X7 is going to be in a lot of trouble here, and there it is. X7 sitting in the CT, smoke goes down, and that should be the round.
Definitely. Without a kit especially, they can't afford to even attempt to retake. Having those weapons, they need them in the next, again, to give themselves some sort of an opportunity to fight back. And with the loss bonus obviously rolling, they will be able to drop over a couple of rifles too. So they'll have a relatively decent investment, but it's going to have to be 9 in a row just to take it into an overtime. Heretics are just looking like the much better team today. Maka is still fragging like a madman. Even on the T side with the op, he's able to have that impact.
Yeah, I really think he's found his consistency on Heretics. I was saying earlier that he had consistency problems in the past, but he always looked like a player who was very talented, very skilled, and recently he's really been hitting a good level on this Heretics team. It feels like everything's coming together for Heretics since Navera joined this lineup. He's been another star player for them who's been super solid. And then now someone like Keo doesn't have to carry this team. He can kind of just be more of a supportive element at times and maybe just win clutches like he did earlier. So it feels like everything is going right for Heretics. But obviously, on the other side of the coin, everything's going wrong for ENCE in this game. Off the back of that win against Fnatic as well, it felt like maybe they would have turned the corner. But here against Heretics today, they've just been outclassed on both of these maps. And it's their last buy now, last chance for them to try and get a win streak going here on Inferno. Sergey again going for the AWP as they try and get some rounds on the board.
And it seems like they want to contest Banana because they do have this 3-man stack in the beginning. Nades going down with a Molotov in from the D side, though they're not really able to follow up straight away with aggression themselves. So being slowed down a bit, actually with that being forced, I guess, to rotate another player back over towards A in case a quick play was coming in over here instead. But they will still look to actually take this control, surprisingly. Sunny able to get one, I believe, did force that player out into the open with a Molotov. You then had also another man being up close, that was Maka, but in the middle of the smoke with an up, there wasn't really much he could do to actually try and return the trade. So a very nice opening for ENCE, one of the better positions we've seen them in so far on the CT side for sure. They need to capitalize on this and get something going. As I said, it's going to be a very long road ahead of them. And obviously with this being a 4-on-5, there's still plenty of room here for Heretics to potentially pull it back, especially as they have a minute remaining. Leaving apartments, though, I think they just want to group back up on Banana and try and take that fight. And considering both players are staying aggressive right now, if they trade that out even 2 for 2, they have a good position with the bomb set.
Halo just took so much damage on that spam. He's down to 1 health. Maka switched out for the AK, and Navera entering B. 2 quick kills, and that could be all she wrote for ENCE. The B site is currently open. Heretics are hesitating slightly here, but they're waiting for that second smoke to come into play, and another smoke for CT will allow them access to this B-bomb site. Navera looking for more, but it's XMS to get one straight through the smoke. Ariel and Sergey are going to try and fight this one off, but the bomb is already being planted, and their chances, well, are slightly better now after Sergey lands that shot.
It does give some hope. XMS and Navera, though, they are looking to try and put this one on lock, and both of them have been performing extremely well so far, so it's not going to be an easy task here, especially with the up and play with no defuse kit. The time is already working against them, and Ariel, the last man standing, he had to pull off a miracle pretty much there and wasn't really given any hope to as he was immediately taken out. What a game, man.
Hello everybody and welcome to NIP taking on ENCE. We are here for map number 1, which is of course Train, as you can see here on your screens. And we're already live with a pistol round. My name is Mitch. With me for this series and the next is going to be the beautiful Dean Brown. And we're about to kick on into the action as NIP have 1 man down towards B, but ENCE are looking to come in force.
Yeah, and with it being that retake setup, they should be able to find the actual bomb plant itself relatively easily. I think Lekro probably going to try and see if he can at least pick one off, unfortunately instantly being dinked down. So at this point, Lekro just has to kind of hide back, wait now for his teammates to rotate in, especially as he has that kit. Doesn't want to be losing it in any sort of an awkward spot for them to retrieve. A 5-on-5 retake, though. This is a very difficult spot now for the Ninjas to actually be, and you see one player already pushed up a little bit more aggressive towards the summit position, so they do have a somewhat aggressive after plant to try and run down this time even further. And as we see them moving forward, so far the trade's actually going in favor of ENCE. You can see the 2 players up towards Heaven as well. They have that Molotov that can delay even further, and X7 on the flank has just put a stop to this. Nothing that NIP can do. Twist is trapped in towards Summit, and Sunny just continues to fight, takes himself the headshot. There it is, ENCE with the opening pistol. We didn't, of course, get to break down any of the map choices or anything, but this is the choice of ENCE.
It is indeed. They chose Train, so NIP choose to start on the CT side. When it came to NIP's time to pick, they went for Overpass, and the decider was left down to be Inferno. That'll be a knife to decide who starts where. So for ENCE, picking up that pistol round is really solid. You want to get off to a good start on the T side, but they are up against a force buy. NIP aren't letting it go quite that easily. We see a scout come through on Knock and a very good early nade onto Ariel. Not doing enough damage to make him a 1-hit to that scout, but close enough. You tag him up with the Deagles. Ariel now on 14 HP. Look at Lekro, though. He wants to push up the ramp, and he's already got 1-2 with the Deagle.
That is just ridiculous. Gets himself the AK, runs away, and at this point, Rez is already flanked up through Pop Dog, so he is a free frag on Sunny. This round is completely crumbled. as you said, that damage initially on Aerial, but it was really Lekro who made the round-winning play at that point, pretty much sealed the fate of NIP here. The bomb, of course, being dropped under the control of them. It's X7. I mean, he's looking around main right now, trying to see if someone is still peeking around this position, which, to be fair, they haven't all rotated over. They are still actually around this area. It was Nock and Plotsky who were trying to watch towards main and Pop Dog respectively, and a nice little scout headshot comes through to finish that one off. So NIP, they steal away the force buy. As I said, Lekro with that double headshot on the Deagle there was ridiculous. I mean, if he went down, the B-bomb side probably would have been lost. I think there was another player already quickly rotating through connector, but it would have been a lot more difficult for them to hold it at that point. So massive play, massive round from ENCE. From NIP, and now ENCE are the ones who have a very weak economy. Obviously, having won the pistol, losing the round that follows, the lost one is not going to be anywhere near as good as it would have been otherwise. So they only have that one rifle and then pistols to surround it.
Oh, look at the early nades that went up towards ENCE. Quite a bit of damage done. And they're looking to split again down towards that B-bomb site. Seems to be what they're rocking with when they've got the pistols out. That 1 AK on Alu could do quite a bit of damage if it's left unchecked. Luckily, there's 2 players here for the CT side. Make that 1 as Nog falls, and they start to fall over towards Lekro, who's also dead. What is this? Just a P250 is all they needed.
I mean, Aerial doesn't even have Kevlar for himself. He was the one that dropped over the rifle. As I'm trying to finish my sentence, though, the kills do begin to go back in favor of the CT side. Now Alu's trapped in on default, and they will be able to finish him off. I'm not sure if they know exactly where Sunny's positioned at the moment, though. So he does have a bit of a chance to maybe try and catch one off guard. And as you can see, Plopsky being low, this is definitely still winnable. Hiding around the smoke on the Great Train. They actually have no idea. Twist is just going to go ahead and stick the bomb, but he's not being spotted quite yet. And there's nothing that Sunny can do. Was often at that point, they're rather betting on the bomb not being stuck. Actually survives as well. He got himself the rifle, so that's not a bad recovery considering ENCE were on a force spider to get the plant, get 4 kills and a rifle out of it. Not the worst, but there was a bit of a chance there maybe for them to win it, so it is still somewhat upsetting. But they're going to buy up again straight away. Keep the pressure on.
I'm surprised he managed to get that rifle. The timing was perfect going through the smoke, and I guess he walked away with, like, realistically, he wasn't going to be stopping that round from being won. There were so many CTs left alive, but it was a pretty positive outcome overall. 2-1, ENCE look to bring it a little bit further. X7's only got a Deagle to play with, but all his buddies have got those rifles. They'll look to work for those frags themselves. Moving this time towards the A site with 2 down in Ivy, and looking like a late Pop Dog push as well. Good attempt with the nades, but Twist will survive today. And NIP with a very early stack over here. The totem pole is good for a trade. As Aerial picks that frag up, he loses a lot of HP in return.
Yeah, you said good for the trade, but just barely missed. I mean, that 2 health is really going to restrict them. At this point, he probably wants to trade that over to most likely X7, just take the Deagle in return. Could give it to Alu even at this point since they are a little bit closer. I believe now moving up into the halls together. So yeah, it looks like the goal is going to be B. Indeed, trading the Galil to the slightly lower health player. X7 for the moment is actually still lurking over towards Ivy, and it doesn't seem like he's going to get a move on anytime soon. So he may try and push this position. If they wanted, they could still try and move down Pop, obviously knowing that they had already taken a fight around that area. But that doesn't seem to be the goal. Instead, just one player, seeing if they can keep these players around to A-bomb site, stop those rotations, or at least delay them an extra couple of seconds and give them the chance to overrun that one defender and try and get that bomb planted. But it is Nock who has the op right now, playing back towards the connector train. Moving out Heaven was actually a good idea because they weren't immediately spotted. Unfortunately, he does pair up and manage to take 1 down. Rains off a shot towards the bomb site as well, not initially connecting, and not on the second time around either.
Sunny's tucked up on the old train, hoping to catch them as they push forward, but they've already snuck past to the bomb site. Flank on its way through here for X7. The timing is terrible for Sunny. Still gets good damage done. Sadly, with X7 only having himself a Deagle, there wasn't much hope of that. The defuse to come through as NIP pick up another round. But with the bomb plant coming through for ENCE, they will only have to take 1 eco, and then they'll get a very strong buy up. And keeping the rounds semi-close, you know, doing that damage to the CT side, it is at least a good sign. And we've already seen them do incredibly well when they're on pistols, like we're about to see here.
I mean, considering how much they've been favoring towards B so far, you do just have to think, okay, they'll probably just go B again, especially when they've seen how passive NIP have been playing it. I think all of the rounds they've approached us so far, the player has just been back around connector or in the back lines in general, so especially with pistols, it is a good chance to plant. But no, they proved me wrong. They want to try and switch it up a little bit. Smoke's going down towards outside, giving them perhaps the ability to close in the distance on those pistols, and it's actually the Ivy players that take first contact there. And it's been traded back, but as I say that again, ENCE do begin to frag. I mean, bringing this down to a 2v2 is a position it shouldn't be in for NIP. It looks like they should at least be able to recover it, but I mean, Alu in the 1-on-2, it's still winnable. Electro coming in from Pop Dog. He's there to go ahead and end this round, end what was becoming a scary round for them as well. Again, only 2 players surviving. I mean, let's have a look. 2 players surviving that round, 3 in the one before, 1 in the round before that. NIP, despite getting 4 in a row now for themselves, they haven't built up really any money, so there's still a very strong opportunity for the Finnish buys, of course, to take 1 round, and with that, completely destroy the economy of NIP. And they realize that, so they're going to call a pause, actually, before coming into this first gun round, have a bit of a discussion, and see what is the best approach.
This is probably the best time to be calling those pauses as well. Like you said, you know, we've got that full buy coming through after the pistol. You're 4-1 down. It's not terrible. Losing that second round certainly hurts after you win the pistol round, but it happens. Especially nowadays, when you've got those force buys pretty consistently coming through from the CT side. If a T side gets a plant, same thing. Don't expect to see the pistol being as free as it was before. They decide to go in for a glass cannon up on Alu. It was bought very early on before that, and I want to see where they're going to be rolling with it. It looks like everybody's shifting towards B for the most part, as Alu looks to pick them off. But NIP have a super passive B hold so far, and they're not looking to change anything up just yet. Except for the round where they had a Deagle, obviously, but that's where you're going to expect a couple more W keys.
Yeah, when you have those weaker weapons, you have to take the gamble usually. Obviously, there's a lot less risk considering you don't have as much to lose also, so it makes it a lot more worthwhile, but with a single player, he's not going to be getting aggressive. Instead, they do go ahead and try and get themselves that control towards main. Keep smoke in. The Molotov, I believe, went down as well to ensure there'd be no one hiding in towards that left corner behind the boxes, so some pretty good control. Plopsky up here, he's able to keep his eye on it. He'll know if anyone tries to work in and regain that control, so it gives them some info at the very least to work with, and in the meantime, Twisted gone aggressive over towards Ivy, and actually has given them a man advantage now. A minute remaining for ENCE to go ahead and try and do something in this gun round. As I said, they had done a good job so far at keeping the economy modest for NIP, but if they can take this open in gun round, and if they can do it in a convincing fashion, then NIP at that point will really begin to run away with the lead.
As time ticks on, ENCE slowly shifting through Ivy. They're about to take contact versus Twist, but this smoke gives away the fact that they're here. They're guaranteed Twist is watching for it, waiting for the players to move forward, but a flash is about to come through from Alu. It lands perfectly. Twist still with some good damage, but no kill. As we talk about kills, though, one comes through. Plopsky, Rez successfully holding down Pop Dog, and Plops with another. ENCE find themselves in a position where, well, it doesn't look too winnable, despite that really nice opening duel coming in towards Ivy. Alu was left to save the AWP with no armor, and indeed no hope of buying it in this round, as you don't get any cash for that, unfortunately. What do ENCE do here? I mean, they can get AKs for the most part, Dean, but they'll be lacking either head armor, which wouldn't be nice, or any utility. So I think they've made the only choice they really could.
Yeah, I agree with it. I mean, they have the op for Alu, obviously, that he saved over. Having no money is going to impact him quite heavily coming into the next round, where unless they do get the bomb plant, he won't be able to buy up the rifle and such for himself. So it's a bit of an awkward spot. They may have one person with a weaker weapon, but overall, prioritizing that buy for the next round is the better idea, in my opinion. I'm sure most people would agree with it. Still giving themselves pistols a chance to try and continue putting true impact, but they need to start picking up those rounds relatively soon. So this is one where, again, I don't expect a lot, but that next round is going to be so important for ENCE, because as we mentioned, this is their map choice, and with Overpass coming up next, that's not one that I'm going to expect ENCE to really be doing a lot on, if I'm being honest.
The pressure is definitely on to take it here on Train, and with the start, I mean, I know you can look at that scoreline, you can say 5-1, oh, ENCE, oh, it's bad for them and stuff, but think realistically, contextually, with how the rounds have gone, it's definitely not a terrible sign, but that previous buy round does strike a little bit of fear into my heart. We know they're not a good overpass team, so it has to be done here. And as Knock picks up Aerial, they look to again push into the B bomb site. Alu entering in with the AWP now, trying to catch a duel, and he does so successfully, using his teammates as decoys of sorts. Now up above, spots a player on the site. There's a second kill. ENCE have access, and they can get a bomb plant covered by the op, and with a retrieved AK armor on Sunny. This is actually a really solid round for ENCE, considering how it started.
Especially if they can manage to actually win this one. I mean, as you said, with the rifle as well here on Sunny, he has Kevlar. They have a flash on X7 that could be used effectively. There definitely is still opportunities for them to win this round. Taking that fight in towards the aisle train. Ends up actually dropping res on top of connector train. Swings back out and finishes off Twists. And now it's all on Plopsky. And Sunny's not going to give him the chance for the peak. Instead, X7 swings in, and they would have been ready to follow it up with a second if needed for the trade. Really well played round by ENCE, and just massive from Alu to find those two openings. If he didn't, they had no chance.
Oh, what a fantastic job done by ENCE, using those two first players to run out. Sergey and Aerial acting as the decoys. Alu playing safe behind them with the AWP. Catches trade after trade. They open B. And from there, Sunny was the man to watch. That AK play, dancing around the central part of the bomb site. Grabbing the information is kind of the central part of that play, but he was hitting heads as he did. You can't complain. Now, NIP on the back of, as I said, contextually, not a terrible start for ENCE. It was 5-1, but every round they were dealing damage. And you see, after losing just that one, NIP all of a sudden, they've got a pistol, 2 SMGs, an AWP and an M4. Utility is very light. They've only got 2 kits pulled out. I mean, things are not looking fantastic for the Ninjas at the moment.
Certainly not. That's what the damage that had been done throughout the 5 rounds actually amounts to. As I said, events were to pick up 1. At that point anyway, they would have forced them onto the eco. We've seen the opening gun round being a little bit cleaner, so as you said, it gives them what they have now, but even then, being quite weak. Okay, trying to get the pop dog controls. Just one player kind of sliding down the ladder a bit, trying to see if there was anyone. They're able to escape relatively easily. That was a little bit risky, all things considered, but it doesn't really cost them anything, fortunately. Again, though, ENCE going to be just straight up favoring over towards that B bomb site, and it seems like NIP may have a bit of a read on it, especially now as they've gone ahead and gotten themselves the main control, considering there's 40 seconds left. They should have a decent idea about what's going on, and here we go again, the op being the first line of contact. You have the MP9 on the bomb site, unfortunately not able to do anything really. At least gets one on the op, but unfortunately the rotation right now being slowed down as well as Plopsky was dropped. It's actually the op in the open. Oh, the bomb in the open. Allowing the op to have those easy picks, and now it's all onto Twist. Alu again gives them a recovery that is very much needed. Has his teammate wrapping in towards Heaven, so they'll plant it safely at this point. They do have a Molotov onto Alu, but I was gonna say I don't know if he'll be able to escape off the bomb site too easily, but nah, backed up the ramp. Will join his teammate, and at this point, it's gonna be very difficult for Twist. He at least has a smoke.
He's going to drop that smoke on the site. Not yet going in for the defuse, hoping that would bait out a peek, and indeed it did. Alu, though, doesn't hear a defuse. He knows the player hasn't gone inside it just yet. And an easy closeout for them. Now, when you look at this series, this is an exact replica of the veto that we saw before. Train up first, overpass picked in by NIP, and then onto Inferno as a decider. Last month in ESL Pro League, these two teams played in the very same conditions, and it started with ENCE taking Train, their map pick 16-10. But then it went to Overpass, and 16-4 is not where you want to be. That's the scoreline that NIP took it, bringing it to a decider, where Inferno then went 16-8 to ENCE. Overall, painting a pretty good picture for ENCE potentially winning the series. Doing well here.
All right.
A couple of SMG frags, a little bit of damage in. They trade out the pistol, so there's nothing picked up, and that's about as clean as you'd expect, considering it's only USPs for NIP.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of surprised Twist was even able to get that kill. Once he was up on top of the train, I thought he was pretty much screwed. The Mac 10 had closed in the distance, but yeah, I was able to find the back of one. So one kill, as you said, considering they only had USPs. Not a bad result. Now they come back onto their own buy. But this is a very important round. I mean, considering they had a 5-1 lead, if they let this one go, you're going to see ENCE actually been able to go ahead and get themselves into the lead at that point. Very likely 6-5. So, yeah, I mean, this round being crucial for both teams. For ENCE, if they pick it up, they'll already have themselves a decent B side and the ability, obviously, to add a little bit more to it. One thing that's definitely worth noting now, though, is that NIP actually don't have an op to work with. They also don't have a defuse kit, and ENCE have been getting those bomb plants relatively consistently so far.
NIP again favoring in their 4-man A-holds. It's worked out very well for them so far whenever ENCE have started to make some noise here, and it looks like they're going to do so again. 3 players in Ivy pushing out the flash, not catching Twist this time, but he does still get the kill, despite what the kill feed may be telling you. We saw he wasn't fully blind at all. But lots of damage done as X7 gets finished off. Ariel's also on 12 HP, but there we go. A nice simple closeout by Sunny to take Plopsky out of the game and leave Rez tucked in a position where he hasn't been spotted yet, but how much impact is he going to be able to find here? Sergey may be coming down at any moment right up behind him, and he needs to have that kill, but he's also splitting his attention between there and main.
Yeah, that's the issue. It's all about the timing. I mean, he definitely knows there's one up there now that the smoke is coming down, and I mean, the Molotov following over from Sergey just immediately extinguishes. So that was a little bit of a weird one. Good work by Nock using that smoke that was down to try and isolate the fight in Sandwich. Works out in his favor. Already being a low health player as well. That was a little bit of a dangerous fight. But a 3-on-3 now. I mean, ENCE overall, they've done a good job to recover back from the beginning that they had in this round, but they're just taking way too much time to recover this bomb. At this point, they need to move in and hope that they can get these kills. Obviously, with all 3 NIP players around, Electro is the first man to find those T's actually pushing forward in there from heaven. But again, Alu ready with the AWP to trade it out. That's going to give him over the bomb plant now. And with that, of course, the 1v1. Rez, he wants to close in the distance, doesn't want to give any time or room for Alu to go ahead and position himself for the after plant, and that's exactly what he does. Cuts him off as he tries to move from the bomb site. Plenty of time, even without that defuse kit, for the defuse to come in. And NIP, they pick up a very, very crucial round, but only 1 player surviving. Sure, they get the op, that'll be given back to Alu, but overall, their buy is going to be quite shaky here.
Well, one really good sign for them in this series is the fact that Alu is playing like an animal. You need that on train, and when they move to the CT side, that can certainly help to bolster down their defense a little bit. Combined with the fact that we have this solid start to their T side, you know, from 5-1 down now to 6-4. They have the buy, they have all the rifles they could possibly dream of. The foundations are certainly set. Let's see if they can build upon them. As NIP again, 4-5 this time in towards A. They've left B completely, making the right read early on. The bomb being retrieved by ENCE, and it looks to move into the A side. This could be very dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, they did move up Ivy, though, so they know that if the attack's coming in, it's from main and Pop Dog. Lekro just spams through the smoke trying to get a player coming from main. Instead, finds Aerial just right on the other side. Plopsky actually going to be able to get one as well. But eventually, as always, Alu seems like he is able to start returning with the up this flank, though. It looked like he was about to check it, but not quite. Twist gives a recovery to NIP, and with Nock finding another on X7. Sergey's left alone. 8 health. Barely anything here to work with. They're aware of it. They must be, because Nock's just gone for the USP. Yeah, moves in, Twist peaks at the same time as well. 7-4, I mean, a great recovery. It did look like Aludo was going to check that flank. That was a little bit off on the time, and didn't realize he could be up closer on the right side already. But yeah, I mean, overall, 4 rounds already here on the T side, considering they had such a poor start. They obviously want to add at least a couple more to that, but they've got the chance to do it. They won't have a full buy here, but again, just trying to keep that pressure on.
What a great read by NIP in the previous round, though, to know that it was again going to be that A side. They had the closest person to B was in connector A side. So that is a risky play, to say the least, but it's obviously equalized out by the push that they made all the way down towards Ivy. With just that single up again, Alu's the one to open up the round, putting ENCE ahead and causing NIP to just fall back from their positions towards upper B, and instead rotate in to once again bolster down this A defense. And again, it looks like ENCE might be walking right on into it.
Twist is here with the op. Yeah, I mean, Alu crossing over to the other side of Ivy will try and swing out maybe and get that pick once the pistol players peek. Unfortunately, you just see X7 getting tagged down, and Nock is kind of like, yeah, I don't want to continue facing this position. We already have a man disadvantage. I at least connected a shot there, done some damage. At this point, forced to play a little bit more passive, knowing the overall buy that they're up against. And as you had said, initially it was that A stack. They actually decided to rotate the op back around towards B there and trust and Twist instead, just from Brown trying to watch this. So this could get awkward overall. I mean, they have that one player in Pop who can help out quickly if needed. Okay, nice nade from Twist. Rez indeed has now positioned himself to actually watch that A main push. So now they do have a really strong hold on this one. Smoke goes down though, giving a bit of room again for those pistols to actually close in the distance.
But it's not the pistols that you need to worry about. It's always Alu on the AWP. But as he's eventually dealt with, it's all down to Sergey. He's got one up behind. Nox fallen. 1 HP here on Lekro. That's going to be easily dealt with. And now one Deagle away from victory. Twist with the op. He looks to reface it. That's a very brave move. Misses the shots, but 15 seconds left. Sergey's got to make a move. And he hasn't quite caught the angle. It looks like this could be the end. He hasn't got time anymore. But Twist, he's up close. Catches a quick headshot as he runs around the corner, though. An 8-4. NIP pick up another. They're on the way towards having a pretty decent half. ENCE have still got a fight left in them. Look at how close they made a round where it's basically just the AWP to deal with. And they're also making the read to stack up A. Excuse me, to stack up A quite a bit.
Yeah, which is a little bit surprising considering, especially in the early rounds, ENCE were heavily favoring that B-bomb side. So it just seems like NIP, no matter what, they just have a read on exactly what's happening. But again, one kind of thing that I am happy to see here for ENCE is that Alu's showing up, because we had, of course, them being a little bit on and off lately, and I think Alu has been a big factor in that during the matchup against Heretics. Unfortunately, he didn't really show up. He did have Sergey showing up, and they just got stomped out. And in the match before that, when they played Fnatic, Alu was just incredible, and they made it look easy. So I feel like kind of the other players you can rely on fairly consistently. Alu, though, when he does show up, it is so impactful for them. And as I said, 4 rounds, it's not what they want to end this half with, but if they add even 2 more to it, they can be feeling relatively decent. And again, have been keeping that damage on after the 4 frags that they were able to find in that previous round. So NIP realized how important this one is, even being left with some weaker weapons, having a UMP and a FAMAS.
The benefits of finding those kills are shining through. Hence facing that slightly weaker buy. And also, not wanting to face another A stack. They're playing this one much slower, not committing in towards the site from the get-go. As we see,
I like this from Knock.
Oh, where's he at? Oh yeah, just watching Upper B at the moment. He's in a bit of danger,
Surprised they kept
though.
the second on B in that case, though.
I guess he's not swung wide enough to really check if they did rush him down. Utility's decent, though. He has a molly, so if he did concede round control, he could just go back and molly it. Yeah. Even the second here is definitely something that you don't need to see, but he's going to be thankful for it now as he's lit to 41.
For sure, but I think that 1 kill is going to massively slow ENCE down as well. Even if they do want to bring it back towards B, they still have to rotate that bomb over, which is now beginning to happen. But, I mean, it's just given time for NIP to set themselves up. Are they considering the rotate? Nah, Nock was just moving back to throw that connector down towards, that smoke down towards the ramp. So, yeah, I mean, ENCE are going to have a tough time going forward. Only 40 seconds, a player playing underneath Heaven as well here. The op, obviously, in the back lines that can just watch the cross onto the bomb site. And they're still not even going forward. I mean, this time is getting quite low. As you said, still a Molotov available as well that can be used to delay even further.
This could be dangerous as they start to push on forward, though. They haven't spotted Lekro below. They're focused on Nock. Lekro now grabs himself a kill, swings out for more, but can't get it done. ENCE have a flank on their way up behind. This is not good. Rez picks up the 1, and that should be it. 9 seconds left. Oh, no! He went down for the peak! That bomb's going to be planted.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how he's managed to get... What the hell, Sonny? I did not catch that from his point of view, but Twist got the instant dink and then just got domed himself. What a crazy round. I mean, that flash was perfect. Sonny was completely blind, yet he still managed to just catch the timing with the spray. And then that 1v1 was just a nice shot being connected. Nothing else that really can be said about it. That round destroys NIP. They're on a force play here. If this doesn't work out, ENCE have a great opportunity to get 7, which was not really looking too possible when they were down 5-1.
That was a hell of a round. I mean, I was counting it as being over as soon as NIP had that flank coming down. That should have been the end, but no, they just wouldn't give up. Sonny, with the fact that they peeked him, not allowing the bomb plan to come through, I'm not mad about that. It was just insane play from Sonny to be able to pick them up even while blind. And then that swing, precision, flicking onto the head. They're up against just pistols now, and they're cleaning them up fairly nicely for the moment. Alu has to concede main control because he's being pushed down. And with an AWP, you're not quite going to want to try to make that trade. Doesn't really pay off. ENCE now slowing it down. They know there's a player close to main. With that, you're going to presume at least one more is rotated in. And that means that B should be fairly open in contrast. They're starting to make their way over there with the bomb. The only real issue for them could be if Rez decides to come up this ladder behind for a flank. But they've got plenty of manpower left to just leave someone there to watch it and secure their back as they get a plant down in just a little bit. Oh, we almost took that main. Okay. All right, Alu.
He just wants some of that. Some of the moolah that's going around. Only able to get one, sadly. So it's not really going to have, well, one on top of what he got towards the beginning. Obviously, he should have enough for himself to get the op out in the next round if he was the one. Most likely, he'll just get dropped back over by X7 as long as he doesn't go down. He is relatively low at this point, but with it just being Plopsky and with him being at this point in towards the CT spawn pretty much, he is just looking to see if anyone's going to come in his direction. And, I mean, Sergey is. It's only an MP5, so it's not really a weapon that he's going to care too much about having the ability to save over, so... I mean, it wouldn't have been too great. Maybe he could have went for a couple more exits, would have added to his own bank for perhaps something to at least be brought out in this round, because it's very similar to the buy that they had in the previous, just with an extra like $400 from the loss bonus on top of it. So 2 scouts, some pistols coming in, very few nades once again. As I said, ENCE, after destroying that economy for NIP, have brought themselves very likely back up to a 7-round half.
I think they would have been happy to find even an MP5, a Mac-10, something. I mean, they've got...
Yeah, with this buy, true.
Yeah, they've only got pistols ×3, and especially alongside the scout, it could have made a decent impact on the round. Plopsky's up close, though, with a CZ in hand, with a tag already coming through from Knock. That was an easy kill. Alu's in danger as well. But the AK just retrieved by Plopsky, who quickly concedes control, I say, as he pushes forward even further, but eventually backing off as the smokes start to fade. He wants to make it in towards the bomb side, help out his teammates. Rez being naded heavily in pop. That man advantage, that early duel 1, it puts NIP ahead by a little bit. I mean, look, they've got an AK now. They've got a rifle, full stop, which is better than it looked like before.
Yeah, a lot better, especially as you said, alongside those scouts having an actual weapon then to be able to help out. If the scouts can connect a couple of shots, do damage, at that point a couple of nearly free kills for the rifle, and even the deagle at that point, 1 shot to the body after a scout connects. So it's definitely a tough spot for ENCE to be in. I mean, in the beginning I was thinking this should be around pretty much 100%, but right now it's looking a little bit worrisome. 40 seconds left for them to get going with this bomb on towards the bomb site as well. And they are favoring towards A. Ariel and Alu towards main. They have a player who's going to look to try and come down through Pop Dog and one moving through Ivy. So it is a split on towards the bomb site, which is obviously good. Have a few different avenues of attack so that the focus of those CTs is going to be split. And as the first kill comes in, that does leave just Twist alone with a scout. Nothing really that can be done at that point. The bomb site is going to fall. The bomb with that will be planted. And without a defuse kit, as we said, with overall weaker weapons, there's going to be an extremely difficult retake. There's one from Plopsky, giving him a second for the round, but that's all he's limited to. It's on Knock now, 1 on 3, and actually tags down a second player.
Well, I mean, overall, a pretty damn good T side for ENCE. Clogging up 7 rounds, better than you'll see most teams doing. And at the end of the day, considering that 5-1 situation at the start, had they have won the second round after the pistol round, excuse me, they probably would have walked away with a dominant closer to double-digit scoreline. So that is certainly worrying for NIP. They've got a lot to do when it comes to the T side, but for now, we got to throw things over to a quick break. We'll be back in just a little bit with half number 2, so don't go anywhere.
Chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or 2, losing sleep just to get off you. Day to day you wanna stay out, chasing the night.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night and never day. Even when I wash the floor, the dust still comes. Keep on hunting for the bread. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. NIP versus ENCE, half number 2, map number 1. ENCE on 7 rounds after a fantastic T side, and now they move into their favorite half. Alu, like a monster, turning up on the AWP, but for now, he won't get a scope. Sadly, it's all down to just USPs. That's what the CT side are rocking in with a kit on X7, as NIP look to repeat ENCE's pistol strategy of just barreling out B.
Yeah, definitely the goal. There is a player towards Heaven who, if they don't actually send a T player towards his position as well, he can just be a massive nuisance. Okay, Alu, under the edge of that smoke, actually finding the opening headshot. And as I said, they didn't send the player towards Heaven, so Sergey, he can peek out and just stop that bomb plant. It took a lot longer than expected, but either way, the frags just continue to go in favor of ENCE at this point. Rez going forward, he is going to go down. No resurrections for him. This is not Valorant. As Sergey gets Lekros, that was just a sweep up in that pistol. As I said, not having a player coming out through Heaven just meant that Sergey could chill there and just... He didn't even really have to peek apart from just waiting for that bomb to be tapped. He peeked out earlier, obviously, because his teammates had all the attention. And he shot away a full mag and no one shot back at him.
Yeah, missing the first couple headshots, but as you said, everyone was distracted. Oh, no one answering back. ENCE pick up the pistol, but we saw this in the first half, and they failed to follow through. Now with NIP grabbing themselves a force buy, we could be looking at a similar situation. Pistols galore. Tech9's making an appearance on Rez and Plopsky, and Deagles for the rest. They've got smokes ×3, so a pretty decent chance to close in the distance up against ENCE, all things considered. But you've also got to look at what ENCE have. 3 rifles, 2 SMGs, lots of utility. It should be their round in the bag, and finally them off to a pretty good start in the half, but we have to wait and see. As NIP look to once again move in towards that B bomb site. 4 players in upper knock, a little bit further behind. You can watch for the play coming up the ladder as they set up for their smokes. And with this passive hold from ENCE, you could at least be looking at a bomb plan for NIP.
Yeah, it's pretty likely. Normally more so when there's only one player towards this side of the map. Against the 2 rifles, it is going to be difficult. So yeah, I mean, Alu gets 2, Sergey able to get 1. But yeah, they will still get the bomb plant in. That's the thing. If they get the trades, that rotation takes a relatively long time. Even if they're in position, unless they have loads of HEs that they can dunk down on default. And normally you can't actually do much about stopping the bomb plant itself. Even if it is going to be a relatively easy retake, which as you see is the case.
Ian, let's play a game. It's called How Many Smokes Did They Buy? Answer's 3. How many smokes did they use?
Was it 0?
It was 0. What the hell is that? They just walked down ramp. They got sprayed out by Alu. At Heaven as well. We don't need the smoke. Why did they buy the smokes? What's the point?
Especially with that buy, you would have expected at least a deep connector smoke, and then maybe keep the other 2 to try and use in the after plant. So that maybe would have been a bit more.
Hey, I'm alright with keeping smokes for after plants, but you can't keep them all. Like, you got to get to the site first. I know they got a bomb plant in the end, but they lost so many players coming down that ramp. 2 of the players on the ramp had a smoke as well. I don't know how one of them doesn't say, "Hey, let me just pop this one down here."
Yeah, that would have worked too. Or considering the investment that they had, a deep connector smoke would have made the most sense so that they could try and actually get up close and slow the rotations down with those weaker weapons, which is pretty common. But yeah, I mean, they got the bomb plant at least. They've come into this one with just a half buy apart from the 1 hero rifle there on Lekro. Unfortunately, he's been kind of naded down a couple times towards main already, so any sort of aggression that he wanted to show early on has been completely denied. And again, NIP just going to group up the favor on towards B. This time they do have just 1 smoke. Couple flashes as well. Will any of these be thrown out is the question? Or will Mitch go mad?
They run down this ramp. Well, they've only got the 1 smoke left. You know, maybe he just don't feel like it. Nock's not a smoker. He's like, I like to op. I don't know what a smoke is. As Sergey starts to push up, that's very risky up against these pistols. He makes it out with his life just about. Gets a molly down as well. Alu playing closer on the gray train. And that's a decent start, actually, for NIP. They've gotten towards the bomb site. Alu's pressuring them, but he's not being challenged. And he's going to swing out. He can deny that bomb plant. No. Just a second in between them. Not even.
That was very crucial for NIP to get that. I think that should give Lekro enough to buy now. 2,900 plus the 800, and then obviously 400 you already had in the bank. So it will indeed get a few nades behind his rifle. So yeah, big find being able to actually get that plant. But no one was even covering Alu, so he definitely wasn't surviving any further than that. Cleaned up again by ENCE, but as we said, overall NIP getting these plants down and such, doing a small bit of damage at least in those rounds. Not the worst spot for them to be in, but obviously at this point already being down to 8 to 10 here. They're on the T side of train. At one point they had a 5-1 lead. If they don't start picking up their own momentum right now and start getting that confidence rolling again, then I feel like we're definitely just going to be heading onto Overpass real soon. Although even then, I do still expect us to see a 3-map series.
NIP get their smoke execute out towards A. They've already snuck Lekro out. He's coming in through Olaf. He's walking right into an open of Alu, but the shot only connecting the legs. Good trade back by Lekro for his HP lost. He dodges bullets straight out by Plopsky. They know there's a player about to peek down in Pop Dog, and that's Ariel. Or that was Ariel, I should say. Really solid stuff to entry into A for NIP. They've got the bomb up behind them. And although X7 finds a kill, they know where he is. They know that Sergey was playing on the B site. We'll suspect him to be around here or connector, and as the bomb is retrieved... Oh, Sergey's dead. Now they know exactly what's going on. That bomb can just be planted on B if they want to, but... It looks like they're still going to go towards that A site. I wonder if they maybe... No, but I mean, they know X7 found a kill, so... They should be ready for him to be still down there. And they are. They're both watching it.
And there we go. Steps out the op of Twist posted up as the one to finish it off, and... With that, a 9th round is found for NIP. They pick up the opening gun round for themselves, as I said, one that was very important. And haven't got a kill in the round before, 2 in the one before that one as well. They had been forcing a bit of reinvestment now. Obviously, it doesn't stop ENCE from being able to buy here, but it does weaken it for sure. I mean, nades-wise, it could be a lot better. Sunny actually pulls out a full set of nades right there, so that definitely improves it. But you see the MP9 on Sergey. He's the only man who actually has a kit to work with as well. So this is a really good opportunity for NIP to, if they do actually take this round, to go ahead and get themselves back into the lead and first start actually feeling a little bit better about themselves again after having what was a pretty tough first half, all things considered, and also a poor start to this one. But right now, just splitting up into the default.
The previous round there, you saw a little bit of confidence coming through for play with Alu, right? He grabs the tag on the player, and he swings out wide to try and finish him off rather than allow one of the rifles to do so. Falling, then Lekro, although he got taken down. Plopsky was good to swing out of main with the smokes that were down, trade him out. They knew Ariel was in Pop Dog. Easy double kill, even followed up with another later on. It was really textbook stuff by NIP, but it relied heavily on that over-aggression coming through from Alu on the field. But they got it. And if you're wondering why, on the previous round it worked when Lekro just rushed out main. Why are they not doing the same thing? Well, they know ENCE aren't on as strong a buy. There's not as much utility for the CD side. So they wait out the smokes that are thrown initially, and now they're good to start challenging on further range duels, knowing that their opponents don't have maybe the flashbangs to work off those picks or the rifles to take the duels. But even still, Sergey finds a close range angle, pushing an upper B. Taking down Rez, and now he's on his way to the A bomb site without 4-man stack, looking to hold off these T's.
So far, just trading back and forth. That is until we actually focus on Knock, who's like, nah, that's not going to be happening anymore. Gets 2 quick headshots. Twist on the op comes out of main and finishes off the final man on that bomb site, and very quickly NIP managed to actually go ahead and close that one out. It was looking pretty decent initially there with the 2-for-2 trade, but as I said, Knock being kind of the turning point in that round. 10-10, as I pointed out before that one, if ENCE were to lose it, they would have pretty much no money at this point. They are on the eco. NIP are going to be able to reclaim themselves the lead for the first time in a little while. Since, I believe the Hapagun, I'm pretty sure the pistol was actually the one that tied it up at 8-8. So, being able to get off to a good start once the gun rounds actually do come in here on the good on the T side for them, that is a good sign. And up against just USPs here, this is where they have an opportunity to actually take this round cleanly. Obviously, only surviving with 2 in that previous is not really something they want to be doing again. Keeping at least 4 alive here is the goal.
The Pistols have managed to make it up close here. Very good timing coming through from Ariel. With Lekro falling, Knox in danger, rushed down by lots of USPs, and the trade eventually found. already, this is a good round for ENCE. I think they probably look to just save these AKs. They haven't got armor, no kit, and just a molly in play. All of those things are quite valuable, the 2 AKs, the molly. Help them out in the next round for sure. That does mean that NIP pick up an 11th. Go back into the lead here on their T side. We said they needed to do a lot of work when it came towards this side to make up for the deficit that they had in play. Although they won the previous half, don't forget, it was 8-7. But ENCE on the CT side, on their map pick, you do expect things to swing towards them quite a bit. But NIP have been doing some huge work right now. That's not an angle you see all too often, what X7's holding.
No, it's incredibly tight. It'd be definitely tough to hit the shot if anyone wants to actually peek it, but no one trying to hunt, obviously, as you can see, for Nip, really. I think there was one player there who was about to peek out Ivy, but either way, weapons being saved over. 2 AKs being carried into this round for ENCE. As you said, definitely going to help them out. They are going to be buying up. They should get a decent amount of nades. There'll be a couple players who are lacking. Ariel still has a bit more money there to invest. That's the Sunny. So yeah, overall a really strong investment here for ENCE. But they need to, again, pick up the pace here. They can't really afford to be going down 5 rounds again before they actually start picking up some gun rounds like we seen back on their T side. We're sure they won the pistol, but then they ended up losing 5 in a row. So they need to have a little bit of a quicker start on this half. And right now, Mac can actually be retained by the NIP boys. It's the hands of Plopsky. They're putting a lot of pressure towards A with those nades to bait out what they can from the CT side. But as we can see, pretty much fully focused towards B at this point. And if they move relatively quickly, it is just going to be Sergey to hold this down. And he has no nades.
For the aim duels, he finds himself one, but nothing afterwards, and that passive B hold now punished massively. As ENCE can't get back in towards the site, they're caught in connector with the mollies down, and the teams have got very advanced post plants already. Oh, Sunny saw him. I don't think he realized though. Smoke obviously different on his side than it is for us spectating, and as a 4 versus 2 emerges, ENCE should just be saving.
I think with Sergey not having any nades right there to actually delay the push once it started coming in down the ramp, he needed to play just a bit more passive, most likely. At that point, try and get the 1 kill, stay alive so that they can have some sort of an advantage for the retake. But now, once he went down, this round was pretty much over. We've seen ENCE obviously attempt to come in, but at this point, with 2 players remaining, being forced to call for that save, it'll give them the opportunity to maybe buy up in this next round at 2900. So you can see X7 dropping over. Unfortunately, Ariel can't. And it will buy for himself. So if they wanted to go for it, 1 player would be on a weaker weapon. So I don't know if they will. Being down 12 to 10 already, it's probably a better idea to get a few pistols out, maybe behind these rifles, and just see if they can do something in this round, but focus more so on the next. But who knows? I mean, they've dropped an M4 to Sunny, so I think they might be considering the buy. And with the pause coming in, most likely indeed something that they are chatting about. 12-10 though. I didn't expect Nip to come out firing like this on their T side after how shaky that first half was. We said initially that we were going to be favoring Nip in the series, but I was thoroughly impressed by the T side events, and not as much so far by the CT side.
That is kind of a surprising thing, because when you think about how these guys played out last time, like I said, a month ago, ENCE versus NIP, ESL Pro League, and Train went pretty convincingly towards ENCE, 16-10 in total. It was on the back of, again, an 8-round T side, and then an 8-3 shutout on their counter-terrorists. They didn't give NIP any access. And what was even more surprising was that was including losing the pistol round and the follow-up. So you ended up with ENCE looking absolutely dominant. Look at this early breakout. They've lost a lot of HP, but Rez, he's got a double kill. Looks into Ivy with the spray. It's not good. Ooh. And X7 has got a triple, pulling the round all the way back.
Yeah, X several kills, I guess you could call them. Sergey coming in from Pop Dog gets 2. And he makes them quick headshots as well. That second one especially, yeah, the flick up. I would have, I'm terrible at flicking up at an angle. I know it's just the one angle I can't do. I just, my hand doesn't work like that. But yeah, I mean, that's a big round for ENCE to come out on top of. And all things considered, I mean, we've seen obviously Nip picking themselves up 4 rounds, but it's not like they were super convincing. I mean, at most they survived with 3 players, so they haven't built up an amazing economy. It's still a chance here for ENCE to do exactly what Nip were able to do to them off the back of them getting actually the first gun round. If they get 1 more here, at that point they'll definitely force Nip down to an eco. They don't really have the economy to buy up too much in the next round apart from some pistols. So this round being so important to ENCE, they have a chance again to reclaim that lead. And if they were to do it on the CT side, obviously at that point they would be feeling quite comfortable. But Nip, I believe, slowing it down a little bit overall. Most of their focus being over towards Ivy. It is a little bit of a switch up. But we're seeing 2 CT players around this area as well. They've just smoked it off for now.
Hints of that aggressive player pushed right on up. It's X7 in Ivy. And he's going to catch them completely off guard as they throw out their nades. But now he's stuck in the corner. Sunny falls. Out goes X7. And he gets good damage. But not able to fall back from that position. Alu's around here, though. They've heard the scope. They know he's there. And that was his downfall as Nok just ready for him. Crouch swung, took Alu down. And ENCE pretty much forced into a save again. The 2v4, not a position they could realistically fight convincingly for him. With the mollies going down, they know that they have no chance of getting in there before the bomb plants. And the retake ain't looking to fly either. The 13 for NIP guaranteed at this point. Again, a really surprisingly good T side. The last time these teams played, out of a total of, I'll say, 7 buy rounds on their T side, NIP won just one of them.
Yeah, I mean, that's not an impressive statistic, but they're looking much, much better right now. Save at least coming in from these final 2 players, but the economy for ENCE isn't really going to give them the buy. What, they get 2,400 out of this one? It could allow for, obviously, Sunny to buy for himself. It would be a little bit iffy down up towards X7, and Alu's the one who doesn't have enough to actually invest on his own. So we should see a drop coming in, and again, the buy being invested into. But it won't be absolutely perfect if they do go for it. There definitely will be some weaknesses, and obviously if they lose this round, then at that point they're going to be conceding map point over to NIP. And with this being the map choice of ENCE, and especially with Overpass coming up next, then ENCE are going to be screwed if they do drop this one. I mean, Overpass is just a map I don't expect them to give us a lot on. It definitely should be NIP's. It's a clear-cut one in my opinion. I was thinking maybe if ENCE could get the victory as convincing as it was looking to be at one point here on Train, that maybe I could have believed. But if they lose their own map choice, then I'm extremely worried.
Well, that's it. Overpass, not a solid map for them. They've lost it 4 out of 4 times they've played it in the last 3 months. And what's even more concerning is, as I said, these teams played before, same veto, and NIP bounced back from a 16-10 loss on Train to 16-4. And that doesn't paint a pretty picture at all. It's a little bit too shallow there, ready for someone to be inside the smoke. And as NIP barrel down the ramp, he's blinded, not able to face that until they cross it. Okay, Plopsky just making it a bit harder for Rez. Up in the difficulty, but as Sergey falls, they've got the plant, and again, overrunning a bomb site, leaving ENCE locked on the outside. Coming in with 2 pistols to retake. I expect we're going to see Sunny and Alu look to find exits, while the rifle on aerial saves. That's a nice shot. They could go for it now.
I don't know. I don't think they're going to be winning the retake itself. Not a big deal losing the scout, to be fair, because they're not really going to want to keep that in the next round. So as you said, the pistols will stick around. X7 could as well. It's only really Uriel at this point who does have to save. He's also relatively close, I do believe. Yeah, sticking around Connect, they're able to get one on Rez. Lots of damage being done at least there. Alu going to retrieve himself an AK and could maybe steal this up away from Twist.
He's going to push forward.
Oh, yeah. I was speaking about Twist himself not going forward. But yeah, Alu tries to hunt it down. Twist just goes back off to the bomb site like, nah, this is my safest spot right now. A bomb just exploded there. Surely there's going to be no one around. And he was correct. So the ops carried over. But overall, really good damage towards the end of that round from ENCE. But it won't really matter if they don't win out this gun round.
NIP have been doing very well. Like you said, great damage done by ENCE in the previous round, but still, with 14 on the board, this is a very domineering terror side. ENCE look to recover this. It starts out with Alu again on the AWP, finding himself one aerial, gets the double, the totem pole, coming down in towards Pop Dog, doing nothing. They got shut down. Hello, AWP. And soon to be goodbye, AWP, as Twist gets lit up heavily. Sunny takes it down. Aerial gets over aggressive, and so Rez deals with him, but he took a little bit of damage in the process.
Just a little bit. I mean, nothing substantial. It's not like he's 1 health or anything. Yeah, he's screwed at this point. Peeks in. A little bit of team damage from Sunny as well. But that one's over. A very commanding just kind of hold there on the A bomb site once that quick rush came in. Aerial and Alu had 3 kills in the space of like 3 seconds. So that round was pretty much over before it could actually begin for NIP. They tried to take the pace up. You like that they are definitely trying to switch things up, make it a little bit less predictable. But after actually losing that round now, it's only really a few pistols that they can bring into this one. So again, a chance for ENCE to start closing in this gap a little bit. They should be finding a 13th round relatively simply. But I never like counting the pistols out. I mean, I feel like every time I do, you just see like 2 instant deagle headshots come in and it's just over.
Mm-hmm. No, definitely. They can be unpredictable. I think that's the problem with them. And while you'll never favor them coming into a round, they definitely have the chance to throw you off guard and take the round by surprise. ENCE are holding quite long range angles though. Even in towards the B side. It doesn't look like there's any immediate opportunities for NIP to punish the CTs, so it is going to have to be played around their utility and actually creating their own opportunities. The smoke down on the left side of Ivy. Sunny catching himself one, but they're up close already, coming out through Olaf. The spray is good, but Sunny's got a little bit more work to do. Pushing up closer to the pistols. As Lekro finds one, quick flank by Sunny, but he's got a player behind him. Luckily not pushed up close, actually. Rez started to fall back towards the team main side. I think this should be relatively clean. Yeah, there you go. The closeout. Just 2 players lost. It's not ideal for ENCE by any means, but they have enough economy built up that I'm not too worried about it.
Obviously only needing enough for 1 buy in the reserve. Might be a little shaky onto a couple players after they reinvest here, to be fair. Because Aerial, he's going to buy down indeed to 650, Sunny to 1700. They would have enough for Alu to drop a rifle in the next round if they were to lose this one, but then he'd probably have to go for just an M4 himself as well. So it wouldn't be perfect. But ENCE, they're more so opting on actually winning this round out, of course, because right now their goal is to take this win in regulation for themselves, pick up their own map choice in this best of 3, and then head on to Overpass and do what they can. I think Inferno then is really when they're going to be looking to try and actually close the series out. But for the moment, NIP, not quite as quick as in that previous gun round attempt, but they are again looking to quite quickly favor on towards that A-bomb site, it does seem.
As Aerial loses a bit of HP now. ENCE tucked back again. They want to push up and find a little bit of Ivy control. The smoke stops them from doing so, but allows them to cross to help out on site. This 4-man stack we've seen from them quite a bit. But NIP have already shifted out of main. They've made it up to Blue Train. I don't think that will be spotted just yet, but as Alu takes Twist out, that's a nice opening to play with. They have plenty of space. Really, the playmaker here could be Rez. He's spotted by Alu, though, and that should pretty much end his hopes of getting 3 kills. Knocked low. Down goes Plopsky, and down go the hopes of NIP taking this round, you would think. Oh, what a shot by Alu.
Rez left alone. Going to be creeping around into the crosshair of Aerial, and despite Aerial being low, he is quick on the reaction. Headshot comes straight in, 14 to 14. ENCE, they're able to tie the scoreline back up, and NIP, unfortunately, with their economy destroyed right now, they may have to just take an eco and try and play for overtime in this one, which is definitely achievable. I mean, their T-side overall has looked relatively decent, but we're seeing ENCE begin to kind of pick up the pace again, and similar to what we had in the first half, they had a slow start, but once they kind of start feeling a little bit more comfortable rather with their own economy and aren't too worried about it, they're able to get rolling. And, I mean, yeah, I'm a little bit worried here for NIP, because it did seem like they should have had this map at one point. Switch up here, though. They're going to try and bring it straight towards B. And they'd been a little bit too early to actually do any damage. For the moment, though, just that one player towards the side of the map playing passively, so there's a very good chance they can get out and at least get that bomb down. Oh, Alu came in, though.
With the op, though, he can only really get the one, then watch for the crossover where he connects a second at least, up again for a third. And alrighty, that's worked out pretty well. What I meant by that was he can't just stand there and shut them down. You know, if they rush ramp, they will get out of ramp, losing 1, maybe 2 players if he gets a collat, but didn't expect him to just be jumping around, finding kills everywhere like that.
I mean, we weren't wrong about them getting the bomb down either. They did. They just unfortunately weren't able to even get a single kill off the back of it. So, yeah, I mean, it helps them obviously in this round. They're not too worried. It's not like damage is a thing. So it didn't really affect the round at all. Really, the bomb plant was their only goal. I was just expecting a little bit more normally once you actually do get in. You normally have to find that 1 kill even to actually get the bomb down. But here we go. Full buy coming through. It's not going to be an op for knock, unfortunately. So obviously Alu having a little bit of an advantage in that sense. But overall, a strong investment from NIP for them to try and fight this back into the overtime now.
Well, Dean, you could say he's not going to have an op. Because it's his name. Get it?
Yes.
I'm a funny guy.
I'm acting disappointed, but that's a joke I would have made.
I know. It's payback. But ENCE are stacked up here with an early 4-man A-hold. No utility comes over, no presence from NIP, so they decide, hey, let's bail back. Let's play our defaults for now and see what rolls up afterwards. But NIP, they're about to roll on up through Ivy. That's what they want to do, at least. Or they'll be facing off against X7, who's had a lights-out hold of this part of the map so far. This time with a more passive spot than what we saw from him in the previous iteration of an NIP Ivy take, where he was pushed up close. The generator not going to be the first one to come around. No AWP this time, and no body as he gets completely torn apart. X7 mollying out the rest of the players, and that slows it down a little bit, but it does play out as a trade with Aerial falling early on, and that leaves Pop Dog control open as well.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be actually the full-on split. 3 angles of attack forward that he is at least to come in from. But Sunny is stepping up big time from the brown train right now. Pooping all over them, I guess you could say. Gets the 2. Unfortunately, that may not be enough for them because Rez has actually quickly pulled back a double of his own. But it is left on Alu. If you wanted any player in this position right now, it would be this man. He's been having a fantastic game so far and could have a chance to actually deny his bomb plant right now. Indeed, steps out, gets that first kill. Lekro up on top of the brown train right now, or rather the green train, my bad, which isn't currently known. So he has a decent spot to try and hold for this peak, which is coming back in. Alu not expecting it goes down. So a good 1v1 out by Lekro. And an overtime for NIP, but a very back and forth round that really could have went either way right there. Unfortunately, just not knowing where Alu was, they maybe otherwise could have planted it a little bit safer.
And on the back of them not knowing where Alu was, he is so damn smart. He could have held the bomb. He knew it was down, could have held it with the AWP, taken them out as they went to get it. Problem is, that comes with a risk. If he misses the shot, they bait it, anything like that, they'll pick the bomb, plant it for connector, and all of a sudden he has to play for the retake and they've got time, post plants, etc. Instead, he lets them pick the bomb up, knowing that when they don't get shot at, they'll think, oh, I can plant safe for Ivy for main. He's not there. Then swings out, takes the kill. All of a sudden, it's a 1v1, and he's miles ahead. It was a really, really smart play, but obviously you can't expect where that final player is, and as he swung out, it's defined by 20 or 30 HP.
Aerial just got caught there trying to take his Molotov out. Presumed that the player wouldn't repeat the second he went to take his Molotov out. You've seen Rez swing back in and just easily finish him off. So that's a big opening here for Nip. They actually got themselves a man advantage to start off this overtime. And again, as we pointed out, this map is so important for ENCE. They do need to pick this one up, in my opinion, if they want to actually get the victory in the best of 3. So not the ideal start in this round, and it's not really getting any better for them because Alu unfortunately misses that op shot and ends up going down to Plopsky.
NIP taking their time as well. They're hoping ENCE make a mistake as time goes by and no further pressure is put on a bomb site. Maybe that's where a push comes through. As of yet, nothing to be rewarded. Now, if they decide to go up to B, they'd be in trouble. Obviously, they've gifted past Sergey without realizing. Oh, and the bomb goes back. No, it's back to set up a smoke. No, it's going up for B, isn't it? It is? Oh, this is it. This is Sergey's moment. He hears the steps. He knows they're coming. 3 players around the corner, but they're ready. They knew they hadn't cleared ramp and still being conscious of it. Good awareness by NIP. An X7 and a 1v5.
Convincing round, and as we pointed out, what was it, like a few days back when we were covering some games together when we had an overtime, the overtime's only been 10k, especially when you're investing into the ops like you would be on the CT side of train over and over again. Going into that 3rd round, you can have an extremely weak buy, so if Nip are able to get this 2nd, they could come out with that flawless T side.
I'm not sure exactly. I know we call the other one OT because it's the normal OT. I think we call this one trash OT. I don't know exactly
really?
what we're going with.
we'll go with that, yeah.
It really.
No, I don't think it's trash, but I prefer when you have the money to buy in all the rounds.
Yeah. If I just the moment I see someone saving, I want to cry.
A dark shade casted over the A bomb site there as Sunny got naded down.
I like it. Aerial's taken down with a little bit of aggression, looking to push into main.
Lekro says, let's go.
Ooh. Let's go. Nope. Lit down to 50 by the molly, but hey, at least still a positive trade overall. Eliminating Aerial. Oh, man, that spray as well. ENCE. They lose a lot of HP on Alu. He was just hiding, waiting for that smoke to fade, looking for an angle, and instead, he almost gets killed.
This is just not going well. Yeah, as you said, the amount of damage now that's being connected on top of that initial frag being found. Sunny's looking to push towards Pop Dog and see if he can pull something back. back, just about being spotted his shoulder there, as he almost took down Plopsky. But again, we see someone from NIP actually managing to survive on 1 HP. This is looking very, very awkward for ENCE. But I mean, NIP, they have 50 seconds, so they do need to get a spot out of soon. They haven't grouped up yet, knowing that they have such a solid advantage in terms of the manpower that they're just waiting for the plays to come in from ENCE, because they have to force the issue to recover the round. And as they're trying to, again, the kills just continue to spiral in favor of NIP. And now the bomb site's fallen under their control as well. Oh, this one's over. This is probably going to be a flawless D-side half from NIP. As we said, ENCE in the next round are going to have a very weak bye.
Unless Sergey's got a huge clutch. You never know. Again, he's going to have to save this if they want the M4, because remember, trash OT. That's how it works. And with 2 players, 1 HP, I'd love to see him go for much of a lifetime. As Lekro falls, he starts to edge forward. That means there's an AK behind that he could just pick up, but Daddy prompts for a faster push, and there, whoops. AK's made it a bit far away. 2 kills, Plopsky and Knock low. Oh, Dean, if only it wasn't 10k OT, he might have actually won this round. He might have went for it, giving us a good play.
Yeah, that's another thing. You don't have to save. I mean, bringing over that 1 rifle is just massive for them, because it gives them now 3 in this round. Because Sunny can buy for himself just about. He won't be able to really pull out any nades behind it, unfortunately, apart from just that 1 smoke you're seeing come into play. So it's not the worst buy I've ever seen. With that save, it really did boost it up. Otherwise, it would have been just 1 rifle and then SMGs and maybe that scout on Alu. So, yeah, I mean, this helps them out a lot, but it's still not a good buy. I mean, they don't have enough nades either to be stopping these aggressive plays that we've seen from NIP so far. In terms of the actual HGs, they have 1 at this point. They have 1 Molotov as well, which will immediately be thrown out towards main. So it does potentially give them the chance to isolate this fight here against Lekro. But as I say that, Twist just jumps up, snatches away the life of Alu, and it's a 5-on-4 already favoring this T side. And again, they just continue picking up all of the openings. The A-bomb site has been overrun, as have ENCE, as it's looking like it will be an 18-15 half here. NIP have just, I don't know, did they just kicked it up a whole level coming into this overtime?
No, they absolutely did. Now they're on their CT side, though. This is where they've struggled in the past, and an opportunity for ENCE to bring it all the way through. Controlling those first 2 rounds in OT pretty much guarantees you a third. So, although you might look at this and say, oh, well, you know, ENCE, they've got to win 3 in a row. It's not like normal OT. Remember, trash OT. So if they win the first 2 rounds, they probably get the third, because then people have no money left. For some reason. That's how OT works, apparently. Rocking in here with the AKs, the full utility, the AWP, not a surprise, you would think, but it is trash OT, so you never know.
Mitch is a little bitter.
I'm very toxic. I mean, it's been like 2 years of this. Just get rid of it, please. It's so pointless. Other OT is fun. I don't know anyone. I've never met a single person that said 10k. Yeah, that's better. I like that. No.
I've seen arguments for it.
I'll fight any man.
Any man. I'll fight any woman or child.
Anyone that says 10k OT is better.
Slower round by ENCE right now. Maybe feels the pressure. Okay, that's pretty handy. I mean, the flash comes in, Sergey just spams away, knowing that the peak is very likely going to follow it up. So that's a big opening now for them to find, one that they definitely needed. And considering they have so much time as well, that actually does let them play this slower play style a lot more effectively. Because again, NIP, I mean, they may have to try and follow up with some aggression somewhere, or to either even try and find a kill, or else at least get info. And I mean, Lekro right now is pushed up in B. He's not really in a position where he can spot the rotations coming in, but they are still taking that 3-man gamble towards A.
A little bit of an aggression from Lekro. Hasn't been spotted. Sergey swings to try and deal with him after seeing his shoulder, but not able to do so. Lit down to 6. Forced to back off. Not concedes B control, and Lekro knows it. And no further aggression. He starts to move over towards that A site. Push is coming through from ENCE here as the trades come in on the AWP. Twist good for 1, but Alu keeps on going on that op, and it's all down to Lekro. He was towards B, but hello! He's on the bomb site now. Surprises Sunny, but then Sunny surprises him from the graveyard. The Molotov frag from hell. 16-18. ENCE on their way in just 1 more round, and they'll break the economy. Yes, I said break the economy in OT of NIP.
Yeah, I mean, it's achievable. I mean, if you see an NIP do a shirt on their T side, it always means, of course, ENCE can come back and have an equally strong half. Always a possibility. And as you said, with the fact that after 2 rounds, normally the economy for the CT side being destroyed, it is a tough spot to be in. I mean, if ENCE take a bomb site quickly, for example, we would have to see NIP just saving so they can have weapons in the next round. Worst case scenario, though, ENCE just kill everyone, and then they have nothing in the next round to work with. So this one is extremely important right now for NIP if they want to actually close this out right now. And, I mean, again, ENCE taking this relatively slow, knowing that it is going to be a little bit worse in terms of the nades that come out as well. A lot of them being actually thrown here towards the beginning of the round for NIP. So already utilizing a lot of what they brought into this round with 1 minute and 20 seconds actually left on the clock. So good work by ENCE, not only to make it harder once they actually want to hold the bomb sites, but also just so they have fewer nades if they have to work towards a retake.
NIP are very much starved for any information at the moment. They have no idea where the push is going to come through. The only thing they see is Ivy control. And I don't recall ENCE doing this before. 2 players towards Ivy, and then that late B hit coming through. But NIP still have a 2-man stack on B. Maintaining that position and not rotating after being given away some information. When they spot 2 in Ivy, though, I expect we'll see Knock start to move through. Lots of utility in. Knock now on the way. They're actually completely leaving B. Or they were. They started to shift, but now they're realizing something's up. No one's coming out main as Lekro falls. Knock gets the trade, but the flank is on its way. X7 with 1. Looks for Knock! And the spray down was so close to being good enough. But still, they get a bomb plant. They molly it out. Please don't tell me this. It should be a save, but please don't tell me it is. Yep.
It has to be.
Trash OT. Sorry. This is what happens. You know, a 3v3, you could see a retake coming through from NIP. They could attempt it, and to me, that's what OT is about. It's about leaving nothing on the table. You go for every retake. You go for every 1vx. You want to get it done. But instead, we see 2 kills, and then the CTs go, oh, we have no money for the next round. So fun.
Yeah, I agree. I think the overtime's to show who's the better team, and I don't think... Well, I mean, you can look at it 2 ways, because managing the economy is also something that you need to do to be the best team, but also in the overtime, I feel like it is somewhere where you kind of want to just see what they can do when they don't have to. You just want to see them have all the weapons. They've already played a full game of managing the economy and all that sort of things. Now you just want them to go head-to-head and see who is the better team. And again, I didn't disagree at all with those weapons being saved over for NIP. They needed to, so they have the full buy here, so it still gives them a pretty good chance to try and close this out. But ENCE are doing it. I mean, they might just be able to come back with their own flawless T side, potentially with that, of course, at least bring it into the second overtime, and potentially off the back of that get themselves the win, which, as we have stressed a few times already, is a necessity for them in this best of 3, especially with Overpass coming up next.
100%. ENCE need this. Overpass, look, they have the possibility to win it. It's not like it's out of the realm of possibility for a team to come into a map that they previously got destroyed on and recover from it. In fact, with this being ENCE, I would be surprised if they're as weak on Overpass as they were when they last faced NIP. It was a month ago. They've had a lot of time to improve, and they knew they were playing this team for a couple days now. If they haven't gone back over that, especially with the veto going down exactly the same way, I would be very surprised. So I expect a better ENCE when it comes to Overpass, like we've seen a better NIP when it comes to Train. But still, you do want to get your map pick in just so you don't have to take that gamble. Because at the same time that ENCE will have improved, I'm sure NIP's Overpass isn't identical to what it was a month ago.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Things definitely could have changed. If ENCE are, again, willing to let it through in this series, you would also hope that they've definitely put a bit of preparation into it specifically for that matchup. So I don't want to count them out. That's why I was saying, especially if they could get the win here on Train, then I'd believe that maybe it's a possibility and that they could at least maybe make it competitive. But this has been an extremely close one so far, and this is one that I was expecting ENCE to have, not easily, but to look a lot better than it is overall right now. I mean, NIP have been shaky definitely at moments, but it's kind of, both teams have their points of control in the map. Right now, this B push coming in, a very passive hold from the CTs, so they're kind of, at this point, somewhat conceding the bomb plant, but they are still dealing out damage. Eventually, Lekro just gets destroyed there by the headshot from Aerial, so that gives them the opening that they need now. They can plant that bomb, they have a comfortable advantage for themselves, and they have a relatively aggressive afterplant once again to try and keep on delaying these CTs from being able to push back in, but that's a big opportunity. Rez opens up this flank now.
I love this positioning here from Sergey and Aerial. He finds one, starts to back off. There's Aerial's chance to swing through. Although he misses the shots on Plopsky, it works perfectly. Grabbing those trades, Sergey in with another, and as the final CT walks down the ramp, he dies, confirming that we're reaching another overtime. Another 10k overtime. But ENCE maintain their chances.
one.
This is what I was talking about. When you win those first... Well, it doesn't work out exactly the same. I said when you win your first 2, the third one is guaranteed. In this case, by winning the first one and finding 2 kills, they guaranteed themselves that round because then NIP saved for the final. But essentially, this overtime feels like you need to win 2 out of 3 instead of... in order to get the 3 rounds, if you get me, because of how the economy plays. And with ENCE now rocking through with their 18th, they'll start on the T side, giving them the chance to repeat the success that we've seen in most of their bye rounds and hopefully follow through with a better suit than what we've seen in those CT rounds.
Yeah, it's ENCE now who actually get the opportunity to start off on the T side as well. So if they can manage to come out with another flawless T side and actually be the ones who have that control for themselves and are the ones feeling a lot more comfortable going onto their CT side, then obviously they'd have a really good opportunity to close it out. We've seen it from NiP as well, but I feel like it would probably be a little bit better for ENCE considering this is their map choice. I think at that point they'd be feeling a little bit more set in stone. But X7, I mean, he's not going to be taking his time at all. Straight down Pop Dog. Rez not realizing, steps in and immediately gets dropped, and with that gives a pretty big opening. I mean, they aren't going to follow up on it. They are just going to slow things down, not knowing if it could have been a bit of an A stack potentially early on in the round. So just looking to see if they can capitalize off that pick, and that's a very nicely placed Molotov as well. Doc actually just wants to stay in fight in it. That's going to bring him down to 15, but he gets the kill. That's a ballsy play.
Continued push up by Plopsky as well. He's got right up close to team main. And as ENCE move back to look in towards that A bomb site, this could be NIP pulling off their end. The thing is, the smoke they've thrown in aggressively kind of gives away the fact that team main is likely compromised, if not for those close range angles. I think ENCE are going to be quite careful, quite cautious as they move on forward. But with 45 seconds left, they're pretty much forced into committing towards this site. Their utility used up the flash out, gets Plopsky and the frag. Now a man advantage as they look to finish off here, but the CTs are already on the rotate.
Ooh, yeah, I was just about to say, NiP do have decent positioning, especially with Twist. They're posted up on Ivy. He gets the one man who was pushing from that position, so now they can all put their focus over towards main. And with Knock finding the head there of X7, suddenly it's all onto Ariel and Alu to save the day. The double A combo. They do have a couple of smokes in play. The first one being tossed down over towards Ivy, and Alu in the meantime has found himself a pick. And with Knock being tagged down, I mean, they've recovered this fairly well. That's a bit unfortunate. Above the smoke, Knock spots the shoulder. Now it's all on Ariel. They know he's on the bomb site. Twist doesn't care. He's just sprinting over. And there it is, the headshot. Overkill a little bit, but they just wanted to make sure. NIP able to find the opening round again in the overtime. This time, though, clawing their way back into it after a poor start.
Picking up that CT round is so valuable for NIP.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see that in the last overtime, so that's a whole change.
Exactly. And indeed, in the majority of their buy round CT side, they were struggling. Also, I like that it says here under the best of 3. You're not using the custom HUD, but we are on stream.
Nah,
so
I'm not.
we can see it says first to 22, which is a weight off my shoulders if we end up in the... I've seen like an 8 overtimes, and at that point you're like, wait, 30,
Oh, yeah.
31, 32. You're like, what's the number?
Yeah, like you
again?
don't reach it often enough.
Yeah.
Everything else you know from experience, it just is on top of your mind. But when it's a high one, you have to start counting them back. But I mean, that's a decent find from Plopsky initially. Unfortunately, Alu immediately was ready to follow up the op. And that's something ENCE have been kind of willing to do throughout their T-side so far. We've seen it even towards the beginning, where Alu doesn't really mind if he has a teammate going out first and going down. As long as they get the win for one trade, they're very happy. But Twist comes back with one. Lekro on that flank as well. Going to be able to drop Sergey, and with that now make this very difficult because they have to be extremely worried about pretty much everywhere around this A-bomb site. Trapped in around Ivy, trapped in around Sandwich. Make it just now Sandwich because it's all on Alu. NIP looking like they will get their second here on the T side, on the CT side already. Fortunately, when you're on the T side, the buy is not quite as bad. Obviously, you don't have to have quite as much money to get that full investment out, so we'll still see an all-right investment from ENCE, but they will have a couple of weaknesses. So this is a great opportunity for NIP to make the 3-round half happen here now on the CT side, and if they could just get 1 on the T side, I mean, they got 3 last time, so it's a scary spot for ENCE.
This absolutely is. There's going to be a lot of pressure on them moving into the next one. NIP have done a phenomenal job picking up 20. And as ENCE move into their very important T round. They've got to be walking away with this one. What a way to start it. Alu on a double opening towards the A bomb site. There's no one left here. The rotate through. Ooh, shot just barely missed, but he follows through eventually. Don't give him 2 chances. He rarely misses that second time. And now Nalk is left alone. No 1v5. This round, I don't know whether we say it's won by ENCE or won by Alu.
I think his teammates right now are like, man, that was all you. He's not having a good time with the Molotovs though. He tried to push in the connector, ran back out, and ended up in another Molotov. Knock is alone, so he needs the ace clutch right now, which is not going to happen. Obviously can't save it. It's the final round of the half, so moving in and then getting taken down by Sunny. A good recovery by ENCE to at least get the 1 round there for themselves, and I mean their CT did look pretty decent, was pretty strong rather overall back on the during the regulation. At least once they had the economy going, we seen towards the middle of it. Obviously on both halves we seen ENCE have poor starts, but they did start picking it up once they actually had their own money going. So I'm hoping that we can still have a competitive one here. But NIP, I think they're feeling really happy after getting the 2 rounds there on the CT for themselves.
Now we roll on into another OT half, but this one could be the defining one. NIP solid on their T side thus far. They need to find 2 where previously they found 3. It seems like a fairly simple task, but may not play out that way. Good nades down early on. Aerial double naded and Pop Dog to 32 health. Not having a good time whatsoever, and holding up here is no longer really possible with that low HP. If they were to totem pole down to stand on each other's head and drop, it's very unlikely that he wins that duel. Even just on RNG falling spray, they probably take him down.
Yeah, certainly not a good start. A relatively slow round from NIP. I'm trying to remember back, but I think we were seeing lots of the quicker rushes from them back on their T side. Right now, just favoring mostly towards the A side of the map. I mean, completely towards the A side of the map, actually. A couple players now setting up those smokes to throw over main. Looking like they might want to even smoke Pop Dog off, I believe, which, considering it has been a position that ENCE have been playing pretty constantly, it is a good idea for sure, but not the case right now. A little bit of a switch up on the actual setup here for ENCE. 2 players in towards Hell, which is an interesting position, working together to watch the Ivy and Sandwich push, but the issue is they avoid that area of the bomb site. They're able to just go on towards the bomb site itself and find Sunny. He drops instantly. They go ahead and clear out behind Green, realizing there could be a player there, but they may not expect a second. I don't think he's been spotted yet. Or has he? No, apparently not. Yeah, free kill on Rez.
Time ticks away. ENCE really need to go for this. Got away for the next round as Sergey picks 1, but the trade back. A lot of work to do. Time not on their side. They only got the 1 kit to play with. Sergey goes forward. Another spray is his. With a jump, it gives him the angle to take him down in the air. And Alu, just with the op, wants to go and save now. The money isn't amazing for the next round. They've got to have something in reserve to op the most expensive weapon. That is Ninjas in Pajamas on 21 rounds. They now need to win 1 of the next 2 to bring this to map number 2 with a map advantage. ENCE's best possible outcome is another overtime. But they've made it happen in the past. This time, though, it's on the CT side where they've struggled before. This is a pretty big ask for them to win 2 in a row.
For sure. I mean, it's certainly doable. If they win this one, then the economy will be a little iffy. I mean, Lekr will be low on nades. He could probably just get dropped though by Knock if they wanted to. So indeed, they are going to have to come out on top of the 2 gun rounds. But as I said, their CT side during regulation was relatively decent. They tried something different there with that double stack towards Green, and it did not work out. So they're going back to something a little bit more standard. And they at least managed to find that 1-for-1 trade there as Lekr peeked out A main. But I mean, it's been said time and time again, I don't want to repeat it, but a 1-for-1 trade is something that the T side are going to be just that little bit happier with. And that nade stack as well. The second one follows up. Sunny's dropped to 25. Times are looking dark right now for ENCE.
Yeah, absolutely are. NIP with a 4v4 can take things wherever they want. ENCE have given up a lot of control down towards that B bomb site, with Sergey being alone there, far back with a molly, ready to stop them if they do decide to blitz on down. And he throws it now with 50 seconds left to allow Sunny to get into position. They think this is going to be a B hit. but that read isn't quite as accurate as you would hope. As NIP have the bomb outside of the A bomb site. One player tucked in Ivy as well, starting to move forward. That's Knock with an AK, and he's about to take a fight versus X7. He shifts forward, not yet spotted, but his barrel's shown, and a pre-fire there from X7. Good for the kill, but Twist trades back, takes down Alu, one of the highest impact players for ENCE so far. Looking now to X7, spotted over towards Ivy, and they're going to just plant open for him. The smoke will obscure it for now, and a 2v3 that ENCE have to win if they want to take this map, but they lose X7, and it's all down to Sunny.
On his own to save the day, and with that nade stack having tagged him up previously, there's not really a lot that can be done. He was pinned and pop dog the entire round, and there it is. NIP managed to close it out. It takes 2 overtimes for them to get there, but 22-19 in the end.
Hello everybody and welcome back to ENCE taking on NIP. We are here for map number 2 with NIP having that 1 map lead. Moving into Overpass, we know this is their map pick, and the previous time these two teams faced, it was a 16-4. NIP ENCE will no doubt have looked to improve since then, and we see them pushing down towards B early on, getting control in water and spotting absolutely nobody. Now it's all about connector control, which will also go their way, and with that we should see a fairly heavy presence towards that A bomb site as NIP look to take it with a primarily long take early on, and now they're going in to clear out toilets just as connectors being sieged by ENCE.
Oh,
Never mind.
that's a bit of an issue. I was going to say they have solid positions there with the ability to flank up on if it was going to be an A push as well. Obviously, that one player who pushed deep through connector could still be a nuisance, but he's going for the A flank, and at the moment, they're bringing this back down through connector. Still could really go anywhere with it, and as I say that, they do again begin to shift their focus back, but they've actually sold out Aerial at this point, as he just made his way back into connector, so he's going to be a little bit longer on the flank, leaving just the 2 players now. Make that actually only 1 initially towards this bomb site to defend. X7 already dinked up, actually gets himself a kill, and a second. Looking for some more, won't be able to, but he put up a very solid effort indeed. But it is still led to a position where Aerial has to step up massively, and he will answer the call. It's a 1-on-2 now for Knock. At this point, flanking around over towards that player on steps, looking for the 1v1, which will work out successfully. But he has to try and retrieve this bomb, and up against the USP at long range, it's hard. But he had one of his own. Knock comes out on top of it. 3 kills for him in total in that round. But that was extremely back and forth.
And picking up the pistol round though for NIP grants them again that little bit of momentum, the little push forward. But will ENCE win for a force buy? I mean, they've definitely got the possibility to do it. The economy's looking okay for them. We saw it over on Train, but this time they go for a much more passive situation, not feeling as confident in their pistol play as they were on Train. This is fine. They can get a full buy up coming into the next round. They'll look decent enough. You'll be lacking head armor for the most part, but NIP coming in with AKs. As long as you can get 1 or 2 kills here, I think it's a fairly positive round. Realistically, 2 kills would be fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, even then, that's a bit of a tough one. Even if they get 1, I think they'll be like, they'd be fairly happy about it. But when you get 2 kills is when you really do actually start causing that economic damage, of course. And ideally, they just don't want to be falling to these 2 SMGs that are in play right now. They don't want to be propping up the economy of Twist and Plopsky early on. Kind of surprising they didn't give one of the SMGs over to Knock so he could try and build his bank up. But right now, he's actually going to find quite a few players pushing outside of B, so he may still have a chance to add a few kills. 300 per kill, of course, with the Galil can still be a considerable amount if you're getting a few players, but there's 4 of them actually pushing him down right now, so he is going to be quickly overwhelmed. The Galil now being picked up by X7, and they're going to try and hunt this player who's fallen back into mid. Realizing going through the smoke wouldn't be that great of an idea, instead going to group up in connector. Obviously, they've lost the bomb site. The bomb's going to be planted, so their chances of winning the round aren't looking too good. But they have a good opportunity to try and get 1 or maybe even 2 more kills with this.
The UMP only good for the double. And that's ENCE already clocking up a pretty decent round. The Galil save, the UMP as well. But the players on low HP, I don't expect them to go in for any further aggression. Although you could argue, obviously, Aerial's USP doesn't serve a large purpose for them. Simply saving them forward avoids giving NIP another kill on their Mach 10, for example. Moving in towards the B site quite quickly, and I can't help but think it looks like they're going for another exit, and it's Twist that they'll face. He's got the Mach 10, and there's a kill onto Aerial. Granting the frag, plus losing their UMP. That doesn't seem like a very worthwhile risk.
No, I'm guessing he didn't realize that he was going to be going down to the bomb. I wasn't really sure either. Didn't have Kevlar though, obviously, so extra damage being done. He does fall. The SMG isn't saved over. I guess his goal there was to get that 1 kill with the UMP. If he had of, then adding another 600 to his buy here would have really helped out, because obviously he could have gone for the nade and a flash if he wanted, and or else maybe even pulled out himself a kit and a flash alongside the Molotov and the smoke. So it definitely would have helped them out a bit. I don't think it's the biggest deal since they are looking to just come onto the full rifle buy, which is the case. They have the Galil helping out a little bit. But this round here is also one that NIP could use to really begin to build up this lead massively early on. They've kept the 1 Mach 10 on Lekro. They're looking to favor on towards B. And it does seem like a little bit of a read is definitely being had here for ENCE, because they were able to get aggressive around mid early on. They didn't spot anyone out. They've got 3 players back towards B already. Almost getting caught. She's going for the boost, and it does cost them in the end. B is just gone. That's a save. Right now, that save has to be called for. I don't want to see anyone pressing W if it's in the direction of that B bomb site.
They lined up for knock as well because they'd been boosted as the player on top fell back. They were perfectly in line. Lekro came around the corner to finish one off with the Mach 10, which is even better, getting that extra little bit of cash. Now upgrading to an M4, and an overwhelmingly positive start for NIP in this round. ENCE caught with their pants down on that B side. Man, oh man, this is not how you wanted it to start out for ENCE. After such a close train, we saw NIP obviously being confident enough on that map, but we know that overpass is where they come in with a big advantage. And the reason that coming into the start of this series we're saying NIP are the favored team is because if you look at this situation realistically, just obviously there's a lot of unknowns. We don't know how much ENCE have practiced this map since they last played, how much they've looked over the demo or over NIP's previous overpasses, yada yada. But just from what we do know, ENCE would have to win the first map and the third map. Overpass is a hugely favored one for NIP. Whereas when you look at Train, it's not insanely favored towards ENCE. We saw NIP put up a good fight in it last time. We know they're capable of playing it. The final map of Inferno serves as a mid-ground, so NIP have got that upper hand in the veto, which is why, even outside of recent results, you would give them the upper hand in the game.
Alright, Erez. Straight through the flame. Doesn't care, apparently. He actually still gets the kill. A little bit risky if he had it went down. Potentially there could have been a rifle. His teammates, though, did quickly extinguish those flames so that they could try and follow up and be sure to actually help him now. What the hell? Alu able to get 2. Sunny and Sergey fragging as well. Suddenly, Twist is left alone. That was a very quick turnaround there from ENCE, and it was the damage that had been done. Rez was already really low. A couple players got dinked up quickly as well, and then they all just came in and peeked together and just mowed them down. Twist is backed away. Is running over towards A, and I mean, if he finds this player up close and long, it's Alu who's already tagged up, so there's definitely a chance for him to win this 1v1 and then get the bomb planted, especially if he can do it clean without losing any health. Then he should have a very good opportunity to play with that 1-on-2. Oh, but Alu, he's taking a strong spot, at least playing up close. It may not be expected. Oh, looking like he will check it. Unfortunately, not quick enough with the reactions. A first round being found from ENCE, a really good round for them to pick up as well, considering they had very little investment. But yeah, I mean, that's a tough one for Nip. They can rebuy at least. I was gonna say, I was gonna agree with your point, obviously, if this one's not being a great map for ENCE, and I still do agree with that. I was gonna say, at this point, I'm not even religious, but I'm gonna pray for them, because, as you said, it was Train that they needed to pick up. It's Inferno as well, then, that I was thinking that they would have had the chance to close the series out on. Coming into this one, we were saying, okay, Overpass is gonna be quite straightforward. But, I mean, if ENCE can step up like that, then who knows? They can definitely put up a fight, potentially prove us wrong, and show us a map number 3 where they'll be back in the running to get that win for themselves. But they have to overcome another actual gun round here. No op this time for Nip, but they do have the rifles, plenty of nades.
Now, 4 mollies still in play with the 1 minute 20 on the clock. NIP have got a bit of control down towards the connector, and they'll look to split up towards A based on that bomb position. Alu has fallen back to the bomb site after an early long hold, and this is something we've seen from ENCE in the previous time these guys played. Alu holding on the corner, you've got Sergey up close. With no flashes left, it's unlikely on Alu, it's unlikely Sergey goes out for any wider peeks in towards long, or at least that would be a risk. Probably not worth taking, but as Alu spots them, now he can start to edge up and look to hunt them down. Nobody peeks out afterwards. There's always the possibility that NIP are currently falling back. And a rotate even coming up towards this A bomb site. Nip have been read like a book. They're going to be in trouble as they move forward with Sunny and Alu holding the site, and Sergey still undetected on long.
Yeah, this is going to be very difficult for them to overcome. Okay, that was a quick headshot from Rez. Fortunately, that long player, as you said, fighting up close, is able to get one. Not really expecting Sunny to still be around the bomb site either after already dealing with a player, so he's able to actually delay that bomb plant for quite a few seconds. But it is going to eventually go down. That's a really nice Molotov. Lekro ends up going down to 26. This is given just so much time for ENCE to set themselves up. And I mean, there's only 8 seconds left on the clock. They have to try and get that bomb down, and it's pretty much no longer possible. It's not at this point. He's going to push in for the kill and see if he can stay alive, but Knock, unfortunately, not able to live. Goes down to X7. Another round goes over to ENCE, and they had a very good read there, having that 3-man A stack, and Nip just had no idea.
Yeah, I mean, they show themselves early on long, right? And then nothing else afterwards. ENCE in that position could easily take that to B, movement back into connector, down maybe to B, but they take the gamble with a little bit of control they had down towards that B bomb site, that this was going to be NIP hitting the A side, and it pays off tenfold, even with Sunny only finding 1 kill and being traded out immediately afterwards. See, they closed it out with relative ease. Great nades as well coming down here. NIP have already lost 1 player to Aerial, a second. And sadly, he's taken it afterwards, but it is only the UMP, so it's not the worst to give over towards that T side. In fact, you'll see Nox still playing with the Deagle.
Yeah, no longer. Quickly dropped by X7, trying to ensure that there's not going to really be too much damage that NIP can output in this round. Not having a lot of investment. If they do get 1 more kill, I think he'd be pretty happy, but it's already falls. Blonsky with his Deagle looking to see if he could follow up, and there certainly was the opportunity there as Sergey had to fire off a few bullets before getting the headshot himself, but he's able to live, as are the majority of the ENCE players, meaning only Aerial has to reinvest here and has plenty of money to do so. Not really having any left over, but overall the economy is beginning to look pretty strong for ENCE, so this is a solid start. This isn't really what I was expecting, and it kind of comes down to that round where NIP, knowing they were up against a weaker investment, decided rushing through a Molotov towards Monster was a good idea. I do still think that was a pretty big misplay, but I mean, they're back on the buy here at least. They would get Lil being the only real weakness, apart from maybe Rez lacking some nades, but overall this is a decent investment, and they need to start picking it up again.
A good nade here by Sergey. He's been on point with them, although only doing a little bit of damage. It did look like it would do a whole bunch more. Counter-strike and nades, what can you do? And ENCE are going to be very happy to find those early rounds. I mean, building up to a 3-3 scoreline is fantastic for them. You can see the confidence already oozing out as they start to go in for a long push here on A. Be facing a challenge in a moment. Rez was looking to swing out, or was looking like he might swing out onto long, but Flash just got him over towards toilets where he's spotting out on the top of middle. Bomb left behind, and NIP being much more cautious in this round than what we've seen from them in certainly their anti-eco. But with that bomb being retrieved in just a second by Knock, it is looking to be an A hit. But again, zero information, 40 seconds left. They do have to start making a move forward. They've only got 1 smoke to push into this side as well. Things are not looking good for them, and this fight on long shouldn't go the way of Twist. Oh, but hold on. Sergey's pushing by himself. This could be very dangerous, and Twist wins the duel.
Spots the second player there as well with that jump. I mean, they had a very good setup playing the anti-flash initially, but as you said, the push coming in, it's given a potential opportunity for NIP to open up that bomb site. Again, though, it's Alu who steps up when it's needed, finds himself the double kill, but unfortunately, as they lose that long player, as Alu goes down as well, the chances begin to fall. But look at that from Aerial, a massive double, and it's all onto Twist. They know where he is. X7 just pops up and ends this round. Again, very, very back and forth right up until the last moment, but ENCE just about managed to scrape it out in their favor. And they're looking better here on Overpass than I thought they were going to. I mean, this is a very solid start. I feel like that eco win that they were able to get to actually pick up their first round is kind of put some fire under them, I suppose.
Definitely put them on the map anyways. I mean, for NIP giving that away, it's got to be a little bit of a tilting factor, but just where their economy has been at since then hasn't been ideal. They got the 1 buy, and then they're constantly suffering. You saw, as they push towards the bomb site there, 40 seconds left, 0 information, and 1 smoke. It's not the way you want to be executing. You can't even call that an execute, can you? Blocking off 1 angle and pushing a site. And at the end of the day, ENCE now have got that momentum built up. They're starting to get their confidence. When you come in onto a map where you were previously demolished, they've already got as many rounds as they did last time they played NIP here. And then you're granted these rounds. You win ecos. I mean, we all know it ourselves from winning those rounds when you have just pistols in play that you know you shouldn't be winning. And when you find those, oh, that is an absolute... As you said, it lights a fire under you. It puts you ahead. You're in first gear. You're ready to roll. And ENCE certainly have been rolling so far. Facing up against a full buy again, but still NIP suffering from the lack of money with very limited utility.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded if they were willing to maybe just take a half buy and ensure that they'd be coming into a strong win in the next, get the op-out and such for knock, but again, they have the basics that they need to work with here with them so far. They've been keeping these rounds at least close time and time again, but I mean, ENCE have got themselves into the lead. They're looking pretty decent overall. They're starting to build up some money, and if they are able to win out this round, then at that point, NIP without a bomb plant at least would have to take the eco that time around. So let's see. I mean, they're looking to try and focus around mid. We have a relatively aggressive stance from the CTs, to be fair. The smoke is down towards the bathrooms, so Sergey isn't really going to look to stick around and fight this for too long. Instead, taking a slightly more passive angle, and you also see the player who was up close on long also falling back. That'd been Alu with the op. He was just hoping to find one and then retreat, but realizing at that point, obviously, that they could have got through bathrooms. So I would say a slightly better setup. They can help each other now off of this one, but still, Sergey, he's about to be peaked, and at least immediately there's not going to be a chance for that follow-up from Alu. Will eventually jump up and spot them as they come out of the bathrooms. A nice peek to take down Lekro. Knows the second has managed to make his way around the flames as well, but now he's being pushed down on long, but he's still managing to find the frags and actually just sprints back out. I don't know what that was exactly, but they still have a man advantage at least.
They push out, though, the Galil of Rez connecting quite a bit of damage. He's stuck behind default. In comes Twist for one. He's got time to play with. Low HP on Sunny. Heads up, nice gap in that smoke. Sunny pushing forward. Shouldn't be good in that duel. He gets taken down. The bomb being stuck, though, and Twist doesn't suspect it. Big brain plays by Ariel, and 5-3, and op saved as well. What a round to win.
Yeah, it was a nice try, but at that point he kind of just had to take the gamble that they were not going to be sticking at that. As soon as he got that first kill, that he would have hopped off the bomb. Wasn't the case. Balls of steel from Ariel. As you said as well, the op being saved over for Alu, also a nice find. Helps them to actually grow the economy a little bit, considering it did only come down to one player surviving. They didn't really get a chance to. But the bomb plant came down for NIP, so they're able to get another buy-in. But again, I mean, ENCE, they're surprising me with this performance on Overpass, and I suppose it does make some sense. As we said, the fact that they let it through in the series, you'd hope that they had put a good bit of time actually preparing this one, realizing that it very likely was going to be in play.
Alu's been on fire in the previous map, and he starts it out the same in this one. Good flick by Sergey, straight onto the head of Plopsky. And this is getting worrying now. Trades even coming in whenever they do find a kill. NIP behind by quite a bit in this round, and as the bomb is retrieved, where can it possibly go? They have no access to any part of this map. They're going to have to pop off with some really solid duels. Smoke, 2 flashes, and a molly, all that remain for this 2v4.
I don't fancy their chances. Especially with Lekor already being tagged up. Smoke down to replenish the one that was towards Monster as well, so running down even further on the clock at this point. I mean, it's not completely against them, but once they do go forward, there's already X7 and Sunny up. That was a weird one out of Monster, though. I'm really not sure how Knock managed to get that kill. X7 took quite a while to react. Not really costing them too much, though. Again, the time just continues to go down. A Molotov as well now being put in place. There's still a little bit of utility. There's a smoke for Sunny, actually. He's rotated back around, though, so I don't think he can really put that down towards Monster. He will flash in, and that allows X7 to take the peak. Taking down the full health player will be traded back on by Lekro, but with Sunny still on the bomb site, this kill should be quite easy for him. And actually just lets Alu have it. Doesn't peek up. Alu going to be holding the cross from heaven and easily connecting that one. 6-3. ENCE now sitting with double the scoreline of NIP, and they've done that by taking 6 rounds in a row. They are definitely surprising me. I mean, statistically on Overpass, they played it, what, 4 times I think in the past few months. Hadn't got a victory on it, and when they played NIP on it last, they lost 16-4. So this is a whole different level of performance from them right now. And it's kind of shocking. I mean, Alu dropped a 40 bomb back on Train, and it wasn't enough for them to get the win. He's playing really well here as well, but you're also seeing Aerial stepping up, X7 also having a solid performance. If they can keep this going, then they can definitely manage to recover this series.
You gotta remember the teams they played against, though. Like, those other games on Overpass were versus Astralis, MIBR, OG, and they weren't nearly as one-sided as the loss versus NiP. You can put that down to a once-off, potentially, certainly if ENCE do answer back here. Coming forward only finds the one as Lekro trades back a little more. Sunny's out to save the day, or maybe not. Reza 1v2, I mean, they know where he is, so he shouldn't get one get really. So they just executes him. They have lost 3 players, and overall, that's a fairly positive result for NIP. They shouldn't have gotten that much access.
Getting caught by that short push. We've seen it earlier, obviously, when they were trying to boost, they got caught by it. This time, it was only the one player standing around there, but he was spamming. So once he popped up, once they actually popped out short, he wasn't really in a position to do anything. I think he was low on bullets already. The teammate who he had back towards the CT spawn had just, I think, about came off the angle, so he was left out exposed on his own. So as you said, good damage at least being connected by NiP, being able to get 3 kills there. Now they're back on the gun round. They don't really have any weaknesses in this one, so no excuses. They do just need to start getting some rounds on the board. And Sergey, he's going to find 3 players up close. This is going to be a big shock. He manages to actually get one, as well as tagging down Plopsky. So that's probably the best position he could have came out with there, apart from if he had have actually finished off that second player. Sunny though may not be expected.
Alu's here as well. Tech9 in hand, fades through the smoke right up behind Plopsky, hand on his back, and takes him down. Sunny, though, gets eliminated in the connector, but it is still a 1 versus 3. NIP again playing from behind, and ENCE leaving us completely clueless as to how they come through with such a good CT side. Considering how things played out, how this map looked in general. Whoa, hello. Twist got a little bit scared for a second there. I'm guessing what happened there was he, like, hit his keyboard or something. Does he flick or went off his mouse mat? Because he was just spraying a wall and then flicked. Must have been a mouse lift.
Oh, they're both coming in from behind, though. Actually, only tapped the bomb. That is massive. Once he doesn't see anyone stepping out from bank or anything, he might just decide to plant it for bank. Could run it down to B if he wanted. He's going to back into short. Spots out both players and actually gets the first kill. And indeed now... Oh, it looked like he was going to run it to B. Never mind. Just plants out a truck, but he thinks that's what's happening. X7, for a moment, did think it was being wrapped around towards B. Obviously, with how quickly it's planted, he knows that's not the case, so he will begin to move back in. And Twist is on 7 health, so he only needs 1 bullet to end this.
But he has no idea where Twist is. This is the problem. Oh, but he's looking at the right angle. Jumps up and Twist on the flick. There we go. NIP on the board at long last. But man, that was close and a huge performance by Twist. 4 kills coming out of that round.
Yeah, I thought the round was over, but surprise, plot twist. Yeah, I mean, it's still a bit shocking, though, how it's been a little bit of a poor T-side overall. They had that great start, and as we said, kind of winning that eco seemed to just ignite something underneath ENCE and really get them going. But that's the opening that NiP need. If they can get a second round off the back of it, ENCE's economy will be destroyed at that point, and we're likely going to see NiP coming up to 6 rounds already on the T-side, which is a pretty solid half. It'd be a good foundation if they could add 1 more to it, especially then they'd be feeling really good. Well, let's see, because it's still a relatively strong buy for ENCE, apart from just a couple of weaknesses in terms of the weaponry. But look at the boost. The man who was the hero in the previous round is the one to go ahead and open up here as well. They catch that connector aggression. They're fine with the 1-for-1 trade.
ENCE reacting by pushing Aerial and X7 all the way through B. Spotted out that no one's here. Aerial on the long flank, but Sunny's going to have to delay them for so long for this to really matter. Although, actually, they're slowed down because they had no toilets control. Nothing on long either. Sunny tucks in on the site. You see, if he falls, they'll instantly push forward. They'll just rush him. But Aerial makes the decision to go down through connector. This is going to cost him a little bit of extra time. And he's just actually now just going to tuck in and hold B, excuse me, as they rotate. I didn't notice this come up by X7. So a 2-man hold on the A-bomb site. They know that the T's can't go B, at least, well, definitely not within the time left. So it has to be an A hit. Aerial going to flank up behind a little bit later on. They need kills. Sunny finds 1. They have no idea about X7, who grabs another. And now it's just a waiting game. Just needs to buy the time for Aerial to come behind on that M4. Close! What an angle in that smoke, but X7 can't get it done. An aerial, both players low. He knows where one is. He knows where the second is because the bomb plant tries to spray control over but can't get it done. Nade comes through and Knock wins out the round just about. Nice attempt at pulling it back, considering there are only 3 left for ENCE.
That was a perfect little 1-2 combination he hit him with there towards the end. Even if he fell to the actual aim duel, I think that nade likely would have finished it off anyway for him. So he's done his best to ensure that he'd be able to win out the 1v1, a 5th for NIP, and as I said, most likely a 6th now off the back of it, because we have pretty much no investment, just a couple just a couple nades rather being upgraded behind these USPs. You have 1 HE, 1 flash, and they're going to bring it towards mid, so a nade in, try and do that initial damage, make it easier for the pistols alongside the flash then, see if they can catch a couple blind players off guard. But it's not happening right now. It's a little bit more passive from the D side, holding to wait and see if any aggression comes in, knowing that they are against a weaker investment that at most probably has a few pistols being upgraded. Nade should do some damage on Rez though. Yeah, dropping them down to 52. The shot being connected by Sunny as well. Yeah, already a couple players fallen with the weapons being retrieved as well.
An overall fairly positive engagement for ENCE. Considering they only walk in with the USPs, they've still got the AK on Alu, who swings out to trade in a 1v1. How have we gotten here? Alu looks for the final and gets it on Knock. 3 kills for him in that round. And just not a round ENCE had any right to win. And yet they walk away with it. NIP not going to be happy considering where their money's at as well. They're forced down to an eco.
It's the second eco that they've lost already. It is costing them a lot, honestly. Because if they hadn't lost the previous eco, then they would have been up 4-0 in the beginning. Would have been in a much better spot for that opening gun round as well. And I mean, losing that one right now, that was a great play by Alu, to be fair, and just in general the entire team sticking together. But NIP is not one they could afford to have go like that. Now they're just on pistols themselves. They have to give away the 9th, and at most they're going to be fighting for that 6th round on the T side. And even then, ENCE will have a good opportunity to try and actually bring it to double digits at the halftime, which I would say is a necessity as they move on to their T side if they want to feel comfortable. But here we go, right now, focused on mid. There is one player pushed up on long. Other than that, though, a very passive A play coming in. Sergey should find his way soon.
You know what doesn't paint a pretty picture is the fact that ENCE have won 2 of those rounds with the USPs. They're punishing NIP in rounds where they shouldn't be winning, and yet we still see NIP with 5 wins. That is fairly concerning. Possibility to bring it to 6 is definitely there, and with all those opportunities given, you wouldn't want to see that. Heretics somehow still alive here, but eventually as the smoke fades, he will be pushed down and taken out of the game. Alu gets 1, and that's the bomb dropped. Sunny pushes up to secure it, and NIP will struggle to get back in. They have got the smoke to block Alu off and potentially isolate the fight up close. The molly to stop the close swing, and Alu through the smoke to save his teammate from being overwhelmed by pistols. Well handled here by ENCE. They don't lose a single another player. But we're coming into the final round anyways, so 1 player lost, or even 1 more, wouldn't have mattered that much, as they'll leave nothing on the table here.
No, both teams going to be putting their all into this one because it definitely does make a massive difference. If NIP get the 6th round, I think at that point, as you said, they probably will be feeling pretty decent with their half, especially considering they lost 2 rounds that they definitely should have. The fact that they can still come out with 6 would be a good result. But if ENCE managed to get 10, they're in a really good spot themselves, especially if they were to pick up that 2nd pistol at that point. They would have a good opportunity to come back and just demolish, maybe even flip the scoreline nearly from what we've seen the previous time these 2 played. Obviously not exactly, since NIP already have 5. But here we go. I mean, NIP going to be taking a little bit more standard this time, focusing on just splitting up and getting themselves the map control. And that looked like it should have been a kill for Lekro. Somehow Sunny was able to react to it. I believe Lekro did get blinded up as well a little bit. So the opening kill ends up actually going in favor of ENCE.
Yeah, I was scratching my head watching Lekro's spray. It looked pretty good. I'm sure he's in a similar boat, but failing to find that opening, that's really slowed them down. And moving in towards that B site, they've not got anything towards water as they slowly push forward. Hulk tries to spot out Monster, but instead gets his head ripped off. And NIP behind in this round by quite a bit. They've got a lot of work to do in order to make it work. Looks like it's all going to be a water push. With 50 seconds left on the clock. Is that 3 players up towards the A site? Yeah, look at how heavy ENCE are playing A.
Could
they don't spot
potentially
anyone.
cost them, yeah.
They've got to rotate
especially
down.
With that boot. Twist got himself that kill, but they're not going to commit quickly. If NIP had a gun pretty fast, then there would have been a bit of a tough time maybe for CTs with the heaven smoke going down, especially. Doesn't really allow Alu to do anything. He's actually rotated back up to A, thinking that it could potentially still be a fake at this point. Of course, we know that's not the case, especially now as Aerial goes down. ENCE will also find that information themselves. Sergey, though, he wants to go forward before they can set themselves up, and unfortunately, that has now actually put ENCE into a 2-on-3 retake, rather than having a 3-on-3 that they could have played together. Trying to just use what they had. Molotov at least potentially forcing one player out of position, but it's not going to cost them once they find that kill of heaven. It's just Alu coming in on his own. 3 crossers trained in on that CT spawn. And there it is. NIP managed to recover the 6th round despite having a slow start in it. Will they be able to do more? Are they going to be able to come back and really pick up the pace here on their own map pick like we expected initially? Who knows? You will have to, of course, wait until after the halftime break.
No matter if we're cast away, a fire in the dark. I know that you won't be waiting again. I know that you won't be waiting again. Right from the start, I see the end. A world torn apart, but I know we're meant forever hold. No matter if we're cast away, a fire in the dark. I know that you won't be waiting again. I know that you won't be
No pulse and all alone. Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are ready to roll with another half. Overpass, half number 2. It's Ninjas in Pajamas on the CT side. They found 6 rounds on their T, which was, I mean, by all accounts, decent. But that included losing to 2 USP buys by ENCE, which is worrying considering then I suppose the scoreline should be that little bit more one-sided. ENCE got good access into this and into the round as Plopsky falls early on. And that is a massive absence in the B defense for NIP.
Yeah, I mean, do they have Lekro in Heaven? Yeah, he actually is in Heaven, so he's not up on A at least, so he's in a position where he can quickly rotate back to A if needed, but also, of course, can help out towards B. I like the idea of getting that connector info. It just didn't work out and leaves Nip in a pretty difficult spot. ENCE right now not really giving any information away, just creeping forward over towards this A side of the map. They have one player who has spotted some monster aggression, so at this point, some info at least should be found by Nip. It hasn't really pulled the rotation back down towards B. There's still 2 players up on this A bomb site, fortunately. I mean, with 50 seconds left, ENCE could really still do anything, but they are beginning to throw the smokes in now, getting ready to move forward, but just using that as a bit of a fake.
Oh, here we
Knock,
go.
though.
Yeah, he's hearing the steps. He knows they're coming. They've checked him, though. There's 1 kill, but traded out immediately. ENCE barreling in, but look, the rotates are already down. Twist is in position. He's got another on site as Lycro looks to swing up through. Twist has already got a double, and from up above, NIP look to close this one out. Alu's on his way, and X7 just tucks away. He wants to wait as long as he can before taking these fights. Oh, nice shot by Lycro. Low HP on X7. How does he get out of this one? Block in hand, bomb as well, but swing through from Rez, and a double tap to finish him off. 9-7. NIP winning out that pistol round. No bomb plan for ENCE. I don't think we're seeing a force buy.
That was just such a massive position from Nock. Sure, he only got 1 kill, but he got that info so much earlier than they would have gotten otherwise, and allowed for that rotation to come down and be in place, as we see in getting the 2 kills then through the smoke as the cross was coming into the bomb site. So that was absolutely massive, and with that 7th for the Ninjas, they're looking to try and bring this back, close in the distance a little bit. They'll need to pick up the first gun round if they actually want to tie the score itself, but this round itself should be easy. I mean, it's 5 Glocks. You can never count them out. Maybe they can overrun a player or so, maybe even steal away a weapon. But on paper, we're not really expecting too much. Just straight out the monster smoke as well. So not really going to be given any close range aim to it. Okay, nearly catching that Heaven player. Eventually managing to finish him off. I guess 4 Glocks combined and really can do some damage at range. But other than that, no success being found. Plopsky even builds up some bank with that MP9.
A nice bit of cash for him. On 9-8, though, this is where ENCE actually come into the lead a little bit, certainly fiscally. They've got themselves a much better investment than what NIP have been able to put forward, as they maintain a lot of the weapons from the previous round. The MP9 of Plopsky, the Scout on Rez, even the FAMAS for Nock, who hasn't bought up utility. In fact, keeping just the smoke he had and then leaving the 3900 in its stead. Interesting choice to not fully gamble into the round.
Shooting his teammate a little bit there, Plopsky. That was awkward. Does actually manage to pick up the kill himself, though, on that duel they were taking against X7. The corner of the fence, so nice bit of control. A lot of info being found. They've smoked off deep monsters, so they've restricted that area to map right now for ENCE. And with that, they could bring a bit of a stack up towards A. The issue is right now, Rez up on long, actually, alone. With the smoke down further back, so he was isolated off. He didn't have the ability for his teammate to help him out, and that was really well played by ENCE now to pull that back. A 4-on-4. They can slow things down a little bit, still having a minute to actually use on that clock, and also a decent amount of nades as well once they do begin to actually approach one of these bomb sites. Not the case for Nip, though. They do have some HEs itself, but only 1 smoke and a couple flashes.
Frag by Lycro as Sergey falls. ENCE have got a decision to make now. They have got a player down towards the B bomb side as Alu slowly creeps forward through Monster, not facing any contact and makes it out. I expect they're going to move to Connector and start pushing down to this site, suspecting that they've pulled full rotations up towards the A site. Alu's calming that now that there's literally no one here, but oh, he's going to be taken down. The rotate by Lycro so perfectly timed, and his aerial dies on long. Sunny is left in this middle kind of the road. He doesn't know what to do. Where can he realistically go at this point?
Yeah, and I think for this round, it's time for the sun to set. That AK just going to be carried over. No time, even if he wanted to try and even attempt this, so wasn't really an option. No one going to hunt it down, obviously. NIP themselves having some money, but not really been in positions to get anywhere near him in time. So 4 players surviving for Nip. They tie it up at 9-9. I said how important that opening gun round was actually going to be for them, and they managed to take it. They do so convincingly. And now they leave ENCE in a pretty awkward spot, because sure, they have the 1 rifle here to work with, but Sunny has no money in the bank, so going into the next round, unless they get the bomb plant down, his buy is going to be a little bit awkward. I mean, if he gets 1 kill, it gives him sufficient economy to get the AK and the Kevlar just. But overall, they do need to find some success in this round here to keep the pressure on. Otherwise, Nip going to be getting back into the lead, and At that point, looking like they might indeed be able to close this out 2-0, despite ENCE having a really strong CT side overall.
Access for ENCE is so important. The fact of the matter is, as I said, you saw NIP making a lot of mistakes when it came to that first half, and realistically, ENCE picking up the 9 rounds is good, but they need to do more. They need to pop through with some decent score lines, and if they can't win these bye rounds, obviously this one has quite a big exception to it, with barely anything invested for the most part. But if they fail to connect them, then we do start to get quite worried. NIP are known to be good on this map, and it's not like ENCE have got that fallback anymore of moving through to the final of Inferno and putting up the good fight that they did the previous time these teams played. NIP, I think, are now at the forefront, definitely with a huge advantage. They have no pressure on them. They don't need to win this map. They know that they're more comfortable on this one than ENCE are. Certainly with the CT side to play with, and now back in the lead as well. So any advantage ENCE had is sort of fading away.
And yeah, considering how the map normally goes for them, I'm not really one to believe that they can make the comebacks happen. I mean, it was looking really good after they had the first half being so strong. I was thinking if they could get off to a good start on their T side, then oh yeah, we could definitely have them picking it up. But right now, it's just not looking good for them. There is a couple players actually going aggressive though for NIP. Yeah, the Molotov going down going to stop them from being able to peek. I think the goal there was to get aggressive, maybe around short at the same time, try and battle for that B water control, but not really able to do so. It will go over towards ENCE, so they've got themselves at least a decent position early on controlling this part of the map, with most of their players now focusing to try and get control around the bathrooms and such, so restricting NIP from really being able to get any aggression early in this round at all. You can see the only real player sticking around it to see if they can find the early challenge is Twist, and even then, pretty passive, gets flashed off the angle. So good work by ENCE. They've got themselves the control now. They have quite a few options and a lot of time on the clock as well, and it looks like they're just giving up the B side of the map. So maybe a clear goal in mind.
Well, yeah, I think it's fairly safe to say ENCE are going to move into the A site with all the control they've given up. The fact that the 4 players are so heavily concentrated in towards short. You've got Alu further back, ready to pop a flash over, and this is where things start to get rolling. NIP have a 3-man hold. With the positions they're currently in, oh, hold on. A little bit of aggression from Lecro. This actually changes it up. Alu could potentially get a free pick as they push forward. There we go. Alu swinging out, taps away, takes Lecro out. The turn actually by Twist is pretty damn decent. The AWP eventually dealt with, and a man advantage now for ENCE. The best buy round they've had so far, and NIP going to struggle to get back in here. Good post plants with a crossfire setup on the bomb site. Have both got a flash on the CT side as they move through. And actually, excuse me, it's not a crossfire. Sergey is holding this by himself. He picks up the one knock through to trade, and it's all down to Alu with no scope in hand.
Look at the distance he has to run as well. This bomb is just going to be straight up stuck potentially. Knock actually tapping it, expecting Alu to be up close on long, but as he swings out, finds Alu trying to reset the spray. At that point, he just had to spam away because obviously Knock could have been sticking the bomb, so there wasn't really many other options. Either that or he gambled that it wasn't being, and at that point could have given up the round either way. Well played by Knock, though, to come out on top of that 1-on-2, I believe. As he, of course, did get the trade on Sergey up close as well. Yeah, I mean, it was a tough spot to be in. I think ideally the player on site maybe should have waited until after Sergey found contact to peek in. He ended up just going down, and then Sergey was pinned in the corner with really nothing that he could do. 11-9, that was a round that ENCE very much needed. Would have given them a nice opportunity to tie up the score. Instead, now they scrape together to buy as much as they can. They don't have an op on Alu, and Alu himself has barely any health left at this point. I believe he got naded and mollied down as he was trying to get that beat, or rather a mid control, I believe it was.
Still going forward by himself as well, clearing out these angles. As he spots nobody up aggressively in toilets, ENCE are now free to come in through connector and look for that control. You've got Rez holding down in the back long side of toilets though. Oh, that's a nice flash. You don't see that every day. Pops up off the light, nice and high. Not catching anyone though. A super passive hold in play. You've got the AWP of Twist playing from the bomb site itself up close to the signpost. As Rez falls back to long, but he won't get away with that for free. Alu's coming through here, smoked out, and now wide swinging. They're trapped in toilets. Rez is going to have a big hold to get out of here alive. And look at Twist, actually. He started to get aggressive around that smoke. He had me worried for a second. Rez is forced to take the fight and taken down. But he's done quite a bit of damage to Sunny alongside Alu's low HP.
Yeah, that's a pretty big issue for the boys of ENCE, having two players so heavily weakened before they actually move towards a bomb site. And especially with the time that they have right now. 22 seconds. If that bomb gets dropped, it could be a massive issue. Two players towards them on their side, one on the ramp that they have to deal with as well. But they actually tried it out very successfully. They only lose one player in the midst of actually getting onto that bomb site and getting that bomb planted. And with Twist being left alone now, sure he has plenty of money. Sure, Nip had pretty decent economy in general. Yeah, is he still just keeping his crosshair on his head in heaven? He's been doing that pretty much since he planted it. Obviously not knowing he's there. So he hasn't shot away. But yeah, no, Twist, I think it's just trying to see if he can maybe pick up an exit or some sort of opening. If he had gotten a kill quickly, maybe he would have considered going for it. But at this point, he definitely just has to save. Can drop over a weapon, boost up the buy for a teammate a little bit. Obviously, only getting 1400. Plopsky, for example, will only have 4450. So if he was to buy for himself, his nades wouldn't be great. So ideally, you do want him to get dropped the rifle. Obviously, Twist, they'll probably consider giving the off back to Nip, to Knock, and then maybe he can drop the rifle instead. So we'll see what way they do it. Either way, a pretty strong investment will still come in. But ENCE, they found the lifeline. They finally added a round to the board here on the T side.
It had to happen eventually, Dean, didn't it? The thing is, NIP are far ahead now. It is only one round, but the fact that they're on the defense, it gives them that nice little bit of comfort at their back. This is the favored side, and where they did fairly damn well against ENCE in the past. To start this one out, the T side of, again, spread into those defaults, kept back by utility in middle, and nading quite a bit through, hoping that Twist would be playing an aggressive angle, but not being given the reward for if he was. As they then late pull down to A, or to B, excuse me, after that early A presence with the grenades, they could be looking at a much faster hit through, trying to fake out their A presence and then just rush in, and indeed that's what's going on.
Yeah, a little bit of a switch up. Right now, we have Knock in the pit. I believe he does have help already coming in from heaven, so won't be alone for too long. Indeed, Lekro actually just going to drop straight out so that they can try and fight this one together. But you can see ENCE flashing in, looking to just try and push forward, take this control. Finding that opening. Up close in the smoke, though, I was going to say Knock was tempted to push through and stop that bomb plant. Decided against it, and it probably was for the better. You see Rez eventually picking up one and now giving them the 3-on-3. Already, of course, being up close to the bomb site as well. No real time for ENCE to set themselves up in this after plant. As Knock finds Alu playing around the pillar, it's all onto Sergey and Sunny now to try and save this one for them. And you like this position, at least from Sergey, playing above the smoke. He may be able to catch one off guard. Can actually just nade in onto the bomb. He doesn't quite get the kill, but it does some damage, but not enough. Unfortunately, giving away his position. The spam came true. Sunny now on 9 health. Actually manages to get it. Was Rez out of bullets? What the hell happened?
I'm guessing he ran out from the sprays he'd gone for in the player on top of sandbags and thought, hell, I'll just go in and knife him, but instead ends up losing the round because of it. That is such a big mistake. 11-11, ENCE. They're lucky to get that round, but now they get a reward, as NIP don't have a lot of cash. And immediately we see Lekro invest into the Deagle and armor. The rest of the team have the option to play in for rifles on Twist, Knock, and Plopsky. You can even get an AWP through with just 2 equal weapons. And on the CT side, that's a little bit more viable. So I expect, well, and indeed, as you can see, no suspense around it anymore. We do get the full investment through.
This is a massive opportunity, though, for ENCE. If they get this, 13-11 most likely, and then, I mean, they've actually brought themselves back into the lead after having such a poor start here on their T side. I wasn't exactly believing in it, but it's definitely possible now. Double up setup coming through, at least. Twist is glass cannon, unfortunately. He has a couple of flashes behind it. They have the 1 M4 and Plopsky. 2 Deagles then, as Rez and Lekro are the ones relegated down to those weaker weapons. So it's not the worst investment we've seen, but they would have wanted a bit more. And as I said, with this round being so crucial, It is certainly going to be a tough one. Ideally, wanting to maybe try and find some early openings on these AWPs so that they can have some sort of comfort, at least some sort of security then in the round. And although the opportunity does come to twist over towards long, unfortunately not able to connect it. With that, he will be forced to fall back and play a little bit more passive now around the bomb site with Rez. So a good opportunity here for ENCE. They'll be able to get themselves that long control, probably start moving in towards bathrooms. But for the moment, they're still mostly favored outside Monster.
Definitely going to take their time moving through. You can see they've got presence up towards the A bomb site as Aerial looks to fake that out. The buy they're up against with this double op setup is intimidating, but should they get the angle to take one of them down, especially Twist, their reward will be huge. There's Aerial onto one. No way he suspects Twist to be on short as well and gets taken down because of it. But as that happens, down we go on B, pushing on forward as the pistols hold down. Close in the M4. He's been spotted as well. This bomb plant should be obtained. What a good trade back by Knock at least to catch X7 and keep things within the realm of possibility.
At this point, having a double up setup and no money in the reserve, I think the save has to be called for. And unfortunately, with that flank from Alu up on the A bomb site, you see already one of them being cut off. Twist at this point trapped in, sandwiched in pretty much between these terrorists. So I don't believe he's going to be allowed to escape unless he gets this kill on Alu and just starts sprinting. But now he's sticking around in bank. I don't know. Maybe they won't quite hunt them down. He doesn't have Kevlar though, but no. Sergey has found them. Didn't actually notice how close he was right there. Mine was watching Alu. 12 to 11, ENCE, they get the lead, as I said, off the back of that. Probably going to bring it up to 13, considering it is going to be a full eco from NIP. But we've seen a couple full eco wins from ENCE. Who's to say that NIP can't come through with the same? Not saying it will. Should be ENCE's round, but again, I've been caught off guard a few times already just on this map by what the pistols can do.
Well, at least one of those two that NIP lost were because of, you know, questionable decisions, running through a Molotov, just playing very fast into a rush on B against a weaker buy. ENCE not going for the same thing. Luckily, they play a super slow default. In fact, one of the slowest rounds we'll see from them on the T side. Holding in for the pushes that they know are going to come through, and as they find the opening there onto Plopsky, it doesn't prompt any massive reactions. They're still waiting, knowing that NIP should be making a move, as Aerial just W keys around the map, looking for someone to take down some victims of the MAC-10.
Yeah, he's scouting out with this weapon. Not with this scout, but with a MAC-10. Trying to see if this A-bomb site is clear. He'll find that it's not completely. There is one player, but the kill should be easy enough. Actually got dinked down before dealing out any damage, so that was a little bit dangerous. And there is still a player up close on short, so he has to actually deal with Twist, has spotted him, of course. I believe now knows there's a player on the stairs, and he swings out to get himself that kill. At this point, though, really, he was just a massive distraction because they were getting ready to commit through Monster. By the time they actually push out, the rotation is already from NIP. So they have no one there to defend anymore. They're really just trying to see if they can get this kill on Alu, potentially steal away a rifle. But considering it's just Twist now at 10 health, I don't really think that's going to be happening. Alu doesn't really need to risk his own weapon too much either. Sergey should find this in just a moment. 13-11. Only one casualty, not too big of a deal. I mean, if they invested into a couple of pistols, so that's what they were looking for. Overall, keeping at least some damage on towards the economy events, but they have a decent amount of money built up to allow for at least one extra buy. So we're going to need to see Nip pick this up again and at least find a couple rounds in a row before they can start taking back control.
They're very much holding on by a string at the moment. If ENCE win this, 15-11 pretty much guaranteed with the lack of cash. So a very important round for NIP. They've got the op-out on Twist, limited utility. And ENCE are looking better than you would have ever imagined coming into Overpass. This early play by NIP could be dangerous, though. Two players close in AWP, watching the angle, ready to swing. Twist has got a lot of work to do as he pulls on through, not seeing them just yet. He's just an inch away from them the whole way around. And ENCE don't get punished. A free opening duel going their way, and the only problem for them now is potentially Twist catching them out on that late long play. The bomb down towards B, though, looks to push into that site. So after prodding out on short, probably throwing out a bit of fake utility, you imagine they'll go back down connector and hit the B site. They've been doing this fairly consistently. playing heavier fakes on that A site. So I do wonder if they get a read on it. Already you see the rotate down, but as Twist picks up a kill, I think... Oh, I would have imagined one of the B players would rotate up. Okay, it's a little bit slow, but Lekro does eventually. That opens up the door for ENCE to walk through on B. Oh, Lekro's back. Never mind.
Not exactly, yeah. The door, unfortunately, was covered in flames, so trying to actually get out Monster was a bit of an issue. Lots of damage being taken, and eventually the trade's being pulled now back in favor of ENCE. You have Twist still in position, though, so he will be able to drop the bomb now in a pretty awkward spot for Alu to try and retrieve. But as I said, I haven't backed off to the CT spawn. He's not really in a position himself where he can hold that anymore. Gonna wrap around in towards heaven. Alu, he could just go get that bomb right now if he wanted to, but he's taking his time, being cautious. 15 seconds, he does need to get a move on right now, though. Twist just peeking out, spots it. I was a bit afraid from there. It looked like Alu may have had a moment to try and line up the headshot himself, but in the end, it does go the way of Twist. 12th round for NIP, but as I said, they needed to they need to chain a couple together if they want to actually break that economy events. So it is going to be another full buy-in, and only surviving at one themselves. I mean, NIP's buy is relatively atrocious in terms of the actual weapons that they have available. I like that they were willing to sacrifice down those so that they get the extra nades and such. But they also realize that this buy is nowhere near ideal, so they do call in for the tactical pause. Not too surprisingly, this is such a crucial round for them.
In that previous round, you could tell NIP had a read on what was going down. Twist so comfortable after spotting a player pushed all the way up on short to call to his teammates that he doesn't need a rotate. I imagined as soon as he saw that player took the kill, Lekro would just even throw the molly and just run up to the A site, because at that point most players will suspect a faster rush. But instead, he stays there. They keep a 3-man B stack. Twist by himself because he knows so frequently they've been faking A. They've been late pushing B. And with just that one player there, no smokes down, no flashes, this doesn't look like an execute. And for a terrorist to be all the way pushed up there without any smokes down, doesn't look like they were trying to fully 5-man commit to the site. Really good read by Twist. And a 3K, obviously he found the kill on short to stop the fake from working. Oh, look at that boost as well. Nasty. Rez with a free opening. But that was Twist's round the previous. He stops the A fake from working. He then shuts down B, and then obviously won the round in the 1v1.
Oh, and a second pick in the exact same spot. This time from Knock, though. He had pushed up through short instead. Yeah, I mean, it's not an uncommon boost there that we've seen from Rez, but it's normally a thing that you'll limit to once a game, if even. So normally just not going to be expecting it. So this was a great time for them to switch it up. They realize how important this round is. They're like, let's throw in a little something different that should give us a really high chance of getting that opening kill and just being able to capitalize on it. And now with a 5-on-3 especially, they're in a really good spot. They needed this with those weaker weapons in play. And still have time, and they do have a few nades. 2 Molotovs, a smoke, and 2 flashes. Not ideal, but they will look to bring it on towards the A-bomb site where one player himself is towards the steps, and then you also have Rez over on long. So, I mean, if they can get this kill quickly for sure over towards the stairs, not have the ability then for the CT to get a quick trade. But I am a bit worried that they may not be cautious of it. But here we go, going forward, the upshot being missed. Twist doesn't want to stick around, willing to give up the bomb site, but they are trying to hunt down Rez.
Looks like we may have lost Dean, but we'll carry it forward, I guess. Now 4 versus 3, ENCE tucked away, but Sergey's about to be peeked out from bank. As he suspected, they've just seen Knock actually swings through afterwards. Great play by Sergey. And what is now looking like it's going to be a T round, but maybe not. NIP trying to get back out here. Alu with the op, taken down up close, and Lekro hasn't got a kit. Is there one on site for him? It doesn't look like it. Time ticking away. Has he got enough? It looks like he does. Yeah, he's got it done. Pulling it through and putting 13-13 on the board. What a tight round, but NIP do well to just about take that in the end. Dean, are you with us? Maybe fixed it. No. Looks like Dean's having some net issues. Don't know if you guys have experienced that in the past. Yesterday, I was one of the victims. Right, you had that like every 40 or 50 minutes, you'd have a 10-minute internet outage. It was really fun. So it looks like Dean is suffering from that at the moment. He'll be back with us eventually. Until then, F's in chat for Dean. We miss him. Never forgetty. But 13-13, absolutely insane round for NIP, pulling that one through, putting themselves now in a position to fight all the way home. We mentioned that they didn't have money. Had NIP have lost that round, this would well, it would almost definitely be 15-11. At that point, ENCE, they're struggling. They're suffering. Or NIP, struggling, suffering. But no, not anymore. Now the T side are the ones at a deficit. X7 comes in with a deagle, knock on the opening duel. Oh, they've got to be careful. The T's barreled forward immediately, but there's not stopping at anything. 2 frags coming through for the CT side as ENCE now struggle to get into B. They don't want to push up short. Not when you haven't got a proper execute lined up. You've 1 player still towards A and no notion of how many CTs are on the site. No information whatsoever. It has to be played slowly. And for them, that means waiting for NIP to make a mistake, but as of yet, that just isn't possible. Look at the positions from the Ninjas. They are passive on the A bomb site, and they're passive on B. Happy to 2-2 stack. That is fine. With that kind of a setup, they're at most in a 2v3. And that is if ENCE don't make it obvious where they're going. You can see the bomb is sat outside of the B bomb site. However, ENCE are going in for toilets, making sure no one's pushed up, and thereby that there's not a 3-man B stack. But with 40 seconds left on the clock, their decision-making abilities are fairly limited. And X7 starts to move up towards A because they no longer have time. They'll later move on down. As the Ninjas hold passively on B, here comes the execute. As ENCE get that bomb up through short. Once it hits about the toilet doors, I expect them to move forward. Hold on. No, they're already going. Alu's in there. He's poking the beast, and that's going to cause a problem. Smoke through. Nade as well. That could do some deep. It's a little bit too deep, I think. As he swings in, he doesn't know Knock is close. Spotted him now, though. Rez goes down. So too does Knock. And all of a sudden, ENCE are far ahead. 5 seconds left. They can't stop the bomb from being planted. Nade through does damage, but the crossfire setup from ENCE is too strong. The smoke in play actually blocks off that crossfire a little bit. The spray from Lekro, he survives being counter-spammed. Oh, no! It goes inside his helmet. Goodbye, Lekro. And Plobsky in a 1v3, not feeling it, but he gets a kill. For the kid as well, he could go for it. The money is so low, though. They want to save this through to the next round. And yeah, it looks like it is just going to be commitment to save, leaving ENCE to pick up a 14th round. A disappointing late play by Ninjas. Oh, Plobsky. You could see his leg. That swing out just cost him his life. Means they gave up on actually going in for the retake for nothing. That's a kick in the delicates. As Ninjas now 13-14 down. ENCE pulling ahead. They've got plenty of cash to get their investment. 2 MAC-10s making an appearance as they know that they're up against an eco. This is NIP conceding a 15th round unless some sort of witchcraft comes through. One-for-one trades to start it out are certainly the way you'd want to be beginning things if you're on the CT side. Normally, that's not the case. You'll hear us say plenty of one-for-one trade. That's bad for the CTs, and that's because in a normal circumstance, it means the Ts have the same map, but you can't defend it as actively. It stays the same size, right? But you've got fewer defenders. In this case, though, you're not expected to win one-for-one duels. And so, trading back, considering you're only realistically hoping to get 2 kills or more, anything from the 2 kills forward is a big bonus. I think you're fairly happy. Now, ENCE want to go to B, and this is where there's a big problem in play because you've got the heavy stack, the 3-man boost coming through. Who's on top of it? It's Plopsky. He's going to get a chance onto Aerial. Sadly, it's a MAC-10, not one of the AKs, but this could be a man advantage. I doubt he checks it. No, look at that. Not a damn clue. Oh, no, he turns around. Just in time, though. Plopsky deals with him. But afterwards, once you face the AKs, this is what happens. 2 kills found. Not too bad. But ENCE hit 15, and they're looking to bring this all the way through. And here we go in what could be the finale. ENCE, 15 rounds on the board. They're looking to bring us to Inferno. The possibility is certainly there, but it's going to take a little bit of convincing. NIP don't want to let it go. They've gone in for a full buy. They've got an AWP pulled out as well, but the utility is really limited. ENCE have lost health on Alu early on. Again, suffering because of those early mid nades that come through. Or we've seen come through a couple of times. It was the round where he got lit to 17 and only barely survived. Twist in danger as they're about to swing on now, but that flash won't hit him at all. The second one will from up above. Oh, he gets caught in the bin as well. Not able to get out of the toilets quickly. Luckily, they can't hunt him down in time. Rez has not been having a good time holding down toilets. Been quite a lot of rounds since we've seen him actually get a kill, indeed. And as they grouped up outside, I was getting worried for him, but it looks like he'll be let off with a warning. Hello and welcome back, Dean. You have returned.
Hello. Yes, my internet is just screwed right now. I don't know what's happening. My CS won't even connect to the CS network.
Ah, okay, fair enough. Well, you try to fix that. We're on 15 to 13. As ENCE are looking to take it across the line. They've just taken down Rez and put this into a fairly convincing spot. Ninjas have no idea where they're going, but as Plowski takes down Alu, X7 about to peek right into Lekro, and it's all down to Sergey to make this happen. Their money isn't fantastic if they lose this, and we could well see Ninjas pull it to an overtime. And with 7 seconds left, I don't think he's got time for this. It looks like saving is his only option, but he's actually pushed forward fairly aggressively. They might get him after time. He swings out, but look. Oh no, Plopsky won that. What? He swapped to a weapon as he was peeked. He was picking up an AK from the floor and still comes out ahead. That's devastating. Sergey's got no money. Sonny's on a deagle. So we're really relying on that AWP of Alu to come through. X7 and Ariel will get their own rifles, but Alu was the driving force to keep them alive when it came to train. 40 kills dropped. It was a double OT game in all fairness, but even still, he was incredibly consistent.
I am now loading it.
Oh, good, good. They actually called a timeout for you, Dean. So
Sick.
you've got about 10 seconds.
I am back in. It's not in a timeout at the moment. Oh, never mind. I forgot you linked the wrong IP earlier.
Oh, you just went to Dignitas.
Yeah, because you linked the wrong one earlier. So the one that's in our chat is the wrong one.
Well, Dean, look, what can you do?
I blame you. You're the producer here. You're giving
What
me
can you do?
All right, I have to go look for this now. Back.
All right, we're about to start. 15 to 14 as Dean gets back on the server in just a little bit. He should catch the end of this round at least. It's pinned, by the way, in that channel, Dean.
Yeah.
All right. So we start this one out, and whoops, that's not the flashbang you're looking for. Obi-Wan Kenobi'd it. But as ENCE look to move down towards B, they faked out a little bit of presence on mid earlier on, avoiding the early nades as well. Ariel moves forward, and Ariel falls down very quickly. Now they start to rotate back to site. Molly's down on B as they're ready for this to be a late fake push, and ENCE left with a man disadvantage. This could be overtime. NIP are looking good to take it all the way. The rotates down. See Lekro on the site to help out. He's good for one knock alongside him. And all of a sudden, it's all on Alu. We said it had to be the op to pull through. And he's going to have to get an ace clutch.
Yeah, I mean, I've just hopped back in, so I don't know how he's been doing the last couple of rounds, but I think a 1-on-5 is always a bit too much to expect of a player, especially as getting that first kill costs him pretty much all of his health, and then a follow-up nade is what ends him. 15 to 15. We are indeed getting an overtime here. And, oh, damn, I mean, this has been a lot more competitive than I expected it to be. ENCE can definitely still do this. I kind of want to see a third map just for the sake of having more of this. But, obviously, not gonna be biased like that. I do love both of these teams. I just love watching great CS in general, and I hope it continues now into this overtime because we don't have a break at all. We're just right into it, Mitch.
We are indeed. There's no messing around, no waiting. We just get right into the action. Alu again getting lit up by nades. This time it's a Molotov to take him down 40. A Molotov that, hot tip, Electronic doesn't know how to throw. Saw him miss it in a whole game versus Fnatic on Overpass every round. It was beautiful. He obviously didn't know the lineup wasn't working. Sonny and Ariel also suffering to the NIP early nades. And those advantages, you cannot overlook them. With 4 M4s in play, they double their chance, essentially, of taking down one of these Ts if they enter an aim duel. And in fact, even more so, because they only need to hit the headshot then. It's no longer a case of having to tag them up after.
When you're on the CT side, even 10 damage with a nade to a player or two to get them around is usually a big thing, especially if you're using the M4s and you haven't actually retrieved a bunch of AKs and such. It can have a lot of impact. And as you said, with 3 players right now being considerably damaged here for the side of ENCE, this is a very strong opening into the round. Right now, though, we may see a clash up close in the bathrooms. I think that's Rez who's up close on the wall. He also has the assistance of Twist with the AWP. And then that Molotov actually limiting the approach there for ENCE for the moment. They can't wrap in through the steps for a second. But this is just going to kick off out of nowhere. And once it does, it's probably not going to slow down. Rez able to get one. Unfortunately, that's all he's limited to. But with 30 seconds left, it's not like ENCE really have many opportunities. They have to commit towards A, unless they were to run back to B this second.
Now it looks like we're committing in towards that A bomb side. NIP took down. Good shot by Alu to start it off. But Twist has returned one on X7, another as well. He looks for Alu coming out long, and he catches him as well. What a round by Twist on the AWP. And what a way to start it out here for NIP. 16-15. As you see there, it's 1st and 19 in this overtime. So 2 more rounds to play on their CT side. And remember, this is trash overtime, or 10K overtime, as it's usually referred to as. With 10K in the bank, if ENCE lose this round, they won't be able to buy up properly, and so it will be a force buy of pistols and SMGs to come into the last round of OT.
Well, 3 of them would still be able to get a pretty strong buy, but
That's true, actually.
in the case of Sunny and Alu, it would be a lot weaker. If they got a bomb plant, maybe they could scrape them out as well. But in general, yeah, it wouldn't be a perfect investment. So this is really where ENCE do want to pick up a round on the T side and give themselves an opportunity to try and get a second off the back of it, of course. But you do kind of need that 1 round as a base. Otherwise, the best you can do is fight for another overtime. But right now, looking to try and get some control around the A side of the map mostly. They've left 1 player to hold for monster aggression, but mostly focused on mid. Again, taking a small bit of nade damage early on, which could make things a little bit easier for these M4s. We see the flash going in to allow Rez to peek forward. He does spot 2 players towards long, but can't really afford to stick around after taking quite a bit of damage. He dealt out a small bit himself, but not quite the same amount.
X7 straight through the smoke. Bobski clearly not expecting that, got caught completely off guard. With that, ENCE have got a lot of options open to them. They've already poked the beast and caused some damage. And NIP now left in a fluster, not sure where the players are, but Rez, he's got the angle, but he's spotted as well. Big brain ENCE, they know what's going down. Twist him with another double on the op, though. As he falls back, he knows that Alu will be coming through long. This is a consistent factor of their A push, and he hears the player on site. All the info to work with, swings out, but not expecting Alu to already be so wide.
I mean, it could have been worthwhile waiting that little bit longer for Knock to position himself, because instead he's now left trying to come in with 2 players focused on that angle. And it's Sunny who goes ahead and takes him down once he actually tries to push forward. 16th round found for ENCE. They are indeed able to come back with 1 quickly themselves on that T side. And as I said, giving themselves a pretty good opportunity to try and get the second here, which if they do manage to get 2 on their T side, I'll be feeling good about their chances to actually win in the overtime. Of course, though, with this being Nip's choice, a map that they're familiar with, this is where you'd want them to really start shining through with the experience that they have on the map, and with probably the more overall time put into it in terms of practice. But who knows? Here we go. Another gun round, of course, coming through as you would expect in the overtime. It's ENCE looking for some quick control yet again. This time, going to be charging just 2 players out in the playground, 2 of them in towards B water, so not really leaving any spots open for the CTs to get aggressive towards, at least without it being noticed.
Nock's been playing this angle quite consistently with the A1 as well. I'm not sure about this. I mean, if he gets just straight rushed by these Ts, I don't see him picking up a whole bunch. He's got a little bit of support to come through for Plopsky. So far, it seems to me to be a bit of a one and done. Pushes forward to get a bit of a pixel angle on if they start to move forward, but Ariel already took close. Could be a big problem for him here. He spots him, but yeah, wasn't expecting him to already be that close. And with that, a 5v4. And again, no information really. ENCE are so spread out that they're not committed directly towards a bomb site. Meanwhile, NIP just have to kind of gamble on where it's going to be. And at the moment, I just want to check the rotate here by Rez. Yeah, it looks like they are going to commit down a 3-man B stack as ENCE look to take A.
There's still some presence being shown around Connector, so in theory it could have been going in that direction for sure, but it seemed to have made the conclusion that the A-bomb site is the better option for them at this point. And I would agree, the second player beginning the rotate back up, but Twist has to get at least a couple of kills in order to actually give them time to do so. Gets himself the triple. A hat-trick already being found, being pushed down, hits the no-scope. Looking for the ace. Can he end it with it? Actually going to swap to the USB now, just running down the time. Even though he's not finding the last kill yet, he has confirmed the round win. A massive play. And Plopsky's there to go ahead and close that one out. Nip, they managed to come out on top of that half, give themselves the 1-round lead, and it is on the back of Twist right there, who is an absolute god.
That was ridiculous. I don't believe what I've just seen. Twist, he's been turning up all game long. 38 kills on the board now coming into the second half of overtime. But oh man.
Last game.
Oh yeah. You think you're a better opera, do you? That was incredible though. His A-holds have been on point, and I expected him to probably get 2 kills and make it a little more doable for them, but just again and again finding angle after angle, peeking into Alu. I know we said that Alu's always coming through long. You know that when they're pushing the A site, Alu is on long if they have an op. But to still dry peek him, crouching around, and take him out. Phenomenal. 17-16. NIP need 2 rounds here on their T side. Something which looks quite good if you think about the fact that they lost a lot of their rounds on their previous T side to USPs. So it was the buy rounds where they actually looked better.
True. I mean, that's normally with the pistols, you feel less pressure. Obviously, you can take a lot more gambles because you don't have much to lose. With the rifles, normally, these more standard setups. Sergey right now actually alone in the bathrooms. Could have been awkward, but as Twist gets flashed in, it's unfortunately not effective, so an easy kill being found. A nice little advantage, and he's even called in for the help there of Alu, knowing that obviously without the mid control and without having anyone to help on long, he would have been pinned in the backroom. So working together in order to get him out of that position. And they should realize no one's around long anymore. But the player also pushed up on short, as well as this aggression out of Monster. They know exactly what is happening here. NIP are being completely destroyed. It's fallen all to Rez and Knock, who has actually snuck his way into the bomb site. There's a chance to get this backstab. If they deal with Aerial quickly, they could have the opportunity to reach the bomb site, but unfortunately, Alu's already in position, and he's not going to be missing that shot.
No, he's not, unless Rez can have the performance of his lifetime here in a 1v3. This round should be gone by the wayside. He's already picked one up. Sergey hasn't been spotted as he fakes out the bomb, but he's not expecting it down below. He was looking towards short there. Pulling it into 17-17. ENCE on the rifle round. Again, we mentioned this in the previous half. If they find themselves the round win here, that does cause a lot of problems for the Ninjas in Pajamas economy moving forward. Certainly restricting them from finding an AWP. And that's almost a... I guess it's a talking point of the terror side when it comes towards 10k OT. You can actually consistently get AKs, but it's in buying ops that you'll find weaknesses later on. So I wonder if maybe that's something, because we haven't seen NIP or ENCE go for the op on the T side in OT until the second round. I wonder if that's maybe a reason, just to give them a bit of security when it comes to the buys.
Yeah, from what you're saying, that makes complete sense to me, so I'm going to go ahead and agree with it that is pretty likely. Indeed, it does confirm they'll have a buy in the next round, but ideally they don't want to be getting to that point where they have to just scrape it together and play for another overtime. And unfortunately, with the damage that was done to Plopsky there by the op in the beginning of this round, it's not looking too great for them. A nice little advantage to begin this one for ENCE. Looking to boost as well, I believe, and see if they can spot anyone in towards B short here. Not playing up close on the watch to be spotted unless he goes out a little wider, and that's exactly what he does. Expecting that short aggression to come in, wanted to try and cover it off, and ends up going down. ENCE, they have themselves a man advantage on top of the initial damage, and Sergey even managed to drop the bomb carrier there.
And I'm here in quite a bit of trouble. They need to find at least one more to secure themselves another OT. Otherwise, it will be map number 3. And stand a much better chance when it comes to Inferno of closing out this series. They might be slowing it down in towards toilets. They've got Plopsky on 15 health, which isn't ideal. Molly out is good for Alu, but hold on. So are the shots he's hitting. As he takes 60 damage to the Molotov and falls back. It shouldn't play too much of a role with 18 seconds left. And Rez all by himself. He didn't win the 1v3, and the 1v5 was a little bit less likely. 18 for ENCE, match point, and they could take us all the way to map 3. been a hell of a series, a juggernaut of athleticism for these players. 3 hours and 35 minutes they've been going for so far. And then they've got a little, well, 3 hours actually on the docks. We had a 30-minute live period beforehand. So 3 hours and 5 minutes actually. And then if we go to a third map, that's even more. I mean, these guys have got to be drained by this point.
Yeah, map 3, if it does go there, that's it's gonna put us probably past 6 o'clock our time easily. And we're meant to have the Heretics Complexity game at 5:30, I believe, so I'm not sure what'll happen there for us. But it's still possible, obviously. There's an opportunity here for NIP to maybe even extend this map even further, bring it into another overtime and keep themselves in with the chance of winning, like we did see back on Train, of course. This was not the first overtime of this series. And again, the damage favoring ENCE quite heavily early on. Anu even manages to catch the wall bang down onto Lekro as he goes down. And now NIP in the 4-on-5, all of them over towards the A side of the map. We're probably just going to see this commitment coming in. And for the moment, there is a relatively decent setup. It's only the 2 players. But they do have the op on the bomb site itself. They have the 1 player pushed up on long where he should be finding contact just against Twist. So if he gets this kill, then the push is completely destroyed nearly. Oh, and that flash was perfect. Did he blind himself? It wasn't perfect. Sorry, the exact opposite of perfect. Yeah, that was his flash. What the hell?
And Alu through with 1 on knock, and he's looking to close it out. The nade, no, it's stolen away. But either way, that is the end of this series. Or of this map, excuse me. Not the end of this series, as ENCE 19-17 bring us to map number 3. Dean, it's going to be a hell of a long one for these guys and for us. But we're heading to Inferno in just a little bit, so don't go anywhere. And if you're enjoying the casting, !casters in chat to grab a link to our Twitters. We'd appreciate it. And of course, drop a follow on the channel if you want to catch more Counter-Strike action. Back in about 15 minutes.
Always fantastic as the final map of the series. It tends to deliver a lot more times than it doesn't. And considering how close those first 2 maps were, I'm expecting this one to be extremely competitive. So I'm not even going to give any sort of general prediction. I'm just hoping for some great CS, and I'm excited that we're getting into it right this second. Over on the CT side, you do just see a fairly standard buy. Not goes for a CZ, though. That's a little bit of a switch up. Has a smoke behind it at least. And you have 2 players for ENCE also picking up utility. Couple smokes, a Molotov, and some flashes.
Well, when it comes to this pistol round, you can see immediately that the bomb, Sunny, is waiting outside of Banana. He had the flashbang in hand, ready for a peek to come through. As they look to move up further, though, he's starting to make his way in there. I presumed we were going to see the flashbang thrown through by him, but actually they hear a little bit of contact on top Banana. They're looking in for the peaks as it is, but Knock up close could cause a big problem for them. CZ in hand. They check and take him down. The swing from Plopsky gets 1. They're going to hunt it even further. Very aggressive by Plopsky, and he might get a reward. Almost with the kill, but he gets taken down in the end. They know there was 1 more player on B, and presuming perhaps that an extra rotate had made its way through, they start to maneuver their way into the A site. Now, ENCE have made a bit of a miscalculation because Lekro is still here supporting Rez, and with a 2-man A-hold, this is the strongest defense for Ninjas, but still heavy advantage for ENCE.
Yeah, for sure. Use their numbers, which are very quickly gone. Rez was able to actually get a double headshot in the space of like a second. Sunny nearly does the same as he pulls back a couple, and with that does give them the bomb plan. So despite a very solid effort on the hold right there from Rez in the pit, unfortunately it has still come down to Twist now to try and clutch it out. 1-on-2 has the kit and has the first headshot on the Alu. Knowing that Sunny planted, I believe, is being cautious of the fact that he could still be sitting around this bomb site, which is the case. In behind that default box right now, has the kit in place, so he's not too rushed to move forward. Has already done away with the health pretty much at this point, with 4 remaining, looking for that final body shot, and he will find it. Twist comes through clutch yet again. We had a few clutch moments from this man back on overpass, and he's gonna kick off Inferno the exact same way. Even murders a chicken.
Is there nothing that he won't kill in cold blood? 1-0. NIP doing very well picking up the pistol. But again, we have to ask ourselves the question, are ENCE going to go for the force buy? And this time, there's a bit of a change factor. The fact that they got that bomb plant means now that they're comfortable to buy up, they'll get their 2 AKs out on Alu and Sunny, dropping them over from Sergey and X7, I guess. And with that, you end up in this really nice... Or no, actually, sorry, one of the players bought them himself. Sunny was able to afford it after the kills. With that playing out, ENCE end up in a pretty even situation all in all. The fact that they've got 2 AKs is playing out really well for them when it comes to aim duels against pretty much any of these players. The flash over Banana early gets them access as the CTs fall back. They lob a nade through, but it's fairly insignificant damage considering the control they've managed to snatch.
Yeah, I think they're pretty happy, especially since it was mostly the player who doesn't even have Kevlar, who's only rocking a Deagle. Aerial with the Gilosher taking a small bit, but overall in a decent position, considering how this round has begun, having themselves the banana control with a lot of time left, so they could still, if they want, try and advance around mid also, which maybe wouldn't be the worst of ideas. There's smokes down at the moment. You see actually one man trying to challenge it, being Sunny. Obviously in that previous round, he came out with 3 for himself, I believe it was. Yeah, big round. So you definitely want him to have one of those rifles right now. And look at this boost above the smoke. It actually nearly managed to catch, I believe, Plopsky crossing back over. Unfortunately, no damage being done. And right now, just the time is running down. There's not a lot of utility left, sure, for Nip. The time is beginning to get relatively low. They do have a molly, a flash, and a nade. Unfortunately, though, on the opposite side of the map where they're likely going to need it.
Perfectly timed by Reds up above, and off hasn't been spotted either. And those trades are decent considering the buy that NIP had, but ENCE getting access to the bomb site and just about planting in time. Now that retake's going to be so much harder to make happen. The M4 is yet to face significant combat, as they've got a slow push coming through from Lekro and Banana. This one is going to take a little bit of time. Lekro's got a flash as well as a nade. The nade going around gives away his position. If he wins this fight, they could get the site easily enough. The flash should come over. Not yet. He actually just swings through to finish that one off. I was expecting it to be a much slower play even towards the site itself, with Lekro peeking. Once he found that kill, a flash over the roof towards middle of site to hopefully blind up those T's, and that would prompt the push, but avoiding using the utility, hell, it worked out for them.
I mean, they were kind of close enough right there. They didn't actually have a defuse kit in their possession while they were going for that defuse, so it would have been awkward if they did wait longer. But yeah, I mean, especially coming in from Banana there, those kills from Lekro were so massive. If he hadn't got that first kill, then at that point, there would have been a really good opportunity to 2-on-2. One player in the pit, one over towards Banana. They can shut down the 2 players potentially together as they come in from Coffin. So that would have been a bad one if it had went the other way. But NIP do manage to come out on top of the round. They do so in a very shaky fashion, only surviving with 2 players. It's not ideal. You will see a half investment coming through from ENCE, knowing that they've done so much damage in the previous round that if they can get a few kills here as well, it would be definitely worthwhile. Unfortunately, this time trying to get that banana control costs them a lot more.
Well, we're taking our time moving towards the top of middle. A decent stack here from NIP. They're looking good to shut these pistols down as they move into long. But with 2 smokes still in play, they're going to be going in for the peaks. Okay, that nade is huge from Swift as well. Lands almost on the head. They move back a little bit, but taking significant damage. Smoke, or flash, excuse me, going around towards short. Again, another nade to come through this time. The Molotov keeping them back. 50 seconds on the clock. And ENCE don't feel the need to rush. They're taking this one slow and steady. They're hoping to win the race, and they might just do so as they make their way into Banana. Plopsky's all alone. Nox starts to come over to help, realizing it's been a little bit too long since they saw them on A.
Yeah, but moving through the smoke for ENCE is not going to be an easy task, and they actually end up lining up for Plopsky. Finding that construction angle works perfectly for him. Gets the final kill through the smoke as well. A quad for him with that M4, building up some money, building up some confidence as well. But overall, we weren't expecting too much in that round from ENCE. It was the previous round where they done considerable damage at least, so they haven't let the economy get out of control for NIP. If they were to lose this round, only getting 1400 wouldn't really be sufficient for 3 of the players to buy. So there's still a really good opportunity for ENCE if they pick up this open and gun round to start getting things going pretty early on their T side here and not let it get out of control. As I said, I'm expecting another competitive map. I don't know why we would expect anything else after those first 2.
Yeah, definitely. I don't expect ENCE to be dominated despite a 3-0 lead. Now they finally got rifles on. We still haven't seen Alu come out with a lead either. And Sergey, through the smoke, doesn't give a damn about Plopsky's ambitions as he takes his head clean off. It's a very nice opening to have coming into the first buy round. Good nade return, though. Look at that. Sergey on 35 health.
Another nade going through as well. Sunny and Aerial both being tagged down relatively a lot by that. It helps out especially those M4 players, but even then with the AK, a few less bullets to the body if it's the spray you're going for. And at the moment, NIP have the correct decision. They've gone ahead and stacked up 3 towards this A-bomb site. Bristow will get aggressive, It's a little bit awkward. Spots out Alu though and does some damage around the corner of the boiler. And at this point, it's kind of forced ENCE to reconsider what exactly they want to do right now. It did seem like they wanted that A commitment, but they're actually now beginning to back down and look for the banana control. And Knock is actually rotated over. So if they go quickly, they have an open bomb site.
And quickly they do go. Onto the site, smoke down in CT in a plant. NIP going to be kicking themselves with how they've lost out on that one. And this is the thing, they can't even push down middle with the position being held by X7. He'll completely catch them off, and NIP know that this just doesn't pay off going in for this kind of a retake. They're going to have to save over these weapons. One thing that you notice in this round, all the damage done by NIP pretty much was by grenades, and they have been such a big factor. When we look even back to Overpass, they were consistently dominating the utility damage sector of the game, especially on their CT side. That's something that I feel like we don't even see most teams, certainly not with the same success level as what we're seeing from this NIP lineup at the moment.
Yeah, and I think ENCE will eventually have to react to that if they want to keep going for this banana control and probably slow it down a little bit and see if they can bait out a couple of those nades before they actually move for the control, because especially in that previous round, multiple players were just kind of destroyed before they could do too much. The past few rounds in general. I actually want to look at the overall utility damage. I haven't done that yet. Yeah, I mean, considering we're on round number 5, 127 for Plopsky, 124 for Twist. They're the two players, I believe, over towards B. I know Plopsky is for sure. And then Knock, Rez, and also Electro having a little bit to their names as well. It's just every single round they're pretty much coming into with an advantage. Obviously, though, ENCE were still able to pick up that previous one. They done so in a fairly clean fashion, actually, keeping all 5 players alive. I thought it was only 4. It was 4 that actually survived for NIP to save their weapons over, so that has allowed them to fight back into this one. And this time they want to go a little bit more aggressive. The initial damage from the spam, and then the nade follows up from Rez and destroys Sergey. That banana control has been taken away from ENCE in this round, as well as having a disadvantage. That is wild from Alu.
And we didn't catch that one here.
Jumped to the smoke on his own, yeah. Knife out, he jumped into the corner and then tried to get his gun back out, but at that point he was caught. There was a player like right on the other side of the smoke, so it was weird.
Interesting play for sure.
A huge gamble. I mean, if there was no one there, they'd have the banana control, so the 4-on-5 would be a better spot. But if it doesn't work out, now they're in a 3-on-5. That is horrible.
Especially as they didn't find any info there, right? They just got naded. I guess they thought the nade meant that it was sort of Hail Mary and fall back.
Maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Like he naded and then fell back to side or sandbag, something like that. But no, proven wrong. With that coming down to a 5v3, ENCE need to look elsewhere. It's the A-bomb site that they want to push into. And a rotate already in play as Plopsky sets up. On the side itself, Lekro, Twist. Lekro and Twist are holding down towards short. Rez happy to support as well. This is a really strong setup. The one player going long is Sunny. And he can't see Rez. That's such a good spot up on top. Oh no, Rez, he jumped down! Sunny's got the frag. I didn't think he'd win that duel. They know there's a player in pit. They know side as well, but they don't know about behind as Plopsky comes through with the double to finish off the round.
It was done anyways. They didn't have the time. That was another thing they knew. They knew that the clock was too low. 4-1, NIP able to quickly return a round of their own. Doing so with 2 players alive, obviously not ideal, but they know that ENCE themselves don't have the strongest of economies. They'll have to reinvest everything that they were able to save over from that previous gun round that they won out cleanly in order to get their buy back in. So this is a good opportunity really for both of these teams. The winner of this one is going to put their opponent down to an eco, most likely. I mean, if ENCE got a bomb plant, maybe they could scrape out a buy. But overall, the winner of this round should be able to get themselves a bit of control, and for ENCE especially, that's really important if they want to start actually trying to build up a few rounds, at least early on in this half. Give themselves some sort of foundation, and then try and grind out, at the very least, a few more. This time, the nades again doing some damage, but only towards Aerial, and we won't really see NIP trying to follow up with them for that banana aggression. Instead, willing to give up the control.
But ENCE still playing it safe, walking up with the guns out instead of a knife this time. Probably a better call. They're going to leave Sergey to just lurk down and towards the top of Banana, make a little bit of noise. Looks even like he might throw his smoke over with the lineup he's got at the moment. Or maybe not, actually. I think he's up on top of the logs. Looking to challenge anyone as they move through, but ENCE instead are opening up on A. At least that's the intention. You can see for now, they're not afraid to push forward and take those fights without a whole lot of support from teammates. You saw Sergey just continuously peeking into Banana. They're playing a confident game, even despite the fact that they obviously lost the previous maps have been tight so far. That may stand to them, but they're about to push into the A site with 3 players on it. They should expect that, but bunch down on the bomb side itself. Electro's in with 1-2, but he's got to do so much more. His teammates are already dead. Huge openings by ENCE, and they follow through by taking him out and getting a bomb plant. Aggressive control in CT, and NIP, they've lost grip on this round in a flash.
Yeah, it's over. I mean, that wrap just made it so difficult, especially as they lost the player who was around the pit area. They needed him to be alive so that they could put a little bit more focus towards long. We've seen, of course, they ended up losing one player because of it. And despite Lekro being able to trade them out then just on the bomb site, not able to really do much anymore because he's pinned in the corner. So he wasn't even able to run that time down to give the ability for NIP to rotate those 2B players over. So yeah, I agree with the save being called for. Their money is not too fantastic. They'll only get 1,400 from this one. With the money that's available, though, on some of the players, Rez can buy for himself just about. I mean, you could get an M4 and body armor, so we may see a weaker weapon with nades. You'd have to see the drops then coming in from Plopsky and knock over towards Electro and Twist, which I think is pretty likely. So it should really just be that one player on the weaker weapon. Or you could go for the M4 just about, but I think I'd rather prioritize the nades on a map here like Inferno. Let's see, what does he go for? Armor being boss so far. A flash coming out, and I think he's going to go for the rifle here. Goes for the FAMAS, okay, middle ground.
I think especially when you come to Inferno, smokes are so important. You can delay so much time with them. Well, that early banana push, ENCE giving away the fact that they're coming in hard and fast. They're getting naded to death, spammed as well.
Oh, Lord.
And that is such a rough start for the nail box. Yeah, he's dead to rights, but the trade back is well worth it for NIP. Good reactions to start lobbing nades down as soon as they hear the mollies through. They knew something was up. It's a different banana take than what we've seen from ENCE so far, which has featured no top banana control or presence within that first 1 minute 30 left on the clock mark. It's only around now that they're normally even making it past tree. I think it becomes quite easy to predict. At the same time, it's risky to play that with your nade, with the nade out. Plopsky could have been taken down in that duel, and from there the site could have fallen, but he was able to do so. Again, like, the utility damage must be through the roof for Nip.
More like over the roof. Yeah, I mean, just being chipped away at before they can ever really take contact to push into a bomb site. Right now, Sergey's barely hanging on with 31. X7's being chipped away at quite heavily, which is especially a good thing when you do have that weaker weapon such as a FAMAS. It makes things just that little bit easier. A bit of a fake being sold towards B. I don't think it's going to pull any more rotations, but there is already 2 players over here that it will keep in position at least for a while. The question is, can Alu manage to get any frags from this? Because his 2 teammates over towards A, they're not looking too healthy, so they're going to need to find success themselves, and it's going to be a tough spot to be in general. And oh, unfortunately, caught with a Molotov in hand. Lekro just has 2 free kills for himself. That's over. Alu he's outie. Saving that AK over. A little bit of a frustration shake there of the mouse, understandably so, but it is a 5-2 lead now for NIP.
A good start to the CT side, no doubt. I mean, when you begin it by winning the pistol, things can always go either way. Realistically, we saw it from ENCE on map 1, 5-1 down, and they bounce all the way back into it. Those first couple rounds are not so defining because of the crazy economic situations you can end up in by losing one extra player in a round, or maybe by them getting really a bomb plant or not. Well,
that's the only way they become super defining. When you see a team on round 6 having like a 6-0 lead and like all above 10k.
And it does feel a little bit more one-sided towards the T side if they get that early bump of rounds. than to the CTs. A lot of the time it can be a bit of a throw up. I mean, you see in that second round that came through from ENCE, they were able to get 2 AKs, a Galil, and pretty much full utility on 3 players with armor. NIP had 3 SMGs. So you can end up in a spot 100% where you get shut down. If you lose that round, you're on an eco, and without much effort, ENCE are in the lead. They're 2, maybe 3-1 up.
I didn't even notice. Aloe right now is 004, I believe. He hasn't even really done any damage. He has 9 ADR. It's just a massive comparison, a contrast to what we see in back on map number 1 and 2, where he was playing like a beast on both of them. So that's not a great sign, but obviously with it still being early days, he can still take it up a notch at any point. Obviously being on the T side of Inferno as well, the op not quite as viable. This round, though, overall is a relatively decent buy from ENCE. If they can manage to make this work, NIP's economy would be destroyed. If they themselves lose it, though, that's a good opportunity for NIP to try and take themselves up to a 7-2 lead. And here we go, the A-Rap going to be coming in. They did find success with this the last time. In the end, it ended up being actually the time that kind of ruined it for them. Unfortunately, they're not actually going to find any openings at all. There was nearly one from Alu, but he gets mollied back off the angle and spammed down at the same time. And that CT lurk is actually being spotted, so this is done.
And HP didn't matter all too much, getting lit up afterwards by Rez in the back. 6 rounds on the board for NIP. And I want to quickly check the utility damage here. Look at that. You're talking 600 plus damage done by NIP already within the first 8 rounds. And even at that, you've got the pistol where you're not going to have any. So within 7 rounds, really, they've killed 6 people, essentially. 6 people worth of damage.
That's really impressive. I mean, you wouldn't be too shocked normally to see that that utility damage at the end of the half. A lot of it.
Yeah. It is the CT side, so it's that little bit easier. Look again, X7, and this isn't as defining of a round. It is, well, unless ENCE win it. They've only got P250s and 2 Deagles. Bit of armor here and there. Realistically, this should be NIP winning it cleanly. Even losing a rifle to a buy like this isn't ideal. But more specifically, because the CTs have got full AKs. You can't rebuy these. So one player dying like that means you haven't got it for the next one they're still facing. It could have gotten very dangerous very quickly.
I don't think they'll be incredibly worried about that, especially if they want to bring the op out in the next round. But ideally, they don't want to be dropping any more players. Also, not specifically just because of the AKs, but because of the fact that, as you said, the economy could still be broken relatively easy for the CT side. So NIP don't want to let that happen, because that would immediately give ENCE an opening back into the half. Again, a couple of kills being found overall here by ENCE. I don't expect them to be able to win it out, but it is at least a pretty substantial amount of damage again towards the economy. Both players now being tagged up, those that are actually left surviving for ENCE. So nothing really going to happen. Not even facing together initially. Sergey only now going to try and follow up, and obviously that gave Rez a lot of time to compose himself and just hold the angle. 7-2, 3 players surviving. We will see a decent amount of reinvestment having to come true, but this is where ENCE really need to start picking up some rounds now before it does get out of hand.
Yeah, well, I always say like 7-1 is kind of where I draw the line. 7-2 in this case, obviously. At the point where it gets a little bit too far, you're not winning buy rounds. The other team have built up quite a bit of cash, as you're seeing. They've got AKs as well to work with on the defense. You're kind of crossing a point of no return to the extent where it's going to be a bad half for you 9 times out of 10. This one starts out with the opening duel going to ENCE, with utility no less. A little bit of an answer back. And the nade doesn't even do that much, 12 to each player. They've got banana control, just ensuring that by not letting them off. And starting to edge forward, which I'm presuming they'll commit fully forward in a minute. And with that, this is one of the better starts that ENCE have had in buy rounds. Usually by this point, 2 players are 20 HP to frag grenades.
Yeah, that is a pretty big point to be made. This is one of the few times, I believe, that we've actually seen them find the opening. I'm not sure if it's the only. It may have happened before, but from what I'm recalling, it has been mostly NIP, of course, just dominating with those nades and also with the peaks in general, going a little bit more aggressive when they wanted towards banana. This time, though, a 4-on-5 to try and recover from, so they are feeling like they have to get a little bit more aggressive. We've seen the flash into the apartments, a bit of a dink on X7, but it only done 12 damage, so it's coming down to Twist now instead. And this man nearly hit the 40 bomb on that previous map. It's the crucial shot there as he takes down the first man trying to actually attack out through long, and that's gone ahead and made ENCE decide that they want to bring it back towards B, where it's only Rez sitting in the spawn. As the smoke goes down, he's probably not going to be able to do a lot unless he can catch him on the cross, and he does. He catches Sunny.
The bomb not yet planted as they go in for it. Rez, oh, he's going to go for the spam alongside the nade. Good damage done. Gives them a little bit more to play with as they come back into it in a second. NIP holding down again for Lekro. Waiting for him to come up through Banana, but waiting for him is exactly what X7 is doing. They disengage that fight. Alu moves around, takes out Twist. In through the smoke, he goes to CT. No saves possible for NIP with the positions of the T's. They've got to eliminate them. Man, take the round. Wait, no, the lineup for Sergey running into the spray. Lekro is left all alone in a 1v3. Not looking to take this. And ENCE have done it. They've picked up their third round here on the T side. It can be a slow grind. Give them a little bit of leeway if they're just building them up over time. We want to see them around 6 rounds to feel comfy as we close it out. But that does mean winning the majority of the buys that are about to come up. If they win this one, though, it will face off against an eco from NIP, so there are certainly upsides.
Definitely, and we don't even see the op coming out here. No, could have went for a glass cannon, I believe, but decided against it instead. They prioritized just having full utility on everyone. Plenty of kits as well. All the rifles obviously available. So NIP, they don't want to let ENCE have a chance to try and actually chain any rounds together, which we haven't seen them do so far. As you said, it's been a slow grind, which can still work out for sure. But NIP don't want to let that happen. They want to, again, just come back immediately, return, and only really allow for that stray round to be found. But here we go. It looks like we will see a challenge towards Banana because this smoke is going to go quite soon. And there is 2 players around here with Plopsky facing from the car. As the Molotov goes down, though, he will be forced to fall back and play a bit more passive, which is probably for the best. I mean, they have a decent amount of damage already done again by the grenades over towards this area. Oh. Perfect boost there to catch that player on the corner.
It looks like ENCE don't want to fully commit into B just yet, though. The bomb's still sat outside A. Their options are open. And as they look to move forward, utility being thrown over. Thought that spam was going to come through for a second. Twist. Oh, he's the one to win the spam. Taking down that player, but confirming at this point that he's rotated. He's been playing A, and they know it. Rushing in now with Rez and Lekro to hold down all by their lonesome. An AK for Lekro, and Sunny shows his head. Not a wise move at all. Smoke down, bomb retrieved, 30 seconds on the clock. They're moving forward. NIP on the rotate. They've got to go fast. Raise from Lekro. He's conscious of a player coming in through apps. So is Rez. Can't afford a wide swing on this, but they're buying time. Flash is good. Lekro peeks. Oh, it catches one of the CTs. Twist blinded up and almost taken down by the op of Alu. But with 15 seconds left, they've got to make a move. Time is not on their side. They've got to get the bomb planted, and the flank from Nog takes 2. That's the round over, and Alu looks to save the op. Does look like he'll make it away. But surviving means he gets no cash. Which actually isn't the worst in the world because he has got a little bit of money built up.
Yeah, they'll... Oh, I'm saying probably buy, but I don't know. They could eco for the next round. If they wanted, though, they could have scraped it out. It would just leave them with very, very few nades. Apart from on towards the player who would get dropped the rifle by Alu, and then Alu could get a few himself. So it wouldn't be ideal. So yeah, they decide just on the half investment, knowing that if they can keep the damage on in this round, if they can win out the next one when they will actually have a proper investment themselves, then they still have a really good opportunity, because off the back of that one, they probably would be able to get themselves a 5th. Unless Nip saved over, their money wouldn't be too strong. Again, though, over towards Banana is where we do see Nip looking to try and actually challenge early on. Smoked off, though, not really going to be able to follow with the aggression themselves, but the nades again being tossed over, almost removing a player from the round.
ENCE have got one of the trickier rounds to play with. What I'm surprised about is what they're doing with Alu, leaving him towards the A site with the AWP. Only now is Sunny starting to move anywhere close to him, and that puts him in a position where if he was to fall, certainly from the likes of an apps push, which is unlikely considering we know it should be a weaker investment, there's at least a decent chance. But even still, if he did fall, the op would be irretrievable. And look at this, as Sunny goes back to B, Alu's still here with the op in hand. Aerial falls. They've got utility to execute in. And I guess the idea is that they'll find the bomb plant and drag rotations, and then Alu would pick them up. But no, they've decided now to go back and commit to B. I think maybe the idea there was that a couple players go forward, they drag rotations, Alu gets a kill, and then the bomb goes A when he secures it and opens it up. But Ninjas weren't so eager to rotate in.
No, they don't really have to be in a round like this where they know there's not a lot in play. Right now, though, with very few nades left, only a couple of flashes, B push coming in, there is still definitely some chances for ENCE to get these openings. So far, not working out, I was going to say, but Alu does use those tracers to actually fire back one. The boost, though, not quite being able to deny that plant. Instead, they find one kill up close in the smoke, but Alu returns again. So this has become a much better position for ENCE overall. Still a tough spot to be in, but if Sunny could get this kill up close on construction, it would have given them the chance that they needed. Instead, it falls all onto Alu, being low already. You cannot fancy his chances, and despite actually doing some damage with a shot being connected, it wasn't enough for the kill, so he will be completely overwhelmed. We see the 9th round coming in for NIP, but again, considering they had very little investment in that round, ENCE aren't going to be too upset. As I said, keeping themselves in a position where if they win this round here, then there's a decent chance at least for them to start getting back into it. There'll be some money left over after the reinvestment, so NIP probably would be able to scrape together a buy in the next round. But obviously, ENCE, they want to try and chain together all the rounds that remain at this point anyway. So if they were to get the next two, it would give them a bit of an easier time going in and trying to get a 6th for themselves, which would be a decent recovery considering how this started.
The possibilities are there, but they won't face off against the ecos, which is what makes this so much harder to deal with. No molly landing for Plopsky with the smoke that was already down, but you know, realistically, it's unlikely they push through that smoke unless Alu's feeling his knife push again. As ENCE move towards top mid, they've got an AWP to contend with in the form of Twist. He sat down on long, holding that passive spot, but he doesn't grab a kill as they swing after him. Down he goes. And with that, a 5 versus 4. NIP stuck on the A-bomb site. Rez does well, and mollies afterwards to stop the push further. They know there's one out on short, and that he's stuck pretty much all by himself. Push down onto him as Lecro falls. Rez is going to push him back and not a chance. The other two players, I think, should save. The kill from Plopsky might prompt them to move further forward.
Oh, I was going to say, especially if they went out to duel on Alu towards mid. Unfortunately, though, you do see Plopsky instead just being legged down, and with the ability to retrieve that up there for knock, they're just going to back away and save this. As I said, the money is a little bit shaky. They would have been able to scrape their buyout in this next round either way to fight back in. But with these weapons being actually saved, they will confirm that they have pretty much everything they need. But ENCE, though, they bring it up to 4. If they can get 5 even on the T side, it's a half you can definitely manage with. But at this point, certainly aiming for 6. And it's a possibility for sure. They will save over 3 players themselves, so that'll give them the ability to easily drop over for Uriel on X7. X7 could buy for himself, but we'll see what way they manage it. Should be able to, with that, at least get all the nades that they're going to need now to try and fight into this next round. And as I said, potentially bring their half actually back into a decent spot. Should see a drop for Elecro there on the side of Nip. Yeah, he's going to be given an M4.
I think definitely if they can get up to 6, they'll feel happy with the spot they play from. You got to imagine that when ENCE swap to the CT side, that's where Alu's going to have much more to say about this game on that AWP. It's definitely not the end of the road for them now. They've put up a good fight. Just a little bit more and they'll look... they won't be in a bad spot, for sure. Sergey lit for 50 in the molly. The nades are just so good from the CT side. Alu down to 50 as well with that frag. They're going to try to return it. Oh, 3 coming through. And not a single point of damage.
Yeah, I mean, again, ENCE trying to actually fight for that banana control. You either see Nip challenge for it, which of course can go bad or well, depending on if they win out their aim duels. But they switch it up then as well. When they don't, they're always ready with those nades, timing them slightly different, managing to somehow catch ENCE players every single time, and just making themselves feel a little bit more comfortable with the fact that they have given up that control. Small bit more being done towards Zerial. One positive though, obviously for ENCE, is that they have gotten the full banana control. So they have this position at least to work with. They're looking to try and get mid as well. And now that they have, they've given themselves a lot of options to work with and restricted a lot of that info for NIP. Although Rez, I think, may want to go aggressive. Right up close to the smoke, and she hears the steps. Spam is true, doesn't really connect anything too substantial, unfortunately. And with that now, they've got their way in through Arch, and they're just going to split straight on towards B.
Yeah, looking to move into the site where Plopsky and Nalk hold down. Only a flash between them to work with. And not anymore as Nalk gets deleted. Plopsky tucked away, hoping to win these duels, but he can't get a damn thing done. And the bomb plan to come through ends with a really nice and clean round. As NIP, considering their cash, yet again forced into a save. With 5 on the board, honestly, ENCE are okay from this point forward. They don't need to be terribly worried about their spot. But one more would be nice, just to push them all the way into favor. You got to remember, they did lose the pistol round, and indeed then the force buy afterwards, which is the important part. So losing those initial 3 and still ending up on 6 is, I think, fairly respectable.
Yeah, definitely agree. Right now, they're even willing to hunt down these NIP players because they have enough themselves to reinvest in this next round. So knowing if they can take some of these weapons out of the hands of Nip, it could severely impact their buy in this next round. Not going too well so far, though. And it doesn't look like they're going to really be able to find anyone nearly getting twisted in the last second. But it's not quite going to happen. So yeah, 3 weapons being carried over. With that, we can see 2 drops. Yeah, Electro able to give one over to Twisted, already dropped one to Plopsky. So it's still a very strong investment from NIP thanks to that save. But as you said, I mean, 5 is manageable. 6 is one that they're going to be happy with after going down 3-0 initially. It's still a half that they'll be going onto the CT side thinking, all right, yeah, that was pretty good, especially if they get the pistol at that point. But let's see. They're up against another full buy here.
1,200 utility damage roughly done by NIP so far.
Damn.
Pretty ridiculous for a half, like. I know it's Inferno, lots of chokes. You can make excuses for why it's so good from them, but you cannot deny their timing for when to use these nades is perfect. Their placement, spectacular. Molly comes in to back these players off, but ENCE answer back with 1 frag of their own, lighting Plopsky to 40 and prompting him to very quickly leave Banana. I believe the play there was that Nalk was going to play more passive with a flashbang, and once Plopsky took contact, flash in, allow him to get multiple kills. But on 40 HP, not really worth the risk anymore.
Yeah, can't really afford to. Only to do it more towards B. Maybe if they had a 3-man stack, they could have used them to get a bit of info or something. Follow up with a second peek, but right now it is just the pretty standard CT hold. And it looks like it will be Twist who gets challenged on mid. Actually does connect that shot on Sunny. Gonna drop the smoke straight down. Has a teammate actually up close to the corner. I think Lekro was a little bit too high on the graveyard there. Was spotted, I think. The nade comes in, but he just about manages to move out of the way in time. So, I mean, not too much being done here for ENCE considering how much they've put around this mid area. They are just going to begin to move it back over towards Banana to end it on B. Oh, and Rez, he gets the spam away. He's actually just going to wait for the smoke to dissipate, and then he has an easy kill. ENCE, they need to get moving real soon. 22 seconds to get on towards B.
As they come in, they haven't spotted Nalk. They check him on the way around, but the bomb's dropped. And straight through the smoke, Rez finishes it off. 10-5. A good half for NIP, but there's certainly still chances left for ENCE to take this across the line. Will they be able to do so? Well, there's only one way to find out. That's to start the second half. But before we do that, we have to throw things over to a quick break, so we will be right back with half number 2.
We've lost and found. Explain to me what it's all about.
to never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hearing none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. How you know the flow got 'em coming back? Who I was in the past, I'm unattached, only focus.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. NIP versus ENCE, map number 3, half number 2. We are ready to jump on into things as ENCE start out on the CT side. They've got 5 rounds under their belt. This is the lower half of OK. Really, you want to have those 6, give you a little bit of a buffer to play with. Now we want to see them win that pistol to keep things competitive the whole way through and not allow NIP to get too much length on the leash. They're looking at top banana control after spotting a player out and making sure that nobody's aggressing in apartments anymore, although that's not strictly true as Ariel continues to move forward. He's playing a risky game. They look to move over towards the B site with a full execute coming through, and Nalk has it. Oh, no, never mind. He's dead.
Yeah, Alu was just posted on that angle. They have left one player to hold for this flank, so that should be an easy kill for Electro. And they are also managing to get those openings on towards B, so NIP have completely overrun the bomb site. Ariel and Sergey left rotating in, but they're not even coming in together. So it's 2 different players that you have to rely on having success to give them any sort of opportunity in this retake. But there it is, Ariel. He does come through at 1. Gives them the chance that they need now to try and close in towards the bomb site. And a Molotov looking to go in towards where Twist is positioned. This could be huge for actually forcing him out of position, giving Sergey an easy fight. The issue is already being dinked down. He didn't really wait for the Molotov to be thrown in. That was a weird one. 11-5. Nip with a quite convincing pistol there for themselves, and with that bringing it 11-5. We said 5 rounds wasn't too bad for ENCE. It was a manageable score from the T side, but once you lose the pistol, it kind of becomes a whole nother story, especially if you can't win out the force buy, which they are going for now. If they lose this, we'll be seeing 13-5 before they actually get a full buy round into play. So this one is very important for ENCE.
Now the force by... Oh, the nades. Hello. Plopsky down to 16 HP, 31 for Twist, and Electro on 28. Everybody is low at this point. This early utility usage combined with the scout damage is amazing for ENCE, as best as it could possibly be hoped for. 3 players are essentially one shot to most weapons that are in play for the CT side. ENCE now have a huge advantage when it comes into aim duels and openings. Bridges the gap massively of the AKs in play. Plopsky swaps over the AK to Nalk, which is something I was thinking because only 2 players have full HP. Makes sense for them to have the dueling rifles. And NIP look to push into B. There's only 2 players here, but one of them has a deagle, which is going to be 1 hit on Plopsky, Twist, and Electro. As they push forward, they could be in a lot of trouble against X7, exactly like that.
Yeah, finds that opening kill, retreats back into relative safety, and then Sunny pops out for 1. The issue is the Molotov was what was forcing them to take those fights. One man chose to take the aggression, got 1 kill, the other decided to hide and just burned alive. And now it's a 3-on-3, so a decent recovery from NIP, but still with the damage that's being done, this is certainly achievable for ENCE on the retake. Ariel gives hope once again with that CZ entry from Banana, but knock, he just says, knock on my watch. I don't.
That was the worst one so far, 100%. But yeah, you gotta say, Knock saves the round. ENCE on the force buy. They've got decent chances to win it. Not quite what you're looking for in a full buy, but with the early utility damage they did with Alu finding those tags, things were looking fantastic. But sadly, they don't find it. And although taking a force buy into that close of a round is a positive thing, in general, the fact that they're now 12-5 down is what really weighs on this situation. They've made it all the way down mid. They haven't lost a player yet. Eventually, they start to drop. Nade damage that came through doesn't matter. And very quickly, it's all closed out. I was thinking, Dean cut that joke a little short. The knock joke. I thought it was out of a sense of embarrassment. He understood. But it turns out, again, his internet has DC'd. As I said before, you guys have surely heard about it. the internet issues that were going on yesterday, they've carried forward for some people today. I know a lot of streamers have been hit by it, where your net just kind of turns off. I heard it was a global DNS issue. I don't know, but I know Virgin Media, who provide my internet, were just dead all day yesterday. Sonny's died to a molly. That's not what you want to see. He was stood in top. I saw him lose health. I was like, yeah, he's going to come back. But no. What's happened there? 4 versus 4. NIP. They've been traded back on at least. But ENCE, I don't know how they lose. And they lose Alu too. Just a quick spam there from Plopsky. Nothing unusual about it. That is nasty. But look at ENCE. They haven't committed. They haven't rotated to B. But as they peak, they still die. So, I mean, it doesn't help that much. Hey, Plopsky, how you doing? Aggression from Sergey is paying off pretty much. I don't think Rez is sure we're, what's going on here? He thinks maybe they've gone B and pushing Banana, but no, they're actually both here, and he spots them. Takes them down quickly, 14-5. This is not looking good for ENCE. Some said it was going to be easy. I heard a song or two, but evidently there's not a whole lot that they can do. NIP, 2 rounds away from victory. But ENCE down on pistols, you know, they're likely to hit 15 over on that T side. Nade usage again, deals a little bit of damage. Flash from Alu, he hopes they push into top Banana soon and he can lob that frag through. And this is a real shame, because if NIP get off to this strong early start, we don't get to see the ENCE we were hoping for. We mentioned how much of a heavily ticked win condition Alu was for them when it came towards those last 2 maps, certainly to Train, and indeed to Series in more recent memory. And with them starting on the T side here, and then not really getting any money, I mean, they haven't been able to buy that off more than once, you end up in a spot where you're not going to see the full ENCE if they lose this round. The likelihood is that they've lost the game then, obviously, if it's 15-5. I mean, 10 rounds in a row is a lot to ask of any team. It's more than NIP have managed, and I dare say that more than NIP have managed this series. You need that round buffer to play with. Now, as NIP eventually move forward and you see a 2-man A-hole just tucked away all by themselves, by their lonesome, NIP are going to be cautious about pushing through this smoke, for good reason with the CZ up behind it. Plopsky, oh no, that's very aggressive, but he sees the feed at least. Works out, spraying on sight, easily done, bomb planted. Easy for NIP, P. I don't know what I'd put there, upper dog. That's the closest I could get. I think that's it. If anyone, well, to the people inevitably who are finished watching this, I apologize for butchering your language. And to anyone with ears for singing in general. That's what you call that. $15-5, guaranteed at this point. And to any ENCE fans out there, no matter how much faith you have, I think you got to admit things aren't looking good on Inferno. And so odd as well that it's Inferno that sees such a one-sided performance for NIP. I wouldn't have predicted this coming into the start of this game.
Oof.
Hello, Dean, and welcome back.
I'm gonna do it and say fuck Sky Internet.
Oh God, not treating you well, is it?
Nah, man, I dropped out a couple of rounds ago as well, but only for like 10 seconds, and it came straight back on. It was really weird, but then no, just completely dropped there. Thank you.
Fair enough.
But yeah, no, I mean, I come back to a 15-5 scoreline. This has just been absolute domination since the halftime switch, and it looks like NIP, despite having 2 extremely close first maps, it's here on the decider that NIP have just taken full control for themselves. I mean, there's still a bit of hope maybe ENCE can start pulling back some rounds, but it has to be 10 in a row for an overtime. It is not too likely. Again, some damage being done by NIP here. Another nade going to go over. I don't know if it'll do much. Just one to Alu.
This is so surprising. I was just saying about how Inferno is the map where ENCE fall and where NIP dominate. Although it is a good map for NIP, we've seen some pretty damn decent results from ENCE. Yes, the game versus Heretics wasn't ideal, but then they've beaten Nip here 16-8. They've beaten Astralis, Vitality. Those are the last 4 games. Pretty damn good, but it seems to be a map that they either show up on, like I said, versus Vitality, Astralis, NIP, or they get 16-2'd by Spirit, 16-4'd by Godsent. I mean, those are not the way the results should be. It should be the exact opposite way around, but we look into what could be the final round. NIP fast pushing into B, smokes down in CT. You've only got Sunny left on the site by himself, completely isolated. This spray wasn't good here from Rez. He's so close to landing it. But as Sunny's dealt with, the bomb plant comes through, and a 3v3 retake for ENCE starts out well with Ariel finding a kill.
Yeah, pretty solid. I mean, at this point, you may see them wanting to go a little bit more aggressive here on the afterplant to see if they can catch one player. Instead, though, just Rez holding up close. Ariel looking to move in with the flash. Rez able to avoid it, though, so reacts in time to pick himself up the headshot. And now it's the banana flank that they're really going to be relying on. Sergey just jumped straight through the smoke, putting one down on the other side to try and give him some cover. But it doesn't work out, and there it is. Rez gets himself the 3rd kill to go ahead and close that one out. 16-5 is what we have here on map number 3.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to ESL 1 Road to Rio. My name is Cinco. I'm going to be joined by Blair, and it certainly is the Road to Rio. These teams all fighting for their spots to make it to the Rio Major that has been rescheduled for November later this year. Now, for these two teams, it's not looking so great. ENCE, they did beat Fnatic to start things off on the 22nd of April, but other than that, it's been a pretty downhill spiral. And while Complexity haven't won anything, it's currently 0-3.
Yeah, the Juggernaut seems to be having a little bit of trouble building any momentum whatsoever. And for ENCE, though, yeah, big scalp to take, though. Taking out Fnatic is no laughing matter at all.
Exactly right.
And Fnatic have actually looked a little shaky. They did lose yesterday in the crazy game to the old NIP roster currently playing from Dignitas. As here we go, no time being wasted. Complexity just barreling down to its ramp, not really facing any defense whatsoever. Alu finds one, but a quick trade comes in. Blame F with the Glock, waiting patiently. They're going to check the corner, and it's going to be X7 is going to execute him. Bomb not down yet. Finally, got to be punched in. But these post plans, it's not looking so good for Complexity at the moment.
Poison's going to sit back and do his best, and that's a nice shot. 2 picked up, 3 for Poison, going in for the 4K, and there it is. Poison, that is disgusting. 4 kills picked up in the pistol, and the Juggernauts are off to a good start.
I just had to say it wasn't looking good, and Poison's like, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. And just completely destroys that retake. It looked so good for ENCE. They had the man advantage. They didn't have to face off against any utility. Poison was trapped on the bomb side, and somehow it just snaps all their heads. Beautiful work from him with the Glock. And with that, it's going to be the anti-eco, well, rather the anti-force, because ENCE is going to be forcing it up. A couple of deagles, CZ in the hands of Ariel, scout for Alu, X7 with the MP9 for Complexity. The mix of MAC-10s and AK-47s. Blame F going to be leading the charge with Secret. He's making all the noise, but he's trying to sell it. It's just him alone. And the MAC-10 just finds one. X7 with a quick trade. And he's not going to spot anyone out, and now he thinks it was just Blame F alone pushing up. And that could be the ruse that Complexity are going for.
Mark 7 sits at the bottom of the stairs. They're going to be running in towards him. Will run up towards the glass window. Hops through the control room. Config swinging onto the side with Oboe, the MAC-10, and the AK looking to make a little bit of space. Is Config who gets the headshot. 7 gone. Alu snapping back in with a scout. So 3v3. Even a piece. And now Poison wants to move forward to change that fact. And that's exactly what he will do. Ariel picked off. Now Poison still standing, looking for a little bit more. Alu's going to back up in towards Rush. And now it's only Sergey. The D-hole. 1v3.
That's going to be pretty unlikely for Sergey to bring this one back. Finish Wonder Kid. Oof, Nobo just completely rips his head off. 2-0 Complexity, pretty solid round. They do lose a couple of MAC-10s, not going to be too worried about it though. Once upon a time, if it showed me this lineup, I would have just been left scratching my head. I mean, look at that. Poison, Oboe, Config, Rush, and Blame F. To be honest, I guess Oboe, Blame F, and Poison would have been relatively unknown a few years ago. There you have it, Complexity. Definitely need a win. 4 nades. Nades stacked towards outer. Chunked in, not really finding anything. Still holding on to 3 more nades. As Surge just gets smacked in the face. Blame up with the drive-by. Just finds 2. Alvin replies back with the USB is not going to do much and should be a very, very comfortable mop-up for Complexity. They're going to get the bomb down as well. And it should only be the casualty of Blame F. And not before he got 2 kills as well. So for Complexity, a solid 3rd round.
Well, Obo continues to find kills. It's only Sunny left now alone, and Config will get rid of him. 3-0 for Complexity. It's a good start. And the thing is with Complexity, I love how Blame F just doesn't even fit into frame in the photo. But the thing is for Complexity,
massive lad. He's a massive lad.
Yeah, his arms just don't even fit. Well, the thing is with Complexity, you know, they are 0-3, but the teams they've played against do have a little bit of a caveat beside them. You have the likes of Astralis, right? You shouldn't really be expecting them to win too consistently against Astralis. They took a map off of them. They took a map off Vitality. They lost 2 under Vitality. And they also took a map off Heretics, who just seem to be on some sort of mad tear here in the Road to Rio. So definitely some caveats. Complexity are definitely still within their rights and reaches to make this happen. We'll be looking for their first win against ENCE, that's for sure. Sunny with a headshot takes down Config. Wasn't able to reply. 3v3.
Completely agree with you. Heretics have just been an anomaly so far in Road to Rio. You look at all the names you have. Forget Astralis, forget Fnatic, forget Na'Vi, forget all the no names. Obviously, Na'Vi playing the CIS Road to Rio. But you look at all the big names, and you have names like, for example, a Complexity. You have ENCE who really dropped off. You have the likes of a Contact, we just casted, or even Copenhagen Flames. And then you have Heretics, who I guess I could be forgiven for saying that they would have been rated below all the teams I've mentioned so far. And they've just been so far indomitable. Sergey getting the man advantage back for his team. Molotov and Poison trying to flush out Sergey, but Sergey has repositioned himself. So now they are aware there is at least one player from Complexity towards the lobby area. Smoked out, flashbang. They might just be heading towards the vents here, and that looks like the play. Blim is going to be sticking around though, and it's all on Poison. Just trying to get this bomb down, which he might be able to. Blame up needed the kill. Now it's all on Poison. He managed to get some neat shots in a pistol round, but this might be a little bit of a tall ask. 1v3, bomb down, and gets taken down by Sergey.
Well, Sergey with a headshot, Poison gone, and there we go. ENCE with their first on the board, and it's Sergey that delivers. This guy is nuts, and well, 3-1. ENCE definitely need some sort of momentum to be built up here on the CTFO. I mean, says next round they're going to have the AWP at the hands of Alu, who was playing well yesterday. We've seen him step up. See Complexity and put a stop to this momentum from ENCE. You know, if they pick up this first one, but they go on to lose the follow-up, that prevents them from finding any sort of consistent success. Complexity could be back into the driver's seat very quickly, and Blame F is going to start charging his way forward towards outside. 2 smokes deployed towards outside. The smoke and the Molotov in behind red to prevent the peek from beyond it. Now, I actually like what teams do here, is that they throw that Molotov behind red. Not only does it allow the smoke to bloom faster so that you can just run past it, it also stops anybody from playing aggressive in front of the red container. So it's kind of a multitasking nade setup.
Indeed, and you do see a lot of teams doing that nowadays, right? It's kind of like become almost a set default. This Complexity have managed to find a way to its secret. Haven't faced any opposition so far. They haven't made much of noise either, meaning the player playing towards Decon, he doesn't have much information, and that is Sunny. He's waiting patiently, hasn't spotted anything out. Oh, this is cheeky. Oh, that's lovely from Config. That is just lovely. Cheeky little boost. Sunny was not expecting that, and that's the lower bomb side in control with Complexity. And it's up trained on. Config spins around, finds X7. That should be the call for the save here.
Yeah, Complexity, that's a perfect answer back in, right? Because you know, events find a little bit of success there. They maybe start to get control of the economy. But now the Complexity come in with that kind of answer, where Config just annihilates 2 and the round's pretty much done already. ENCE haven't really got money to go for it. They have to save. And Complexity sort of smother any potential success for them. Sergey, it's going to catch Rush. At least the clean sheet is stopped, and Complexity will have at least 1 rebuy into the next, because their money's not in a good position, so not going to be any hunt going on. ENCE will be able to save their weapons into the next.
Indeed, they will. The problem is the weaponry that's going to be gifted over by Alu and perhaps Ariel onto X7 and Sun. Sun he can actually buy for himself, but I do believe he should be dropped here so he can afford himself a little bit of utility to work with, and there you have it. Couple of weapons being dropped on over. Sunny is... Yeah, he's going to be dropped as well. So, they have the buy, but they need to stop bleeding rounds. Okay, just string a few rounds here. Prevent complexity from putting up a big T slide. Bear in mind, this is of course the pick of complexity, and look at this, just a fast play towards upper, but Ariel's there holding the line. Hasn't been traded out. Blamer ready, spots him out. Not able to quite land the shots. He managed to get this, but it's all alone. Perfectly timed from X7 to just pop up. A nice shutdown there on the upper bomb side from ENCE. Complexity trying to mix things up, but ENCE were ready for it.
Yeah, trying to catch them off. Maybe they have low utility, no Molotovs to slow them down. I like the call from Complexity. I understand why they go for it, but the change in pace in towards the upper bomb side not really working. ENCE with a shutdown and Complexity left a little bit red in the face. They were going to buy back into this rush, unfortunately, because he was the one player that was picked off in the previous. Doesn't have a gun, a rifle at least. He has got a deagle, plenty of utility. UMP for Config. Oh, Config is a nutty player. I kind of want him to be on an AK if I can get him onto it. But he's also sick enough to make a UMP work, I guess. I don't know if you caught the documentary they did with Complexity over on their YouTube channel. The story of Config, actually. It's pretty good. I would recommend anybody who is sort of interested in the behind the scenes or even the lives of players to go take a look at that content, because it was very well produced over on Complexity CSGO YouTube channel.
I feel like Config has had one of the more interesting stories in Counter-Strike, right? You obviously have, more well-known players in their story, but for Config, it's almost like watching a boy turn into a man. Not just outside the server, but in the server as well. Yeah. He's been through so much as a player throughout the Danish scene, the beginnings of the Danish scene in CSGO, and then now he finds himself home in the Juggernaut. And honestly, Complexity, they've actually looked pretty good. Bear in mind, it's a new lineup. It's an experiment by Mr. Jason Lake, legend of Counter-Strike, and I'd still say, they've looked very good indeed. Sure, so far, Road To Rio hasn't been special, but Alu being very, very aggressive, just shutting it down. Obo and Config not ready for that wide swing from Alu. That's going to leave Rush and Blamef in a pretty unenviable position. Deagle in the hands of Rush, and Blamef far away from his compatriot.
Seven seconds. Oh, Sergey catches Rush running away. He comes back to take the fight, and Sergey able to pick up the headshot. It's going to be 3 on the board for ENCE. At least Rush dies before time. It would have been absolutely horrible if he had died after. But yes, Mr. Alu is the man who takes the win for the team. 2 kills in round number 7. This ENCE team, though. I think speaking of stories, I think ENCE probably have one of the most turbulent. Running from pretty much nowhere, coming up to the top, and then kind of being on a steady downward spiral at the minute, which is kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, it really hasn't been easy for ENCE so far. I'm sorry, that was terrible.
I mean, you have to take it. You have to take it.
I feel like, obviously, I mean, let's not talk about the entire Lexi B move. I think that's been spoken about to death, right? But apart from that, even if they might have fallen off, it shouldn't be this drastic. It is just so terrible, like how they've gone from being a top 3 potential team in the world to where they are right now. So maybe this period will give them that little bit of time to kind of recuperate, try and slowly claw their way back. Because let's be honest, some of the players in this team, I mean, you can't deny the skill they have. The obvious 2 players being Sunny and Sergey, and Sunny has just felt neutered ever since he joined Mousesports, a player who used to be one of the talismans of the old Mousesports lineup.
It has such a big break, right? That's the issue. I think obviously he came back into the ENCE and so much pressure on him to perform as well. The circumstances. Still a player that can light up every now and then, and Complexity They're going to be charging down in towards X7. He tries to hold on. He's got his teammate to back him up around the backside. It's going to be Alu falling as well. Poison walking away with 2 on the Deagle. And suddenly, a round that looked like there was absolutely no chance for success to Complexity has flipped on its head.
Aerial trying to flip it back in his team's favor. Beautiful 3K there. Nice control to find Config, and he does a smart thing. Falls on back, doesn't have to stick around. Molotov's gonna prevent Complexity from adventuring down further. Ooh, that nade's gonna hurt. That's gonna be chunky, but Rush reads it right. He's aware of a player right behind him, and Sunny plays it perfectly. It's all in Blame F now. 1v2. He spotted Aerial. He knows where the second one is. He has no idea where Sergey's going to be coming in from, and that smoke's going to force his hand. He's going to make his way out of control room, and that should be the time for Sergey to go for the peek. A little bit of a preemptive peek ensures that Blame F does not have a chance at all. And hence, they get around him before they tie things up. A little bit expensive, but they're slowly starting to build up a pretty solid economy here. Look at the cash on all 5 of the players. Sure, X7 and Alu will have to buy up, but still, even if you look at that, it's still a very, very solid economy, considering they were trailing 0-4 in the beginning. Or rather, 1-4 in the beginning.
Complexity at bomb play actually gets him a little bit of extra cash here. Blame F didn't have enough still, so he goes to the Mac 10. Can be the raid boss, get a lot of info, fight early on. I'll just toss him in and see what he can do. Utility towards outside being deployed by Complexity. Flashbangs coming back in from ENCE, trying to counter this initial attack towards outside. Sunny just throwing the Molotov down, so if they try to cross the secret, it's not going to be very easy for them. But Complexity, still all 5 players indoors. They want to really challenge this top site.
Really haven't shown much towards outer. And that's interesting.
Yeah, just gotta toss smokes and hope that that's enough of a fake.
Yeah, it's not really showing much there. And Alu's actually playing towards, I do believe, looking at the minimap, I'm assuming that he's playing towards Secret with the AWP. He hasn't heard anything. He hasn't heard any Molotovs and whatnot. It's just like telegraphing the fact it's going to be an upper hit. Nice flashbang. Sergey just caught jumping, trying to stay alive, but Config is going to find him. Aerial once more. Can he be the hero? Not this time around. Config and Rush chime in tandem. And it's all on X7 to make something happen here. He's got Alu as well, but they're far away. And this could be the call for the save, Dinko. Complexity mixed it up, and a much better hit towards the upper bomb site this time around.
ENCE just falling away, saving what they can into the next. It's Alu and X7. Carrying an M4A1S and an AWP over into the next round. Complexity head into the lead. 5 rounds on the T side already. Complexity in that kind of round as well. They, like you said, they didn't really put any pressure towards outside. No presence really other than those smokes. A little bit of utility on top of them. But the full committal in towards the top site just works out for them because they have so many strong individuals. I think Config is probably one of the most exciting entry players to watch. He's just so good at just taking heads. He's got this snappy aim and clearly displaying that in round number 9. 5-4, Complexity into the lead by 1.
So long ways to go. ENCE. AWP saved. And still that extra money in the bank definitely going to allow them to go for a very, very comfortable buy. And Complexity this time around being stopped in the tracks with some Molotovs, some incendiaries from the Finnish side. Not going to waste any time. They're still going to push towards the upper bomb side. And, ooh, okay, all right. Gets the kill through the smoke. That works out. And it's just 1 player remaining on the upper bomb side. And he needs backup real quickly. Sunny. And timing. Somehow he flips around and gets the kill onto Obo. And what looked like the upper bomb side completely compromised somehow goes the way of ENCE. Sunny staying alive towards Mini. Great repositioning as well. But Poison and Blame F. For now, they do have control of the bomb side. Can they hold on is the question.
Poison planting the bomb. Blame F going back in towards the hut. That nade lands right on top of Poison, doing significant damage, dropping him to 45 HP. He's going to smoke up towards Heaven. Big gap for X7 to play with. It might actually assist X7 because Poison now thinks he can look away from Heaven. Instead, X7 is just going to move up behind him. And Poison just stays in the side. Blame F trying to play from the door. They're just delaying so much further, but X7 finally strikes from above. It's all on the Blame F, and that nade hits him, gives away where he is, but it doesn't matter. A double from Blame F. He's going to run forward. The tap on the ball. X7 finds the headshot, and he'll go back for the defuse. It's ENCE with 5. But my god, what a scrappy retake that was.
for a moment there. And if it just peaked X7 the moment he tapped the bomb, that would have been the clutch for Blame F. But X7, Spider Sense is tingling, peeks out in a beautiful headshot to close out the round. But that was very, very close for comfort indeed. But ENCE, they hold on. Tie things up once more. For Complexity, bomb down, plus the fact that they won the previous round means they will have the money to work with Poison now with a big green zoom banger. I'll assume that he might be just going towards ramp, where they haven't really done much there. They went there towards the pistol round. They went there towards the eco as well. And Aerial, okay. Straight spray finds Rush. Sunny, does he not know where Blame F is? Yes, he does. And he has to win his duel. He's got to find both. Survives the 19 HP, but has done his job.
Oh, Poison looks behind him. Alloy was coming up from behind. But Poison, just with the Sixth Sense, is able to take himself a kill. Still not looking recoverable, or that recoverable for Complexity. Poison and Config still alive. You never really know what's possible. Gonna head their way back. Shifting all the way through. They get back to the lobby entrance. ENCE have 2 players currently walking through the ramp room. So they might just meet each other head on here. And it'll be the most influential battle of this round. Little push coming in from Aerial as well, assisting his team. Poison's going to be under a lot of pressure. Surely he doesn't find more than one in this spot, if even the one. Gonna move forward. There's the kill. Config wrapping on the roof. I like this take in towards lobby. Aerial's position given away, but he still finds Config, so it's all under Poison. His second kill of the round. He'll head towards the site, and there's still time easily for him to plant this bomb, but Sunny's wrapping up from heaven. Poison not looking the right way, but he gets behind cover at the right time and goes back. Sunny with the headshot. The patience play really working out for him. It's ENCE with another. That was really well played by Config and Poison to even bring it that close.
I'm a little surprised why ENCE would have gone for that info play towards lobby, right? I get it. They had, I do believe it was Aerial that placed him behind Squeaky, but was it worth it? Right? I mean, you have a 4v2. You can literally just stack 2-2 on either side, or even just go for a 4-man retake, or have a 3-1 setup. Let the one player play towards ramp or towards lower, spot out the T's coming in, delay them, call for the backup to arrive. Instead, they went for the lobby crunch. Sure, they got the kill, but that also gave them that opportunity for Poison to potentially have clutched that one out. So a curious little decision from ENCE. I'm sure they definitely have the reasons to go for it. And in the end, they do manage to win it. So not much of any harm done. Of course, they have the money as well to go for the buy. For Complexity, bomb down. Loss bonus as well. 2-round loss bonus. And definitely going to be helping them out here. AK-47s and Config with the Bison. You go, boy. You go.
You're assembling an army today, Blair. You've got so far Woxic and Config. Now, they're 2 players I wouldn't mind having in my army, to be fair.
Yeah, and look, wouldn't it be terrifying to see Woxic and Config running at you with 2 Bisons?
64 bullets each, just rattling away at you.
128 bullets for 128 tick server, I'm just saying.
Well, it all adds up. It all adds up, Blair. The math is there, certainly. But the push is coming through from Complexity, and the presence on the A-bomb site is there. Sergey was just not ready for that. Rush takes him away. Good opening coming in. Rush nearly gets another, but there we go. The Bison rattling through the smoke, catches off Sunny, and I bet he's just questioning what the hell just happened.
That's just unfortunate for Sergey, because that spot of his, he needs his teammates to be around. He needs his teammates to be there for him to defend the side. Instead, they evacuated the premises. It was Sunny playing towards Mini, and a second to Smoke Bloom. It was Sergey all alone, literally all alone. He was blinded as well. He's playing anti-flash, and he gets picked apart without getting anything done. And of course, the Bison comes to play as Config just sprays all the bullets to the smoke and finds Sunny in it. And with that, Complexity, just with his 2 kills, they win the round. Tie things up. Very, very back and forth game. A little reminiscent of the Inferno game we witnessed between earlier today between Mouse Sports and Contact.
Well, I like the change in pace from Complexity. They actually tried that a little bit earlier on. Didn't quite work for them. They got absolutely destroyed by ENCE. But this time, when all the pieces align, they certainly look good. This time it's Rush finding the opening. Got MP9 for Sergey. The rest with a good enough buy. Complexity, a few weaknesses here and there. I think that's just, like you said, very similar to some of the back and forth we've seen earlier on today. Gonna be Aerial taking down Poison. Good damage down towards X7. It's gonna be Rush with a headshot. Obo as well, picking up Sergey, who tried to get aggressive and tried to fill in the hole, but unfortunately not working out for ENCE. They've lost 2 players already. A man advantage for Complexity. And Sunny, he needs to be careful he doesn't make the same. And, well, Alu, nice shot on the blame. Config, though, a double. Huge play. Only he could come out of that one alive.
Don't count out Sunny. Look at the health of all the 3 players. He could make... Oh, no, he turns away. Did Obo not see him? I don't think he did. This could go his way. He's just worried about the fact that the player that is confident could sneak his way up towards heaven. And timing not working out. Obo and Sunny just walking past each other. Obo has no idea where Sunny is. And Sunny is just like concentrating on heaven's position, expecting at any moment for conflict to make his way through. And Obo just walked around. He's went out from Squeaky, walked through Hut, and now he's making his way out through Squeaky again. And he hasn't seen Sunny yet. And it's just a pretty funny sequence of events. But Sunny... This could work out. This could work out. He might have just worked out in his favor. Can he prevent the bomb from getting planted? No, he can't. It's going to go down. He's got a smoke, though, but he's unaware there's another player towards heaven. If he gets the kill, it could be huge. Conflict spraying through the smoke. Realizes Sunny's going to get off it. And now Obo's there to help him out as well. And Obo finally plucks him. That would have been so funny and tragic for Complexity if Sunny had managed to clutch it out. Because Obo walked around. He didn't check the bomb site, but he walked around the entire site. And he's like, all right, it's clear, guys, can get the bomb down. And he was just waiting there. Sunny was just waiting for that to happen.
Well, the edges keep going in favor of Complexity in these recent rounds. 7 on the board for Complexity. Utility is going to go up straight away. Complexity just keep this system going. It's relentless. Consistent approach. Poison looking for that opening, but Config is just so quick. Ferrari peeking towards outside. Poison with another kill. Oh no, this is not good for ENCE. They just keep losing players early on, and Complexity are dominating on that front.
Indeed they are. Oh no, Sunny completely unaware of where Blameth might be, and Obo finds one as well. It's all the next 7. 31 points of health. There's not much of a chance in hell for him. Bomb's gonna head straight on down on the back of Config. And it's gonna go for the safe plant here. And X7, he does have a utility and a weaponry to work with, but not the health. So it's gonna call it a day, and he will just hold on to his M4A1. Looking at the money for ENCE, it's not looking so great, Dinko. I mean, they can... it's going to be rough. I do believe they're going to be going for just a very light buy, maybe a few pistols. No gun saved as well. There you have it. An average about $2,500 on all the players, and that means maybe a couple of pistols being upgraded. That's about it. Or maybe the full force. I was not wasting any time. Scout comes out. They're going to be going for the force buy, and why not? My bad. My math is terrible. It's a final round of the half, so they have to go for the full investment, and it is a pretty terrible investment.
I don't blame you for losing track. It's just been so crazy, like how back and forth it's been, and so exciting. Actually, we've got a good game on our hands. I think it's a nice little refreshment because we've just seen mouse boards absolutely destroying the last 2 maps. So we've got Complexity actually having a battle against ENCE. It's good to see. Going out in towards the vent. It's Rush. Boosted up Blame F on his head. I wouldn't like Blame F to stand on my head. It would hurt very, very badly.
Wow.
Config snapping the neck of Alu. Aerial does trade back. Blame F is still up on top of this boost.
And Sergey's pushed in. He's pushing towards lobby. And Complexity have no idea. He's actually making his way towards the T roof, and if he pokes on out, heads towards the old Red Rock, he doesn't even have to do anything. He can actually spot a player that's Obo and the C4 below him. The thing is, will he spot them or will they spot him? He hasn't seen anyone yet. Now he does. Sees a C4. He's calling out to his teammates. He spots the bomb. And Sergey, a wolf amongst the sheep. When is he going to strike?
Well, Rush is already down towards the vents. Sunny's coming around the corner at the right time, but he's caught. Poison is so quick. Takes him down, and Sunny is gone. Turning behind, it's Sergey and X7 with the pistol kills. Poison coming back in. A good shot on towards X7. Aerial able to find one, and it's Poison gone. Rush, now the last remaining player in a 1v2. He's collected Aerial, and now only one more to find, but Sergey had the angle. He was the wolf among the sheep, and he finally chooses his chance to strike. 8-7 at the half. Complexity lead, but ENCE, they are so close behind. It's time for a short break, but we'll be right back with the second half.
hands.
burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't
Or-
be alone. We're unstoppable. What we're going for, this is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing, standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I do what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said, oh, I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said, oh, I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. You got a voice, then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The ESL 1 Road to Rio. We've got ourselves the second half coming in. Obo is going to catch out Ariel. He'll go back in, but it's Sunny who takes him away. Poison able to find one. Sunny gone, and we've got ourselves a 3v4 immediately. This pistol, incredibly important for both teams as we're split right down the middle.
Indeed, we are in config. He's the player with a kit. And he's going to be very, very instrumental for this retake to take place. He's not going to be just waiting outside for any push. 3 CTs going to be raining in from heaven. Make that almost all 4. All 4 just charging in. And it's just a flurry of shots. And it's everyone dead. I don't think they were expecting that. 4 CTs just marching in from the heavens. Like angels of death just rain down upon ENCE. And that's going to be the pistol round going the way of Complexity. Winning, I do believe, both the pistols. And this time they didn't even require any heroics from Poison. And just a very, very confident retake.
Fantastic stuff from Complexity. That's not exactly the start ENCE would be hoping for. Complexity just coming into it, lightning fast, config going back in the Bison. So, confirm that it wasn't a misbuy, Blair, and that you actually have got a loyal follower.
Yeah, I'm gonna... Am I following? I do believe in following something. I'm gonna unfollow him and follow him again, just to let him know how much I appreciate the fact that he's going with the Bison. and it did work. It did work previous round. So spawned that cash. It's better than the P90. You get that extra bonus. I do believe the P90 bonus money is still not hasn't really reverted back to what it was initially. Poison taking a bit of damage from Alu. And there we go. Config. Ah yes. Oh no, just finds one. The PP Bison. they'll strike, and I'm happy with that.
Well, that round was very quick. That kind of just blink and you miss it kind of round. But Complexity get it over and done with. The boring rounds out of the way. And we're right back into the action. Straight away in the second half. It's going to be ENCE with the AK-47s across every single player. Sergey was playing well in the first half at times. Had impactful plays. Ariel 13 kills, 14 deaths, 12 and 13 on Sunny. I feel like overall it's been a pretty quiet performance from the ENCE players. But they have done enough to at least keep the scoreline close in the first half. So they get off to a good start into the start of the second half. Maybe we've got a game on our hands even in the second.
Indeed, and to be honest, like Nuke, it's no longer the Nuke of old. Nuke, it is a map where definitely, if you know what to do on the T side, you can mount a few rounds. Although, with the recent long overdue nerf of the Krieg, it's not as easy as it was. So there was a point in time a few months back where it felt like Nuke was actually kind of T-side. Oh, the aggression from Poison. Oh my lord, what? The 3K sprayed out from Poison, all headshots, 20 bullets, doesn't matter. He's just hitting shots like that. That's insane. And just like that, ends down to just 2 men. What was that, Dinko?
Huge play from Poison. He's just continued to look good. He's 20 kills, 9 deaths. And now ENCE have to really dig themselves out of a hole. It's Alu who starts shoveling. And well, he's going to go back for more, but Obo puts an end to him. Bomb planted, it's Alu. Now on the lower side, 2 kills to his name. Team at Sergey trying to do a little bit of work back in the lobby, but they work for him. And now Alu left having to do it all. Find a chance on towards Rush, but doesn't land the headshot. And now he's trying to back away, desperately looking. And well, Obo will take him down as well. It's going to be around on the board, coming in from Complexity, 11-7. The first gun round, not as close as ENCE would have liked.
It's very rare you see a 3K spray, full spray, auto spray with the M4A1, and Poison just made it look so sick. Okay, so that's a round. Complexity. 11-7. It is their map pick. Bear in mind. They would definitely be looking to take this one. And light right now, they're looking solid indeed. Poison upgrading to the AWP. He's already sitting on 20 frags.
Well, utility, that's an artillery fire from ENCE straight in towards main. Luckily for Complexity, no one was quite near enough for it to do some damage. That Complexity can just play slow. These pistols from ENCE, albeit potent enough, they shouldn't really be winning the round here. It's all about just doing a little bit of damage, seeing what they can find, saving most of their money into the next round. That's when it gets exciting. That's when we get into the meat and potatoes, because first gun round was pretty lackluster for ENCE. So we're starting to get into a scary scenario for them, where Complexity, since the end of the first half, have just had this unbeatable momentum. And now that was just a lovely camera angle to observe the sheer disgustingness of Sergey's deagle shot.
That was, yeah, that was nasty. Blame F has no one else to blame. I wouldn't blame him. There's not much you can do there. Config getting really, really hunted down here. He's trying his best to stay alive, calling for backup, and backup has arrived in the form of young Obo, going for the spray, finds 2, looking for more, spots the third one out, and Obo coming to the rescue of his teammate, and Poison joins the party as well. It's all in Sergey. Opened up the round with a beautiful 1 deke, but he needs to find 4 more, and that looks unlikely.
Well, Rush does take away Sergey and Complexity. 12-7, 4 away now from victory here on Nuke. ENCE will get the buy back in. It's Alu on the ult. They haven't had the sniper in play in the second half just yet. It does sacrifice a little bit of utility, but they've got plenty on everybody else. They need ENCE to get involved in this. If they don't win this gun round, well, we're starting to look down the barrel of a very scary scoreline for ENCE. Complexity, we know, based on what we even seen at the start of the year when they went to Blast Premier, the fact when this team get momentum going, they can be so solid. Flame F blinded, that's a perfect flash. That allows Alu to take the kill. X7 really assisting his teammate there.
Look at how fast it was by ENCE. They didn't deploy anything. Just a 1 flashbang. Catches Flame F completely blinded, and Alu strikes Sergey as well, playing very patiently. And Aerial just straight through the smoke. Now they've got both the players on the upper bomb side, and they have found the player onto Garage. So now they know There was no one towards upper. And immediately strike. Config caught out in the open, and Poison left alone. 1v5, a little bit too much of a tall ask, and that's going to be ENCE. On 8 rounds, they finally get one in the second half, but they need a few more.
Well, they win the important round. That's at least the first step. They have a lot of steps to go here at the Road to Rio. Poison. Oh no, he might just be under pressure from multiple different angles here. He does hit Sunny. The Molotov comes in. They know where he's saving from, and he tries his best. But ENCE do a great job at eliminating every single player. Going to be 12-8. Big round from Ariel, the impact player. And ENCE will get an 8th on the board. Now that is a small step, but taking a look at what Complexity have in the bank right now, it's not a whole lot, so ENCE probably win the next one. And maybe, just maybe, Blair, they can get that momentum going. String a few together. The scoreline a lot closer than it was previous.
Yeah, if you look at the fragging charts, it's very, very even Stevens between both the teams. It's only Poison who is the outlier, right? And 22 frags. Apart from that, Config Obo 14-15, Rush and BlameF 10 apiece. Then on the other side for ENCE, you have Sunny and Ariel and 13 and 14, and 10, 12 and 10 for X7, Sergey and Alu respectively. So very, very equal if you look at the fragging thing. But Poison has been the difference maker. We've seen 2 rounds where he just popped off and managed to just bring it back for Complexity. So even looking at the scoreline, you might be like, yeah, Complexity seem to be running away with it, but nope, it has been comparatively pretty close. Some cool plays coming out from Complexity on the T side, and like you mentioned, for ENCE, if they're able to string a few rounds here, break the economy of Complexity, we could be seeing a much more closer game here. Speaking of breaking the economy, okay, Poison just pushing in deep. Not much to lose apart from that deagle of his, and he's going to be walking out, and the one dig, whew, for a second. If he had that fraction of a second to land to left click the second time, I do believe he could have landed a shot in the Sergey. But he's done his job. He gets a 1 kill. He knows where the C4 is. A little bit of information conveyed over to his teammates. But still, definitely favoring ENCE. They do have the weaponry and the arsenal. Well, for Complexity, it's just the deagles and the P250 in the hands of BlameF.
Yeah, I think this is just where Complexity do as much damage as possible, but in the end, ENCE should still be the team that come out on top without too many issues. BlameF is going to be going on a little bit of a push towards the top of the secret stairs, and waiting for him is Ariel. Unable to take the kill. BlameF does fall away. Fully commit to the fight and now just hides behind the corner, hoping that eventually ENCE will come towards him and he can take another crack at the whip, see if he can find a kill. But this is a very slow and drawn-out round from ENCE. They do not want to make any mistakes. No one wants to be the player that gives another kill to Complexity. No one wants to give them a rifle. And eventually Ariel will complete his battle against BlameF. He comes out on top. The big fight here is Alu versus Rush. It's looking like a bit of a favorite fight to Rush at the minute, but look at the door swinging wide. That gives it on over towards ENCE, but Config coming around the backside. It's going to be X7. Rush and Obo take 2 kills between them, and suddenly it is a 2v2. An AK in the hands of Rush. Obo still with a deagle, but Alu's under pressure. There we go. Rush with a headshot. Ariel now the last remaining player. Not enough time. He has to go for the kills, and while Rush can just hide, he can just run away down towards the bottom of the vent. The round is won by Complexity, and well, ENCE, they tried to be safe. They tried to take their time, but in the end, it's time that cost them.
Oh, that's gotta be heartbreaking. That was almost that was a round they had in the bag. It was a dunzo. It was a 12-9. It should have been a 12-9, and Rush to just playing with the squeaky and lands a deagle, and then of course giving so much time for Complexity to slowly wrap in and catch ENCE off guard. Oh, that's just a terrible way to lose the round. And Complexity is going to be so elated with that. Save the they get that 1 AK-47 in the hands of Rush. The rest of them they're going to be buying up. And for ENCE, they're going to be feeling furious as Complexity inch closer. Aggression from the CTs, no. And look at the AWP in the hands of Poison. Just pushed in. I think he's aware of where Ariel is. He's going to keep walking up further, is he? No. He's just going to be content holding the line. And he's just going to hit the shot. Ariel trying to go for the shoulder peek, but Poison's having none of it.
Well, Rush gets rid of Sergey. They move forward onto the side. Config is going to be down while Rush trying to hold on. XX7, it just slaps him away. Now Config up on top of the hut is still a nuisance, but X7 suddenly springing into action. He'll manage a second kill, but unfortunately for him, there's just too many players for Complexity all over the place. And now 14-8. What was looking like a close game has suddenly just completely flipped on its head, and Complexity have complete and utter control. ENCE have to win this round, and I feel like I've been saying that for the last couple of rounds, but it's so true. They do. Like, if they lose this one, it's down the drain.
Man, the round number 21, that's the round that ENCE gonna look back at and just cry about. That should not have happened. I agree. I felt like they were starting to, you know, slowly mount this comeback and would have made a game of things, but then not going to happen. Blamev spots the player dropping down towards Mini, and that's going to be Poison coming to the rescue of Rush as Blamev continues his reign of terror towards Outer. And just like that, X7 left alone, nothing he can do. A complete decimation of that push. 15-8. It looked like it was going to be a closer scoreline, Dinko, but Complexity just going to say no.
Really getting to the end now at this point. Complexity just slapping them away. Looking good for the nickname Juggernauts. This is more of a Juggernaut performance, you know, as of late, haven't really been quite up to that. They take a map of every single one of their opponents, but winning the series, that seems to be a bit of an issue for them. Same for ENCE, both of these teams at the bottom of Group A. Sergey is going to start walking out on towards the site. The AK looking to try and open things up, looking to try and take some names. And while Sergey's spraying away, you don't really see him with that too often. Config does drop him, and now it's into a man advantage for Complexity.
Yeah, Config just baiting out Sergey with that prolonged spray, tosses in the nade, and then manages to make it work. Jumping mat. Okay, Obo. All right, the second one was disgusting, and X7 is left alone to try and delay the inevitable. Clinging on with his bloodied, battered fingernails on the precipice, and Poison's going to put him out of his misery. 16-8. And now we're on the map pick from ENCE. And they do have a tall ask ahead of them. They need to win this one and then take it to map number 3 if they do want to win the series. And for Complexity, they haven't won a single game yet, so this is something they desperately need as well. And at least looking at new, they look really solid indeed. And for ENCE, it is a map pick. There we go. Complexity will have the choice of side, and they will be opting to start on the CD side. Rush, Smoke, Flash, and a nade, and over with a nade and a kit. And it looks like it's going to be a fast play towards Inno. Slow things down a little bit. They have the one Molotov in the hands of X7, maybe for the post plant. And let's see what they do with it.
Obo throws the nade on in. They start to charge through, and Obo going to try and pick them off. It will be Ariel who gets rid of him. Poison with a follow-up. Alu there with the single kill, and while Sunny coming in with one as well. The 2v3, ENCE are winning the battles, and they've got the B-bomb site. Bomb planted. Config looking to come back in, and the nade is going to head its way in towards the site. Config rattling shots off. Eventually, we'll get one, make it 2 now as well. It's only Alu left up in the brown holes, and he'll play from heaven, trying to take this down. Tap comes through from Rush. The smoke is down as well. Alu emerges from upper, and while they're both peeking him, Config's not on the bomb. Alu realizes this and is just going to drop to the site, causing a little bit of a problem. Taps Config down to 42 HP, but this is so chaotic. Alu looking to try and win it, and Config gets the headshot. He's also got a kit, so there should be plenty of time for Complexity to get the pistol, and there it is. That was a chaotic pistol, to say the least, Blair.
And Config, again, coming out on top. That was very clutch from him. It's 3v2 advantage for ENCE, and he lands a nice second headshot there on a player on the bomb side. And with the last bullet, mind you. And Alu, valiant effort from the man. But Config, he plays it patiently. The fact that they had the kid gave him the time to just walk out of the smoke and take the deal with Alu. And Complexity, very close, but they managed to win it. For ENCE, they're going to go for the force buy. They did get the bomb down, afforded a little bit of extra bonus money. And with that, 3 AK-47s. The Deagle in the hand of Ariel. He has opted to donate his AK-47 to one of his teammates. And I do believe that is towards Sergey, because he's got a bit of utility to work with. The problem here for ENCE is the fact that Ariel is naked, with no Kevlar helmet, nothing to speak of. Sunny and Alu have no helmets. And it's those guns, the MP9s and the FAMAS, that's going to be a problem. All these guns, even the M4, in fact, can basically just make the aim punch quite significant. And that's something that we have to be wary about. But right now, they look like they're favoring the inner bombs that all 4 players grouped up together. They have X7 towards Ivy, just for the Deagle. Let's see where they go with this.
Well, Rush standing on top of the white tree, gets a double kill. Ariel and Sunny both falling. Sergey will do his best work to do some damage for ENCE, but it's only the 1 kill coming in from him. so far. He is still alive and he's still kicking, but the flank coming through is being watched by Poison. Oh, what a shot. There's nothing you can do there, X7. It was a valiant attempt, but he tries to move through. Config will take away Sergey, and there it is. 2-0, Complexity. Another good start, and we've seen ENCE struggle when Complexity got that momentum going. So this is starting to look pretty scary if you're ENCE, especially on this T side. It can be very difficult to get involved on Train.
Indeed, and it's also something very, very interesting about Train is how it can be morally quite overwhelming at times, right? I've faced it many times as well, and I'm sure many players, even at the highest levels of Counter-Strike, have been like, at one point nothing seems to go your way, and what do? And then, the panic sets in, you start getting a little too, over-aggressive and whatnot. So, an Obo, ooh, I think you heard the click of the Glock being switched to burst fire. Meanwhile, Zeus waiting for Config. Oh no, he misses it. Sergey, valiant effort, but the shoulder peek works in favor of Config. I like that. The cheeky little reload from Config as well, just trying to bait out a T to drop down.
Yeah. Luckily, though, no one from ENCE will be over there again. They're going to be regrouping, heading this time in towards BlameF. Now he's going to be looking to light them up, turn them into mincemeat with his MP9, and well, there's the first, the second, but he's overrun eventually. Doing so much damage onto the ENCE players. Now these Glocks, P250s and the one MP9 should be picked off very, very quickly. Like I say, you have no real need to hunt after them. We're waiting for them to come back in towards their crosshair. Good Molotov as well. That's going to prevent the push out on towards the site. And it's inevitable that Complexity will be getting a third round on the board.
Yeah, don't really see anything crazy. Config is going to finish things off. A little unfortunate that the 3 kills going the way of Config with the M4, but I don't think they're going to be too scuffed about it. Just losing a little bit of extra cash. Russian Obo still going to be sticking with the MP9. I'm expecting something a little wild from Russian Obo here. It is kind of the... and have the scouts play with poison, so they're not really investing or upgrading the weaponry. They're going to be going for a little bit of interesting play. I say that, but the Obo is going to be upgrading to the AWP, which makes more sense. You want to give yourself a little bit of extra chance. Obo with the AWP instead of poison. That's curious.
Poison. Scout is deadly in his hands. Still got it. Be playing towards Ivy. There goes Sergey, dropping the 20 HP early on. Not the greatest of starts for ENCE. You don't really want Sergey to be one of the players that's getting picked off early. We've seen the potential impact that he can deliver. In the rounds that they did win on Nuke, he was certainly a pivotal factor in a lot of them. Now ENCE start to gather up 2 players over towards the brown holes. But 3 over towards Ivy, and the bomb is currently positioned over there. There's no one from Complexity playing close towards Ivy either, so ENCE could get quite a bit of real estate in towards this Ivy position. Smoke starts to fade, and so BlameF starts to come back over towards Ivy and turns his attentions here.
If they hadn't used that smoke, I feel like Complexity could have potentially fallen for that inner fake, which looks like, which is what X7 and Sunny look like they're setting up for. Good flash, beautiful flash of BlameF. That's a bomb spotted out. Alu finds area. Oh no, it's all gone wrong. It's all gone wrong. Nate to follow up, Molotov as well. Alu burning alive, survives on 6 HP. That's a round done. That's the round done.
Well, Rush is just waiting for the final nails to be hammered into the coffin. He might just be the man to do it. One player with 100 HP is Sunny, and well, he is now 26 HP, but he walks away with a kill. Rush dropped, domed inside of Pop Dog, but there's not enough time to get anything done for ENCE, so backing off and saving what they have is definitely the only real option here for them. 4-0 Complexity. What a start here on Trin. ENCE are just nowhere to be seen. It's actually very fortunate that they saved 3 players there, because going into this round they would have absolutely nothing, so at least they actually have something they can play with. But even then, it's still not looking good for them. They have barely any utility. If they lose this round, because of the lack of utility, I would say it's pretty likely, and they're really looking down the barrel of the next 2 to 3 rounds where they're just not feeling comfortable at all. So tactical timeout coming through. I think it's desperate times, friends.
Desperate times, desperate measures. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what ENCE were doing that previous round, because they had 2 players towards Brown Halls who hadn't done anything yet. They hadn't really thrown any utility, drawn out any rotation, nothing. And then you have the 3 players towards Ivy already announcing their presence, and that's the player with the bomb. So I'm a little confused as to what ENCE were really thinking of there. Maybe they didn't have that much time either. They had to commit to that. So maybe they're hoping to walk up all the way towards Ivy, like towards the top of Ivy, and then they have the inner fake. So they have, a lesser time to make their way towards the outer bomb site and get the bomb done, perhaps. Just theory crafting here, but it was a little curious for me. Doesn't work out, though. And fortunately for them, they at least saved us 3, that AWP and a 2 AK, so that's going to allow them to go for 1 more buy. But if they don't win this one, it's going to be, might be just a few upgraded pistols coming to the next round. But they need to make something work here. They don't want complexity. Start building up the momentum, especially on Train. Ariel has been spotted out. Poison not taking the shot, but he has conveyed information. Gonna peek out wide, and that's an easy pick for Mr. Poison.
Well, Alu, good kill. Config able to come back in, and Sergey, he's going to fall. Oh, a nice shot from Alu again. 2 picked up now in the round, and he's really giving his team a chance. ENCE have been down and out in a lot of these rounds, and they need a hero in this kind of round where they don't have utility, they don't have a lot to work with, and ENCE see Alu as that hero in this round. 55 seconds in play. Blamef on the site, X7 emerging from Ivy. He has a chance here on towards Poison. Somehow, X7 takes that kill. Poison, I don't quite know what was going on there. Like he had sort of scoped and then unscoped and walking around the corner. Blamef will take 1. Alu is gone after his initial 2 kills, and now Sunny and X7 2v2 to fight for ENCE.
That's very smart from Blamef, the way he's playing this one. They think they haven't pinned down, but he uses the nade to make his escape. Sunny, 20 seconds on the clock. If he doesn't, he might not be expecting this. Blamef is flanking around, and Sunny's going to get the bomb down. But Obo, it's all about timing. Now X7 is wary about the fact Blamef finds Sunny, but not before Obo gets taken down. And X7, it's all on him. He's got the angle. He knows exactly where Blamef is. The question is Blamef aware of his position? He is not so sure. He's going to clear the corner out, though. And he's going to win the duel as well. X7, the Galil, not good enough. And Blamef, 3K for him. That's a massive round, because that was a huge chance for ENCE. Alu picking up those 2 kills gave them a massive opportunity, and it was a 3v2. But Blamef coming up so clutch on that outer bomb site. That's going to be round number 5 for complexity. And even though they get the bomb down for ENCE, max loss bonus as well, they can eke out a buy, but at this point, they need a few rounds, not just money.
Exactly. I think it's getting to the point now where we can say, okay, you're doing damage, you're getting bomb plants, you're getting some money in. At that point, it doesn't really care anymore. It doesn't really matter anymore, because complexity are just literally storming into victory, round after round, 5-0, flawless from complexity. ENCE need round wins, otherwise this T side is going to be abysmal. They're going to purchase again, they're going to have those AKs, but this has to be a round win. We said that so many times on Nuke. They won a round here and there, but they never turned it into consistent success in that second half. So ENCE certainly have been struggling on the T side in both affairs now. And they haven't really got onto 2 maps that really favor a pro T side. You know, if you're not fragging well on the T side of Nuke and Train, you're going to be in a real sticky scenario.
Indeed you are, and you don't have the crutch that is a Krieg anymore.
Nope. Or it increases the difficulty even further, so yeah, it's definitely getting scary for ENCE. The crazy thing is, back last year when they had Alexi B, they were one of the best trained teams in the world.
Oh yeah, they had such a good system. It was almost like methodical chaos, or I think that was a phrase someone used, and I completely agree with it. It just worked. It just clicked. It wasn't about just, very tactical executes or like super, high IQ takes of sites or whatnot. It was just very solid, fundamentally sound Counter-Strike with some very, very cool, smart little nuances in the way to approaching the bomb sites. And now it's just rough here. One thing going for ENCE this round is they have managed to whittle away at the utility for complexity, right? If you look at it, 38 seconds on the clock, and complexity have that 1 incendiary in the hands of Obo. And he's not even on the outer bomb site. So flashbang from Poison. It's a nice flash allowing Blamef to push in, and okay, Poison Not able to find anything. Sunny holding the line. Config has a lot to do. He just finds one, and he finds two again. And then the smoke dissipates, and Blamef strikes, and it's all on Alu once more. 13 HP, 1v3, nothing doing. Obo's gonna shut him down. 6-0 for Complexity, and oh man. Again, they get the opening kill. They find themselves in the side, and then the timing just doesn't work out. And Config, he's been on a tear so far this series.
He really has, and that's good to see because he's such an impressive player. I think during his time where he was kind of out in the wilderness, I would say, even when he's in Optic, I wouldn't really call that a team that was doing too much. It definitely felt like his skill was just going to waste, and his talent was just not really there, and definitely had a lot of negative performances. He was just almost in this relentless entry role where he was just losing his life over and over again, but since the move to Complexity, he seems to be a lot more rejuvenated and definitely starting to frag like he used to. Well, Poison is going to get a double like 7 and Sunny gone. He might just get another one as here as well. It's up against pistols, but still it's impressive. That's a nice shot. And Alu rattles away with a P250. It's Obo gone. Sergey and Alu looking for a little bit of extra cash. A bomb plant will come in. Like we said, it's all about the round wins, and Alu will try to do his best.
There's one man I can believe in. It is, of course, Sergey as well. Look at turret on the bomb site, and, well, completely jinxed him. Halu has a chance.
Oh my god, they're so low as well. If he was a little bit more clean in that first kill, he was definitely taking that Heaven player. I almost feel like he probably should have killed the Heaven player first, then snapped to the player in front of him. He had the close headshot, would have been easier. But again, we know that the player up in Heaven is low HP. He doesn't, so that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. I always forget, we probably have a hell of a lot of new viewers, Blair, because of the whole situation. Everybody's sitting at home, scrolling through Twitch. Maybe someone's picked up a new game, and CS is now free to play. We've had a huge amount of player influx. So, yeah, what you see right now is actually not what the players see. We can't see this little outline through the wall. We can't see the X-ray. We don't know how low the players are. So that's that just makes everything a little bit more impressive.
I think that's one of the most frequent questions I've seen being asked by newer viewers, right? And that's the great thing with Counter-Strike is even if you're completely new to the game, it's very easy, one of the easiest esports to really get into, to understand, because it is very, very simple at its very base level. Obviously, the skill gap is massive, and there's so many things you can learn every single day, even after you've been playing it for over a decade, right? But that's one common question that people are like, wait, they can see each other through the walls. That's it's kind of cheating. So yeah, it's not Valorant, ladies and gentlemen. This is a real game. So let's be clear here.
All opinions expressed by Blair do not necessarily correlate to Dingo's opinions. But yeah, I remember.
Look, I have no hope of getting hired for Valorant because they haven't even released in Asia. So I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna stick with CS. It's been kind to me for 20 years. I'm gonna stick around with it for a while more.
Oh,
okay,
Sunny. Here we go. First headshot in, a second kill as well. Config gone, and Rush will manage one. But look at this. Blamef caught between a rock and a hard place. He still just finds his way through. Alu finally drops him. So close to death, though, Alu. 4 HP, and Rush is looking for a 4K. He's got 3 in the round already. Now just 4 HP stands between him and his 4K.
It's mind games. Alu has no margin for error. One bullet. Just a strong gust to win in his general direction. No, the timing just might work out for him. He manages to somehow sneak his way past. Rush just looked away for just a couple of seconds, but now Alu's going to get the bomb done. Rush hears him. Oh, no, he doesn't know where it is. Now he does. He thought it was towards Inno. And Alu, he got to miss a shot, though, and he won't. And Alu clutches it out. 4 HP, and finally something goes the way of ENCE.
What is that approach from Rush? That is the weirdest 1v1 I've ever seen played. Why is he just running in? You know, has the ball is playing a default. Maybe just has the info that Alu's low and just wanted to take a straight up fight, try and be unpredictable in his movement against the AWP. But yeah, definitely could have played that one a little bit better. Oh, good round from Rush though. 3 kills picked up in the round. Just unfortunate that he couldn't win it. But ENCE finally first on the board.
Yeah, it's like Lady Luck's finally like, you know what, guys? You know what, ENCE? I'm going to give you this one. Because he should have been dead for it. Like, Rush had the right angle. He had a perfect angle. He was just waiting for Alu to walk on past, and Alu just timing, working out wonderfully for him. As they air to the next 7, they're going to give the 1-2 wombo combo, the 1-2 punch on the outer bomb site. And it's Poison. He hasn't spotted the player out. But he'll still land a shot with aerial. What a sick shot by Poison as Blamef. He continues to push ahead. Man advantage still with ENCE though, but they're not out of the water yet.
Oh, Blamef looks to the right, but Alu is there and takes him away. Now it's only Oboe. Up inside of Heaven. The 1v3 on his hands. Hasn't really been involved too much just yet. Oh, and Schlatter. He'll pull this off. Still the best name as well. Schlattered. 5 seconds. Still up in Heaven. No one really coming his way. Eventually, they'll head their way on towards the site. Bomb in their back. Through the connector one goes. I think it's just clearing every possible angle. Eventually, surely they think about this Heaven spot. Oboe is going to see Sergey's head appearing towards his crosshair. There goes the spray. He'll take that one away. Now they know he's up in Heaven. Flashes will start to rain on through. The bomb is actually inside of the connector, so we can just go straight to the B-bomb site and safely get over there. So Oboe, things are just getting more difficult.
He needs to make a move here. They know exactly where he is. And if he wants to, he fancies winning this round. He knows the bomb's going to be towards inner. Now he knows where Alu is. He can just leg it towards the B-bomb site. He could potentially go for this. As Oboe taking a while here. He does have the one flashbang to work with here, but Alu legging it towards inner. Oh, Oboe. Unfortunate timing for him. He has to go for the reload as well, and now he knows the jig is up. Not much of a chance he has remaining. Try and play this one. Spots the head, but, well, too late to react. X7 takes his head off, and that's going to be round number 2 for ENCE, finally. ENCE bouncing back a bit. And this is perfect for them. The Finnish side, they've finally broken the economy for Complexity after that 7-round streak. They finally will have to make do with a few pistols here. This outer bomb site really working out for ENCE. It's starting to win the duels. They seem to have finally found an answer for the time being.
I like this stack. This is very similar as to one they do on Inferno, or teams do on Inferno on the CT side. I'm a big fan of these sort of pistol stacks every now and then, where you just shove all the USPs up on top of each other, come in towards them, you just 5 people looking at you. Eventually, the damage will add up. But the flank, oh god. No. Well, here we go. Hot knife through butter. Sunny is just going to try and wreck the pyramid. There it is. 3 kills for Sunny. 1 from Ariel and X7. And the round is gone in favor of ENCE. I like the idea. Doesn't really work there.
I really want to know what Sunny said in his comms in TeamSpeak right
Probably
there.
Nothing. They are Finnish after all.
They probably communicate like telepathically.
Yeah, it's just like... they just have... That's their like secret language, is just grunts. I played a show match actually with Sergey, like at the end of the year, and I was playing on the same team as him. And on the comms, he was just like, he's so emotionless. It's brilliant. And we were playing against some like amateur players like Mitchman and stuff. And I said before the game started, I said to Sergey, Mitch actually sucks, so this should be easy. And Mitch somehow won 2 1v1s against Sergey. And Sergey just turns to me and goes, "I thought you said he was shit." That was just like, and that was it. That was the end.
Oh man, Sergey's interviews are the best, especially at the desk.
Yeah,
like,
he's
so
good.
I'm gonna be MVP. Good.
Yup. That's it.
All right. That's
Thank
a
you
good
for
answer.
this
Thank you very
wonderful
much.
insight. Well, there he goes. It's because he puts all his energy into fragging, and while he runs forward and catches config, Rush able to pick up 1, and Sergey gone. Now a 4v4.
Oh, well. Decent shows that Ariel doesn't really get up to any tricks. But the other bomb side being quite desolate right now, apart from Poison, playing it way at the back towards Ivy. And, oh, Alu with the save. Alu with the save there.
Coming in with a big shot. A lot of impact. It will now Rush inside of Connector. Molotov is going to go in front of his face. Blimap just sitting back in Ivy. They're going to have to wait a few seconds due to the smokes and Molotov's deployed, and then eventually Complexity can attempt this retake. Although ENCE are looking good to get a 4th round. I think Complexity probably realised winning this round is now a little too unrealistic with no kit, the utility as well. Just have to save over into the next round.
Thing is, for Complexity, even if they see with 3 guns, yeah, they can eke out a buy. Won't be the best. The problem is the utility, right? Because 2 of the guns will have to be dropped by BlameF and Rush. onto config and poison, and that means their utility is going to be sparse, meaning they're going to have to play a little bit more aggressively, and ENCE might be very cognizant of this fact. And for complexity, the Juggernaut seems to have kind of stumbled a little bit here on the CD side.
Yeah, and it's weird because it came off the back of one round that should have been theirs, and it's just allowed ENCE to walk into this, and sometimes it does just happen like that. ENCE just need an opportunity to get them into play, and that is the case. ENCE have just given themselves a good chance of Alu winning that 1v1 against Rush earlier on. Now chipping away rounds consistently, and they've got off to a brilliant start here. X7 getting the 2 openings, catching Rush and Config off. And this is looking good for a 5th on the board for ENCE if they can just through this in a methodical approach and limit the casualties and the mistakes. And while Sunny has been spotted, Poison, oh my god, this is not a fight you want to be taking. So he's going to back away. Sunny's going to start walking forward. Looks off the right side, isolates the left, and now BlameF flash through. There's the kill. Great teamwork between BlameF and Poison, but finally Sergey strikes into action. Find himself 1, but he should have got 2. Obo will double up, and now suddenly there's a chance for complexity because Obo is going huge. It's only Alu.
He's got a bomb in his back, though, and it's just legging it towards the inner bomb site. Complexity still unaware. They haven't heard anything, and Alu will have time to get the bomb down. But the thing is, we'll have time to find himself in a better position. He's going to get caught out here. He's going to get caught out in the open. No, he's not. No, he gets finally spotted out. That's going to be BlameF. He's aware of where Alu is. The thing is, Alu has a Molotov to work with. Instead, it's going to be taking the fight. Drops on down, scope in. They might have heard him. No, they haven't. He's going to find Obo. Now he's got a Molotov to work with. This could very well go the way of Alu because BlameF doesn't even have a kit to work with here. He has to take the fight. He has to bait out a shot, and Alu has got to peek out. Doesn't even need the Molotov. Just the op's going to do the singing. And ENCE get to round number 5. 5 in a row for the Finnish side.
So solid for ENCE. Out of nowhere, because it was looking so terrible for them. It was looking dire, in fact. And, well, a big turnaround indeed. Complexity. If they don't step up, now ENCE might just be the team heading into the lead soon. But the way things are going, the momentum certainly suggests so.
Bear in mind, 5 rounds on a T side. That's... For some teams, that could very well be the win condition met right there.
Exactly, right? And we always talk about the T side of train being so difficult. ENCE were struggling so hard at the start. They didn't look great on the T side on Nuke. But this is a turnaround. And again, I brought up the point earlier, but it's crazy how this has just come off the back of Alu winning a clutch against Rush. You know, a round that he shouldn't have won.
Hey man, there's a reason it's called God Alu, so... Maybe he had his Red Bulls today.
But it's just it's hilarious how they are a sponsor now. This is brilliant.
Esports, man, it's a wild adventure.
I remember actually meeting Alu for the first time, and it was it was in the kitchen in the Faceit Miners. We were like in the kitchen with the water was in a big refrigerator. It was,
I remember.
He dropped every bottle and then just blamed me. I was like, brilliant. I was like 17, super awkward, first event. And it was that was a very weird scenario for me to be in.
IRL bullying right there. Alu showing who's the alpha there, Dinko.
Yeah.
At least they're older now, so that works.
Yeah.
Well, Ariel just peeks on out, gets the 1. Quick trade coming in, and as Rush finds Sergey as well, so... Ooh, bomb not retrieved. 20 seconds, it's done. Round's done.
It'll be Rush just sitting back in behind the spools. Alu do some damage here with 9 seconds though. That is the issue. He might just have to flee the scene. He doesn't want to die after time, and luckily he dies before time. The complexity. After a drought of round wins, they finally post another. 8-5. They will win the half, only by the 1 at the moment. But looking at the economy events, it's probably likely we'll see complexity take a few more. At least 1 more. But, oh, an investment. Okay, so this is definitely looking good for the ENCE side. They've got the great utility, all up in the hands of Alu again. They built up some money, so much money on so many players that they can just toss over everything. But they've managed to pull it out of the trust fund of a few of their teammates, and now they've got a good buy on the table.
need to do. For ENCE, though, considering they've won 5 in a row, they would be looking to press further. Get to those, get to that magic 7 numbers. That would pretty much be just massive for them, you know. And Sergey's already got control of Pop Dog. That's risky. Sunny, tag down. Oh, with poison. Uncharacteristically misses a shot, and look at the pace being set here. Sergey's going to pounce, finds X7, blame F. No, he strikes. He's still holding the line, waiting for Sunny to peek around the corner. He's going to be pushed out, though, in a perfect timing. Perfect pincer from Sunny and X7. They've been all on rush to do from the heavy lifting. Oh, he misses a second follow-up shot. And it's all an over in a 1v3. This time, it looks unlikely, and ENCE should get to round number 6.
Well, Oboe coming around the back lines. We've seen a huge triple from him a little bit earlier on. He would need to try and replicate that, but the tables turned. You know, he is the only player now versus the 3 of ENCE. He'll start to walk forward. But it's going to be difficult for him. He's going to spring forward. There's the first. Sergey gone. A chance for Oboe, but Sunny will impale him. It's another round on the board for ENCE. An important one as well. And now the money of complexity is into the bin. Last round of the half looking good for the Finns. They should be taking a 7th, but with complexity against the ropes, they're just going to invest everything they possibly can. And it's going to be a good enough buy for a round win, so I wouldn't be surprised if complexity just go off the wire and just go crazy and win this, because they do seem to be a team when the pressure is somewhat off in terms of you're not really expected to win this round. They just kind of go crazy and let some individuals show up.
Yeah, that could very well happen, but so far, ENCE have been really good at taking it out of sight. Nice flashbang. It's going to allow player pushing aggressive its config. There's a blame F. Down to 7 HP very, very early on. 7 finds Oboe. And that's the B bomb side done. And it's going to be 8-7. I did not fancy ENCE's complexity chances of going for this retake. I mean, it is the last round. They have to go for it anyway, but it's going to be an 8-7 half, if you ask me, for ENCE. For complexity, just leading by 1. But it was 7-0. 7-0 for the Juggernaut. And it just all gone wrong.
Completely crumbled. And ENCE have worked hard to get into the position. Fair enough to them. Things going their way, but Sunny and X7 picking up kills alongside Sergey. Now Blimev picked off as well. Sergey will seal it. It's going to be a 7th round on the board for ENCE at the half. Been a back and forth affair, and we're split right down the middle. It's time for a break, though. When we're back, we'll have the second half ready to go.
No pulse and all alone. Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black as the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life.
she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it bleeds again.
Straight into the action, second half live. Complexity versus ENCE on Trim. My name's Dinko, joined by Blair, but the action is already here. Poison with a headshot, Config as well, and X7 getting involved. It's a 3v4 immediately, but Sunny is swinging by, taking down BlameF. Aerial as well, taking away Config's life. And now Rush will also fall victim to the USPs of the Finns. Only Oboe, and he will be picked off. ENCE just pinchery and taking the round win. An important round win as well, as they seal up the score. It's 8 apiece.
I thought it wasn't that like a 3v5? Just like push in towards inner, and they even had a flank coming in, but Aerial, I guess his Spider Sense got tingled there. He just turns around, gets the kill on the flanker, and there you have it. Very, very, very quick round indeed. And then come out on top, and they've tied things up. Bear in mind, Complexity was 7-0 up at the beginning of this map, and now ENCE tying it up 8-all. That is a comeback and a half right there.
It's pretty nuts how it did happen, and I think from a neutral perspective, many would be happy to see ENCE come back. You don't want to have a one-sided best of 3 between Complexity and ENCE. Anybody who is just tuning in and doesn't exactly know what is on the line here, both of these teams are at the bottom of their group. That's not exactly what would be expected. Complexity and ENCE towards the bottom, just absolutely doing nothing. Complexity have not won a single series just yet. ENCE did beat Fnatic 2-0, which was an interesting result to say the least. Not a bad result at all. Complexity have taken losses against Vitality, Astralis, and the Heretics. But Heretics seem to be beating everybody. I think they've already taken a map off Fnatic already here today. And when we get into the action, it's going to be X7 running down. It's going to be Rush, who falls victim to the FAMAS as Sunny lines them up.
They should be winning this one without losing any players here. There we have it. Flawless round coming in for ENCE, the anti-eco. And now, Complexity. The buy will be in. Thing is, what do they have in store for us here? Because they seem to run out of ideas on the CD side. At one point, ENCE was just out-dueling and outplaying them on the outer bomb side. And that was on the more favored CD side of Train. The T side, like you mentioned, Denko, it is not easy at all, especially with the fact that the Krieg is no longer a factor anymore on the T sides. So they're going to have to rely a lot on what they have here. Fast space being set. I think Alu's aware. Aerial finds Oboe. Alu's very much aware where BlameF is. A nice little cut to the wrist, and it's going to come down to Rush. He finds one. Looking for more spots ahead of Alu. Alu's going to do the smart thing. Falls on down. Spots the second player. Waits patiently. But Config is aware of him, and Alu times it to perfection. Looking for more, but Poison replies back alongside Rush. Leaving it all in a 1v1 as Sergey from behind finds Rush. He knows where the final player is as well, and Poison not able to get the clutch as Sergey 1v2, 8 HP, and he pulled it off.
Double figures reached by ENCE. Complexity with not much cash in the bank here. Blair, this is starting to look a little rough. So crazy to think it's got to this point where Complexity were off to such a great start in their CT side. It was looking like they were just going to have another death at the office, take round win after round win and walk away with a one-sided half. But then suddenly, ENCE decided to play. Now it's been non-stop ENCE domination for these last couple of rounds, and Config is going to get off to a good start at least. The nade stack paying off. Aerial falling victim to it.
Sunny blind himself. Well, he does recover in time. Finding Poison. Got backup as well, in case it is required. But yeah, it feels like ENCE just had enough. I think just had enough. They're like, all right, yeah, this has gone far enough. 7-0, fine. It's our map pick. Let's take it to map number 3. And I'm just excited to see Mirage, man. I think it's going to be pretty wild the way both these teams are playing right now. as Sunny and X7 teaming up together. They've caught the bomb. Just Obo and Config remaining. Config always lonesome with Deagle. Not much of a chance. And I like what ENCE are doing. They're not really giving much of an opportunity for Complexity to come back into this round. Alu scoping for such a long time. Paranoid someone might be coming in from behind. He's curious because his teammates are there. But it instantly fast scopes into Obo. And that's going to be it for him. Config retrieves the bomb, but there's not much you can do here in this 1v4.
Ugh.
Okay.
Oh, this keeps going worse for Config. All the utility just coming in, bombarding his position, and eventually the bullets will ring through. It's Sunny who takes him away. ENCE now 11 on the board. Finally, Complexity will get a purchase. The AWP in the hands of Poison, who was showing up on Nuke. Really, really impressive stuff on Nuke. Eastside Train, you can still get involved with that AWP, and there is still potential here for Complexity to reignite their flame. Although ENCE have definitely been in dominating form for these last few. Alu is up there, 18-9, winning some big clutches for them in that first half, really showing up. Sunny, he's doing well, 18 kills on the board as well, alongside X7, so it's not even the likes of Sergey showing up, which is kind of crazy, so good to see ENCE back to a little bit of positive momentum for them, positive form.
Indeed, Alu and Sunny taking brunt of the lifting at X7 as Blame F, though, catches Sergey. But not before a lot of damage has been dealt. Of the remaining players' Complexity, Blame F down to 47, Poison and 39. Config, comparatively pretty healthy, but yeah. Over 100 points of damage being dealt out to Complexity, but they do have the man advantage for the time being. In a sense, they're committing a lot in this inner bomb side. They really expect Complexity to head in towards the B bomb side. They have 3 players stacked and ready. And it's all an X7 towards the outer bomb side. It's playing towards all 1.6. Now slowly rotating over towards the IV area, where Rush is slowly starting to clear out the angles. Gather some information. When the time elapses, we have the 2 players of ENCE slowly floating out towards outer. And Complexity, 40 seconds, they still seem a little hesitant as to which side you want to head towards. And look at Rush just pushing out like a madman. Finds X7, but X7 will win the duel. And now is a call for them to head towards the inner bomb side. There's no one there. If they push in right now, they're going to find themselves an empty bomb site. And that looks like it's what's going to happen.
Oh, Sunny, he's been tagged, he's been spotted, and now he swings to try and take at least 1 kill, but it's Poison that gets rid of him, but Aerial doubling up, taking 3. Poison falls by the wayside, and it's all on Config. Trying to scrap together what he can with 10 seconds on the clock. It's not looking good for the Dane. He will manage one, picks up the bomb, but from above he will die, and it's Alu that confirms a 12th round for ENCE. Oh, man, Aerial, what a hero play. Just moving through, getting those 3 kills, huge step up.
I love how fast ENCE reacted to that. The moment they knew it was in a bomb site, didn't waste any time, just push in. The flashbang, in fact, didn't do much damage, but all the CDs just pouring out instant refrags, instant trades. And with that, and again, you can't take it away from Aerial. Just beautiful, clean shots coming in from the man. Finds 3, and Complexity, well, the Juggernaut has definitely been stopped. They were kind of stumbling earlier, but now they kind of flattened their faces, if you ask me. ENCE, 0-7 to 12-8 as Aerial and Alu team up together to burn Config alive. Sunny just pre-firing around the corner. It just finds one, but that's okay. X7 is there with the quick trades and Blame F left alone. An unenviable spot, 1v4. Instead of 1v3. Still got to find the bomb, which is all the way over towards Ivy.
And it's currently being watched by multiple players, so Blame F is all the way back in towards the brown halls. Alu will heal every single footstep. Blame F charging down the ladder, nearly actually wins that battle against Alu. The Deagle will confirm. This is just not fair now. Complexity have just completely fallen off the face of the earth here on Train. And this is good. We're actually starting to see ENCE's system working again. Now, we know it's a possibility. When it all clicks together, we know this team are full of potential and full of skill. And can obviously be a world-class team. It's just been a little bit of a downturn for them. Patch of bad form that's lasted months. But ENCE certainly still have the pieces to make a successful world-class team. And also, they obviously have added Yampy. As a 6th man. He was obviously the AWPer that was in discussion to be the 5th for OG. They went with Mantu in the end due to, you know, the controversy surrounding that player, but ENCE have decided to take the risk on him and pick him up as a 6th man, and he is a very, very exciting player to take a look at.
Indeed, I completely forgot about that. That Yampy is going to be Yampy is going to be playing for the guys over at ENCE. Apart from this tournament, this obviously being the Road to Rio, obviously the road leading to the major, and due to the back rules, he won't be able to participate. But that's why they're going to need him at least for the time being. They're looking really solid indeed on their map pick. They've virtually strung 13 rounds in a row, apart from the 1-round complexity got in between, Dinko. That's just so impressive.
Yeah. And as soon as they got that 1 round, like you said, it was the only 1 round in between because they just answered back immediately with a convincing round win. So any potential comeback from complexity has just been smothered. And it's very hard to the proper mindset for complexity to realize you got to come back from this. I think they probably have eyes set on the 3rd map at this point now. There's another facet I'm interested in talking about, because obviously this team is pretty young. I think Obo probably is going to be the player that's struggling from this the most. They've been in Europe for months. They've been in Europe since the minor close qualifier spot that they got given due to the Mad Lions dropout. So Obo's been playing with Rush away from his family for months during this whole lockdown stuff. So that must be mentally draining for a young guy. So it doesn't seem to be massively affecting his performance, but certainly a factor that should be playing into it.
Indeed, it is. Sometimes we tend to forget how young some of these players are, right? And like you mentioned, staying away from your family and home for so long could definitely take a toll on your Rush. Whew. Alo just decapitates him, and the interplay is on, but Sergey, the young star, just holding onto the site. He delays him for quite a bit. Finally gets taken down, but has done his job. And Alu, he's missing nothing now. He's missing absolutely nothing. 2v4, bomb down. Blamef down to 12 points of health. Not looking good at all. Poison with the op. He's got everything to do. And Alu's having none of it. All on Blamef. 1v4 trapped on the site. And they're slowly surrounding him like sharks in the water. They smell the blood. They get the kill. They win the round. 14-8. ENCE now 2 away from taking it to Mirage.
It's just a matter of time before complexity take it over. ENCE take it over the edge. It really does feel like it's an inevitability at this point. ENCE just biding the time will eventually take it over the line. Alu has been impressive, and that is good to see. 23-9, 7 away from the 30 bomb. That's the type of performance you want to see from him.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to have a chance for him to get a 30 the way this is going.
Yeah, exactly. Right, it's been so quick. There's only 2 more rounds to get it in.
And, well, 7 rounds in a row for ENCE. And they've made it look so easy. In all the 7 rounds, mind you, the complexity were able to get the bomb down only once, and one by one they're just like falling into Alu, but Alu just finds one. But Sergey's Aerial helping him out. For a moment I thought it was Sergey just snapping around getting the kill. It's all in Blamef. Nice shot in Sunny, but it's far away from where the bomb is, and he's got 3 more to find.
Well, it does leave Blamef in a very difficult situation, but it's certainly winnable for him. He'll head up on top of the ladder, and Sergey's winning for him. 15-8. ENCE are 1 away from victory, 1 away from an impressive clinical performance here on Train. It's just been unbelievable. After the first downturn, I'm like, okay, complexity are just going to turn up, take away Train, it's a quick 2-0, we're out of here. But no, complexity show up in the first 2 rounds, but ENCE consistent across the rest. And a great showing from them. Well, they just have 1 more to take it over the line.
Yeah, and it looks like you said, it looks like it's going to be inevitable. Complexity, despite probably one of the worst ones I've had so far on the T side. And I've had some pretty terrible ones, mind you. 3 Galils, the Scout and the Tech 9. And probably Prayer on the Lips. Smoke is going to be deployed towards the bomb train, towards Z. Obo's going to actually open things up. He finds Aerial. But nice counter Molotov being tossed in by the CDs, just delaying them further. And ooh, X7 there to help his teammate out. Alu missing the shot, but survives. X7 finds another one. Alu just trying to spot something out. And they're going to come jumping in. Alu misses the shot, switches over to the Deagle, and is going to win the duel. And all of a sudden, this looks very doable for complexity. How they pull this one off? It's all in Alu now. 1v2. Poison gets a tag. And Alu, 7 HP, bomb down. This is almost impossible.
Well, Alu, take it away. Poison does leave BlameF on his lonesome now. There goes the tap from Alu, who's won so many clutches, so quick to winning this one as well. But BlameF, he will find himself the kill and keep Complexity alive for the meantime. I thought Alu had done it again. He's beaten so many of these clutches, it's really difficult to doubt him at this point. But BlameF, saving the team, keeping them alive, at least for the meantime. They are currently on life support. They are beeping along at the minute, Blair. It's not over just yet.
It's not over yet. If you are a very, very optimistic person, but you can hear the bell tolling for Complexity. It's tolling for Mirage. Just need one more round to end, and of course, Money looking very solid. Vi solid as well. And that was a miracle round. They had a 3 Galils, a Tech 9, and the Scout, and Summer just works in their favor. Again, coming down to a 1v1, mind you, which Alu could potentially have won. They were so close hitting the shot. And now when you have this lead, when you have managed to string together virtually 15 rounds back-to-back, you start building confidence. And look at the aggression from the CDs. They've already pushed in towards teammate. They have the information they need, and that's going to allow the rotation to take place towards inner if needs be. The 2 players ready and waiting. It's going to be, again, Alu at the back of the site with the AWP trained onto the entry points for the T's. And Surrogate just holding close, ready to deliver the hug of death.
Going through, it's going to be a lot of damage deployed. Config, though, will immediately dispatch. Oh my god, a second as well from Config. Taking down Alu. This is good. Now Complexity completely cleaning up the B bomb site. Take one look at the economy for ENCE and you can understand why the CF call is coming through. Complexity reached double figures. And Blair, are you starting to believe?
No.
I thought you were a positive person.
Well, sometimes,
But also a realistic
no.
person, I guess.
Yeah, I'm one of those boring guys. I've worked too many desks to be a believer. I'm one of the guys who's gonna be. I'm kind of a Chad that ways, kind of a sponge, you know, just boring, simple guy. I'm just gonna call it as it is. I'm not gonna give some crazy predictions. Like, oh no, they're gonna win like, 5 more in a row and take it to overtime, especially when they have shown nothing so far. Sure, they won that miracle round, and then this one, again, Config opening it up, right? But ENCE have looked so solid so far. I don't doubt the fact they're going to close this one out.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to see a world in which ENCE don't just roll into one with the way they've been playing. It's certainly at least a few more rounds on the board for Complexity, something to make them feel better about themselves going into the final map, but really shouldn't be expecting too much more than that, because ENCE have really looked good on train. The spy is not looking great, though, I will say. They've got a couple of pistols in play, M4 A1S for Aerial, M4 AUG. They've got enough rifles to make it a feasible round win, but it's certainly not looking excellent. Aerial, he's going to be sitting close by. He's going to catch the trade on the BlameF. Might just find himself a second, but that's going to be X7's job. Oh my god, rushing straight through. He will fall. X7 gets another, and now we've got Poison and Config trying to do their best. It's a 2v2, and while Config has found a headshot, damage has been dealt to Aerial, dropping him to 1 HP as Config climbs on top of the ladders. Bullet whiz past his head, so he makes the informed decision to just drop off.
Oh, I don't even know how Aerial's still alive.
Well, that's a little bit of a fumble nearly there from Config. Luckily, he gets behind the train on time before the Sergey came through. I really don't know how Aerial is alive. He's 1 HP up against Config, who has got it. So this is a battle of the one bullet at this point. Which way is it going to go? Config throws the flash deep in towards Ivy. It's just going to be running forward. You can always trust in Config to be a confident player in his approach. Just going to walk forward. Aerial stuck into towards Ivy, but the timing! Aerial just survives. He was kept alive by something greater, Blair, in that round. That was just unbelievable. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Road to Rio. ESL 1 Road to Rio. It's Complexity taking on ENCE. We're here in the final map. My name is Dinko. I'm going to be joined by Blair. And we've had a pretty good series so far. Complexity looked good on Nuke. They came into train looking good as well, but ENCE bounced back. And we find ourselves here on Mirage. And well, third gate already up in towards Palace with a Glock at the ready. Now ENCE start to walk their way through the underpass. It's going to be Sergey with the first headshot. BlameF gone. And now Config starting to emerge from short, but the boost is already through to the window.
This is looking rough. Poison going to be caught unaware, caught reloading, and Alu just stalking him as he finds the frag. It's all in rush. as he tries to somehow find something, and Sergey's doing such a good job just delaying it, not really showing himself as Config comes in from short. He's very aware that Alu might be floating around towards jungle, as one by one they fall. Obo replies back as Config strikes as well, but 2v3, Obo on 12 HP. This is looking very unlikely.
Config moving forward with the USP, trying to take down Aerial inside of the site. He will get an opportunity, and there's the kill, but X7 from short taps one bullet into the back of Obo, and it's enough to get rid of him. So now Config with it all to do, runs out of ammo, jumping around, nearly makes it happen. If he had had bullets in the magazine, he may have been able to pull it off, but ENCE will find the pistol.
That was very unexpected. I felt like the round was done a while back, but somehow Config just defying the winds of fate, almost making it work. But unfortunately for them, it won't work out. It is the knife round was won by Complexity. They opted to start on the CT side. And for ENCE, finally off to a good start. Sergey with the triple, and we do have a tack timeout getting called early by ENCE, looking to avoid getting eco'd. Or rather, facing off against his force by from Complexity. A couple of digs on Rush and Obo. We have BlameF with the MP9. And of course, the FAMAS on Config and Poison with the Scout. I would expect to see a little bit of aggression from Complexity here, because if you look at the utility, a couple of smokes, 2 nades, and a flash, it's all they have. They don't have a kit either. So if they want to make this round work in their favor, they have to kind of catch ENCE off guard and try and make them feel a little uncomfortable. But for ENCE, they have Sunny and X7. They're going to be the two main points of contact, rather, for ENCE. And they're pushing in on a fact-finding mission. And especially with the lack of head armor, helmets for Complexity, those MAC-10s especially could be quite deadly. Sergey spots out a player, and that is going to be BlameF heading back as Config. Is going to be the first player to fall.
ENCE having to hold off this ramp offensive actually from the CT side is going to be coming this way. Aerial is going to be the man tasked with that, but look at the timing. He did get a little lucky himself towards the end of trade when it came to timings. Time catching him off. They will walk back in towards the A-bomb site though. BlameF turn towards Palace. Rush is left there. Hold on, he's going to have 2 players coming at him. He sees the info, goes to throw the smoke, and we all do that sometimes. You don't let go of it on time. He does get it down. Sergey up inside of Palace. BlameF able to assist Rush. This is still going to be a pretty difficult hold for the Complexity side with the weapons that they've got available to them. Rifles should certainly be pinching a hole in it very, very shortly. But Rush might just get aggressive now. Taking the fight to them might just be the way to work this. 2 kills coming in. Obo and Rush with shots. And now it's a man advantage in play for the CT side.
30 seconds, and you can see the player that's Obo slowly making his way in. Poison decapitates Aerial. BlameF finds Sunny. It's all on Alu. 1v4, 20 seconds on the clock. He doesn't have the bomb. Might as well just go for the save here. It's very unlikely he's going to be able to bounce back, and Obo waiting for him. Clotheslined him with the FAMAS. And that is a round. I don't even know how Complexity won that. Just out-dueling everyone. Rush just crouch peeking into Palace. Just destroys Sergey with the deagle. And that's just unfortunate. Bear in mind, ENCE called for an attack timeout. They were ready for this force buy, and instead Complexity come out on top. That's massive for the North American European mix.
Well, ENCE, that's not the start they were looking for, that's for sure. Complexity may be happy, but ENCE are completely bamboozled as to what happened there. Aerial sitting back in the back of the ramp with the eagle in his hand. Sunny making his way through the underpass. Nade is going to come in and drop on top of him. 59 HP. X7 in behind him. Sunny just looking up towards the window. Poison's going to be jumping across. His scope giving away his position, but he's not really presenting himself, not offering himself up. Instead, Config is going to be waiting for the players to come into the connector, catching off Sunny. X7 is also there. He's going to attempt to use the new bench, but it's not going to work for him. Poison and Config locking down middle together, keeping each other safe. And now Rush might just get another kill on towards Sergey. He's just been getting destroyed by Rush in these last few rounds on the CT side. 2-1 for Complexity.
Considering ENCE won the pistol round, this has been a great starter for Complexity, right? Winning the force buy, and then a very, very convincing anti-eco as well. And Poison, man, I just love watching him play. I just love watching this guy play. What is it with, like, he is Bulgarian, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
What's it with Bulgarians and these sick snipers?
Yeah, Cirque, Poison. Even I think there's another player coming up called Denislaw is pretty good. So keep an eye on that guy. Bulgaria just has a crazy scene. I actually interviewed Tahio and Bubble a few weeks back, sort of about Bulgarian CS and some of the players that are coming up, and it was actually kind of interesting to see their opinions on the Bulgarian scene. And Cirque and Poison just obviously two of the players that went on to do great things. Ships as well.
Indeed. And I think that's one thing I love about Global Offensive, obviously living up to its name, is the fact that at least in 1.60, we didn't really see that many international teams apart from some of the old NOA lineups early back in the early 2000s. And usually if you were like one of these shining stars in a country or a region which didn't have a real good team, your chances of getting picked up is very, very slim. Teams tend to kind of like play together with their countrymen. And it's really cool to see, some players from various countries, like I've talked about Bulgaria, we're talking about players from Estonia, for example, really shining and showing what they can do as config. Doesn't matter if the run boost, easy pickings for the man. It's pretty much an eco bash, no time being wasted there. Complexity 3-1 as they further extend the lead, and the money is so good. Look at the cash they have.
Yeah, it's disgusting. 8k in the bank for Poison before purchasing into this, and he just keeps the scout because he's so good with a weapon. He can just keep it into the gun rounds, and incredible stuff. I've been seeing config pop up quite a bit here on the Impact player. Good to see him show up early on. 8-2, having a great time. But now we move on to next round. It's round number 5. ENCE have got AKs back into their hands. They've got utility available to them. It's going to be Obo that starts things off well, though, for Complexity. Rush getting aggressive, Alu spamming away. And while Rush, lucky to get out alive, the bullets just continue to run on in.
Oof, not a single bullet. Grazing Rush. And still two players here. They're going to go for the pincer. Obo just finds one. Are they going to expect a second one? Rush, MP9 in hand, makes it work. Still alive. Still alive. Alu comes in for the hunt. He's sneaking up, spots him out. And it's all in Blame F now. Once again, the captain. And a 1v2. He's got the gun, he's got utility, he's got everything going for him. And they're unaware of where he might be. Bomb's going to get planted safely. Nade's going to be chunked in, and now they know exactly where he is. And Nade taking a chunk out of X7. He's going to probably have to peek out. No, it's not. Flashbang. It's Blame F worried where the second player might be.
Alu up on top of the Palace Wood. It's going to be the kill coming in from Alu. Dropping Blame F. ENCE with a second. Really does nothing to the economy of Complexity whatsoever, so they can buy up again. Double up setup in for config and Poison.
Okay.
If this can work for them. Obviously, with the double up setup, you can have one who becomes more of a turret style opper, the other can be freed up a little bit more, can definitely be a tad more expendable. You can get aggressive, look for that opening pick. I think I definitely want Poison to be that player.
I feel the only problem with the dual op setup on certain maps, especially Mirage, is the fact that with the dual op, you tend to play a little bit more passive when it comes to CD site setup, and that could be a problem, because if you lose a site, the retakes becomes way more harder when you have two scoped weapons to work with, right? So I'm always a fan when you have a dual op setup to try and kind of set up your opera in a much more aggressive angle, like perhaps with the apartment, holding a little bit more deeper, maybe the player pushed up towards mid or something a little bit more proactive initially. And Complexity, it is a comparatively a little bit more aggressive hold. They have two players on the A bomb site, so even if the smoke walls or an execute comes out, they have the players in the site to contest against the marauding T's. And it looks like it's going to be the A pincer coming in. And it's going to be a lot of pressure applied on the three players there. Poison with the op towards Ticket Booth. And then we of course have Rush.
Oh.
Play map.
The timing, unlucky for Alu. He was looking in the right direction, but looks away. It's picked off. Poison takes his head off. Now an advantage in play for the CT side. Sergey walking on towards default, catches Rush. Finally, he gets his revenge. He's been bested quite a few times by Rush up inside the Palace. Although, still Complexity hold on. It is even, and they have still got the site. ENCE looking to try and run on through, but there's only 20 seconds left, and the bomb gets tossed from the top of Tetris. Sergey having to go nuclear. He has to do everything. Sees his team absolutely fumble it towards Tetris, and he's like, okay, my time. He just walks through, gets the double. Bomb planted. Sergey, another kill picked up. A 4K for him. He will be shut down before he can complete the ace. But Config needs a 1v3.
And it's done for Sunny. Ready and waiting for him. And Sergey just taking matters into his own hands. And what's crazy is they knew where he was throughout the entire round. After he got the first kill, they knew exactly where he was. And he just single-handedly just opens up that bomb site. No time remaining. Sergey gets activated.
Yeah.
And ENCE, they tie things up.
It goes one-man army style from Palace. Entering from Palace is difficult. And he just walks through and gets 3 kills from Palace and then drops in the site for a 4th kill. Nuts from Sergey. That's the kind of stuff that this guy can do, and certainly have a great asset in that respect. Rush. Oh no, the tick gives away his position, so he knows he has to go forward, but it doesn't really matter. He still gets a kill, and that's the bomb.
They got to push on out though. Finds Pincer to play that blade map. Instantly snaps on an AK-7, picks up an AK-47. He's got Kevlar to work with. If he finds Aerial, this could be massive. And Sergey taking so much damage from poison. This could fall apart here for ENCE, and that's a very, very worrisome prospect. As Aerial, though, does strike back. Blade has been taken away.
Well, Config is going to be walking forward. Has got himself the Deagle in his hands inside of Sandwich. Crossfire with Oboe is available to him. They can play together. Alu hoping for a peek from Oboe, but it's not going to be coming his way. Oboe patiently waits. That gives time for ENCE to just walk back. Going to be rolling it back all the way to spawn. Now, do they go through Palace or over towards the B side? With 40 seconds left, I think the safe call definitely is to just go via Palace. I think Complexity will probably realize this as well. Gathering inside of the Palace area. Config getting himself under wood, getting himself a better position than being stuck inside of Sandwich. Now Oboe can reposition as well back in CT. This is much better for Complexity. ENCE are going to have a bit of a difficult time entering this site. Comes down to timing. Whether or not they can get these kills. They're so low as well. The Deagle can do so much. It might not even be required because Oboe, back in CT, just uses the ticket box for 2 easy kills and a 4th round on the board for Complexity.
That little bit of a panic play. The second they saw the bomb drop, the 2 players in Palace, they just pushed on out. Not really ready for the CE stack towards the A bomb side, and yeah, they just fell apart there, and just such a huge win for Complexity. It was an eco, they retrieve an AK-47, and Poison gets the AWP in his hands without having to expend much money, and that's a massive win for the North American org.
See what ENCE can do. This is with the time where Poison thrives, you know, these easy rounds where he can just go in and just do whatever he wants, but as soon as I say that, commentator's curse because he gets overrun by Glocks. I feel like Poison's decision making is certainly an area that he could improve upon. Like, you know, he's such a sick player, but that sometimes you do see him get a little bit over aggressive and over eager at times. And yes, that of course is an aspect of his playstyle, and an aspect that makes him so good is because he will take those shots and go for those plays that others won't. But sometimes it can be a little questionable. I think even some of his teammates have alluded to that, even at Blast during some of the interviews, saying Poison gets so aggressive sometimes, you kind of don't know what he's doing, he just kind of takes it into his own hands. But I think obviously that will come with time.
Indeed, I do believe, I remember when I used to watch Cirque early in the days, he used to be quite green around the ears as well. Obviously very, very sharp with the AWP, but he used to make some curious decisions, which I was like, yeah, something he should be making. And look at how he's blossomed over time.
Yeah.
He's now just not just still very skilled with the AWP, but now it's more about tempered aggression, controlled aggression, which makes him an even more dangerous player. Config, the timing, oh my lord, they've just snuck their way through.
Yeah, they have no idea. Config thinks he's still holding middle, but they're actually just walking up on towards the A bomb site. Luckily, Rush is in ramp so we can check this. He catches Aerial, but Config has been taken away by Alu. Now it's a 3v3. Luckily, Rush is still here. Luckily, he went aggressive early in the round. And BlameF will catch X7. It does leave young Sergey into a 1v3, just a Glock in his hands, and he will fall to Rush. Another round picked up by Complexity, and Rush saves the day.
That was very scary.
ENCE are happy enough though with that bomb plant. They get 2 kills, a bomb plant. A pretty good round from ENCE. And you can see, take a look at the money that they've got. It's brilliant.
Oh, absolutely. They have so much to work with. 5-3. Not gonna be too worried about it. Complexity. Taking advantage of that eco win. Not letting it go in vain. So do you see Poison now? It's more Alu gonna be challenging with AWP and Blame F. Aggressive. Flashbang gonna keep him at bay for the time being. Poison with the AWP. Floating around towards jungle. He hasn't really been pressured much. And now he will head over towards the connector area. They've opted to place 3 towards B, which is such a good read from Complexity. Look at how many players of ENCE are gathered outside that B bomb site. 4 players waiting in apps, and now here comes the charge, and 3 CTs waiting for him. Well, there were 3 CTs, but Config finds one Oboe Spring blindly in the smoke. He somehow stays alive on 13 HP, and Config's doing all the hard work.
Well, Sergey running over the top, catches Oboe. Looking the wrong way. Alu doing a little bit of work as well, but Config still here, still kicking from Get Right. That's 2 kills picked up. Leaves Alu on 4 HP, looking to pull off an incredible clutch. And well, Config is prevented from gathering the ace. Alu with the shot through the wall, and now moves forward. Rush right past him. Ships in the night, they go past each other, and Alu sees the feet. He sees him surely, but Rush turns quick enough, and Alu will fall. Alu, I don't know how he doesn't spot Rush there heading towards jail. I thought for sure that he spotted the feet with the way he was looking at him with his crosshair, but clearly not.
Yeah, I completely agree. I thought he was done for. And Alu, out of nowhere, that run was pretty much done with Config with the 4K, but Alu was somehow managing to dig his team out from that. Pretty much a guaranteed loss to a 1v1, which he could have won. So very unlucky, if you ask me. Valiant effort from the man, the spiritual captain of the team. And for Complexity, they survived the scare. But their money, man, like losing that many players in a round like that, it means despite being 6-3 up, they have to be very wary of the fact that they can get reset at any moment. ENCE, just a very standard execute towards that A bomb site. Smoke's going to be blooming, a few Molotovs as well, which they haven't used yet. They're going to get the bomb down and then going to use the one Molotov they have to try. Never mind, they're going to use it early on. And with this, they've pretty much finished off all the utility they have, pushing in with the flashbangs. And the CT's waiting patiently, though, as Aerial and Alu, they find a couple, and all of a sudden, this could potentially go their way. No, it won't. It's going to be all on Aerial in a 1v3. Almost looked like it could have happened, but the aim punch comes in, and it's going to be Complexity getting to round number 7. That's a problem here, Jenko. For ENCE, even though they're 7-3 down here, the fact they're getting the bomb down, they're getting the money, and also hurting the economy of Complexity, they're going to be very happy with that fact.
Another good round coming in from Config. 15-6 currently on the board for him. Rush has actually been quietly solid in towards this A site. He's built them out, obviously, in one of the rounds where he's going up against pistols. Although ENCE come into this with the AKs and the AWP. Sunny, 2-9. We can see his performance elevate. Now, definitely not hurt ENCE's chances. They're well on train, and now Aerial is just going to charge via Palace. I think we're starting to see a little bit of a weakness here for Complexity. These quick plays through Palace, they don't really hold on to them too well. And now the A-bomb site has been completely seized by the ENCE roster, and they can just sink their teeth deep in towards the bomb site. Post-plant positions established. Complexity might just even consider the CF call, and it looks like that is indeed what is being called into action.
Yeah, that was just a quick switch up indeed from ENCE. You gotta love it. So fast, so furious. And Aerial, like a man possessed. He just needed the 1 kill, and that was a round done and dusted. Poison, very aware that Sunny might be lurking around. So they will save these 3 guns, and they need to. Like I mentioned before, money not that solid for the Complexity side. That's going to, however, allow ENCE to get to 4 rounds to the 7 of Complexities. And they need to plug that hole on that A-bomb site. That is definitely a worrying factor. I don't imagine ENCE are going to be trying the same trick twice. But a nice switch up indeed. It really worked out in their favor.
Tactical timeout coming in from Complexity. It is their first hack pause. You know what's coming next. It is going to be purchase from the ENCE roster. Around that they definitely had no chance in the last one, Complexity, so don't want to let ENCE have any sort of momentum coming into this next one. You don't want to let them build off of that. That was just a ferocious round, just straight through Palace. Clearly a little bit of a weakness in towards that A-bomb site, because that's happened quite a few times now where they have just lost a couple of players out from Palace, and I think Sergey was early on exploiting that, but now ENCE have seen a weakness. X7's done some damage from their aerial in the last round, so we'll actually probably need to patch that up a little bit. I think it wouldn't hurt to call the pause here and discuss, so that's exactly what they go for. Going into this round, they do have a bye, but taking a look at their economy, they know it's their last stand until an eco, so they have to win this. I love how Rush has just been playing that ramp area. He's been so aggressive, so consistently, but now they've changed it up. BlameF is looking towards Palace, playing just on the headshot angle. Oh, he's come off at the wrong time, I think, here. The trade positions. BlameF now on the ramp, and look at that. That timing is just awful, Blair.
Oh, that's just terrible, isn't it? And I mean, they were holding the angles, and the very moment, the very second, they decided to just switch things up a little bit. So, and decided to just go for the contact play, and it works out wonderfully. Sunny ready and waiting. He finds one who knows where Config is as well. 1 HP, not able to win the duel, but Config, they would be definitely on the hunt. You look at the minimap, they're everyone just like cutting off every avenue of escape for the Dane.
I wonder what the thought process was behind that change in setup, because Rush had complete control of ramp. We had BlameF just holding up in towards Palace, had a good enough angle, and then they just decided to fumble it a little bit. It looked like they were going to trade positions or something. It's not like they changed it up completely. They were literally trading positions, so yeah, just get caught off by the timing. If they had just stayed in those positions for a few seconds longer, I do see a world in which maybe Complexity even win that round if they just trade effectively. But ENCE, again, just exploiting the same A hit.
And also, again, like, if you look at Sergey, once more, he was the one who got poisoned. He was playing towards, I do believe it was triple or ticket booth. Really, really being a thorn on the side of Complexity. It's going to be the full eco here. And it does feel like a little reminiscent of Train. Not, I mean, it's not a 7-0 start for Complexity like it was in Train here, but ENCE grinding it back, and especially because it's full eco, it should make it a 6 rounds. And that A-bomb site, like you mentioned, they had 3 players in. ENCE, all they had to do was delay that contact play just by about 10 seconds, and it works out. Complexity, once again, caught with the pants down. And with that, ENCE definitely do themselves a lot of favors here. Poison's going to be found out by Aerial. This should be a pretty comfortable round. Aerial just alone on a fact-finding mission towards A-bomb site. He's got to find 2, but hits towards B. Just to 1 USP from Mr. Config, not able to swap over to the MAC-10 in time. And that's going to be the round here. It's a 3v2, but with the fact that they don't have any kits to work with and should get the bomb down, they at least have the AK-47 saved in the hands of Obo, and they should run to the hills with that. Or maybe not.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, Obo.
Okay.
Out of nowhere, 2 kills picked up, and now it's only X7 boosted up inside of the ninja box. He'll be looking down in towards the door area. Obo trying to emerge from the market, but he's got BlameF coming in from behind. Just going to try and clear the angles. Obo finally dealt with, but X7 stuck in the corner. It's BlameF only with the USP, and X7 sees the day for ENCE, but oh no, that could have been horrible. Obo coming in with a huge play.
That was, yeah, he almost just shut me up there. Very, very close, but the next 7 very, very patiently playing that to perfection. And Complexity with a little bit of a scare. ENCE might have had a little bit of a heart attack, because that was a full eco, mind you. Well, 76 though. And we have another buy coming in for Complexity. As for ENCE, they have money for days as we go into the penultimate round of the first half. They're gonna have no trouble buying up. Sunny once again leading the charge. And Complexity haven't really mixed it up much. They have the one player that's a poison playing from connector with the AWP, just spotting towards Palace. And then, of course, you have Rush. And if you look at the utility they have, it's very, very smart indeed. Very, very sparse, sorry. As Config does find Sunny. That's a big opening. It's something they've been struggling with. Sergey spots out Poison jumping. Now he knows where Poison is. I do believe he spotted the AWP as well, so he's going to be wary of that fact. As once again, they go for this hit towards A with a minute on the clock, and it's going to be another contact play. Just a flash trying to help them out, trying to go for the wall bangs, not finding anything, and it's going to come down to Rush and Poison to hold on to the site.
Oh, Crossing over, it's going to be X7 taking down Poison. 4v4 as the execute continues to come through from ENCE. They'll be trying to do the damage, but Rush at the backline is trying to extend. He won't find a headshot. 2 picked up. Just playing on the left side of triple. Sergey stuck inside the palace on his lonesome. This time, I'm not expecting any hero play from Sergey. Although, maybe that's when it comes through, because you doubt him for a second, he'll show up, and there's another headshot. Good opportunity on towards Ticket, but Config will win the battle. It's going to be hit 6. Complexity will find themselves in the 8th round. And again, Config adds another impact player to his tally. He's just really lighting up the scoreboard. 19 and 9. ENCE, another close round. Another close round? Not close at all. Another round where, you know, they let it slide and definitely starting to look a little bit scary. But this could be a close half. If they can close it up to 7, that's perfect.
Poison. A little bit of damage from his own Molotov, trying to prevent the smoke there, and ooh, that's a nice one. Smoke, not really effective from Sunny, who has had a pretty quiet game so far.
Yeah, I feel like quiet might just be an understatement. He's definitely not had the greatest of games at all. He did play well on the second map though, so a little bit disheartening to see him fall off so much. I was talking to this. Oh, never mind. We'll let this happen first. Blame F coming through. Went for an aggressive peek towards the bottom of the connector once the smoke faded. Managed 1 headshot, but that's about it. Okay, looking to try and extend now. ENCE looking to try and exploit the connector area. Config is over here. Now, this guy having a blinder of a game, so you don't really want to face him too often. And they have got 3 players running over here, so that should be enough to deal with Config eventually.
The thing is Rush. He's managed to make his way towards the T-slope once more. Hasn't found anyone. He could be the problem here. And for Poison, he spots the player out. He's going to go for the wall bang, and it just goes right above. But Rush peeked. The bomb dropped, and Rush doing all the work. Finds 3. It's all on Alu. Bomb at least planted, though, just in the nick of time. But this is not ideal for Alu. Looking at that plant, Rush knows he's not towards T-slope. He could be either towards Palace or towards Connector. And we can see the rest of the CTs coming in. They check clear towards mid, and Alu needs to hit his shot. Nice little flick on the Config. He's got more to find at Poison. Crosshair trained in his position, and they ensure Complexity get around number 9. That positioning from Rush just sealing the deal in that round.
Yeah, the aggression from towards ramp has really worked for Rush throughout the first half. Complexity will get 9 rounds on the board. Only the 6 for ENCE, but it's time for a halftime break. We'll see if they can get a little bit more on the scoreboard. See you then.
Quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. It's easy, it's hard to preach, cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife, and when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. all my chances. Yes, I was running, I know.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to ESL 1 Road to Rio. Got Complexity taking on ENCE, and we're into the second half of the final map here. Mirage has been an absolute bloodbath, and this pistol means a lot for both teams. Complexity not wasting any time, charging straight in towards the A bomb site. It's Poison with a headshot, Sunny picked off, and Sergey trying to do some damage back in from CT spawn.
Flashbang completely misses Sergey. He finds Config trying to dispatch another player, but BlameF doing the brunt of the heavy lifting as Poison spots two players out. He doesn't really have to face. He's got a P250 in hand. He's got his players to keep them at bay, and Poison with the beautiful love taps, leaving all on X7. He's got the armor, he's got the health and the USP, but he's got 3 to find, and Poison just toying with him as the bomb is just taking away, and this looks pretty much undoable here. But X7, he finds one, picks up the smoke as well, and I don't think he has time though. Taps once, trying to bait out the second player, spots out Rush. He's going to get the kill, but there's no time remaining, and the bomb's going to explode. Valiant effort from X7, but it's not to be. Complexity gets round number 10.
Well, important pistol, and Complexity has come into it with an intent to kill straight away. Straight off the bat, just charging straight up through connector. BlameF got himself into a really solid spot. Manages to get a lot of action. 10-6, Complexity. Double figures are reached here already in the second half, and when we take a look at what ENCE have brought to the table, it is a force buy of sorts. It has definitely got a lot of potential behind it. Deagle, CZ is scouting the hands of Alu. Config's back on the Bison. He's definitely trying to pioneer this.
Hey man, he's got all my votes. 64 bullets, even more in the mag. I'm just gonna keep spamming that till Kingdom Come. Trying to find something in the smoke. And slowly, they will peel away from mid. They have left Config out towards Cat. He's slowly creeping his way up. He's gonna be on that fact-finding mission, ably supported by BlameF with the AK-47 as well. They haven't spotted anyone out, and he's slowly creeped towards his B bomb site. The problem for them is Sonny is making his way towards B as well, and as the smokes rain in, we see a rotation taking place. 3 CDs waiting in the side, and X7 is going to open it up with a shot. Finds 2, Aerial chimes in as well, and X7 just dismantling everyone single-handedly.
Well, BlameF up towards short will start to move forward. Maybe looking for a little bit of action, but Alu takes him away. And Blake, you may not be surprised that a force buy can win, but you may be surprised that 4 players stay alive on ENCE against a full buy from Complexity, pretty much. That is not the way that should have gone.
Basically, ENCE giving Complexity a taste of their own medicine. ENCE winning the pistol round initially in the beginning, the first half, and then Complexity winning their force buy. And here we go, X7. What was that?
Yeah,
3
nuts.
beautiful shots. Lovely stuff.
Kind of like a cyborg, you know, he's just kind of like click it away, just does his work. I think we've seen it in the first half as well, saving the day, ruining young Obo's huge highlight play in the 1v2 clutch for him. Alu taking a headshot, starting things off well, dropping Config, who has really been the MVP of this Complexity side throughout this map. BlameF also falling off. Poison taking damage, dropped to 57, now gone completely. Alu making it happen. Rush and Obo, a 2 versus 5. Sergey, he will fall. Rush takes him away. The thing about Mirage is we have pointed out all the players that perform well in this. Something that BlameF used to be able to do back in Heroic when he was kind of the in-game leader, raid boss, the carry, the one-man army, playing against the tier 2 teams. He would just kind of destroy everybody on Mirage. He would just in-game lead and take 30 bombs every single time on Mirage, and it used to be his playground. Obviously, with now being an in-game leader For Complexity, there's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of really solid players that you've got to give space and time to shine. He can't exactly do that as much. And again, he's playing against better opponents more consistently as well. But BlameF in his own right is an incredible individual. He was pretty much smurfing back in the days when he was playing for Epsilon. And now he's just found himself in Complexity.
And he's, if I'm not mistaken, he's pretty young as well.
Yeah, he's like 23 or something, right? Let me have a look quick. What age he is? He might be even younger than that. I think it's just because he's such a tank. Everybody thinks he's a bit older.
Yeah, he does look, he is pretty tanky. But yeah, I do believe he's pretty young as well. And for him to shoulder the weight of the Juggernaut, no small feat indeed. It's pretty young, man. Blocks. Find one. Ooh, the double dig. Sunny! Okay, alright. Okay, calm down there. He finds everyone, Sergey included, leaving it all on Obo.
Sergey just ran in front of him. He just kind of got in front of his crosshair with the spray. Sergey was like, nothing is getting between me and my kills. I need every single kill I can get. I have not looked good in this game. And yeah, there we go. 3 kills in round 19, one of them taken off the tally thanks to him taking down Sergey. Well, 10-9, still Complexity in double figures, but ENCE, after winning that force buy, just chipped away at it and pulled it right back. Finally, the gauntlet can be thrown down once more. Complexity applying the challenge. Will ENCE accept? They have got themselves everything you could possibly want, and Ariel getting aggressive towards middle.
7. Just pushing up, and this is good mid aggression from ENCE. They've been doing it again and again on those anti-ecos, and now they're doing it on the buy rounds, and you could love to see it. Smoke keeping Config at bay. There's a little bit of a gap there, but not able to catch Ariel as he fell back. So a lot of mid control, and what I love is the fact that they also have control towards T-slope. The only problem is the B bomb site. It is completely given to the B bomb site, and just hinging on the fact that it's going to be an A or B play. But as time elapses, minute and 10 seconds on the clock, we do have one player peeling away. I do believe that's X7 who's made his way towards the B bomb site with an M4A1 of his, and Complexity. Now they go for the play, timing the flashbang perfection as Alu's going to fall.
Full mid control for Complexity. Full control pretty much of the round at the moment. Advantage in play. They can leave middle completely. Leave BlameF inside of the connector, and this could be a sick B split. They can start to put those players over towards B, and BlameF just gets behind, which he's doing so well. This is absolutely nuclear. They're going to run back towards T-spawn. It's going to be Sunny finding Rush. Poison able to do damage, but Sergey pushed up in T-spawn, only manages the 1 kill. Now look where BlameF is. Just outside of the so profoundly near Murder Hole, but he's going to get aggressive and caught off by X7. Now a 2v2. ENCE head on towards the site, 17 seconds in play, and X7 looking for the crossing players. He cannot do enough damage. He cannot stop it from happening. Opa with the headshot. It's all on the X7. A 1v1 against Config. 2 kills for both of these players, looking for the triple in the 1v1. X7 spamming. He's out of ammo in both guns. Config now has a better position, assumed, back inside of the ninja boxes. X7 tapping away. Up towards the top of the stairs. He still thinks Config's behind the triple, but now realizes he's probably moved over towards the ninja boxes. But he's not confirmed. He doesn't know the position. And now Config walks into the open. X7, the timing. The headshot picked up. And Config will win the round for Complexity. And that's always Config way to celebrate.
That is classic Config. You love to see. He played it very, very well. The repositioning. He had a little bit of a window, tiny little window to reposition himself towards the corner, and then he comes on out, wins the 1v1, perfectly played, and well, a little bit of BM there. Haven't seen much today. We saw a lot of it yesterday between FaZe and Movistar Riders, but a little bit of a classic Config coming out. You love to see it.
X7 scoped in towards short. Open his hands. BlameF is the closest player. Eye on short, but he's not going to be overextending. Instead, it's Poison who nearly falls to the AWP. Evan just not hitting the shots and probably realizes falling off, changing up the position is probably the right call. Involved elsewhere.
Curious setup from the CTs. All 3 players very aggressive. Of course, relying on the fact that they do have that one UMP. Sunny, Ariel, pushed up deep. This could either work out perfectly or could go very, very wrong with you. Waiting for the flashbang. No flashbang, just a contact play from Poison. And Sunny with a double before it gets taken down and Config strikes from Connected. That's a bomb side compromise. However, two ops. That's not going to be easy. Retake as Config picks up X7, leaving it all on Alu once more to clutch this one out for his team.
Well, Alu, never underestimate him in a clutch. That's what I've learned in the last 2 maps. This guy can pull them very, very close indeed, but this time he doesn't have a kit. Also, the more pragmatic approach is certainly saving, because take a look at their money. So, unfortunately, we will not be seeing any Alu highlight clips in this round. I'll just be the save into the next one. 12-9, Complexity trying to put themselves in a really good position, and that's not just because of their Herman Miller sponsor.
This is some pretty nice chairs, I won't lie.
Oh, dude, I would love one.
I know, I've actually had the opportunity to sit in one of those, and oh, lovely.
I feel like it would just be really nice on your back. You know, you wouldn't have this... I have this sort of like chronic hunch when I'm sitting on my chair.
Tell me about it. Well, chairs, gaming chairs, definitely helping Complexity in Mirage. 12-9, they do have the 3-round lead. For ENCE, though, it is Eco City. They have that up in the hands of Alu, and you can never count out Alu from a round or a game. He's got that up. He can try and work his magic. Nothing too wild so far. They've gone for a stack towards B. And one player that's Sergey towards Connected to help out Alu if needs be. But look at this. They're not wasting any time. There's a very default execute coming out towards A. Molotov smokes raining in. Obo's going to be leading the charge with a MAC-10. Alu boosted up by Sergey, trying to find something, rattles off a shot, and he misses it. And unfortunately, with that, a jig is up, and he will have to probably fall back as Flamev just pushing into the smoke finds Sergey. Just USBs all around. So this round pretty much done.
Yeah. I think there's always going to be this sort of scenario where Alu will have to hope that he can get involved, but main goal is to carry that up over into the next round as well. The 13-9. Complexity now really looking at a victory, their first, and the Road to Rio. Currently 0-3. The other group, team that is 0-3, is Contact. So, Complexity definitely want to try and change that and get a win onto the board. ENCE, obviously their only win, which is surprising, is against Fnatic.
Yeah. Taking down the marauding Swedes. And for Complexity, if they do manage to take this one, it would be a much required win. But still, it's not over till the fat lady sings. As the old adage goes. And for Complexity, keeping all 5 players alive. Obo with the MAC-10 still in play. He could be quite troublesome. Again, look at the money, look at the buy from ENCE. 3 players don't have any head armor. The MAC-10 could definitely be a problem. And going for those deals. Well, here we go to Complexity. Again, switching it up this time around. Conflict's going to be rushing towards Cat. He's setting a very fast pace in this, but Alu's ready and waiting. Does he expect Config to have pushed in so deep? I don't think he does. And that's a great position for a Config. If he can time this right, Alu wrapping off a shot, and that's a time for Config to strike. That's a B bomb side done for X7 pushing in from behind. He could be cheeky, but Blame at the Molotov goes for the spray, keeps him at bay, does so much damage, and he stays alive as well.
Somehow soaking up all the bullets. It's falling back in towards short. Now, Sunny starts to make his way in towards the toilets. It's going to be... toilets, the shop. Obo takes him away. It's Sunny who hits the deck, and... well, now it is a 3v4. A man advantage for the T side, and Complexity will force them away. ENCE realizing a save call has to be made again. I feel bad for ENCE. This has just been the same scenario for them over and over again. It's just having to save the weapons into the next round. Complexity just coming in, beating them down, not letting them on towards the sites. And I think this is quite similar to, yeah, our first map that we had, in terms of when Complexity just grabbed control on Nuke and just didn't let go. ENCE having to fight back. They're going to have to dig deep again to find the inner strength within them to pull it back here. Because it's starting to get a little out of hand.
Two rounds all Complexity need to close this one out. And ENCE still can't count them out. We saw what happened in Train, and this is CD side Mirage. But Complexity, I just like what they're doing. It's fast-paced. They have a plan in mind and they just go for the execute, and it's just been working. ENCE don't seem to have an answer. Nothing too wild, nothing too elaborate. They're not even playing defaults, just going in straight. It was A bomb side earlier, then he went for the very fast play towards B, but Config coming up towards Catwalk, and now again 3 players looking to come out from Palace. And Sergey preemptively tosses in a nade and a smoke, but not going to find anything. Complexity biding the time, waiting for the smoke to dissipate before they go for the hit. 2 players coming in from the T slope, but I say that, and slowly they seem to have second thoughts about this.
Just want to run the clock down a little bit more. But the longer they do that, they don't have anybody else in a different position, so they could concede map control. There's always that risk. ENCE are playing very passively though, so they don't really have the information. Complexity are going to be going in for a very standard A execute, it seems. The smoke's up. Jungle, stairs, and CT. There's a player inside of Sandwich playing in front of the smokes. Now Molotov is going to clear him and force him into the open. It's Sergey. He's going to catch Obo, but Config burns him away.
Sergey's going to be pretty happy with the fact that he at least got one, because I really felt like we were just going to burn alive there.
Yeah, definitely.
Paranoid that there are going to be too many players around, right? So they find an empty bomb site. Problem is, the smokes have dissipated. That's going to give an avenue for Alu to strike.
Sunny further back now. Config needs to clear this, and he has eyes trained on the position. It comes down to whether or not Ariel will take his attention away. Config at least gets one in that position, but Sunny is able to trade almost instantaneously. Poison scoped in, just waiting for that kill, but he's in the open, so he has to go back to a more passive angle. He was susceptible to being peeked by Alu from CT, so now Poison up on top of Tetris looking for the pick. He'll go in so quick, but not the shot landing. And unfortunately, he will be caught by Alu. It's all on to PlayMF to see if he can pull it off in the 1v3. The corpse covers him off. There's the first, can't quite get the second. And it's going to be another round here for ENCE, a 10th on the board, and one they desperately needed.
That was a very, very hard bomb to defend, especially in a 2v3, and they had no utility as well. And the moment Poison missed a shot, I gotta give credit to ENCE for how patiently they played the 3v2. They could have been a little bit more antsy. Instead they waited patiently. Alu just crossed a train, waiting for the move to be made by Poison, catches him, and there you have it. Round number 10 for ENCE. They at least get a double digits. However, still a few more rounds to go, and for ENCE, they have, Complexity, they have money galore. They've gone for the buy. Even to lose this one, they have enough money to work with. Config, a little bit of a fail nade, but doesn't really matter. They're just gonna hold W, push in towards Cat. Then suddenly they apply the brakes. Sergey waiting at the top of Connector, just hugging the wall, hugging the edge, and taking damage. And he's gonna have to fall on back, but Flame tickling at his backside is someone trying to stay alive. As Rush does find X7 towards Palace. And one by one, ENCE, they're falling here.
Still recoverable. Ariel might just be the man to do that. Obo probably have the advantage there, but Ariel still wins it. An important kill for ENCE that pulls it back into a 4v4. Rush up inside of Palace, playing a little bit more passively as he heads back towards spawn. Bomb is going to be gathering with him inside of T-spawn. Config up towards top connector. Poison holding the window via short. So quite a lot of control up towards the A site. This is exactly where Complexity want to try and finish this round. Sergey has moved through. The smoke covers him off, but they don't see each other. Config sees him first, goes and strikes, but he's going to fall to Ariel, who somehow walks away with that kill. And now it's going to start to fall to pieces. It's Complexity coming up on top at the minute. Ariel has to ace clutch, and they know exactly where his last whereabouts were. And Complexity have the angle as Poison with the kill, and it's 15-10. Map point for Complexity, and they flip that one on its head.
He doesn't miss those. Poison, 5 HP, so very confident it's going to land the shot. And the moment he got the player down to a shot, that was it. They knew exactly where they had to go. They knew where the final player was. And that position from Config, that was it. The fact that he just stayed alive there, got Sergey as soon as the smoke dissipated, that was pretty much the round. Even though he got taken out by Ariel, just a massive play. And with that, map match point. Complexity finally might have a notch in their belts. They might finally win around here. Just need one. 5 match points going for them. And for ENCE, oh, the spy is not ideal. Look at the utility. Look at how sparse it is. But we do have X7 with the deagle. We saw what he did earlier with this.
Yeah, and Alut to assist him with the AWP as well. There's the first. Now they run it to X7, and he'll not do anything. Config gets rid of him, but Alu is still picking up the scraps. He gets another opportunity. Unable to land the shot. This time he will, though. Config falls, and Alu, he's a one-man army inside of this B-bomb site. Huge plays from Alu. That's 3 incredible kills, and Poison will fall and stay alive. And Alu, he needed to deliver, and well, he certainly steps up to the plate.
Just need 4 more rounds. 4 more rounds like that. That was such a scrappy buy for ENCE, but they make it work. And more importantly, they haven't broken the money. Complexity can go for a little bit of an investment. Blame have had enough money to go for the AK and armor, a little bit of utility there. We see the Deagles and Tech 9s as they would be looking to try and at least inflict a little bit of damage. Unlikely they'll get the round though, but yeah, Alu, man, he has been very instrumental in these 2 maps. At least on Train, he was such a massive player for ENCE. Now on Mirage, he's keeping them in the game. Finds another kill. Poison's gonna get dropped.
Oh, well, Sunny up in towards jungle. You have got Blame F on the corner. Just waiting on Sunny. Aware of the possibility there could be a player in here who's going to be walking up. Blame F is going to win the duel, though. That is going to go in favor of Complexity, but luckily Ariel has been on another level in terms of trading. He gets another 21 kills onto his tally. Okay, for Blame F now to play with. Side 2 Deagles is what they have in 3v4. 50 seconds. ENCE somehow let this, can Complexity somehow get back into this? ENCE certainly have the better weaponry. Got the advantage still intact. Blame F needs to do a little bit more as they go with the AK, and well, Rush is going to find himself a headshot. That's Sergey dispatched with, and not like this ENCE. Alu moves forward, completely blinded, and the Deagle walks away with another. It's Ariel and X7 into a 2v3.
Okay. Rush retrieves the AWP. Shoots the AK-47 towards his teammate, and it's it's just falling apart. It's all gone wrong, Dinko. It's all an Aerial once more. M4A1 in hand, they know exactly where he is. Takes a little bit of damage from the player towards Palace, and Rush with the AWP train misses the shot, but that's okay. He gets found out, and 7 HP for Aerial, and Blame F is gonna just whittle him down to nothing. 16-11 for Complexity. They get the win, and what a round from Rush to close it out.